In the Eastern Divine Continent, at the foot of the Lingjian sect, throngs of people gathered, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Today marked the momentous occasion of the Lingjian sect's recruitment of new disciples. As one of the 7 foremost cultivation sects, the recruitment by the Lingjian sect stirred considerable excitement throughout the Eastern Divine Continent. There exists a popular saying that goes, "Better to be a dog on a celestial mountain than a king among mortals," reflecting the profound yearning individuals have for the immortal sections. Amidst the crowd stood Xiao Yun, who inexplicably felt as if he were reliving a past life experience of jostling in a subway. Over a year had passed since his arrival in this world, yet the system he awaited had yet to manifest. With no other options available, Xiao Yun resolved to carve his own path. Upon hearing of the Lingjian sect's recruitment, he hastened to the scene, convinced that his unique status as a transmigrator would surely catch the eye of an elder, allowing him to become a true disciple. Xiao Yun never doubted his own innate talent. After all, he had only practiced martial arts for a month upon arriving and had already bested the village's martial master, a testament to his extraordinary abilities. However, martial prowess was not Xiao Yun's ultimate ambition. This was a realm of immortal cultivation. What value did high martial skills hold? "Hey, could you ease up a bit? At my age, I can hardly endure this." Xiao Yun expressed his dissatisfaction to the young woman who was relentlessly pushing against him. Surrounded by 4 young women on all sides, he was squeezed so tightly that his feet barely touched the ground. Moving independently was utterly impossible. He could only drift along, advancing at a meager pace of 0.003 meters per second. The young woman behind him, equally fervent, shot him a glare and retorted, "It's almost dark. If you're not keen on becoming a disciple, I still wish to. If you want to push, then step aside." Glancing at the sky, Xiao Yun noted that the sun had indeed begun its descent. Although there was still considerable time before sunset, the seemingly endless sea of people ahead showed no signs of movement. At this rate, he might not reach the front until the following morning. Panic surged within him as he realized he had been lost in nostalgia for the subway experience. How could time pass so swiftly? Surely, the Lingjian sect would not confine their recruitment to just one day. Missing this opportunity would mean missing out entirely. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yun forcefully pushed his way past the young woman ahead of him. Halfway up the mountain of the Lingjian sect, dozens of young men and women stood in a plaza, all selected through rigorous testing by the sect. The elder in charge of enforcement gazed down at the bustling crowd below, his brow furrowed with concern. Recruitment had typically been a discreet affair, reserved for the knowledge of nobility across various nations. Yet, somehow, news had leaked, and now the entire Eastern Divine Continent was aware of the Lingjian sect's intentions. This world is never short of geniuses. What it lacks are resources. Therefore, the value of recruitment lies in quality rather than quantity. The overwhelming number of applicants presented a significant challenge for the Lingjian sect. The enforcement elder, still frowning, turned to a young disciple beside him and inquired, "How many have passed the tests?" "Master, 55 individuals have successfully passed the tests," the disciple replied. "What is their potential?" 50 individuals possessed inferior spiritual roots, while only 5 exhibited intermediate spiritual roots, and none were found with superior roots. Alas, the aptitude of mortals seems to decline with each generation, despite the extensive selection process. Not a single superior spiritual root has been discovered. The elder of Law sighed, retrieving a jade talisman from his robe and handing it to a disciple beside him. "Take my token and go to Longzhou Peak to borrow the Xiantian treasure mirror from Elder Qiao. Inform him that the influx of aspiring disciples is overwhelming, necessitating the use of the Xiantian treasure mirror for aptitude assessment." "Yes, master. I shall depart at once." At the foot of the mountain, amidst the throng, Xiao Yun exerted tremendous effort, yet failed to extricate himself from the crowd, finding himself ensconced among 4 young women. "Very well, I shall go with the flow." Just as he prepared to surrender to the situation and close his eyes to enjoy the moment, a blinding white light suddenly illuminated the sky. A circular mirror hovered above, emanating this dazzling radiance. The light intensified, gradually enveloping everyone at the mountain's base. Xiao Yun felt the warmth of the light upon him, a sensation of comforting bliss shared by others as well. In an instant, The crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. The elder of law, stationed halfway up the mountain, activated the Xiantian treasure mirror, casting its glow over all the aspiring disciples. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Silence!" The command resonated with formidable authority, akin to a thunderclap in the ears of the assembled multitude. The once boisterous crowd fell into a hushed stillness. The elder continued, "The path of cultivation not only hinges on fate, but also demands aptitude. Your presence here at the gates of the Spirit Sword sect signifies your destiny. Yet whether you may join us depends on your innate capabilities. This treasure in the sky is known as the Xiantian treasure mirror. It can sense your affinity for spiritual energy. Regardless of what transpires next, remain calm and stand still. The Xiantian treasure mirror will autonomously select those with exceptional aptitude to become disciples of the Spirit Sword sect. For those not chosen, do not be disheartened. There are myriad paths in the world, and you shall forge your own unique journey. Now, let's not dwell on idle chatter. Everyone, focus your attention and genuinely feel the spiritual energy radiating from the Xiantian treasure mirror." As the elder's words faded, Xiao Yun felt the warm sensation intensify. He was soon enveloped by an invisible force, lifting him gently off the ground. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, he ascended higher and higher, gradually drifting toward the mountainside of the Spirit Sword Mountain. In midair, Xiao Yun's expression was one of sheer delight. He had been chosen by the Xiantian treasure mirror, affirming his extraordinary talent. The position of a true disciple was within his grasp. Gazing down at the astonished faces, their mouths agape in surprise, Xiao Yun discerned a mixture of envy, jealousy, and other complex emotions reflected in their expressions. Suddenly, an idea struck him, as the thought crossed his mind that it would be quite a sight if a girl in a skirt were to take flight. A vivid crimson figure gracefully ascended not far ahead. With a lithe figure and flowing hair, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled. It was indeed a girl. Moreover, she was adorned in a red dress. Instantly invigorated, Xiao Yun fixated his gaze on the soaring maiden in crimson. His intentions were purely to validate the notion that had taken root in his mind. He had no desire to indulge in any inappropriate voyeurism. Should his suspicions prove accurate, he resolved to report this phenomenon to his sect in order to rectify this apparent anomaly. With unwavering focus, he watched the girl ascend higher and higher, only to discover that beneath her feet lay a halo of white light. It was as though she were treading upon a cloud, which enveloped her legs entirely. "Damn!" Xiao Yun couldn't suppress a muttered exclamation. The Lingjian sect had evidently considered every detail. Perhaps his worries were unwarranted. Chapter 2. Exceptional Fire Spiritual Root. Not only Xiao Yun was enveloped by the Xiantian treasure, but also the girl in the red dress. Among the crowd, individuals occasionally began to float upwards. A cursory glance revealed over 20 individuals, both male and female. Xiao Yun couldn't help but ponder the harsh realities of the cultivation world. There were at least hundreds of thousands gathered at the foot of the mountain, yet only a select few were chosen. This was far more challenging than the college entrance examinations he had faced. It wasn't merely a matter of effort. Extraordinary talent was a prerequisite. Take, for instance, the girl behind him who was desperately pushing forward. Was her lack of determination the issue? She was so anxious that her back was nearly drenched with sweat, and now she could only watch as he was selected. He knew he must seize this rare opportunity with both hands, striving to secure a formidable master and cultivate the path to immortality, wandering freely through the realms. While Xiao Yun was lost in these thoughts, he found himself floating to the mid-slope of Lingjian Mountain. Once all the elders and disciples had landed, the elder of law summoned his spiritual energy to retract the Xiantian treasure. He issued a command, declaring the recruitment at Lingjian's sect concluded, instructing the crowd below to disperse. The elder of law turned to a nearby disciple and gave a brief command. He then glanced at the 20 or so individuals selected by the Xiantian treasure. "You possess commendable aptitude. You may join my Lingjian sect. I shall escort you to meet the elders of each peak." With a flourish of his sleeve, he began to ascend the mountain ahead. The others promptly followed suit, though the elders seemed to stroll leisurely while the distance between him and the group widened. A young man furrowed his brow and immediately sprinted forward in pursuit. His actions spurred the others to abandon their leisurely pace and exert their utmost effort to catch up. Who knew if this was a test from the Lingjian sect? Goodness, is the cultivation world truly this competitive? Xiao Yun mused, hastening to keep pace. After running for the better part of half an hour, the group finally arrived at the grand hall of the Lingjian sect. The elder of law had long been waiting outside. Observing the breathless crowd, he nodded slightly. Well done. As expected of those chosen by the Xiantian treasurer. You made it up in half an hour. Come, let us enter the hall. Before entering the grand hall, I would like to offer you a gentle reminder. Within the hall, you will find the esteemed leaders of our Lingjian sect's 7 peaks. Once inside, refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Simply follow the instructions given to you. Do you understand? The crowd nodded in unison. The law enforcement elder then led a group of over 20 individuals into the grand hall. Upon entering, the law enforcement elder immediately bowed in respect. Greetings to the esteemed master and all respected brothers and sisters. The middle-aged Taoist at the forefront of the hall nodded and said, Lu Shidi, no need for formality. Are these young individuals the disciples selected by the Xiantian Baojian? Indeed, replied Lu Shidi. The middle-aged Taoist nodded slightly, saying, Well, you have worked hard, Lu Shidi. You may now take your leave and rest. The law enforcement elder slowly withdrew from the hall. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun discreetly observed the surroundings within the grand hall. Inside, there were 7 large sandalwood chairs arranged, 3 on either side and 1 directly at the front. 6 of these chairs were occupied by individuals, while the lowest chair on the left remained empty. Beside it stood a young woman clad in a blue dress, appearing to be in her 20s, with a beauty that was both striking and graceful. Xiao Yun dared not gaze too long. After a brief glance, he obediently positioned himself among the crowd. The middle-aged Taoist at the forefront addressed the assembly. Dear brothers and sisters, although the news of our Lingjian sect recruiting disciples has inadvertently spread across the realm, attracting millions of eager youths and disturbing our serene cultivation, there are both advantages and disadvantages to every situation. Such a vast number has allowed us to select many outstanding disciples. These young individuals have been chosen by the Xiantian Baojian, each possessing at least a medium-grade spiritual root. At this moment, their vitality surges, providing an excellent opportunity for further testing. Should any prodigies or gifted individuals emerge, it will require the dedicated nurturing of all our brothers and sisters. The head of the divine sword peak smiled gently and assured, Rest assured, Master. If any disciples exhibit exceptional talents, we shall devote ourselves to their cultivation. The master of the Lingjian sect nodded in approval, saying, That is indeed wonderful. With a casual wave of his hand, a massive gray stone, nearly the height of a person, materialized within the hall. Having been chosen by the Xiantian Baojian, you are now eligible to become outer disciples of our Lingjian sect. Please approach in order and touch the spiritual testing stone before you. It will determine your spiritual root's quality. If your qualifications are exceptional and catch the attention of the elders, it shall be a great fortune for you. Xiao Yun's heart raced with excitement. The moment had arrived for him to shine. According to the natural course of events, he would undoubtedly astonish everyone, leaving the elders in awe. Perhaps with a single touch, the stone would erupt with extraordinary phenomena, resulting in gasps of astonishment. This child is truly remarkable. They would then invite to take him as their disciple. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yun quietly took a few steps back, positioning himself at the rear of the crowd. He resolved to be the last to make his appearance, eclipsing the talents that came before him. Such a dramatic reveal would create a truly breathtaking effect. In the novels he had read in his past life, the protagonists always followed this path. Xiao Yun eagerly anticipated the chaotic scene of the elders scrambling to claim him as their own. What a conundrum it is. Which elder should I choose as my master? The middle-aged Taoist seated at the center must be the sect leader. To attain such a prestigious position undoubtedly signifies unmatched prowess. His speech is refined and courteous, suggesting a demeanor of kindness. Thus, it would be prudent to take him as my master. In time, as his disciple, might I not inherit the leadership of the Lingjian sect? The more Xiao Yun contemplated this, the more prideful he became, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips. At that moment, the first selected disciple commenced his test. With both hands resting upon the spirit testing stone, it instantly emitted a soft white glow. The sect leader nodded slightly and remarked, "A medium-grade, golden spiritual root." Elder Xia, what is your opinion of this young man? Elder Xia, the head of the Xinjian peak, shook his head gently and replied, "Let him start as an outer disciple of my Xinjian peak." Originally, the first disciple, brimming with confidence and self-satisfaction, saw his expression fall dramatically upon hearing Elder Xia's words. He had believed himself chosen by the Xiantian treasure, destined for greatness. It was now relegated to begin as an outer disciple. Subsequently, the second and third individuals approached for their tests: medium-grade water spiritual root, medium-grade earth spiritual root. Before long, a dozen individuals had been tested, all possessing medium-grade spiritual roots. The elders, who had initially held some expectation, now found their enthusiasm waning, their hopes dashed. However, when the red-dressed woman, whom Xiao Yun had noted, stepped forward, an extraordinary turn of events unfolded. As her hand made contact with the spirit testing stone, it immediately transformed into a vivid crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. The eyes of the elder leaders sparkled with newfound intensity. An exceptional fire spiritual root. The spiritual roots are categorized into 7 distinct levels: ordinary, inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, perfect, and innate. The innate spiritual root exists solely in legends, never having been witnessed by anyone. Thus, it can be said that there are effectively only 6 levels of spiritual roots. Ordinary spiritual roots belong to the class of geniuses among mortals, yet they harbor little hope of achieving transcendence in cultivation. Inferior spiritual roots represent the least gifted among cultivators, and the vast majority fall into this category. While they may embark on the path of cultivation, their potential remains limited. The minimum requirement for disciples of the Lingjian sect is an inferior spiritual root, with such disciples typically assigned to menial tasks. Medium spiritual roots possess significantly greater strength than their inferior counterparts. With diligent effort and abundant fortune, one may rise above the mundane. The minimum standard for outer disciples of the Lingjian sect is a medium spiritual root. Superior spiritual roots are regarded as talents among cultivators, even without fortuitous encounters. Diligent effort can lead to a carefree existence. The true disciples of the Lingjian sect must possess at least a superior spiritual root. As for extraordinary spiritual roots, these belong to the elite among geniuses, a rarity that appears once in a century. Those endowed with such roots cultivate at an astonishing pace. Their absorption of spiritual energy several times that of superior spiritual roots. Such disciples are deemed worthy of being groomed as successors. Almost all the esteemed elders of the peaks within the Lingjian sect possess extraordinary spiritual roots. The emergence of the extraordinary fire spiritual root belonging to the woman in the red dress indeed astounded the elders of all peaks. The chief elder of the Liang peak was the first to recover from his astonishment. Rising from his seat, he addressed the assembly with a courteous bow and a smile. "I apologize, everyone. It seems our Liang peak will soon gain another true disciple." The sect leader nodded with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, junior brother Qin, on acquiring such a promising talent. You must nurture her well and ensure her gifts are not squandered." The chief elder of Liang peak, in high spirits, beamed, "Rest assured, sect leader. I shall devote myself to her education upon my return." The sect leader inclined his head slightly. The chief elder then beckoned to the woman in the red dress, saying, "From this day forth, you shall be the true disciple of Liang peak. What is your name?" The woman promptly stepped forward to pay her respects. "Disciple Chu Hongshang, greeting my master." "Chu Hongshang," mused the chief elder of Liang peak, furrowing his brow as he murmured, Hongshang, this name is not fitting. A beautiful girl like you should not bear such a name. From today on, you shall be called Chu Hongyan." Chu Hongshang dared not dissent and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master, for bestowing me a name." The chief elder, seeing his disciple's exceptional talent and her respectful demeanor, grew increasingly pleased and said with a smile, "Rise and stand behind me." Chu Hongyan hastily complied and took her place behind the chief elder of Liang Peak. The chief elder was elated to have such an extraordinarily gifted disciple, and the other chief elders looked on with envy. Disciples with extraordinary spiritual roots are rare treasures. Apart from the sect leader and a few chief elders, there are only 4 disciples with extraordinary spiritual roots in the Lingjian sect, with 7 peaks in total. The average number of extraordinary spiritual root disciples per peak is less than 1. Previously, there was a disciple with an exceptional spiritual root at Liang Peak, and now another has emerged. It is likely that the strength of Liang Peak will soon surpass that of Longzhou Peak, where the sect leader resides. While the other peak masters may feel envious, they are powerless to change the situation, especially since this new disciple possesses a fire spiritual root. Each of the 7 peaks has its own specialties, and only the techniques of Longzhou Peak and Liang Peak suit disciples with fire spiritual roots. Since the sect leader of Longzhou Peak does not compete for this disciple, he will undoubtedly belong to Liang Peak. Xiao Yun is already eager to take action amidst the crowd. After testing with over a dozen individuals, he has discerned a pattern. The Lingjian sect recruits disciples according to their spiritual root attributes. The 5 attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, correspond to the respective peak masters. As long as the attributes align, disciples are automatically assigned to the peak master's tutelage. After a series of tests, it became clear that the sect leader shows no interest in accepting disciples. Even with the emergence of an exceptional fire spiritual root, he remains unmoved, suggesting he has no intention of taking on apprentices. It seems that the scene he had imagined, where the peak masters vie for him as a disciple, will not materialize. However, that is of little consequence. Judging by the reaction of Liang Peak's master upon the appearance of the exceptional fire spiritual root, it is evident that as long as one's qualifications are sufficiently outstanding, they will still garner the attention of the peak masters. What if he possesses an extraordinary talent and tests out as a perfect spiritual root, surpassing even the exceptional ones? Would the sect leader still maintain his composure? With this thought, a faint smile graces Xiao Yun's lips. When it is his turn, he intends to astonish them all. There is also a matter that weighs on Xiao Yun's mind. Why has the elder of the empty chair not arrived? The beautiful maiden standing beside the chair appears indifferent to the situation. Never mind, he thinks. This is not something he should concern himself with at present. The testing continues. After testing another 10 disciples, 2 more exceptional spiritual roots emerge, one of gold and the other of earth. Both are accepted as true disciples. The atmosphere in the hall shifts to a somewhat peculiar tension with the arrival of these 2 new exceptional spiritual roots. Excluding the sect leader of Longzhou Peak and the absent elder of the empty chair, only Shuiyue Peak and Qingmu Peak have failed to receive exceptional spiritual root disciples. The expressions of their peak masters become somewhat strained. While others celebrate their new exceptional disciples, they remain without, leading to a natural sense of dissatisfaction. At this moment, only Xiao Yun remains untested, and the peak masters of Shuiyue and Qingmu are watching him with eager anticipation. Feeling the weight of their gaze, Xiao Yun becomes somewhat nervous. Realizing his turn has finally come, he wonders what exceptional spiritual root he might possess. The masters of Qingmu and Shuiyue peaks are even more anxious than he is, fervently hoping that he will test as an exceptional wood or water spiritual root. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yun steps forward to the spirit stone, slowly extending his hand to rest upon its surface. In an instant, the spirit stone transforms into a brilliant red, identical to the previous instance with Chu Hongyan. A surge of joy fills Xiao Yun's heart, an exceptional fire spiritual root. Before he could fully revel in his joy, the color of the testing stone shifted once again, transforming into a vibrant emerald hue. Xiao Yun's heart soared. A supreme wood spirit root. Goodness, I possess dual spirit roots. Yet, before he could bask in his elation, the color changed once more. The spirit testing stone now gleamed a brilliant golden yellow. Astonishment surged within him. A supreme earth spirit root. Xiao Yun could hardly contain his excitement, nearly crying out in jubilation. But the transformations were not over. Next, the stone turned a pristine white. before deepening gradually into a rich black. The 5 colors danced and alternated before his eyes. To think I possess all 5 elemental spirit roots. This is truly extraordinary. Surely, I am a chosen one. The expressions of the other disciples who had undergone testing around him mirrored his astonishment. They could scarcely believe that this young man, who had tested last, possessed 5 spirit roots simultaneously. How terrifyingly formidable. With a sense of pride, Xiao Yun retracted his hand and directed his gaze toward the esteemed sect leader ahead. His lips curled into a triumphant smirk, exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance. After a prolonged silence, the sect leader furrowed his brow and remarked, "It appears you possess mixed spirit roots." Chapter 4. Unworthy of being a servant disciple, a mixed spiritual root? Why does such an extraordinary spiritual root bear a name that sounds somewhat inferior? It ought to be referred to as a supreme 5-element spiritual root to truly reflect my esteemed status. Before Xiao Yun could ponder further, the sect leader had already spoken. "Disciple over there, your spiritual root is rather unique. You may learn the heart methods from all peaks. Which esteemed elder do you wish to apprentice under?" Upon hearing the sect leader's inquiry, Xiao Yun did not dare to hesitate, promptly responding, "If possible, I would like to become a disciple of the sect leader." The sect leader smiled faintly and replied, "I no longer take disciples. You must choose from the other elders." Xiao Yun inwardly sighed. Even his unparalleled talent failed to evoke the sect leader's interest. It appeared he truly had ceased to accept disciples. Thus, he could only select from among the esteemed elders. Xiao Yun cast a glance around. Of the 5 esteemed elders, 3 already had disciples. To join them would likely mean lacking in significant mentorship. It would be wiser to align himself with the 2 elders who had yet to accept disciples of supreme spiritual roots. One elder was male, the other female. Their appearances were, of course, beyond reproach. At their level of cultivation, there were no unattractive individuals. Xiao Yun lingered his gaze on the female elder from the Water Moon Peak. Indeed, she was a beautiful master. How delightful. It shall be her. Noticing Xiao Yun's gaze resting upon her, the elder from Water Moon Peak frowned slightly. Before Xiao Yun could utter a word, she interjected, "Sect leader. Our Water Moon Peak only accepts female disciples. This disciple is not fated to be with us." The sect leader nodded in agreement, stating that is only natural. "Disciple, do you understand? You may choose from the esteemed elders of the Luminous Sun Peak, Dustless Peak, Greenwood Peak, or Divine Sword Peak." Xiao Yun slowly nodded, feeling a tinge of regret. It was indeed unfortunate that the beautiful elder could not become his master. Why must she be so rigid? Did she not see his extraordinary talent? Could she not slightly amend her criteria for accepting disciples in light of his potential? Just as Xiao Yun was about to persuade the beautiful elder, a crisp voice inquired, "Master, what is a mixed spiritual root?" The question came from Chu Hongyan, the newly accepted disciple of the Luminous Sun Peak. The elder of the Luminous Sun Peak, in a good mood, smiled and replied, "Since you have asked, I shall explain. A spiritual root is the innate talent for cultivation, generally classified into 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Ordinary individuals possess all 5 attributes, which is what we refer to as a mixed spiritual root. Although a mixed spiritual root can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, its cultivation speed is lamentably slow. Typically, one can only advance to the 3rd or 4th level of qi refinement before stagnating. In contrast, those of us with a singular attribute spiritual root not only cultivate rapidly, but also experience no bottlenecks before reaching the golden core stage. Our Lingjian sect traditionally does not accept disciples with mixed spiritual roots. However, since he was chosen by the Xintian treasure mirror and brought here, it would be implausible to send him back. If he were to join our Liang Peak, he could at least serve as a humble disciple. Do you understand my explanation? Chu Hongyan slightly nodded, casting a sympathetic glance at Xiao Yun. Just moments ago, when Xiao Yun had touched the spirit measuring stone, the spectacle had been quite astonishing, startling her. Chu Hongyan had initially believed she was facing her greatest competitor in life, which prompted her to inquire. She did not anticipate that a mediocre spirit root would manifest in such a manner. It seems her only rivals were the other two newcomers with exceptional spirit roots. Xiao Yun listened intently to the words of the headmaster of Liang Peak. What? His 5-element spirit root possessed such a flaw? It could only cultivate up to the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refinement. What on earth? How could he even practice at all? System, are you not coming out? How long will you pretend to be dead? Xiao Yun's call went unanswered. There was no system to grant him a golden finger. A hint of embarrassment flickered at the corners of Xiao Yun's mouth. After traversing countless miles to reach the Spirit Sword sect, was he destined to be a mere humble disciple? No, I refuse to accept this. Xiao Yun forced himself to maintain composure, donning a radiant smile. Baring his teeth, he addressed the elder of Qingmu Peak, who had yet to receive an exceptional spirit root. Esteemed elder, if I were to join your sect, could I possibly become an outer disciple? At this moment, Xiao Yun was no longer aspiring for the status of a true disciple. He merely wished to avoid being relegated to the role of a humble disciple. The headmaster of Qingmu Peak let out a cold snort, proclaiming, "Your qualifications are far too inadequate. You are not even worthy of being a humble disciple in our Qingmu Peak, let alone aspire to be an outer disciple. Truly, you overestimate yourself." Xiao Yun's expression stiffened, feeling a burning embarrassment wash over him. To be looked down upon, even when offered a role as a humble disciple, was utterly humiliating. Yet, he could not retreat in disgrace. Remaining on Spirit Sword Mountain offered a glimmer of opportunity. Descending the mountain would render him indistinguishable from masses. Xiao Yun's gaze shifted back to the headmaster of Liang Peak. Being a humble disciple would suffice. Perhaps he could foster a good relationship with Chu Hongyan, who had entered the sect at the same time, and seek her guidance when she had the chance. Just as Xiao Yun was about to speak, he suddenly noticed the headmaster of Liang Peak wearing an exceedingly displeased expression. The headmaster shot a glare at the headmaster of Qingmu Peak, harboring a deep dissatisfaction. He had just suggested accepting this boy with a mediocre spirit root as a humble disciple. Yet you dare to assert that he is unworthy even for that role in your Qingmu Peak? What does this imply? It blatantly suggests that your Qingmu Peak is superior to our Liang Peak. In truth, the elder of Qingmu Peak had no intention of belittling Liang Peak. He was merely feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction because he had not received an exceptional spirit root like the others. The prospect of Xiao Yun, with his mediocre spirit root, joining their Qingmu Peak was unwelcome. Bringing back a mediocre spirit root while others received exceptional ones would only invite ridicule. Thus, he rejected Xiao Yun. Observing the headmaster of Liang Peak's grim countenance, Xiao Yun refrained from further inquiries. The rejection was a source of shame. As his gaze swept around, he noticed that ever since the chief elder of Qingmu Peak had proclaimed he was unworthy of serving as a disciple, all the elders regarded him with disdain. Their meaning was unmistakable. Xiao Yun was deemed unfit to serve as even a humble disciple under their tutelage. To be unwanted by Qingmu Peak was hardly a matter of pride. Xiao Yun felt tears welling up. Had he known, he would have sought to serve as a disciple under the chief of Liang Peak without hesitation. Now, it seemed he could not even attain the status of a mere disciple. Was he to leave Lingjian Mountain in such a dejected manner? No, he refused to live a mundane existence. He aspired to cultivate immortality and seek eternal life. In the midst of his despondency, his eyes suddenly fixed upon the empty chair. A revelation dawned upon him. While these chief elders could openly reject him, the elder associated with the vacant seat had not arrived. Surely, he could not refuse him from afar. Moreover, with the words of the sect leader empowering him to choose any elder as his mentor, selecting the elder of the empty chair seemed prudent. When that elder eventually returned, even if he were displeased, it was unlikely he would cast Xiao Yun down the mountain. After all, it was the sect leader's directive that had prompted this choice. How could the elder reject him now, having been absent at the time of his initial refusal? The die had been cast, and it was too late for him to withdraw. Resolute, Xiao Yun turned to the chief sect leader and declared, "I have made my decision. I wish to take this elder as my mentor." With that, he turned his gaze towards the empty chair. Chapter 5. Disciple of Xiaozhufeng, the master of the sect. With a gentle smile, nodded and remarked, "Although your aptitude is somewhat lacking, you possess a certain cleverness. Thus, you shall be the disciple of Sister Yan from Xiaozhufeng." Upon her return from her travels, I will personally inform her of this matter. Wenqing, your master is away. You shall take on the responsibility of imparting the teachings in her stead. The woman in the blue dress, standing beside an empty chair, stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the master of the sect, saying, "Yes, master, I, Wenqing, accept this command." Although Wenqing was the esteemed direct disciple of Xiaozhufeng, enjoying her master's favor, she dared not defy the orders of the master of the sect. With the master assigning Xiao Yun to Xiaozhufeng, she naturally could not refuse. The master of the sect slowly nodded and declared, "Very well. Let us conclude our meeting for today. You may all return to your respective places." The assembly bowed in unison and departed. As they left, the expressions of the heads of the various peaks bore a subtle hint of mockery toward Xiao Yun. This left Xiao Yun perplexed. What was their intention? Was it truly necessary for them, as esteemed leaders of their peaks, to deride someone as insignificant as himself? Just as Xiao Yun was engulfed in confusion, a soft, melodious voice suddenly reached his ears. "Junior brother, as of today, you are a disciple of Xiaozhufeng. What is your name?" Turning swiftly, he saw that it was the enchanting beauty in the blue dress, Wenqing. "Greetings, Senior Sister. My name is Xiao Yun," he replied. Wenqing smiled warmly. "I am Wenqing, the eldest disciple of our master. You should indeed address me as Senior Sister. Come, let me escort you back to Xiaozhufeng." At that moment, Wenqing harbored no ill thoughts. Since the master of the sect had entrusted this junior brother to Xiaozhufeng, he was now one of their own. She did not look down upon Xiao Yun because of his mixed spiritual roots. Rather, she felt a greater responsibility to look after him due to his inferior aptitude. As Xiao Yun followed Wenqing out of the grand hall, she casually summoned a bamboo sword that materialized before them. Wenqing stepped onto the sword first and beckoned to Xiao Yun. "Come aboard, junior brother." Xiao Yun's eyes lit up. Was this to be a flight on the sword? He quickly imitated Wenqing and stepped onto the bamboo sword. It sank slightly before stabilizing in midair. "Hold on tight to me so you don't fall," Wenqing said with a gentle smile over her shoulder, causing Xiao Yun to feel a warm breeze wash over him. The previous gloom in his heart dissipated. This senior sister Wenqing truly lived up to her name, as gentle as flowing water. It seemed he had turned misfortune into fortune. Gingerly, Xiao Yun placed his hands on Wenqing's slender waist and said, "Senior sister, I am ready." Wenqing affirmed, and the bamboo sword immediately lifted off the ground, soaring toward the mountain peak in the east. As it was Xiao Yun's first experience of flying on a sword, he felt a surge of anxiety. Daring not to look down, gripping Wenqing tightly as his eyes remained fixed ahead. Wenqing's figure was breathtaking. Her graceful silhouette was striking, and her long, dark hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, adorned with a delicate floral hair tie. Xiao Yun had never seen such a beautiful sight and found himself captivated, gazing at her unwittingly. After a considerable time, Xiao Yun gradually overcame his fear of flying with the sword. The two of them arrived at a hill adorned with towering green bamboo. Below, a crowd of people was bustling, and he could faintly see dozens of disciples chopping bamboo. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Xiao Yun asked, "Senior sister, are those below our disciples from the little bamboo peak?" Wenqing replied softly, "Those are the servant disciples from the other 6 peaks. Our little bamboo peak is abundant in green rock bamboo, which has numerous uses. The servant disciples from various peaks come here daily to harvest some. Is that so? Then how many true disciples does our little bamboo peak have? And how many outer disciples? Do the servant disciples have a lot of work to do?" Although Senior Sister was approachable, Xiao Yun was acutely aware of the disparity in their statuses. She was someone capable of representing the master in meetings with the heads of the 7 peaks. Even if he joined the little bamboo peak, their encounters would likely be infrequent. It was best to first concern himself with the amount of work he needed to do each day. Wenqing's expression suddenly dimmed, but she managed to force a smile and said, "The master has only taken me as a disciple for now, and with you joining, I finally have a companion." Xiao Yun was overjoyed. This was truly wonderful. So, even as a servant disciple, the most he would have to serve would be the master and Senior Sister. And Senior Sister was such a gentle beauty. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. The mere thought of being able to spend his days in the company of such a graceful and kind Senior Sister made Xiao Yun feel a rush of excitement. His decision to join the Little Bamboo Peak was undoubtedly sagacious. Even if someone offered to exchange a true disciple of a master for him, he would not consider it. Soon, Wenqing led Xiao Yun to the grand hall of the Little Bamboo Peak. From afar, he could see the golden plaque inscribed with the words Zhengxing Hall. Wenqing halted the bamboo, soared at the entrance of the hall, and introduced, "This is the grand hall of our Little Bamboo Peak. Behind it is where I and the master reside, with over 100 vacant rooms for you to choose from." Gazing at the majestic hall and reflecting on Wenqing's words, Xiao Yun mused that the Little Bamboo Peak must have once flourished with many inhabitants. But now it had fallen into decline, leaving only the master and disciple behind. "Come, let's enter the grand hall. The master is not on the mountain now, so we need not be formal." Following Wenqing into the hall, Xiao Yun performed a simple bow of respect towards the master's seat. Afterwards, Wenqing guided Xiao Yun on a tour around the Little Bamboo Peak. After spending half the day exploring, they finally completed their tour. Xiao Yun chose a room right next to Wenqing's as his residence. Wenqing found nothing amiss with this arrangement. After all, she was the only disciple at the Little Bamboo Peak. Living nearby would facilitate their daily conversations and tasks, so she did not object. Subsequently, Wenqing took Xiao Yun to a quiet practice room, preparing to impart the foundational techniques to him. Before teaching, Wenqing said, "Xiao Shidi, you possess a mixed spirit root, allowing you to learn any technique. How about I teach you the Bai Hai Chao Sheng Ju that the master taught me?" Xiao Yun, of course, did not hesitate. Having something to learn was already a blessing. "Thank you, Senior Sister." Wenqing smiled and remarked, "In truth, this is the only technique you can learn, for I am not versed in any other." Her laughter illuminated her crescent-shaped eyes, charming and endearing, coupled with her gentle and graceful demeanor. Xiao Yun found himself increasingly fond of her. His affection extended to the small Zhu Peak, which was beginning to feel like home. The name Bai Hai Chao Sheng Ju alone suggests its formidable nature. "It is indeed an honor to learn such a profound skill," Xiao Yun expressed with a smile. "You certainly possess a way with words. Allow me to introduce you to the realms of cultivation," she said. "Please enlighten me, Senior Sister. In our cultivation world, we categorize the stages into 5 realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation, each composed of 9 levels. The Qi refinement realm allows one to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, fortifying the primordial spirit and cleansing the marrow, enhancing the physical form. Upon reaching perfection, one can step into the foundation establishment realm. When one attains the foundation establishment realm, the use of magical artifacts and spells becomes possible. To advance further, one must condense their spiritual energy into the Qi, Si, and Dantian, compressing it to solidify the true essence, which culminates in the formation of a golden core, thus entering the golden core realm. Upon reaching the golden core realm, one transcends the mortal coil, with a lifespan extending up to 500 years, and some may even live for 1,000. The subsequent stages are not necessary for you to know at this moment. I am currently at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, regarded as a proficient practitioner among the disciples of the Spirit Sword sect. A hint of pride graced Wenqing's expression as she spoke. "Senior Sister, you are truly impressive. May I inquire about your spiritual root and how long it took you to achieve the Golden Core realm?" Xiao Yun complimented her quietly. "I am unlike the average individual. I possess an exceptional eye spiritual root, a variant of the water spiritual root, and it took me 15 years to reach the Golden Core realm." "Remarkable, Senior Sister. To have reached the Golden Core realm in merely 15 years is truly commendable." Xiao Yun was unsure of how esteemed the Golden Core realm was within the Spirit Sword sect, but flattery seemed the wisest course. "Do you know the cultivation levels of our esteemed master and the heads of the various peaks?" "The heads of the peaks are likely at the nascent soul level, and it is said that our master is on the verge of attaining the divine transformation realm. The specifics of their cultivation remain a matter of speculation. No one truly knows." Xiao Yun nodded slowly, contemplating in silence. His senior sister, seemingly gentle and soft-spoken, was indeed a formidable practitioner, only one major realm below the peak heads. Truly a master. Was it possible that his mixed spiritual root would only allow him to cultivate to the third or fourth level of qi refinement? Such a thought filled him with reluctance. Senior Sister, I believe I now understand. Could you impart the Bai, Hai, Chao Sheng Ju to me? Very well. I shall teach you now. Chapter 6. It doesn't seem so difficult after all. The rank of one's spiritual root merely influences the speed at which one absorbs the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Even if you, my junior brother, possess a mixed spiritual root, you can still absorb the spiritual essence to cleanse your marrow through the process of qi refinement. Initially, I took half an hour to complete the first layer of qi introduction into the body. As a junior with a mixed spiritual root, you may not be as sensitive to the energies of the cosmos. However, do not lose heart. As long as you adhere to the incantation I've taught you, maintain your composure, and contemplate earnestly, you will undoubtedly discover the spiritual energies surrounding you. After imparting the incantation of the tide of the Azure Sea to Xiao Yun, when Qing patiently shared her insights beside him, Xiao Yun felt a surge of gratitude. What a wonderful senior sister she was. Such a gem of a mentor was rare to find. He resolved not to let her down. So what if he had a mixed spiritual root? It merely meant a slower absorption of spiritual energy. He set a small goal for himself, to achieve qi introduction within 10 days. If he failed, he would wash his senior sister's clothes for a month, including her undergarments. With his mind made up, Xiao Yun silently recited the incantation for qi introduction. After a few moments, he felt as if he were enveloped in a warm, gentle aura. This sensation was strikingly reminiscent of when he was carried aloft by the Xiantian treasure at the foot of the mountain. Could this be the spiritual essence of heaven and earth? It seemed not as daunting as his sister had claimed. Following the guidance of the tide of the Azure Sea, Xiao Yun gradually drew the enveloping spiritual energy into his body. In an instant, 36,000 pores within him opened simultaneously, allowing the ethereal essence to seep into his being. The first layer of qi introduction was achieved. With a bewildered expression, Xiao Yun opened his eyes and inquired, "Senior Sister, did I just successfully achieve qi introduction?" When Qing stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had just distinctly felt the spiritual energy surging into Xiao Yun's body. Wasn't he supposed to have a mixed spiritual root? How could he absorb the energy so swiftly? It had barely been the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. She herself had spent a full half hour on this task. Back then, her master had praised her as a prodigy in cultivation, and she had been immensely pleased. Now, it seemed she had been somewhat narrow-minded. Senior Sister, why do you seem so lost in thought? Did I manage to achieve qi introduction? When Qing snapped back to reality, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she replied, "Well, it could be considered so. This is my first time teaching someone about qi introduction, and I'm not entirely certain what constitutes success. Junior brother, try to see if you can continuously guide the energy into your body. If you can do that, then it's done." "Oh, I'll give it a try." Xiao Yun promptly closed his eyes and re-entered a meditative state. The tide of the Azure Sea began to circulate within him. His pores opened instantly, and the spiritual essence from the cosmos flowed steadily into his body. This time, it was even easier than before, and the speed of absorption noticeably quickened. Xiao Yun maintained this sensation for about 10 minutes before slowly opening his eyes. "Senior Sister, it seems I can sustain it." Wen Qing has now completely confirmed that Xiao Yun has indeed successfully begun to absorb spiritual energy into his body. Is it not said that for those with mixed spiritual roots, it typically takes at least half a year to achieve this? How can my junior brother be so remarkably swift? Although Wen Qing found it perplexing, she felt a surge of joy for Xiao Yun. "Junior brother, you are truly impressive, demonstrating such sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I noticed just now that your rate of absorbing this energy is quite rapid. At this pace, within a year, you will surely establish your foundation. I myself took an entire year to achieve this milestone. It's all thanks to your guidance, Senior Sister. Besides, how can I possibly compare to you? If I can successfully establish my foundation in 10 years, I would be utterly content." Xiao Yun spoke these humble words, yet internally, he was elated. From his senior sister's tone, It seemed his cultivation speed could rival that of a top-tier ice spiritual root. How exhilarating! I always knew I was not merely a mixed spiritual root. I possessed the extraordinary 5 elements divine root. After confirming Xiao Yun's ability to absorb spiritual energy, Wen Qing gently continued, "Junior brother, you have completed the first step of the qi refinement phase, absorbing spiritual energy into your body. The subsequent task is to guide this spiritual power to enhance your physical form. I have already imparted the techniques of the qi refinement stage of the Bai Hai Chao Sheng Ju to you. Cultivate diligently in this quiet chamber while I step out for a moment." "Where are you going, senior sister?" Xiao Yun inquired. "Junior brother, as you possess mixed spiritual roots, your physical form is not as pure as those with single spiritual roots. Enhancing your physique requires a substantial amount of spiritual power. I shall go to Qing Mu Peak to procure some foundation establishment pills for you. This will facilitate your cultivation," Wen Qing explained. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yun felt deeply touched. Unlike the elders from the 7 peaks, Wen Qing not only did not look down upon his mixed spiritual roots, but she also patiently taught him and even sought to procure elixirs for him. This warmth filled his heart. Were their genders reversed? Xiao Yun could only imagine that he would repay this kindness with his very being. "Senior sister, you are exceedingly kind to me. I truly do not know how to repay you," he said earnestly. "There are but the 2 of us disciples on Xiaozhu Peak. If I do not treat you well, who else shall I?" She reassured him. "Junior brother, do not overthink it. Focus on your cultivation. One day, when you stand out and bring glory to Xiaozhu Peak, earning respect for our master, that will be the greatest reward for me. Rest assured, senior sister, I will certainly strive to meet your expectations," Xiao Yun vowed, secretly resolving to not disappoint her faith in him. "Yes, junior brother, cultivate diligently. I shall return shortly." Once when Qing departed, Xiao Yun seized the moment, fueled by his fervor, to immerse himself in his cultivation. After leaving the quiet chamber, Wen Qing soared toward Qing Mu Peak on her bamboo sword. The 7 peaks of the Ling Jian sect consist of Long Shou Peak, Shun Jian Peak, Qing Mu Peak, Shuiyu Peak, Liang Peak, Wuchen Peak, and Xiaozhu Peak. Except for Long Shou Peak and Xiaozhu Peak, the other 5 peaks recruit disciples based on the 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The disciples of Qing Mu Peak are all of the wood's spiritual root, and they practice techniques that are aligned with this element. Consequently, many adept alchemists hail from Qing Mu Peak, and disciples from the various peaks come to purchase elixirs when needed. Wen Qing gracefully descended with her bamboo sword at the entrance of the Baidan Hall, situated on the verdant Qingmu Peak, renowned for its elixirs. Just as she secured her sword, a hearty laughter resonated through the air. "Ah, is that not our esteemed junior sister, Wen Qing? What brings you to our Baidan Hall on this fine day? Have you encountered a plateau in your cultivation that necessitates the aid of elixirs?" Following the sound, Wen Qing beheld the speaker, none other than Yang Xiuhao, the scion of the Qingmu Peak's foremost master. Yang Xiuhao was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of elegance as he approached her with a warm smile. Wen Qing returned the courtesy, replying, "Greetings, senior brother Yang. There is no need for such formality. Junior sister, your extraordinary talent renders the use of elixirs unnecessary in your cultivation. Your presence in our humble Baidan Hall today indeed brings us great honor." Chapter 7. Purchasing Foundation Establishment Pills. Senior brother, you jest. In terms of innate talent, how could I, as your junior sister, possibly compare to your exceptional wood spirit root? Yang Xiuhao spoke with utmost courtesy, and Wen Qing felt compelled to reciprocate his politeness. Yang Xiuhao chuckled heartily, his heart brimming with delight. Wen Qing was renowned within the Lingjian sect for her beauty, and he had long coveted her charm, yet had struggled to find an opportunity to approach her. Today, at Qingmu Peak, their paths finally crossed as she came to procure elixirs, presenting him with the perfect chance to showcase himself. "Junior sister, you're too modest. Who does not know that your exquisite ice spirit root is a rarity that appears only once in a millennium? Master Yin dotes on you, showering you with care and affection. It is said that Master Yin has ventured down the mountain personally in search of a suitable weapon for you, and has yet to return." He continued, in my estimation. The first place at the Seven Peaks Martial Conference in 6 months' time will undoubtedly be yours. At the mention of her master, Wen Qing's expression suddenly clouded with melancholy. Since entering the Golden Core realm, she had been wielding a bamboo sword crafted from the green rock bamboo abundant at Xiao Bamboo Peak. Although it sufficed for her daily training, it was inadequate for serious combat. Her master, Yin Qingwei, had embarked on a quest to procure a fitting weapon for her, promising to return in no less than 3 months and no more than 6. She was instructed to remain at Xiao Bamboo Peak and focus on her cultivation. Now, over 7 months had passed, and he had yet to return. Wen Qing was consumed with worry, unable to sleep, fearing that her master might encounter danger and fail to return. Each day, she would wait atop Xiao Bamboo Peak, sitting for hours on end, neglecting her training, her heart yearning for her master's return. As the days dragged on without a trace of him, her spirits waned, and she feared that if this continued for several more months, she might succumb to the demons of her heart. The arrival of Xiao Yun provided her with a distraction, alleviating her heavy heart somewhat. However, when Yang Shuhao broached the subject, her concerns for her master resurfaced. With a faint smile, Wen Qing replied, "Senior Brother Yang, your extraordinary talent and the endless supply of elixirs at your disposal ensure that you will surely triumph at the Seven Peaks Martial Conference. I have matters to attend to, so I shall excuse myself from further conversation." Wen Qing had no desire to prolong the discussion with Yang Shuhao. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she turned to head to the Baidan Hall to select elixirs for Xiao Yun. Yang Shuhao, unwilling to miss this opportunity to ingratiate himself, hastily followed her as she attempted to depart. "What elixirs do you require, junior sister? I will be delighted to offer you a few." Wen Qing graciously declined his kind offer, stating that she would procure the necessary elixirs with her own spirit stones. Noticing her refusal, Yang Shuhao's eyes sparkled with a clever idea. "Junior sister, that is quite uncharacteristic of you. Typically, we at Qingmu Peak use the green rock bamboo from Xiao Bamboo Peak as fuel for our alchemy, and you have never charged us spirit stones in return. If I were to accept your spirit stones now, would I still be considered a decent person?" Wen Qing pondered for a moment, finding some merit in his reasoning. In the Lingjian sect, each mountain peak possesses the resources that it produces, and should any peak require something, it must purchase it with spirit stones. However, the green rock bamboo of the Xiaozhu Peak is an exception, as it does not require such expenditure. Ordinarily, the bamboo would also necessitate the use of spirit stones, but its master, Yin Qingwei, is indifferent to such trivial matters. Moreover, there are no servant disciples to oversee it, which is why the green rock bamboo is freely available. Consequently, Xiaozhu Peak stands as the only peak devoid of any economic resources. Wen Qing's financial situation is also rather constrained. Reflecting on how Qingmu Peak harvests so much green rock bamboo from Xiaozhu Peak each day, easily trading it for a few foundation establishment pills, Wen Qing nodded and said, "Then I express my gratitude to you, Senior Brother Yang." Yang Shuhao smiled broadly, feeling quite pleased. If Wen Qing refused even her own gift, it would signify that he had no chance whatsoever. As long as Wen Qing accepted even a single pill, he would have a pretext to visit her at Xiaozhu Peak. Gradually, as their acquaintance deepened, their relationship would naturally blossom, would it not? Yang Shuhao warmly led Wen Qing into the Baidan Hall. "Sister, take whatever pills you need without hesitation. There is no need for courtesy. I have an abundance of pills here." Wen Qing was not a person who was insatiably greedy. Her master, Yin Qingwei, often taught her to avoid excessive avarice. There are no free lunches in this world. Often, the larger the pie, the greater the trap. Wen Qing kept her master's words firmly in mind. After selecting 10 foundation establishment pills, she said to Yang Shuhao, "Senior Brother Yang, I have chosen the pills. If there is no need for spirit stones, I shall return to Xiaozhu Peak now." Yang Shuhao furrowed his brow, staring at the foundation establishment pills in her hand. Rendered speechless for a moment. "What kind of choice is this? I told you to take whatever you wanted, and you selected 10 foundation establishment pills? Aren't you already at the Golden Core stage? Why do you still require such pills?" Although these 10 foundation establishment pills hold some value in spirit stones, Yang Xiuhao did not believe that such a small favor would be sufficient to earn Wen Qing's admiration. Contemplating this, he casually waved his hand, producing a porcelain vial. Sister, you may not be well-versed in pharmacology and thus unaware of the wondrous effects of pills. You have already attained the golden core cultivation, making foundation establishment pills of minimal benefit to you. I possess a vial of Xiao pills, which can assist you in solidifying your golden core and enhancing your primordial spirit, greatly aiding you in the future when you seek to condense your nascent soul. Xiao pills are not sold in the Baidan Hall. They were crafted personally by the chief elder of Qingmu Peak to bolster Yang Xiuhao's primordial spirit. The herbs used in the creation of Xiao pills are exceedingly rare, and the refining process is extremely challenging. Out of 10 batches, only one was successfully produced. This exemplifies the rarity of Xiao pills. In his effort to make a favorable impression on Wen Qing, Yang Xiuhao was willing to invest significantly. Wen Qing understood the preciousness of Xiao pills. Few pills could enhance the primordial spirit, yet she remained unmoved. She simply smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother, but you may have misunderstood. I did not come to select pills for myself, but rather for the new disciples of our Xiaozhu Peak." The new disciples of Xiaozhu Peak? You mean that one with the mixed spirit roots? Yang Xiuhao gazed at Wen Qing in astonishment. His father, the esteemed leader of Qingmu Peak, was naturally aware of the presence of a mixed spiritual root joining Xiaozhu Peak. Upon returning from the trial hall, he was exceedingly vexed. While other peaks were fortunate enough to receive disciples with exceptional spiritual roots, they, at Qingmu Peak, could only gather 3 with mediocre roots. What was most infuriating was that a mixed spiritual root dared to seek admission to their esteemed Qingmu Peak, causing him to lose face before the leaders of other peaks. After expressing his fury, the leader of Qingmu Peak specifically instructed Yang Xiuhao to ensure that they secured victory at the upcoming 7 Peaks Martial Assembly in 6 months. To vindicate his honor, at the time, Yang Xiuhao paid little heed to these words. However, upon hearing Wen Qing mention that the Foundation Establishment pill was purchased for that mixed spiritual root, he recalled the incident. With a puzzled expression, Yang Xiuhao turned to Wen Qing and asked, "Junior Sister Wen, what merit does a mixed spiritual root, who is even inferior to a mere servant disciple, possess that warrants your personal effort in procuring a Foundation Establishment pill for him?" Chapter 8. Raising the price. Wen Qing exhibited no bias against Xiao Yun due to his mixed spiritual roots. Instead, she offered a defense on his behalf. Although my junior brother possesses mixed spiritual roots, he is remarkably sensitive to spiritual energy. With the assistance of a Foundation Establishment pill, he will undoubtedly succeed in establishing his foundation. And what of it? Came the retort. No matter how attuned he is to spiritual energy, he remains a mixed root. Even if he exerts tenfold the effort of others, he can only achieve the 4th level of qi refinement. Listen to my advice. Junior sister, giving a Foundation Establishment pill to a disciple with mixed roots is akin to feeding it to a dog. A dog with slightly better aptitude might well establish its foundation after consuming such pills. Bestowing them upon a disciple with mixed roots is nothing short of wasteful. Yang Xiuhao's words were harsh, and Wen Qing immediately felt a surge of displeasure. What did he mean by suggesting that giving a Foundation Establishment pill to a disciple with mixed roots was better suited for a dog? Was he implying that Xiao Yun was inferior even to a dog? Even the usually gentle Wen Qing could not suppress her frown at this moment. "Brother Yang," she asserted, "Xiao Yun is a disciple of our little bamboo peak. Your insulting remarks are an affront to us. Should our master hear of this, even Elder Yang would find it difficult to protect you." Upon hearing Wen Qing invoke her master, Yin Qingwei, Yang Xiuhao immediately faltered. Yin Qingwei was renowned within the Lingjian sect for her fierce protection of her own, and she would not tolerate any disrespect towards Little Bamboo Peak. Once, a direct disciple from Longzhou Peak had made a disparaging remark about Little Bamboo Peak, suggesting that it would be more beneficial for them to be absorbed into Longzhou Peak given their meager territory. Somehow, this comment reached Yin Qinghui's ears. In front of the sect leader, she had publicly broken the disciple's legs and rendered him incapable of cultivation for over 6 months. Even the sect leader could not intervene. Since then, no one dared to speak ill of Little Bamboo Peak. Yang Shuhao realized that his recent comments had indeed crossed a line. If Yin Qingwei were to learn of them, his fate would likely mirror that of the Longzhou disciple. Regardless of his father's position as the head of Qingmu Peak, Yin Qingwei had no qualms about disregarding even the sect leader's authority. Yang Shuhao quickly donned a conciliatory smile. Junior Sister Wenqing, please do not take offense. I merely made a comparison and did not intend any disrespect towards Little Bamboo Peak. You want to tell Aunt Yin about this, will you? Wenqing, possessing a gentle disposition and not one to stir trouble, responded only after noticing Yang Shuhao's change in demeanor. I hope Brother Yang will be more mindful of his words in the future. I will consider your previous remarks as unintentional. However, should I hear anything similar again, I will certainly report it to our master upon her return. Yang Shuhao's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he nodded vigorously. You are correct, Junior Sister. I shall remember your words. Thus, Wenqing chose not to disturb Yang Shuhao further. She offered him a courteous bow before turning to leave the Baidan Hall. Wait, Yang Shuhao suddenly called after her from behind. Wenqing turned back to him and inquired, does Brother Yang have any further guidance? Yang Shuhao is not a magnanimous individual. Recently provoked by Wenqing's words, he felt a loss of face. Despite harboring affections for Wenqing, he could not tolerate her leveraging Yin Qingwei against him. As the son of the head of Qingmu Peak, he was accustomed to being indulged and flattered by the disciples there. Now, not only was Wenqing refusing to grant him any respect, but she was also disregarding his goodwill, causing Yang Shuhao's true nature to emerge. Wenqing, although this foundation establishment pill is not an extraordinary elixir, it is a product of the diligent efforts of our Qingmu Peak disciples. Not only did it require various rare medicinal materials, but it also embodies the hard work of our brethren. The disciples of Qingmu Peak rely on these pills to sell for spirit stones. Do you intend to leave after taking 10 foundation establishment pills without any compensation? What do you mean? Wenqing furrowed her brow and inquired. Business is business. You take, I sell. Since you have taken 10 foundation establishment pills, it is only reasonable that you pay with spirit stones, Yang Shuhao replied with a mocking smile. Wenqing frowned and responded. Did you not just say that the disciples of Qingmu Peak need our green rock bamboo from Xiaozhufeng Peak as fuel to refine these pills? These pills are meant to offset the cost of acquiring our green rock bamboo. Yang Shuhao scoffed. What nonsense! Xiaozhufeng Peak never charges spirit stones for its green rock bamboo. Why should Qingmu Peak demand spirit stones for it? Do you hold our Qingmu Peak in such disdain? Upon hearing this, Wenqing finally grasped Yang Shuhao's intent. He was retaliating against her for invoking their master's authority over him. He had just claimed to give her the pills freely, only to turn around and demand spirit stones. At this moment, Wenqing fully understood Yang Shuhao's character. Her master was indeed right. There are no free lunches in this world. Very well, if that is the case, I shall pay with spirit stones. How many spirit stones are required for these 10 foundation establishment pills? Wenqing was disinclined to quibble with Yang Shuhao. She had always intended to purchase them with spirit stones. It was he who had initially offered them freely, and now that he withdrew that offer, she would simply buy them. 100 spirit stones per pill. You took 10, totaling 1,000 spirit stones, Yang Shuhao stated nonchalantly. 100 spirit stones each? Surely. You jest, Yang Shixiong. Although I do not use pills, I am aware that foundation establishment pills generally cost around 50 spirit stones each, Wenqing countered. Yang Shuhao sneered. That was the previous price. Recently, we at Qingmu Peak discovered that due to the low pricing of foundation establishment pills, some disciples purchase them without appreciating their value, wasting them recklessly. To rectify this situation and cultivate a sense of frugality among everyone, the price is now set at 100 spirit stones per pill. Upon hearing this, Wenqing understood that Yang Shuhao was deliberately targeting her. However, she found herself powerless. If she chose not to purchase them out of spite, her junior would be deprived of the foundation establishment pills. The entire Lingjian sect only had Qingmu Peak capable of refining these pills, if she desired them. She had no choice but to buy from here. Thinking of Xiao Yun, who possessed a mixed spirit root, she realized that without the foundation establishment pills, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to establish his foundation. For Xiao Yun's sake, Wenqing swallowed her indignation. Upon inspecting her treasure bag, she discovered over 500 spirit stones, a result of her recent abstention from cultivation. Wenqing placed 500 spirit stones on the counter and declared, "I shall purchase 5 foundation establishment pills." After returning the 5 pills she held back onto the counter, she departed the Baidan Hall without a backward glance. Observing Wenqing's indignant retreat, Yang Shuhao let out a derisive laugh, stating, "Humph," with a mixed spirit root. Even consuming 100 foundation establishment pills would not allow her to establish a foundation. At that moment, a cheerful disciple in charge of the Baidan Hall approached, saying, "Senior brother, if you continue to bully junior sister Wenqing in this manner, she may never acknowledge you again." Yang Shuhao cast a disdainful glance at the disciple, retorting, "You know nothing. A woman should not be indulged. The more you pamper her, the more she perceives you as contemptible. If gentleness does not work, I have ways to make her mine." Senior brother speaks wisely. Once you triumph at the 7 Peaks martial competition, not only will junior sister Wenqing be at your disposal, but any female disciple of the Lingjian sect shall also be yours to choose from. Ha! Such words are music to my ears, Yang Shuhao exclaimed with triumphant laughter. Chapter 9. Breakthrough in cultivation. Wenqing soared through the air on her bamboo sword, heading towards the small bamboo peak. Typically gentle, she was now seething with anger. As she hovered above the small bamboo peak, she observed the disciples below, laboring to cut down the green rock bamboo. This sight only intensified her fury. Starting tomorrow, disciples from Qingmu Peak will be permitted to come to the small bamboo peak to harvest green rock bamboo for spirit stones. 1 spirit stone per stalk. Otherwise, no cutting would be allowed. Fuming, Wenqing returned to the training room at the small bamboo peak. Upon entering, she found Xiao Yun diligently immersed in his cultivation. Seeing his earnest dedication, she hesitated to interrupt him. After all, the foundation-building pills had already been procured. They could be consumed at any time. Calming her emotions, she quietly sat beside him, watching Xiao Yun practice while guarding him. Though the techniques of the Qi refinement stage posed little risk, Wenqing could not shake her concern. She feared that Xiao Yun might inadvertently misalign his energy and injure himself. In the serene room, she silently protected him. As she observed Xiao Yun, she suddenly realized that her junior brother was rather handsome. Having been brought to the small bamboo peak by her master since childhood, her interactions with outsiders had been rare. Situations like sharing a room with a man were even more uncommon. Wenqing was utterly naive regarding matters between men and women. After gazing at Xiao Yun for a prolonged period, she felt her cheeks inexplicably warm. Quickly collecting her thoughts, she pondered what was happening to her. Could it be that her lack of practice had caused some imbalance in her cultivation? As she refocused her mind, the peculiar sensation dissipated instantly. Assuming it was merely a result of her lax practice, she promptly settled into a meditative posture to cultivate. To her astonishment, once she began her practice, she was met with an even greater surprise. The training room, enhanced by her master's formation, was designed to channel the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for cultivation. Upon entering a meditative state, she discovered that an unceasing flow of spiritual energy was pouring into Xiao Yun's body. Even when she attempted to draw the energy herself, she could not compete with Xiao Yun's absorption. This was an unprecedented experience for Wenqing. During her usual sessions with her master, she had never encountered a shortage of spiritual energy. At this moment, it seemed as if all the energy in the surroundings was being claimed by Xiao Yun, leaving her utterly alarmed. Believing that something might have gone awry with Xiao Yun's cultivation, she urgently roused him. "Junior brother, wake up. Are you all right?" She shook his shoulders insistently. Xiao Yun suddenly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Wenqing's worried expression. "What is it, senior sister?" he asked, puzzled. Seeing him awake, Wenqing let out a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're awake. You scared me. How do you feel? Are you unwell?" Xiao Yun, confused by her concern, stretched his limbs and felt unprecedented vitality coursing through him. "Not at all. I feel absolutely invigorated, full of energy." Wenqing finally relaxed. "As long as you're fine, it seems I was just overthinking. What has transpired?" Unable to contain his curiosity at Wen Qing's anxious expression, Xiao Yun inquired, I just returned from Qingmu Peak and noticed you diligently cultivating, so I refrained from disturbing you. Later, as I prepared to meditate myself, I discovered that the entire energy of the quiet room was surging into your body. Given the immense amount of spiritual energy flooding into you, I feared your body might not withstand it, which is why I roused you. Now that I see you are unharmed, I can finally breathe easy. After listening to Wen Qing's explanation, Xiao Yun began to comprehend the situation. During his cultivation, he had felt no discomfort. Rather, he experienced a profound sense of ease. He had been entirely oblivious to the external spiritual energy anomaly. Sister, is this not how you experience cultivation? Wen Qing nodded, certainly not. I possess a supreme ice spiritual root, and while my absorption of spiritual energy is already swift, it pales in comparison to the rate at which you just absorbed it, like a trickle versus the vast ocean. Xiao Yun's heart swelled with joy. It seemed he was indeed not a mixed spiritual root. I always believed that as a transmigrator, lacking a system, meant I could not possibly be a worthless mixed spiritual root. Fear not, sister. I feel unprecedentedly well. I even feel capable of striking down a bull with a single punch. Do you truly feel that way? Wen Qing asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, Xiao Yun replied, throwing 2 punches into the air. He had trained in mortal martial arts for 6 months, and these punches were executed with impressive form, producing a whooshing sound. Startled by his own strength, he wondered, is this the power of a punch? His master had once mentioned that upon reaching the pinnacle of mortal martial arts, one could unleash a punch so forceful it could extinguish a candle from 5 meters away. He had only practiced the Bai Hai Chao Sheng Ju for a mere half-day and had already reached the peak of mortal cultivation. Indeed, mortal martial arts could not be compared to cultivation techniques. Wen Qing was even more astonished. Observing Xiao Yun's punches, it appeared he had already surpassed the second layer of the qi refinement stage. This is impossible. How can one cultivate so rapidly in less than half a day? It took me 10 days to break through to the second layer of qi refinement. To validate her thoughts, Wen Qing said to Xiao Yun, Junior brother, I see your punching strength is formidable. Strike me once so I may discern your current realm. This might not be appropriate, Xiao Yun hesitated, gazing at his sister, whose slender form resembled a delicate willow swaying in the wind. How could he bring himself to strike her? Besides, where would he even hit? Do not fret, Junior brother. I am at the 5th layer of the golden core stage. You may strike without concern, Wen Qing assured him nonchalantly. This is not merely a matter of cultivation levels. Sister, you have treated me so well. How could I bring myself to harm you? If we must test your theory, let's find something else. Xiao Yun chuckled. Wen Qing, pleasantly surprised by her junior's respect, felt a warm glow in her heart. With a smile, she remarked, Your respect for me, as your elder sister, clearly shows your good character. My efforts have not been in vain, and those 500 spirit stones were well spent. You make a valid point. Let's venture outside and test it. What do you mean by 500 spirit stones? Xiao Yun inquired hastily. The foundation establishment pills that my senior sister purchased for you cost 500 spirit stones. You must not disappoint my expectations. You must succeed in your foundation establishment to vindicate my senior sister. Vindicate? What do you mean by that? I do not quite understand. Xiao Yun expressed his confusion further. Wen Qing, not wishing to transfer her gloomy mood to Xiao Yun, waved her hand and said, It's nothing. You needn't ask too many questions. As long as you succeed in your foundation establishment, that will suffice to vindicate me. Just wait and see who will still look down upon our little bamboo peak. Wen Qing was reluctant to elaborate, and Xiao Yun felt it inappropriate to press for more. He then declared, Senior sister, rest assured, I am brimming with confidence. Establishing my foundation will be no issue at all. Indeed, I believe in you. Now, let us first ascertain your current level. Wen Qing said as she took Xiao Yun's hand and led him outside the quiet chamber. As Xiao Yun felt the delicate, gentle grip of Wen Qing's slender hand, a rush of excitement surged through him, and his heart raced as he was unknowingly drawn outside the tranquil room. Chapter 10. I haven't exerted my full strength yet when Qing led Xiao Yun to a pile of rocks on the back mountain. Junior brother, Our Xiao bamboo peak lacks the spirit stone to test the qi refining stage, but we have alternative methods. She explained. The qi refining stage involves drawing qi into the body to enhance one's physical strength, which can be demonstrated by the intensity of one's flesh. Generally speaking, a disciple at the 5th level of qi refining possesses a strength of around 1,000 pounds. That large stone over there, I estimate, weighs over 300 pounds. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can lift it? If you can, it indicates you've entered the 2nd level of qi refining. Xiao Yun nodded. I see, let me get a shot. For Xiao Yun, in his previous life, 300 pounds was an astronomical figure. Lifting even 100 pounds would have been impossible. However, since arriving in this world, he had trained in martial arts for half a year, significantly enhancing his strength. Although he had yet to test how much weight he could lift, he felt confident that he could manage 300 pounds. Approaching the massive stone, he performed a few chest expansions and rotated his neck, preparing to lift the stone. The boulder stood nearly half his height, and he could just manage to wrap his arms around it. With the preparatory movements complete, he grasped the stone firmly and, gritting his teeth, exerted his strength. In an instant, the boulder was lifted. However, the force was too much. He stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. Wen Qing gasped, fearing that Xiao Yun could not withstand the weight and would be crushed beneath it. She rushed forward to assist him. Just then, Xiao Yun steadied himself, holding the stone aloft as he chuckled. Sister, this stone is surprisingly light. Is it really 300 pounds? I nearly toppled over from the effort. Relieved but astonished by Xiao Yun's feat, Wen Qing was left speechless. What's going on? Is this stone perhaps hollow? How could junior brother lift it so effortlessly? Let me try. With that, she stepped forward and took the boulder from Xiao Yun's hands. To her, the half-height stone felt as light as a toy. She playfully tossed it in her palm, much like one would with a glass marble. It doesn't feel light at all. It must weigh 300 pounds, she mused, casually tossing the boulder away. Frowning slightly, she inquired, Junior brother, have you practiced any mundane martial arts before? Xiao Yun stared wide-eyed as she effortlessly tossed the massive stone. His astonishment was beyond measure. The scene felt utterly surreal. Was this the power of a golden core cultivator? While he could lift the stone, he could never do so with the ease that Wen Qing displayed. Wen Qing had always presented herself as a delicate and gentle lady. Although he was aware of her golden core cultivation, he had not perceived her as a formidable master. Now, with her inadvertent display of strength, she completely shattered the image he held of her. It seemed he would have to tread carefully in this realm of cultivation. Even this seemingly harmless and gentle senior sister could easily extinguish him with a single strike. Upon hearing Wen Qing's inquiry, Xiao Yun hastily replied, Did my senior sister discern that? Before I joined the Lingjian sect, I had practiced a bit of martial arts. Wen Qing's eyes brightened with understanding. It all made sense now. No wonder her junior could effortlessly lift a 300-pound boulder. If he had indeed studied mundane martial arts, it would not be surprising that, after channeling qi into his body and strengthening his physique, he had reached the 2nd stage of qi refinement. Congratulations, junior brother. You have now attained the 2nd level of qi refinement. When I reached that stage, it took me over 10 days, she remarked. This demonstrated that even with a mixed spiritual root, he could cultivate and perhaps even progress more swiftly than so-called geniuses. You must not belittle yourself. You must strive even harder from now on. I do not possess a mixed spiritual root, but rather an unparalleled 5-element divine root. Xiao Yun chuckled. You speak wisely. Senior sister, I shall certainly devote myself to cultivation and live up to your expectations. Senior sister, I found lifting that boulder quite effortless. May I attempt something else? Wen Qing's expression hardened as she mimicked her master's admonitions. Junior brother, cultivation requires a gradual approach, free from arrogance and impatience. You have only practiced for a short while, and to achieve the 2nd level of qi refinement at this stage is already commendable. Do you truly believe that after merely half a day of training, you can step into the 3rd level of qi refinement? It took me a full month to reach that stage. I'm not boasting about my speed. Rather, I wish to convey that there are no shortcuts in cultivation. One must be grounded and proceed step by step. Can you understand my earnest concern? Observing Wen Qing's seemingly soft features juxtaposed with her solemn demeanor, Xiao Yun struggled to suppress a smile. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied earnestly, "You are correct, Senior Sister. I was thinking too much. If it took you a month to reach the 3rd level, how could I possibly compare? Let's return." Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Wenqing suddenly questioned whether her previous statements had been too harsh, potentially undermining his confidence. She intended to comfort him, but did not want to tarnish the carefully crafted image of a senior sister. With a serious expression, she feigned profundity, saying, "Very well. We shall return as such. You may feel unconvinced. Since you wish to try, I will allow it. Once you encounter difficulties, you will recognize that I am acting in your best interest. I noticed you stumbled slightly while lifting that 300-pound stone. This time, I will stand by you to ensure your safety. Should you struggle, I can intervene to prevent any injury." "Thank you, Senior Sister," Xiao Yun replied cheerfully, increasingly finding her amusing. "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty as your senior sister," Wenqing stated, pointing toward a towering boulder over 2 meters high. "Try that one. It should weigh over 600 pounds. If you can lift it, you will possess the strength of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Remember, if you cannot lift it, do not force yourself. Be cautious not to injure your body." Xiao Yun smiled and replied, "I appreciate your concern, Senior Sister. I shall act within my limits." As he spoke, Xiao Yun approached the massive boulder. Wenqing, concerned for Xiao Yun's safety, followed closely behind. Drawing from his previous experience, Xiao Yun refrained from exerting all his strength at once. Embracing the boulder, he exerted a slight force with his arms, and the stone began to lift gradually from the ground. A frown creased Xiao Yun's brow. Why did it still feel so effortless? Could it be that after only a brief period of cultivation, he had effortlessly reached the 4th level of Qi refinement? That seemed implausible. His senior sister, with her exceptional ice spiritual root, had taken an entire month to reach the 3rd level. Slowly, Xiao Yun raised the boulder higher. Beside him, Wenqing watched with bated breath, ready to assist at any moment, fearing that Xiao Yun would falter and be crushed by the stone. As he lifted the boulder above his head, Wenqing hurriedly urged, "Junior brother, quickly set it down. You might injure yourself." With a cheerful smile, Xiao Yun reassured her, "Sister, there's no need to worry. I haven't even exerted my full strength yet." Chapter 11. I could still do squats. Wenqing could hardly believe that Xiao Yun could lift that immense boulder. However, when she witnessed him actually raising it, she was taken aback. She presumed that Xiao Yun must have acquired some unique martial arts skills in the past, relying on the consumption of his own vitality to forcibly augment his physical strength to accomplish such a feat. Wenqing had heard of such martial arts before. She thought that Xiao Yun was merely trying to show off in front of her, hoping to prove that his mixed spiritual roots were not something to be looked down upon. Urgently, she called out to Xiao Yun, urging him to drop the boulder. Deep down, she regretted her earlier display of authority as a senior sister. It was her own words that had ignited his competitive spirit. After all, he was already burdened with mixed spiritual roots. If he were to injure himself, it would only complicate his future foundation establishment. "Junior brother, please put down the boulder. Do not harm yourself," Wenqing reminded him anxiously. "Senior sister, I'm fine. I'm not even using my full strength. Look, I can still do squats," Xiao Yun declared, holding the stone aloft and performing 3 squats with a cheerful grin. "What do you think, senior sister? Did you see that?" Wenqing's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. How could her junior brother be so stubbornly competitive? Did he truly believe that burning his vitality was necessary to prove that his mixed spiritual roots were superior to those of single root? Such disregard for his own well-being would only jeopardize his future foundation establishment. At that moment, she disregarded the potential consequences of her actions and decided she could not simply stand by and watch him harm himself in a futile attempt to assert his strength. With determination, she pointed her fingers like a sword and employed her telekinetic abilities to control the boulder hovering above Xiao Yun's head. The stone abruptly flew away from him and landed safely at a distance. What has happened? How did the boulder move on its own?" "Senior sister, was that you?" Xiao Yun asked, astonished as he turned to Wenqing. However, Wenqing, her face still darkened with displeasure, approached him without hesitation and began to reprimand him. "Junior brother, Do you understand the serious repercussions of forcibly burning your vitality to lift that stone, merely to showcase your temporary strength? Although you possess mixed spiritual roots, with diligent practice and some foundation establishment pills from me, there is still hope for you. But here you are, recklessly exhausting your body for such a meaningless endeavor as a means to prove your superiority. What does it matter if you can lift 600 pounds? If your bodily essence is destroyed, you will never have hope of foundation establishment in this lifetime. Junior brother, you have truly disappointed me. Wen Qing was inherently a gentle soul, seldom resorting to such stern words. Her admonishments stemmed from a place of deep care and concern. As fellow disciples of Xiaozhufeng, she did not wish for Xiao Yun to be looked down upon by others. Furthermore, her master, Yan Qingwei, was known for her fierce spirit and despised any disrespect towards their sect. If Xiao Yun, as a disciple of Xiaozhufeng, failed to achieve foundation establishment, it would not only be a loss for him, but also a source of embarrassment for her esteemed master, Yan Qingwei. For these reasons, Wen Qing could not help but reprimand Xiao Yun. Taken aback by this sudden scolding, Xiao Yun was utterly bewildered. What was his senior sister talking about? Burning vital energy? Showing off? He hadn't even exerted himself, had he? Moreover, why did his senior sister look so endearing when she was angry? With a cheerful smile, Xiao Yun said, "Senior sister, what are you saying? I don't understand at all. How long are you going to keep up this act? Hurry and take this foundation establishment pill. Otherwise, you might suffer from lingering effects for the rest of your life." Wen Qing quickly retrieved a foundation establishment pill, presenting one to Xiao Yun. He took the pill and examined it closely. It was a small golden capsule, and even from a distance, a faint medicinal aroma wafted through the air. Not in a rush to consume it, Xiao Yun held the pill in his hand, grinning as he said, "Senior sister, I think you've misunderstood. That stone was really quite easy to lift. If you don't believe me, just look at me. I'm perfectly fine." With that, he spun around to demonstrate his well-being. At this moment, Wen Qing felt a flicker of doubt. Logically, burning vital energy should manifest in some outward symptoms, such as a racing heartbeat, flushed skin, or rapid breathing. Why did Xiao Yun show no signs whatsoever? Could it be that he truly lifted that massive stone with his own strength? Impossible. Even their esteemed master, with perfect spirit roots, could not cultivate as swiftly as Xiao Yun. She immediately stepped forward, grasping Xiao Yun's wrist. In a gentle wave of water, spiritual energy flowed into his body. His vital energy was steady. Was he really unscathed? As Xiao Yun felt the soft touch on his wrist, his heart raced uncontrollably. Observing Wen Qing's puzzled expression, he could not help but chuckle. "Senior sister, surely you believe me now that I wasn't showing off?" Wen Qing's cheeks flushed. Reflecting on her earlier words, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Well, I must have misunderstood. I didn't expect your cultivation speed to be so remarkable." Her face reddened, her gaze flitting about, as she found herself too embarrassed to look Xiao Yun in the eye. Xiao Yun, amused by her flustered demeanor, thought to himself how thin-skinned his senior sister was. He realized that he should refrain from saying anything further that might embarrass her. Otherwise, she might never want to face him again. So, he pretended as if nothing had happened, speaking earnestly. "Senior sister, I believe I have not yet reached my limit. Might we try something heavier?" Wen Qing looked up at Xiao Yun, astonished, and asked, "Are you serious? Do you doubt me, senior sister?" Xiao Yun smiled. Her face flushed again as she hurriedly replied, "Of course, I believe in you, junior brother. However, there are no heavier stones here. We would need a spirit measuring stone for further testing, and we lack one at Xiaozhufeng. Where can we find one?" Xiao Yun inquired. Based on his previous experience lifting that 600-pound stone, he estimated that his strength must now exceed 3 times that, at least 1,800 pounds. He was eager to discover just how strong he had become. All other peaks are available, but the day is drawing to a close. Perhaps you should rest for the night, and I shall guide you tomorrow. "I am grateful to you, senior sister," replied Xiao Yun with a smile. "There is no need for such formality, junior brother. Now that you have reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, you can begin to learn some martial techniques. Tomorrow, I will take you to the scripture pavilion to select some texts. There, we also have spirit testing stones that can accurately assess your current level. That sounds wonderful. I shall defer to your arrangements, Senior Sister. Indeed. At this moment, Wenqing had already emerged from her earlier embarrassment and smiled as she spoke to Xiao Yun. Junior brother, your cultivation is still in its infancy, and you are unable to practice fasting yet. What would you like for dinner? I shall prepare it for you. Xiao Yun quickly replied, How could I trouble you? Senior Sister, whatever you wish to eat, I shall gladly prepare it. To be frank, my culinary skills are quite exceptional. Chapter 12. The gluttonous little wildcat for dinner. Xiao Yun prepared a splendid feast of 4 dishes and a soup. Steamed spiritual fish, spicy shredded chicken, vinegar-soaked fairy mushrooms, braised pork ribs, and a snow pear and white fungus soup. While these dishes were not particularly difficult to prepare, Xiao Yun's culinary skills rivaled those of a state banquet chef. He was quite discerning when it came to food. Prior to his journey through time, he had grown weary of the taste of takeout, leading him to prepare his own meals for each dining occasion. Consequently, he honed his culinary expertise. This dinner also featured a small incident. Wenqing, who had reached the golden core stage, was capable of abstaining from food. However, having spent years secluded on the mountain with her master, their limited entertainment rendered meals her greatest pleasure. Amidst her rigorous training, the happiest moments were those spent at the dining table, which fostered her little gluttonous habit. Even after attaining the golden core stage, this proclivity had not dissipated. Unfortunately, while Yin Qingwei possessed exceptional cultivation, her culinary skills left much to be desired. To this day, Wenqing had yet to savor any truly delectable dishes. Wenqing's favorite dish was steamed spiritual fish, as it required no elaborate seasonings and was delicious when simply cooked. When she saw Xiao Yun sprinkling packets of powder over the fish, her heart ached. Such a fine fish would surely be diminished by toppings. Nevertheless, out of respect for Xiao Yun, she refrained from interrupting his cooking. She thought to herself, never mind. It's not easy for my junior to prepare a meal, so I shall not be overly critical. Just having fish to eat is wonderful. However, when Xiao Yun finished preparing the fish and presented it, the aroma wafted into Wenqing's nostrils, nearly breaking her composure as a senior sister. She was on the verge of devouring it right then and there. Fortunately, her exceptional willpower held her back. Sitting upright on her stool, she fixed her gaze intently on the plate of steamed spiritual fish, drool flowing like a river from her mouth. Junior brother, there is no need to continue cooking. Why not eat the fish first? It will lose its flavor if it cools down, Wenqing said, swallowing hard as she addressed Xiao Yun, who was busy preparing the second dish. Xiao Yun smiled and replied, I'll be finished shortly. If you're hungry, sister, feel free to start without me. That cannot be. You've worked so hard to cook. I cannot start eating before you sit at the table. Wenqing insisted, straining to turn her head away, unwilling to look at the plate of fish, afraid that she might succumb to temptation. Yet, while she could avert her gaze, she could not escape the tantalizing aroma. The fish was simply too fragrant, more enticing than any she had ever encountered. Junior brother, I shall return to my room for a moment, Wenqing announced as she prepared to leave. Xiao Yun, thinking she was merely bored sitting there, responded, All right, sister. I will call you once I'm finished. Unperturbed, he continued cooking. When he finally brought the braised pork ribs to the table, he noticed with puzzlement that the plate of steamed spiritual fish had vanished. Not only was the fish gone, but the plate itself had disappeared. Just as Xiao Yun was contemplating this mystery, Wenqing entered the room, carrying the very plate that once held the steamed spiritual fish. Alas, the plate was empty. Xiao Yun looked at Wenqing with a hint of confusion. Wenqing's gaze flickered uncertainly, and with a hint of awkwardness, she said, There's a little wild cat on the mountain, and I felt quite sorry for it. It seems to have gone a long time without food, so I took the liberty of giving it your fish. You won't hold it against me, will you? Observing the grease still clinging to the corners of Wenqing's mouth, Xiao Yun refrained from exposing her. With a gentle smile, he replied, I hadn't anticipated that my senior sister was such a compassionate person. It's perfectly fine. The two of us can manage with 3 dishes and a soup. Senior sister, do try my braised ribs. As he said this, Xiao Yun placed the dish of braised ribs on the table. Wenqing inhaled deeply, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight as they fixated on the ribs. Um, Xiao Yun, may I have a taste first? Wen Qing stammered, failing to articulate her intent to wait for Xiao Yun to join her. Amused by her eager demeanor, Xiao Yun chuckled, of course, senior sister. Please, don't hesitate. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat without waiting for me. That won't do. We must eat together. I'll just have a small piece, Wen Qing firmly refused. Xiao Yun smiled and said nothing further, turning to prepare another dish. Once the sweet and sour mushrooms were completed, he turned around only to find that his senior sister had vanished, along with a plate of braised ribs. As Xiao Yun pondered this puzzling disappearance, Wen Qing returned, holding an empty plate. Xiao Yun, I didn't expect that little cat to have companion. It brought a friend along. I thought it wouldn't be fair to treat one and not the other, so I gave the ribs to them. You won't be upset with me, will you? With her head lowered and cheeks flushed, her words lacked conviction. Noticing the remnants of rib sauce at the corner of her mouth, Xiao Yun could hardly voice any objections. He chose to forgive her with a soft smile, saying, being kind-hearted is a virtue. How could I possibly be upset with my senior sister? I merely worry that you might spoil those little cats, and they may come to steal our food at Xiaozhufeng. That won't happen. I trust they wouldn't do such a thing. Xiao Yun waved the gleaming kitchen knife in his hand with a grin. It's best if they don't come. If I catch them, I'll ensure they won't return, and we can treat you to cat meat rice bowls instead. Thank you, Xiao Yun, for your kind intentions. Wen Qing replied awkwardly, casting a furtive glance at him. How strange. Why does he smile so oddly? He wouldn't have discovered that I secretly devoured the steamed spirit fish and braised ribs. Would he? If that were the case, my reputation as a senior sister would be utterly tarnished. Senior sister, do try this dish. Xiao Yun began to approach with the freshly prepared sweet and sour mushrooms. However, before he could finish, Wen Qing swiftly turned, covering her nose, and interrupted. You've worked hard, Xiao Yun. I'm going to chase away the little wild cats on the mountain. If you're done, please call for me in my room. Without waiting for his response, she vanished in the blink of an eye. Outside, Wen Qing gasped for breath, her heart racing with anxiety. Thankfully, I didn't catch a whiff of the food. Otherwise, I would have lost control and continued to indulge. If I finished all the food, Xiao Yun would have nothing left to eat. Wen Qing, you must exercise patience. Return to your chamber and practice. Once back in her room, Wen Qing immediately settled down to meditate, striving to banish thoughts of the earlier incident. However, after a prolonged period of sitting, she found it impossible to quiet her mind. Her thoughts consumed with what delightful dishes Xiao Yun might prepare next, and how exquisite their flavors would be. After a while, she could no longer contain herself and began to pace restlessly within her room. It had been quite some time. Why had her junior brother not come to summon her? Surely he had not forgotten her? Would it be inappropriate for her to seek him out if he did not come? Just as when Qing felt as though she had wandered the confines of her room for an eternity, there came a knock at the door. Sister, are you inside? The meal is ready. We can dine now. Wen Qing instantly leaped on her bed, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in a meditative pose, and replied serenely, the door is unlocked. Please enter, junior brother. Xiao Yun pushed the door open and beheld Wen Qing in her meditative state. With a smile, he said, Sister, dinner is prepared. We can eat now. There's no rush. I shall join you once I complete this cycle of meditation, Wen Qing replied calmly. Since you are still engaged in your practice, I shall return the food to the pot to prevent it from getting cold and unpalatable, Xiao Yun said as he prepared to leave. Wen Qing promptly opened her eyes and declared, There is no need. I have completed my meditation. Let's go eat. Chapter 13. What is martial technique on this occasion? Wen Qing savored her meal with extraordinary delight. She was pleasantly surprised that her junior disciple had prepared both steamed spirit fish and braised pork ribs. It seemed he had not discovered her secret indulgence. Leaning back in her chair, she playfully patted her slightly rounded belly and exclaimed, Junior brother, your cooking is simply exquisite. From now on, the culinary duties at our Xiaozhu Peak shall be entrusted to you. Xiao Yun responded with a smile. As long as my senior sister enjoys the meal, that is what matters most. I wonder if the dishes suit your palate or if there are any areas for improvement. Wen Qing quickly waved her hand, insisting no. Absolutely no need for improvement. The flavors are perfectly to my liking. However, The portions are a tad insufficient. When our master returns, you must prepare at least 8 dishes. Xiao Yun could only smile wryly, realizing that his senior sister had quite the appetite. He had barely taken 2 bites of each dish, with the remainder devoured by her. That was a total of 6 dishes, not counting the soup. Was it true that the higher one's cultivation level, the greater their appetite? As the evening grew late, Wen Qing urged, "It's getting late. You should head back to your room and rest. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to the Library of Classics to select martial techniques and assess your current cultivation level." After bidding each other farewell, Xiao Yun lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, finding it difficult to drift into slumber. He had finally joined the Lingjian sect and was accompanied by such a beautiful, gentle, and intriguing senior sister. He wondered what their master was like, speculating that he might possess a rather peculiar temperament. Otherwise, why would such a grand peak not take in more disciples? Would she create difficulties for him because of his mixed spirit root? Was her character a result of their master's influence? The more Xiao Yun pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. No, there is no time for sleep right now. I must cultivate diligently. This was not the peaceful world of Earth. This was a harsh realm of cultivation, where one could be killed without recourse if someone took a disliking to them. In this world, strength reigned supreme, and might dictated reason. Though he was not a mixed spirit root, and his cultivation speed was rapid, he could not afford to be complacent. Without sufficient strength, he would always be at the mercy of others. A man of ambition, traversing the world of cultivation, could not remain forever below others. With that thought, Xiao Yun lost all desire for sleep. He rose from his room and retraced his steps to the training chamber, commencing his qi cultivation. Wen Qing, upon returning to her room, found sleep equally elusive. Firstly, she was thrilled to have a junior brother who could cook, promising her delightful meals every day. Secondly, she worried about their master, who had been gone for an extended period. She wondered if he had encountered any danger. As she tossed and turned, unable to find rest, she suddenly heard noises from the adjacent room, followed by the sound of a door opening. Curiosity piqued. She wondered where her junior brother might be heading at such a late hour. Unable to resist, she stealthily followed Xiao Yun. When she saw him enter the training room and sit cross-legged to cultivate, she silently admired him. Her junior brother, being a mixed spirit root, understood the challenges he faced in cultivation, which explained his decision to forego sleep in favor of training at this hour. Such a resilient spirit is indeed rare. As a senior sister, I must assist him diligently. From this day forth, I shall forego the use of spirit stones in my own cultivation, saving those resources to purchase foundation establishment pills for my junior brother. I am determined to help him complete his foundational training, ensuring he does not feel inferior. Wen Qing silently observed for a moment before quietly departing. She, too, possessed a strong sense of pride. Aware that her junior brother was afraid of being looked down upon, he had resorted to secretive practice. Should he discover that his clandestine efforts had been revealed, he would surely feel humiliated. Wen Qing chose not to return to her chamber to sleep, but instead ascended to the peak of Shaozhu Mountain. She stood in a daze, gazing into the direction her master had departed. After a considerable time, it seemed that an epiphany dawned upon her with a firm resolve. She whispered to herself, "While my master seeks divine weapons for us, I remain idle, wasting precious time. Wouldn't this sadden my master if he were no? If my junior brother, with his mixed spiritual roots, works so diligently, what justification do I have to slacken my own efforts?" With this realization, Wen Qing shed her despondency. She promptly settled into a meditative posture atop the mountain, bathed in the silvery moonlight, and commenced her earnest cultivation. Under the moon's glow, Wen Qing resembled a celestial fairy, graceful and divine. The following morning, Wen Qing found Xiao Yun in the training room. "Junior brother, you are up early to practice? Did we not agree that today I would take you to the scripture pavilion to select martial techniques? Have you forgotten?" Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Yun opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, he felt invigorated and drowsiness was nowhere to be found. He quickly rose, smiling. "Senior sister, you are awake. How could I possibly forget such an important matter? Should we visit the scripture pavilion first, and then have our meal, or eat first, and then go?" "Eat?" Wen Qing's eyes brightened, and she replied, "Of course. We shall eat first. Recalling the delightful flavors from the previous night, she couldn't help but salivate. Realizing she may have lost her composure, she quickly regained her seriousness. I almost forgot, Junior brother has just begun his cultivation and is not yet able to fast. Let's have our meal first. Xiao Yun prepared a simple breakfast, and after they finished eating, the pair set off for the Dragon Head Peaks Scripture Pavilion. As Wenqing once again mounted her bamboo sword, Xiao Yun felt considerably bolder. Gently resting his hand on her slender waist, he asked, Senior Sister, could you introduce me to some martial techniques? It would help me have a target for selection. Wenqing nodded. It is indeed wise to inform you beforehand, to prevent you from making random choices and acquiring techniques unsuitable for you. The so-called martial techniques are the maneuvers employed in combat. The quality of one's spiritual roots influences a cultivator's speed of advancement, but it does little to aid in combat. Martial techniques are the means of engaging in conflict. Even if you are a mixed spiritual root at the third level of Qi refinement with proficient martial techniques, even those with superior spiritual roots would not stand a chance against you. Did you not mention before that once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, one could utilize spells? Why not employ spells in battle? Xiao Yun inquired hastily. Wenqing nodded and remarked, indeed, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one can utilize spells. However, the consumption of such spells is substantial. Overall, they are not as practical as martial techniques. Therefore, every disciple of the Lingjian sect, upon reaching the Qi introduction phase, may select martial techniques for cultivation. Junior brother, remember that martial techniques and cultivation are mutually reinforcing. Both must progress in tandem, for one cannot exist without the other. Otherwise, in combat, having only cultivation without martial techniques is akin to a toothless tiger, capable of instilling fear but powerless to act. Naturally, relying solely on martial techniques without cultivation is equally futile. Possessing sharp teeth without the strength to back them up resembles a small wildcat, merely able to bully the weak. Xiao Yun could not help but smile, saying, Sister, your analogy is quite vivid. Wenqing then assumed a stern expression, embodying the role of a strict mentor, and said, Do not interrupt. Allow me to finish. Please continue, Sister, Xiao Yun promptly replied. Wu techniques also possess attributes. The technique you're learning, the rising tides of the Azure Sea, belongs to the water attribute. Thus, you should select martial techniques that align with the water attribute. For only then can their synergy unleash their utmost power. Should you choose a fire attribute martial technique, it would not only fail to manifest its intended effects, but could also result in self-harm due to the opposing nature of the attributes. Do you understand my explanation? Xiao Yun nodded, stating, Sister, your insights are both profound and accessible. I comprehend it well. However, there is one point I find somewhat unclear, and I would appreciate your clarification. Wenqing, adopting the demeanor of Senior Sister, nodded and said, Feel free to ask anything you do not understand. Xiao Yun inquired, If I were to engage in a duel using water attribute martial techniques against someone wielding earth attribute techniques, would I not be at a disadvantage? Chapter 14. Do we still need to spend money among our own? Wenqing expressed her admiration for Xiao Yun's ability to pose such a question. Indeed, it is quite rare to draw such insightful conclusions. Earth attribute techniques can effectively counter our water attribute techniques, and when engaging in combat solely through spells, this counteractive effect becomes even more pronounced. However, the relationship of counteraction among martial skills is not as overt as it is among spells, with the effectiveness of such counters hovering around a mere 10%. This is why everyone is compelled to diligently refine their martial skills. Xiao Yun frowned and inquired, Is there truly no other way? What if we encounter a practitioner who has the upper hand in counteraction? Wenqing smiled slightly and replied, When it comes to life and death battles, there are certainly ways to overcome such challenges. In situations where strength is equal but attributes are entirely countered, victory can only be achieved through the use of magical artifacts. Magical artifacts? Xiao Yun echoed, puzzled. It is still too early to discuss magical artifacts with you. For now, focus on diligently practicing your martial skills, Wenqing advised. Though she did not elaborate further, Xiao Yun, having read numerous tales from the primordial era in his past life, was not unfamiliar with the term magical artifact and could surmise its meaning. Ah, I see. So, I can only choose water attribute martial skills then? Xiao Yun asked with a smile. Of course. Since you are learning the rising tides of the Azure Sea, the spiritual energy you manifest is inherently water attribute, making it impossible to utilize martial skills of other attributes, Wen Qing confirmed. If I were to learn a fire attribute technique, could I then practice martial skills that combine both water and fire attributes? Xiao Yun inquired. Wen Qing pondered for a moment before responding. In theory, yes. However, the nature of one's spiritual root dictates the techniques one can cultivate. It is improbable to master two techniques simultaneously. Without the support of a technique, it would be futile to discuss martial skills. Xiao Yun smiled slightly. Sister, do not forget, I possess a mixed spiritual root, allowing me to learn any technique. Wen Qing was momentarily taken aback before laughing. That is true. I hadn't anticipated that a mixed spiritual root would have such an advantage. Nevertheless, I advise you not to overextend yourself. Focusing on a single technique is already a formidable challenge. Where would you find the energy to cultivate a second? It is unwise to spread oneself too thin in cultivation. Rather than attempting to master multiple techniques, it would be more beneficial to specialize in one, as this will yield greater future accomplishments. Xiao Yun wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that expertise lies in specialization. A person's energy is finite, and it is impossible to excel in everything. However, this principle applies to ordinary individuals. Can someone with a superlative 5-element divine root be compared to the common folk? He thought to himself about the notion of being a hexagonal warrior. While the idea sounded appealing, the reality of achieving it seemed daunting, almost insurmountable. Suddenly, Xiao Yun lowered his head, lost in contemplation, gazing at the clouds drifting beneath his feet. Climbing to the heavens seemed, in fact, quite simple. Before long, Wen Qing led Xiao Yun to Longzhou Peak, directly arriving at the entrance of the scripture repository. She spent 50 spirit stones to purchase 2 access tokens for the repository and handed one to Xiao Yun while keeping the other for herself. Worn upon one's person, lest you find yourself barred from the sutra repository. What is this? Xiao Yun inquired, curiously fiddling with the identification token in his hand. The sutra repository is a sacred place. Do you think one can simply waltz in? It is guarded by formidable formations. Without this waste token, should one attempt to sneak in, the formations would spring to life instantly. These defenses not only ensnare trespassers, but if they were to tamper with any vital scriptures, they could even be fatally ensnared by the very formations designed to protect them. Such potency? Xiao Yun gasped in astonishment. This security measure far surpasses that of the sutra repository at the Shaolin Temple in demigods and semi-devils. Indeed, it is quite formidable, for within lies the entirety of our Lingjian sect's martial arts. What if someone were to pilfer it? Furthermore, remember that the 50 spirit stones waste token permits entry into the sutra repository for only 1 hour. Be prompt in your exit, for once the time elapses, the token becomes void and must be repurchased. Also, scriptures are not to be taken outside. Do you understand? The disciples of the Lingjian sect must purchase waste tokens with spirit stones? I had thought these tokens were permanent. How naive of you. Longzhou Peak relies on this to accumulate spirit stones. Now, enough of this idle chatter. Let us proceed inside, urged Wen Qing. Xiao Yun couldn't help but smile ruefully. It seemed even the path of cultivation was riddled with mundane concerns. To study martial arts in his sect, one had to part with their wealth. Upon entering the sutra repository, Xiao Yun soon discovered that it was stratified. His current waste token was of the primary tier, allowing access solely to the first level of martial techniques. To ascend further, not only would one need the requisite cultivation level, but the cost of a higher tier token would also be significantly greater. Why does it feel increasingly prosaic? Xiao Yun lamented inwardly. The Lingjian sect had not always been so materialistic. In its nascent days, the 7 peaks of the Lingjian sect shared everything. What belonged to one was accessible to all, fostering a spirit of camaraderie. However, as time passed, conflicts began to surface gradually. Thus emerged the system of purchasing with spirit stones, to utilize another's resources. One must now exchange spirit stones. The sect became increasingly capitalized. Competition sprouted among the peaks. Yet, this transformation cannot be entirely condemned. The disciples across the peaks have indeed made swifter progress in their cultivation. To put it in contemporary terms, the pressure has intensified. For Wenqing, the martial techniques on the first level had become obsolete. Her primary reason for entering was to accompany Xiao Yun. Firstly, to assist him in selecting suitable martial techniques, ensuring he did not squander spirit stones with poor choices. Secondly, to guide Xiao Yun in testing his spirit stone and assessing his current prowess. Wenqing had long been intrigued by this matter. Despite being of mixed spiritual roots, Xiao Yun's recurrent displays of extraordinary talent piqued her curiosity about her junior brother. Allow me to guide you in selecting martial techniques. Then we shall measure your cultivation level, Wenqing suggested. Very well, I shall heed my senior sister's advice. Following Wenqing, Xiao Yun arrived before a shelf brimming with tomes. Wenqing softly remarked, "Here are all water attribute martial techniques. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to peruse each one individually. Allow me to select a volume for you." Xiao Yun gazed at the densely packed collection of texts, numbering at least in the hundreds. Choosing by oneself, even an entire hour would scarcely suffice to peruse all these tomes. Moreover, being a novice in cultivation, I possess little understanding of martial techniques. My senior sister, being a formidable master in the Golden Core realm, is undoubtedly more reliable in assisting with selections than I am in making arbitrary choices. Thus, I shall trouble my senior sister. With unwavering confidence, Xiao Yun entrusted the decision-making to Wenqing. Very well, allow me to assist you in your search, Wenqing replied, commencing her exploration among the shelves. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Xiao Yun wandered over to a nearby shelf and randomly pulled out a volume titled The Five Elements Illusory Formation. Noticing the title did not pertain to martial arts, he felt no apprehension about mingling subjects and thus began to peruse the book at ease. Initially, his reading was rather casual, lacking earnestness. However, as his comprehension of the five elements' illusory formation deepened, he gradually became engrossed in its content. It wasn't until Wenqing had selected a martial technique for him and called out that he even realized her presence. "Junior brother, I have chosen a martial technique for you. What do you think of this one?" Chapter 15. The gentle water shattering rock fist. Wenqing raised her hand, wielding her martial skill, and greeted Xiao Yun from afar. To her astonishment, she discovered that Xiao Yun stood motionless, engrossed in a book. A slight frown creased Wenqing's brow as she glanced up at the title of the bookshelf where Xiao Yun was located. Formation techniques. This is troubling. Formations are notoriously intricate and profound. Their written words possess an enchanting power. How could her junior brother, with only foundational cultivation, possibly withstand this? Could he be entrapped by the formation's allure? Wenqing hurriedly approached Xiao Yun and called out softly, "Junior brother, junior brother." Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, gentle as flowing water. She dared not disturb Xiao Yun with a loud interruption. If he were indeed ensnared in a trance, her abrupt calm might cause him to remain dazed for a lifetime. Upon hearing Wenqing's gentle summons, Xiao Yun closed the book and turned to her with a smile. "Has senior sister already chosen something for me?" Wenqing, her brow slightly furrowed, inquired, "What were you reading? You seem so absorbed. Did you not hear me calling just now?" Xiao Yun shook the book titled Five Elements Labyrinth Formation in his hand and replied, "It's a fascinating treatise on the five elements formation. I became so engrossed that I lost track of time." He casually returned the five elements labyrinth formation to the shelf and continued, "What martial skill did senior sister select for me?" Seeing that Xiao Yun was unharmed, Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was only natural to worry too much. Her junior brother was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement. How could he comprehend the profundities of formation techniques? He could understand the individual characters, but surely the combined meanings eluded him. "Here, this is the martial skill I chose for you. Take a look and see if it pleases you. If not, I can find something else," Wenqing said, presenting a blue-covered book, the title inscribed as Gentle Water Shattering Rock Fist. "Sounds impressive. Let me see," Xiao Yun responded, taking the tome and beginning to peruse its contents. It was a water-based fist technique, harmonizing softness and strength, adept in both offense and defense. Senior Sister, I'll go with this one. It seems quite remarkable, he said with a smile. Very well, strive to memorize all the contents within an hour. I shall wander about, and I will return to seek you when the time draws near. Wen Qing, eager not to squander the spirit stones spent on her token for this visit to the scripture pavilion, departed. Once when Qing left, Xiao Yun began to study the gentle water, shattering rock fist. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he had committed all the techniques and principles to memory. Is that all? This is rather simplistic. The 5 elements labyrinth formation was much more intriguing. Xiao Yun returned the gentle water, shattering rock fist to the shelf and picked up the 5 elements labyrinth formation once more, resuming his examination. After approximately half an hour, he closed the book with newfound interest. This is quite fascinating. I shall experiment with it at Xiaozhu Peak. Glancing at the time, he noted that less than an hour had passed. Xiao Yun then retrieved another book titled Link Formations and continued his exploration. After another brief period, he returned the book to the shelf. The formation array would likely yield even better results when paired with the 5 elements illusion array. I wonder if there are any related texts. Just as Xiao Yun was about to search the bookshelf, Wen Qing unexpectedly returned. Junior brother, what are you looking for? Have you memorized the soft water shattered rock fist? Xiao Yun smiled gently and replied, I've memorized it, Senior Sister. That's good. Time is of the essence. I will take you to test your current cultivation level. After the assessment, we shall return to Xiaozhu Peak. All right, Senior Sister. Xiao Yun felt a twinge of regret as he cast a lingering glance at the bookshelf filled with formation texts. The two made their way to the vicinity of the spirit testing stone outside the scripture vault. To their surprise, a crowd had gathered there, engaged in animated discussions. I heard she just joined our Lingjian sect yesterday. Isn't that right? Master Qin of Liang Peak has truly invested heavily. What kind of miraculous elixir has produced such a prodigy? Do you think one can cultivate so swiftly merely through elixirs? She possesses a supreme, fire spiritual root. Indeed, a genius is truly a genius. Listening to the murmurs around him, Xiao Yun immediately understood who they were speaking of. A supreme fire spiritual root and a recent addition to the Lingjian sect. Who else could it be but Chu Hongyan? He and Wen Qing pushed through the throng. And indeed, they spotted Chu Hongyan, clad in red, exuding a radiant presence, her demeanor imbued with an added air of heroism compared to the previous day. A fiery lotus-shaped red mark had even appeared on her forehead. Next to Chu Hongyan stood a dashing young man, handsome and graceful. Xiao Yun did not recognize him, but when Qing's expression darkened at the sight of him, the last person she wished to encounter was Yang Xiuhao, the son of the head of Qingmu Peak. Yang Xiuhao was all smiles as he conversed with Chu Hongyan. Junior Sister Chu, the effects of this elixir are remarkable, aren't they? In just one day, you've successfully ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement. Even I have never consumed such a potent elixir. One must admit, Master Qin truly values you. Do you know how many spirit stones this elixir is worth? Chu Hongyan coolly returned Yang Xiuhao's greeting with a slight bow, saying, My master treats me exceptionally well. The cost of the spirit stones is of no concern to me. How my master treats me, I shall repay him 100-fold in the future. If Master Qin were to hear Junior Sister Chu's words, he would surely be delighted. Yang Xiuhao chuckled. Come, Junior Sister, allow me to accompany you to select martial techniques. No need to trouble you, Senior Brother Yang. Hongyan can choose on her own, Chu Hongyan replied, turning to leave. Yang Xiuhao's expression darkened as he coldly retorted. Junior Sister Chu, you must consider this carefully. The elixirs you will use for your cultivation in the future will all be provided by our Qingmu Peak. Chu Hongyan paused momentarily, glancing back at Yang Xiuhao with a sidelong look. And what of it? What of it? The supply of precious medicinal materials is dwindling. And sometimes these elixirs are in high demand, Yang Xiuhao replied with a forced smile. Chu Hongyan's delicate brows knitted slightly, her countenance cold and silent. At that moment, the token hanging at the waist of Xiao Yun and Wen Qing suddenly glimmered. Xiao Yun quickly inquired, Sister, the token just lit up. What does this signify? Wen Qing elucidated. It indicates that our time in the scripture pavilion is running short. If we wish to remain here, we must supplement our spirit stones. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to take the test, so we can return to Xiaozhu Peak swiftly, Xiao Yun proclaimed, pushing through the crowd. Excuse me. Make way. Please let me through. Wen Qing intended to call out to Xiao Yun, but it was too late. Yang Shuhao had already noticed them. Upon seeing Wen Qing, Yang Shuhao paused momentarily, surprised to encounter her in this place. Upon noticing Xiao Yun beside her, a realization dawned upon him. They had come to select martial skills for the junior disciple. A cold smirk formed in his heart. How amusing. A mere mixed spirit root daring to choose martial arts. However, his expression bore a friendly smile as he greeted, "Oh, is this not Junior Sister Wen Qing? What brings you to the scripture pavilion?" Upon hearing Yang Shuhao's salutation, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback and turned to her sister. "Sister, is he someone you know?" Wen Qing frowned and replied, "A bothersome pest. There's no need to acknowledge him." From the expression on Wen Qing's face, Xiao Yun discerned that this individual was certainly not a friend of her sister. It was likely that he was an adversary. An enemy of my sister is an enemy of mine. Chapter 16. A good dog does not block the way. Xiao Yun's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he continued on his path. Upon reaching Yang Shuhao, he finally spoke. Step aside, step aside. A good dog does not obstruct the way." Yang Shuhao's countenance shifted upon hearing this, and he retorted angrily, "What did you say? Do you not have ears? Did you not hear me? Do I need to repeat myself?" Xiao Yun looked at him in confusion. "Are you courting death?" Yang Shuhao, accustomed to being treated like a star at Qingmu Peak, was unaccustomed to such insolence. He raised his hand, ready to strike Xiao Yun. Wen Qing interjected sharply, "Brother Yang, do you wish to bully the weak? If my master learns of this, the consequences will be too great for you to bear." Yang Shuhao's hand awkwardly halted mid-air. He was not afraid of a confrontation with Wen Qing, but when she invoked her master, Yin Qinghui, he could not dismiss the gravity of the situation. Yin Qinghui was a figure who disregarded even the authority of the sect leader, and her favored disciples were not to be trifled with. Realizing a direct confrontation was unwise, Yang Shuhao opted for reason. "Sister Wen Qing, did you hear what I just said? I was merely teaching him a lesson on behalf of Master Yin, to prevent him from bringing shame to your Xiaozhu Peak in the future." Wen Qing retorted coldly, "The disciples of Xiaozhu Peak will be disciplined by my master. We do not require the intervention of the disciples from Qingmu Peak. Or do you mean to imply that your disciples have the right to discipline us?" "Of course. That was not my intention, sister. Do not misinterpret my words." Yang Shuhao's expression soured further as he continued. "All of our fellow disciples here can attest that I was standing peacefully when he suddenly emerged to insult me. As his senior, am I not justified in teaching him a lesson?" Yang Shuhao's argument was reasonable, leaving Wen Qing momentarily speechless. No matter how one looked at it, Yang Shuhao was indeed a senior, and Xiao Yun's insult was inappropriate. Seeing that Wen Qing had no retort, Yang Shuhao raised his hand to strike. Xiao Yun hastily interjected, "Wait, I did not insult you directly. I did not even know your name. I merely said that a good dog does not block the way. Why take it personally? Still trying to argue? Your guilt only deepens." Yang Shuhao exclaimed as his palm flew towards Xiao Yun's face. Wen Qing, caught off guard, realized too late to intervene. Xiao Yun, however, was not one to stand idly by and accept the blow. Just as the slap was about to connect, a technique from his mind, gentle waters crushing rocks, flashed before him. His body instinctively executed the move. A wave of soft, flowing energy emanated from Xiao Yun, and with a mere lift of his hand, he firmly caught Yang Shuhao's strike. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun gripped Yang Shuhao's wrist and, with a forceful tug, threw him off balance, sending him flying. In midair, Yang Shuhao executed a graceful somersault, landing smoothly on the ground. Yet, no matter how elegant his landing, being thrown by Xiao Yun was a humiliation he could not escape. He, a true disciple of the Qingmu Peak, was unexpectedly flung away by a mere novice with a mixed spiritual root. Even though he executed a flawless 360-degree aerial turn followed by a backflip of remarkable complexity, it could not disguise the undeniable truth of being cast aside by a newcomer. Xiao Yun, somewhat astonished, gazed at his own hands, realizing the prowess of the soft water, shattering rock fist. This technique bore a striking resemblance to the Tai Chi practiced on Earth, both embodying the principle of overcoming rigidity with softness. However, the soft water, shattering rock fist incorporated even more vigorous moves than Tai Chi. With one successful strike, Xiao Yun, brimming with pride, remarked, "Esteemed senior brother, the world is truly wondrous, yet you exhibit such impatience. This is rather unseemly." The onlooking disciples of the Lingjian sect, upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, stifled their laughter, their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. Wen Qing, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter, feeling a significant relief from the vexation caused by Yang Shuhao's teasing the previous day. She stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiao Yun, and said, "Senior brother Yang, my junior just joined the Xiaozhu Peak. He is rather mischievous and unaware of the rules. I shall ensure that our master disciplines him properly upon our return, so you need not trouble yourself with this matter. Your hand has already been raised, and your anger has been vented. If you still seek satisfaction or wish to spar, allow me, Wen Qing, to receive your esteemed guidance." Yang Shuhao, inwardly regretting his overconfidence, had underestimated his opponent due to Xiao Yun's mixed spiritual roots. He had merely intended to deliver a light reprimand, but unexpectedly found himself on the receiving end. To be bested by a novice was an indignity he could hardly bear, with so many witnesses present. Having failed to subdue Xiao Yun with his first strike, he felt no inclination to attempt a second. Should he clash with Wen Qing and emerge victorious, it would be well, but if he were to lose, he would suffer a complete loss of face. Even in victory, if anything were to happen to Wen Qing, his master, Yin Qingwei, would undoubtedly hold him accountable upon their return. Contemplating this, Yang Shuhao suppressed his frustration and resolved to act. With a cold sneer, he declared, "I merely intended to intimidate this junior, yet he dared to strike back. Very well. Truly, a worthy disciple of Xiaozhu Peak. This matter shall not be overlooked. Upon my return, I will report this incident to the esteemed Master Zhongmen. I am eager to see how Master Yin will protect you." Wen Qing's expression shifted dramatically. She was taken aback by Yang Shuhao's audacious reversal of truth. As a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, even a casual strike from him possessed tremendous force. If Xiao Yun, being a novice, had been hit with full force, he would have certainly been incapacitated for a considerable duration. Yet, having failed to land his blow and being countered by Xiao Yun's technique, he audaciously made such claims. The depths of his shamelessness were astonishing. Yang Shuhao's image in Wen Qing's mind plummeted once again. Naturally, she refused to accept Yang Shuhao's unjust accusation and wished to avoid trouble for her master, Yin Qingwei. She promptly retorted, "Senior brother Yang, your words seem rather unbecoming of your station. The truth is undoubtedly clear to you. How can you reverse black and white without fearing the ridicule of your fellow disciples?" Yang Shuhao scoffed and said, "Am I the one reversing the truth? Junior Sister Wenqing, everyone's eyes are wide open. I have not harmed this junior disciple in the slightest. Rather, it was he who cast me aside. Is this not a fact? Surely you do not believe that I, with my golden core cultivation, could be thrown out by a mere novice disciple. Moreover, this novice possesses an inferior mixed spirit root. If I had not been entirely unmindful of causing him harm and had let my guard down, how could I have fallen for his trick?" Upon hearing Yang Shuhao's words, the crowd nodded in agreement, thinking to themselves, "Indeed, Brother Yang is one of the 4 prodigious disciples of the Spirit Sword sect. If he did not genuinely wish to injure him, how could a disciple with a mixed spirit root possibly cast him aside?" Chapter 17. Would you care to try my green bamboo sword? Brother Yang initially intended merely to frighten you, yet you have shown such disrespect towards him. You ought to apologize at once. Indeed, as disciples of the Lingjian sect, we hold the principles of reverence for our teachers and respect for the path in high esteem. Even if Brother Yang were to discipline you, it would be due to your own transgressions. How could you dare to raise your hand against him? I have heard tales of a new disciple with mixed spiritual roots joining the Xiaozhu Peak, and it must be him. It is one thing to possess inferior talent, but to behave so barbarously, how could such a person be deemed worthy of our sect? If other sects were to learn of this, they would surely mock us for lacking capable disciples. So, he is indeed the new entrant with mixed spiritual roots. How could our Lingjian sect accept such a disciple? Quite so. His behavior is utterly unreasonable. It is a privilege for Brother Yang to teach him a lesson. How dare he retaliate? It is nothing short of ignorance. The crowd murmured in unison, all their disdain directed at Xiao Yun. Wenqing's face flushed with anxiety. She was never one for argumentation. As everyone criticized Xiao Yun, she longed to defend him, but was at a loss for words. All she wished for was to hastily remove Xiao Yun from this place, hoping to shield him from such slander. Grasping Xiao Yun's wrist, she urged, "Junior brother, let us depart. Pay them no mind. When our master returns, he will vindicate us." Xiao Yun gently pressed her hand down and replied, "Sister, we are still present here, and they brazenly distort the truth. If we leave now, they might concoct even more baseless accusations." Wenqing contemplated this. If they were to leave now, it would be tantamount to validating their claims. "Then what do you suggest we do?" she whispered. "Sister, did you not assert that you were somewhat of an expert in the Lingjian sect? Why not teach this fellow a lesson?" Wenqing could not suppress an eye roll. She had hoped her junior brother might devise a more reasonable solution. Instead, he proposed that she resort to violence. "Junior brother, what a ludicrous suggestion. Setting aside whether I could best Brother Yang, do you expect me to discipline every disciple present?" Xiao Yun chuckled. "Sister, do not take me seriously. I was merely jesting." He surveyed the crowd before his gaze eventually landed on Yang Xiuhao. This fellow appeared quite polished, and it was surprising that even his sister lacked confidence in besting him. It seemed that being able to withstand his earlier strike was merely a stroke of luck. Xiao Yun spoke slowly. "Brother Yang, you claim that your earlier strike was merely to intimidate me and that you did not strike with intent. Yet, my arms are still tingling. Had I not exerted all my strength to defend, that blow to my face would have marred my handsome visage." Wenqing, beside him, was in a state of desperation, astonished that Xiao Yun could still find humor in such a predicament. Yang Xiuhao let out a derisive laugh and retorted, "You, a disciple with mixed spiritual roots, have only just entered our Lingjian sect. Have you even completed the process of channeling qi into your body? Can you even sense spiritual energy? Were it not for my intention to spare you, do you truly believe you could have thrown me aside?" Yang Xiuhao felt a sense of disquiet within, contemplating the oddity of the situation. Indeed, as a cultivator with a mixed spiritual root, even his casual strike should not have been something that could be withstood by another. Why then was he cast aside? Reflecting on the recent altercation, he recalled how his palm had struck as if against a surging river, with its force redirected elsewhere. Rather than being thrown by Xiao Yun, it seemed more accurate to say he had been propelled by his own power. This young man must have mastered some techniques of using force against force. It was merely his momentary lapse that led to this outcome. Should the opportunity arise again, he was resolute that he would not find himself in such a predicament. Yang Xiuhao quietly analyzed the situation, increasingly convinced of his reasoning. Xiao Yun, with a smile, remarked, "Senior Brother Yang, does your statement imply that you look down upon my mixed spiritual root?" Yang Xiuhao responded with a cold smile, offering no words, thus tacitly agreeing. Present were not just Yang Xiuhao and Xiao Yun, aside from Wenqing, who would regard his mixed spiritual root with any respect. What further nonsense was there to discuss? They ought to hastily bow and apologize to Senior Brother Yang, seeking his forgiveness, lest this matter be reported to the sect leader. For even Elder Yin would find it difficult to protect them. Indeed, as a cultivator with a mixed spiritual root, what gave him the audacity to believe he could withstand a strike from Senior Brother Yang? How embarrassing it was to witness such folly. Accepting a disciple with a mixed spiritual root would render the Lingjian sect a subject of ridicule among other sections. Unbeknownst to many, even the heads of various peaks deemed him unworthy of being a servant disciple, planning to dismiss him from the mountain. It was only due to the sparse population of the Shaozhu Peak that the sect leader had assigned him there. Although Yang Xiuhao was indeed a petty individual, his father held the esteemed position of elder at Qingmu Peak, thus earning him a modicum of respect from the disciples of various peaks. Moreover, he himself was quite duplicitous, often donning the guise of a humble gentleman, which afforded him a decent reputation within the Lingjian sect. As for Xiao Yun, being new and with a mixed spiritual root, lacking a solid background, It was only natural that the crowd would side with Yang Shuhao. Wen Qing, witnessing the cacophony of disparagement directed at Xiao Yun, could no longer contain her indignation. She stepped forward, her voice cold as she declared, "Silence. Since when did the disciples of Xiaozhufeng become the subject of your judgment?" With a wave of her hand, a green bamboo sword materialized in her grasp. "What does it matter that my junior brother possesses a mixed spiritual root? What concern is it of yours? What kind of spiritual root do you have? Is your cultivation speed remarkable? If anyone believes themselves superior, step forward and challenge me." As her words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The disciples lowered their heads in unison. None dared to contest Wen Qing. They lacked both the courage and the strength. Wen Qing was one of the 4 principal disciples of the Lingjian sect, and only 3 individuals beneath the elders could rival her. Furthermore, with her beauty, kindness, and gentle demeanor, her reputation within the sect had always been stellar, making her a goddess in the hearts of many young male disciples. Observing her anger, the crowd obediently fell silent. After scanning the assembly and finding no one willing to speak, Wen Qing sheathed her bamboo sword. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, the words of 3 can create a tiger. Thus, in the absence of the truth, I implore you to refrain from speaking recklessly." A disciple from the Liang Peak, enamored by Wen Qing, quickly offered a smile, stating, "Indeed, Senior Sister Wenqing speaks the truth. It is we who have acted hastily." Another disciple from the Qingmu Peak scoffed, retorting, "Senior Sister Wenqing, we understand your eagerness to protect this junior brother, but the events unfolded right before our eyes. We all witnessed it. This junior brother possesses a mixed spiritual root. Does this render him immune to scrutiny? If it were not for Brother Yang's leniency, how could he have cast Brother Yang aside? The fact remains that he has laid hands on Brother Yang, and even if Senior Sister Wenqing wishes to shield him, we cannot simply turn a blind eye to what we have seen." Wenqing's expression darkened, and she raised her bamboo sword once more, asking, "What? Do you wish to test my green bamboo sword?" Such unreasonable behavior was rare for Wenqing. Had there been any other recourse, she would not have resorted to this. The disciple from Qingmu Peak quickly waved his hands in denial, saying, "Senior Sister Wenqing, you jest. How could I dare?" Suddenly, Yang Shuhao let out a cold snort and declared, "Senior Sister Wenqing, if you seek a sparring partner, I shall oblige. Why frighten these ordinary disciples?" Wenqing raised an eyebrow and coldly responded, "Brother Yang wishes to contend with me?" Taking advantage of her superior cultivation to intimidate others, as an elder brother. "I cannot stand idly by in the face of such injustice." Yang Shuhao spoke with righteous indignation, his expression resolute. Chapter 18. Dare to take my punch? What are you talking about? Well, have I ever used force to bully others? Wen Qing trembled with anger. She was not afraid to spar with Yang Shuhao, but the weight of his accusation was too heavy for her to bear. Wasn't it just now? Yang Shuhao smiled smugly at the flustered Wen Qing. "Senior brother Yang, if you wish to duel with me, I shall accept. There is no need to tarnish my reputation with such baseless claims." The more anxious Wen Qing became, the more pleased Yang Shuhao felt. He replied leisurely, "Well, whatever my junior sister says goes. Since we're to fight, why bother with the reasons?" Wen Qing's chest heaved with indignation. It seemed she had no choice but to take action. "Senior brother Yang, I will be waiting for you at the duel platform." Gripping her green bamboo sword, she stormed towards the exit. Xiao Yun quickly grabbed her arm. "Senior sister, what are you doing? Do you really need to lower yourself to his level? Are you foolish, junior brother? Senior brother Yang's cultivation level is on par with mine. Even I cannot guarantee victory against him, and you are merely at the initial stage of qi refinement. How can you possibly contend with him? Rest assured, senior sister, I will not allow them to bully you." Xiao Yun insisted. "Wait, senior sister, it's just a trivial matter. Is it really worth fighting over? Don't act impulsively. How can I not be angry when they say such things about me?" Wen Qing said incredulously as she looked at Xiao Yun. "Of course I am angry, but what good does it do? I am indeed a mixed spirit root." "They are not wrong," Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. "So what if I am a mixed spirit root?" "Your cultivation speed." Xiao Yun quickly interrupted. "Senior sister, please stop. Let me handle this. You can just observe." Seeing Xiao Yun's determination and recognizing that the incident originated with him, Wen Qing reluctantly nodded. "All right. How do you plan to deal with this?" Just leave it to me. Watch and learn. Xiao Yun stepped forward, facing Yang Xiuhao. Senior brother Yang, this is a trivial matter. Why make such a fuss? I merely remarked that a good dog should not block the way. And you took it personally. Then you sought to teach me a lesson, forcing me to retaliate, which resulted in your fall. You lost face, and now you incite others against me. Isn't that the crux of the matter? Why drag my senior sister into this? Yang Xiuhao's expression darkened as he retorted coldly. You are speaking nonsense. You clearly insulted me first and then struck out. My fellow disciples merely commented on your actions, and you chose to bully them. The truth is evident. Your attempts at evasion are futile. Everyone can see clearly, Yang Xiuhao asserted. Xiao Yun shook his head and sighed, enough. We are at an impasse. Neither side can convince the other. How about this? You believe that I, as a mixed spirit root, lack the ability to throw you out, correct? Dare you to stand still and allow me to strike you once? If you emerge unscathed, I shall concede that the fault lies with me. You may dictate the terms as you please. However, should I succeed in overpowering you, or should you sustain any injury, let this incident be forgotten, and let no one dare to mention today's events again. Do you accept this challenge? Yang Xiuhao could not suppress a series of derisive chuckles, exclaiming, preposterous. You, a mere novice with a mixed spiritual root, are hardly in a position to challenge me. Even if I stood still and permitted you to strike me for a day and a night, you could not inflict even the slightest harm upon me. And do not think that your sister, Wenqing, could fare any better against me unarmed. Xiao Yun felt a jolt of surprise. Goodness, is this fellow truly so formidable? Even my sister cannot breach his defenses? How careless of me! With a slight smile, he continued, I am well aware of your formidable prowess, Brother Yang. As a mere novice with a mixed spiritual root, I am certainly no match for you. However, what I propose is that you refrain from employing any techniques, simply relying on your physical strength to withstand my blow. Do you dare accept? Yang Xiuhao furrowed his brow, pondering the intent behind Xiao Yun's words. Even without invoking my techniques, my physical form possesses the strength of a consummate body cultivator. An ordinary qi refinement stage practitioner could hardly inflict any damage on me, let alone a novice with a mixed spiritual root. Could it be that this fellow has some trick up his sleeve? But what kind of trick could a mixed spiritual root possibly possess? He cannot wield artifacts nor employ spells, and even if he has drawn qi into his body, he remains incapable of affecting me. How absurd! This novice is utterly ignorant of true strength. Noticing Yang Xiuhao's hesitation, Xiao Yun pressed on. What troubles you, Brother Yang? Surely, you are not afraid of withstanding a single blow from a mixed spiritual root like mine? If that is the case, it would be entirely reasonable for me to send you flying. So spare me any tales of merely attempting to frighten me. With a scoff, Yang Xiuhao regarded Xiao Yun with palpable disdain, declaring, You, a mere mixed spiritual root, are unlikely to pose any challenge. Let us establish the terms. If I successfully endure your blow, you shall kneel and circle the sutra pavilion 3 times, barking like a dog 300 times. Conversely, should you endure my strike, you may dictate the terms as you wish. Xiao Yun, grinning, replied, You have proposed this yourself. I have not coerced you. Yang Xiuhao retorted coldly, Indeed, I have said so, and my fellow brothers and sisters can testify to it. With a smile, Xiao Yun affirmed, Very well. I shall prepare to receive your blow. Yang Xiuhao stepped forward, puffing out his chest as he stood before Xiao Yun. He lightly struck his own chest with a fist, declaring, Come forth. A smirk danced on Xiao Yun's lips, thinking to himself, Well played, my friend. You truly believe me to be a mere mixed spiritual root? This blow shall surely rattle you to your core. Having trained diligently throughout the night, Xiao Yun could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in his strength. Although he was unsure of the exact degree of his improvement, he felt confident that it was at least tenfold greater than when he had lifted the massive stone yesterday. 6,000 pounds of force should surely suffice to knock Yang Xiuhao off his feet. Even if one cannot vanquish Yang Xiuhao, merely causing him to retreat a few steps would strip him of the dignity to persist any further. Wenqing furrowed her brows and approached Xiao Yun, whispering, Junior brother, Your recklessness knows no bounds. Is this truly your strategy? Xiao Yun waved his fist with a grin, declaring, Sister, watch how I avenge you. Avenge what? You are on the brink of disgrace. Brother Yang possesses the cultivation of the golden core stage, even without employing his techniques. His physical strength is beyond your capacity to challenge. Do you truly believe your meager strength is formidable? You are utterly oblivious to what the golden core stage signifies. Alas, it is partly my fault for not imparting this knowledge to you. Listen to your sister. Do not throw that punch. Allow me to handle this matter. Observing Xiao Yun's hesitance to engage, Yang Shuhao interjected, Are we to fight or not? If not, then simply concede. Hurry and make a few laps around the scripture pavilion, barking like a dog, to entertain everyone. Chapter 19. A single punch and bloodshed. The onlookers from the Lingjian sect echoed in agreement. Indeed, will he still fight? My time at the scripture pavilion is nearly up. One remarked, I doubt he dares to strike. A mere mixed spiritual root thinks he can harm Senior Brother Yang? It's utterly ludicrous. Another chimed in, Isn't it obvious? Do you think we are waiting to see him injure Senior Brother Yang? I'm simply waiting to see him bark like a dog. The crowd resumed their chatter, exchanging remarks. Xiao Yun turned to Wenqing with a faint smile. Sister, I've already spoken my mind. Even if I don't throw that punch, they wouldn't let me off the hook. He continued, Rather than that, I might as well give it a try. Wenqing sighed heavily. Alas, what shall we do? Never mind. I will seek out Master Zhang to intercede for you. I want to allow you to be publicly humiliated. Xiao Yun felt a surge of gratitude and smiled. Thank you, sister, but I may not necessarily lose. Wenqing shook her head and stepped back. While others may not discern the disparity between the golden core and qi refining stages, she certainly understood it. In her eyes, Xiao Yun had no chance of victory whatsoever. However, Wenqing reconsidered. Perhaps this incident could serve as a lesson for Xiao Yun, a means to temper his proud disposition. Within the Lingjian sect, despite any conflicts, there was no life-threatening danger. Outside, if her junior brother maintained such a reckless demeanor, it would only be a matter of time before he met a dire fate. Wenqing was already prepared to take Xiao Yun to seek Master Zhang's leniency once he lost. She could not allow him to bark like a dog at the scripture pavilion. How would he navigate life thereafter? Xiao Yun shook his head, loosened his arms, and grinned at Yang Shuhao. Brother Yang, I'm about to strike. If you get hurt, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Shuhao scoffed inwardly, thinking, Do you really believe a mere mixed spiritual root could harm me? He thought, Go ahead, spare me the needless chatter. Very well, I shall not hold back. Xiao Yun replied, appearing nonchalant yet thoroughly prepared. He clenched his fists, executing the water-shattering fist technique. A formidable surge of water spiritual energy coursed through his body, ultimately converging in his fists. Here it comes, Xiao Yun exclaimed, launching his fist forward. The disciples of the Lingjian sect, positioned behind Yang Shuhao, felt a powerful gust of wind rush past, stinging their faces. Initially, Yang Shuhao had dismissed Xiao Yun entirely. However, when he witnessed the fluctuation of water spiritual energy surrounding Xiao Yun's fists, he thought, this punch cannot be endured by mere physical strength. He immediately summoned his internal energy to defend himself, but the memory of the wager with Xiao Yun lingered in his mind. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Xiao Yun's fist was already upon him. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yun's punch struck Yang Shuhao in the abdomen. Yang Shuhao remained motionless, standing firm. The surrounding disciples erupted into laughter. This mixed spiritual root is truly overestimating himself. Brother Yang, didn't he even flinch? Isn't that obvious? Do you think he could ever hurt Brother Yang? Are we about to hear him bark? Not only could he hear the dog barking, but he also had to circle around the scripture repository 3 times. Wenqing's expression changed dramatically as she hurried to Xiao Yun's side, gently grasping his hand and saying, Junior brother, do not be afraid. I am here. Xiao Yun, too, was profoundly astonished. What on earth? Is this fellow truly so resilient? I struck with all my might. Yet he appears entirely unscathed. Am I too weak, or is the Golden Core realm simply too formidable? Just as the crowd began to chatter, urging Xiao Yun to lie on the ground and imitate a dog, The bluestone bricks beneath Yang Shuhao emitted a series of cracking sounds. Following this, the ground around Yang Shuhao spread outward like a spider's web. The surrounding crowd fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on Yang Shuhao. His complexion turned pale, and suddenly, with a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite his desperate efforts to suppress his injuries, he ultimately could not restrain himself from expelling the blood. After this outburst, Yang Shuhao realized he could no longer maintain his facade, so he ceased pretending and activated the longevity art. A faint green glow enveloped him. Within a few breaths, the internal injuries inflicted by Xiao Yun had healed completely. All present were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could Senior Brother Yang, a master of the Golden Core realm, be injured to the point of spitting blood by a mere mixed spiritual root? This was inconceivable. How could such an occurrence transpire? Was he truly just a mixed spiritual root? Everyone was bewildered, including Yang Shuhao himself. Upon witnessing Yang Shuhao's bloodshed, Xiao Yun finally exhaled in relief. Damn, you startled me. I genuinely thought this fellow was invulnerable. With a slight smile, Xiao Yun remarked, Senior Brother Yang, since you've already spat blood, there's no need to act cool. Quickly find a place to lie down and rest properly. Let's consider this matter settled for today. Yang Shuhao's face shifted between shades of green and white. Today, he had suffered 2 setbacks at the hands of this mixed spiritual root. He could not swallow this humiliation. How could a mere mixed spiritual root injure him? Yang Shuhao could not fathom how Xiao Yun possessed such extraordinary strength. Meanwhile, Wen Qing felt a surge of joy, realizing that Yang Shuhao had been struck to the point of bleeding by her junior brother. Her pent-up frustration had finally been released. How embarrassing for Yang Shuhao, who had looked down upon her junior brother. This was a significant loss of face. One of the 4 prominent disciples of the Lingjian sect had been injured by a newly initiated disciple. How would Yang Shuhao face anyone after this? Noticing Wen Qing's delighted laughter, Yang Shuhao suddenly recalled something. Yesterday, Wen Qing had purchased 5 foundation establishment pills from Qingmu Peak. Could it be that this fellow had harnessed the energy from the pills to deliver that punch? As Yang Shuhao took a sniff, he indeed caught a whiff of the medicinal aroma of the foundation establishment pills emanating from Xiao Yun. Suddenly, he understood the situation. So, this clever lad had relied on the potency of the pills to strike me. No wonder that punch bore the power of the foundation establishment stage. Yang Shuhao let out a cold laugh and said, Wen Qing, it seems that selling those 5 foundation establishment pills to you was a bargain. Is this what the pills are meant for, to be squandered in such a manner? Wen Qing frowned and replied, What are you talking about? I purchased the foundation establishment pills with my spirit stones. How I choose to use them is my own affair and none of your concern. Wen Qing thought that Yang Shuhao was criticizing her for giving a foundation establishment pill to Xiao Yun, deeming it a waste. Yang Shuhao sneered coldly and suddenly waved his hand at Xiao Yun. A golden pill flew out from Xiao Yun's grasp and was caught by Yang Shuhao. This was the pill that Wen Qing had given to Xiao Yun yesterday, believing that he had exhausted his vitality while lifting stones and needed to restore his health. Xiao Yun had not consumed it and had kept it with him. Unexpectedly, Yang Shuhao snatched the foundation establishment pill with a mere gesture. Xiao Yun immediately shouted in anger. Yang Senior Brother, what is the meaning of this? Return the pill to me. Yang Shuhao held the foundation establishment pill high and declared loudly, Dear junior brothers and sisters, do take a look at this. Chapter 20. Senior Sister, do not interfere. It is indeed a foundation establishment pill, exclaimed a disciple from the Qingmu Peak, recognizing the medicinal item immediately. Yang Shuhao nodded in affirmation, stating, Indeed, it is the foundation establishment pill. That individual must have consumed it earlier, utilizing its potent effects to launch a surprise attack against me with a full force punch, which resulted in my injury. I had wondered how a mere mixed spirit root could possess the strength of the foundation establishment stage. It turns out he resorted to cheating. Upon hearing this revelation, the disciples of the Lingjian sect suddenly grasped the situation. So that's the case. No wonder that brat was able to make Senior Brother Yang spit blood. He was cheating. How despicable. He injured Senior Brother Yang with the formidable power of the foundation establishment pill. That boy is truly malicious. Were it not for Senior Brother Yang's formidable cultivation, that punch would have surely crippled someone. Xiao Yun was utterly amused by Yang Shuhao's vivid imagination. What kind of thought process could lead one to concoct such an excuse? Hey, what is your deal? Are you unable to accept defeat? Xiao Yun inquired, his tone sharp. Humph, am I the one who cannot accept defeat? Or are you relying on the power of a pill to secure victory? How typical of you disciples from the Xiaozhu Peak. Yang Shuhao exerted a slight force with his fingers, instantly reducing the Foundation establishment pill to dust. Even if I destroy this pill, I shall not allow you to misuse it for underhanded purposes, he declared fiercely. Upon witnessing the destruction of the pill, Xiao Yun's fury surged. What do you mean by this? This was the Foundation establishment pill that Senior Sister Xiaozhufeng procured for herself, which she had not even dared to consume. Not only did this brat snatch it away, but he also destroyed it. Xiao Yun's anger boiled over. What do you mean? Yang Shuhao frowned, perplexed. Although he did not comprehend Xiao Yun's words, he sensed they were anything but kind. With a fierce glare directed at Yang Shuhao, Xiao Yun seethed. You will understand the meaning in due time. Senior Sister, do not stop me. This scoundrel dared to destroy the precious pill you gifted me, and I shall confront him. Wen Qing looked on, bewildered. I'm not stopping you. What are you talking about, junior brother? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's intent to confront Yang Shuhao, Wen Qing stepped forward to restrain him, saying, Junior brother, leave this to your senior sister. Yang Shuhao destroyed our pill without cause. Even if a brawl ensues and it reaches the ears of the sect master, he shall side with us. Yang Shuhao, having fallen twice and eager to regain his dignity, noticed Wen Qing's readiness for action, which aligned perfectly with his desires. With a cold snort, he retorted, Do you think I fear you? Xiao Yun let out a sigh of relief and silently stood behind Wen Qing, cheering her on. Senior Sister, go for it. Give this brat a good lesson. Wen Qing, wielding her bamboo sword, declared sternly, Yang Shuhao, compensate me for the pill, or do not blame me for being rude. Yang Shuhao, unwilling to back down, flicked his wrist, summoning a dark green vine whip into his hand. Rude to me? Such bold words, junior sister. I shall see just how capable you are of being rude to me. Want the pill? First, defeat the ghostly vine whip in my hand. Tension escalated between the two sides, and it seemed a confrontation was imminent when suddenly a deep voice resonated, who was causing a disturbance in the scripture pavilion. Upon hearing the voice, the gathered crowd trembled in fear, hastily dispersing while feigning a search for martial arts manuals. Xiao Yun turned towards the sound and saw an elderly man with a white beard approaching slowly. He appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, dressed in a simple gray training outfit, his countenance exuding an air of authority. Wen Qing, upon spotting the newcomer, immediately sheathed her bamboo sword and bowed, saying, Disciple Wen Qing pays her respects to the martial arts elder. Yang Shuhao also quickly stowed his vine whip and saluted, declaring, Disciple Yang Shuhao pays his respects to the martial arts elder. The old man's piercing gaze swept the area, landing on the cracked blue tiles on the ground, and he inquired in a deep voice what transpired here. Yang Shuhao promptly stepped forward to explain, Respected elder, it was the new disciple from Xiaozhu Peak, a mixed spiritual root who stealthily attacked me using the potency of a foundation-building pill, resulting in the damage to the tiles. Mixed spiritual root? The old man turned to Xiao Yun and asked, Is he referring to you? Unfamiliar with the old man's background, but noticing the profound respect his senior sister displayed towards him, Xiao Yun hastily replied, Respected elder, indeed, he speaks of me as the mixed spiritual root. Yet the destruction of the tiles cannot be solely attributed to my actions. Oh, pray tell, what is your explanation? The elder pressed. It was merely a small disagreement between Yang's senior brother and myself. Subsequently, we made a wager. If he could withstand a single punch from me, our issues would be settled. Unfortunately, he could not endure, and I inadvertently struck him too hard, resulting in the tiles being damaged. The old man shot a fierce glare at Yang Shuhao, exclaiming, Incompetent fool, you cannot even withstand a single punch from a mixed spiritual root disciple. What on earth has your father taught you? Yang Shuhao quickly retorted, That was due to his ambush, empowered by the foundation-building pill. I was unprepared. relying solely on my physical strength to resist. Before he could finish, the elder interrupted him with a disdainful snort. A loss is a loss. Why seek excuses? As the chief disciple of Qingmu Peak, it is disgraceful to make excuses for losing to a mixed spiritual root disciple. I feel embarrassed for your father. Although Yang Shuhao felt unjustly treated, he could only grit his teeth and nod in agreement, saying, "You are right, respected elder. It was my oversight." The elder continued, "Is this truly the reason you felt compelled to engage in a brawl within the scripture pavilion?" When Qing interjected, "Respected elder, it is as follows." Yang's senior brother, unable to accept his defeat to Xiao junior brother, falsely accused him of winning through the use of pills, and not only forcibly took the pills I had given him, but also destroyed them. I demanded compensation from Yang's senior brother, but he refused, which led to the altercation. The elder shot another stern look at Yang Shuhao, asking, "Why destroy another's pills?" Upon hearing Wen Qing's words, Yang Shuhao's expression changed dramatically. He realized his justification had crumbled, and he hastily explained, "Respected elder, do not listen to her." The events unfolded differently. He recounted his earlier twisted narrative, concluding with, "I acted only because I witnessed Wen Qing allowing junior brother to waste the pills, failing to intervene, and thus I was compelled to take action." No, Master Wu. The situation unfolded as follows. Wen Qing reiterated the circumstances to the white-bearded elder from her perspective. The elder listened in silence, and, upon finishing, he turned to Xiao Yun with a serious expression. "Come here." Noticing that his senior sister was standing obediently, Xiao Yun felt it inappropriate to defy the elder's wishes and approached him willingly. The white-bearded elder grasped Xiao Yun's wrist, channeling a robust earth spiritual energy into his body. After a moment of examination, the elder's face suddenly reflected confusion. Releasing Xiao Yun, he pointed towards the nearby spirit testing stone and instructed, "Strike the stone with all your might. If you can achieve the 7th level of Qi refinement or above, I shall take responsibility for this matter today." Xiao Yun nodded in response, understood. Wen Qing's expression changed dramatically. "Junior brother, Xiao has only been cultivating for a day. How could he possibly reach the 7th level of Qi refinement?" Master Wu was known for his fairness. How could he possibly favor Yang Shixiang today? Yang Shuhao's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his heart filled with derision. The 7th level of Qi refinement? Without the enhancement of foundational elixirs, achieving even the 2nd level would be miraculous. It seemed that Master Wu was deliberately aiding him out of respect for his father. Chapter 21. Foundation Establishment. Although the disciples of the Lingjian sect dispersed, they did not stray far, all ears pricked to catch the unfolding events. Upon hearing Master Wu declare that Xiao Yun had achieved the 7th level of Qi refinement, doubts began to swirl among them. The usually impartial Master Wu seemed to favor Brother Yang, indicating that the strength of Qingmu Peak had significantly increased, even to the extent of winning over Master Wu. It would be prudent to cultivate good relations with the disciples of Qingmu Peak henceforth. Master Wu's decision to have a disciple with a mixed spiritual root measure at the 7th level of Qi refinement seemed an unreasonable challenge. How could a mixed spiritual root possibly attain such a level? Typically, even those with inferior spiritual roots would require several years to reach the 7th level. Xiao Yun had only joined the Lingjian sect a day prior. It was inconceivable for him to measure at the 7th level. Even the most promising newcomer, Chu Hongyan, had only reached the 5th level after consuming precious elixirs. Chu Hongyan, who had remained nearby, frowned and fixed her gaze on Xiao Yun. 7th level? How could that be? Xiao Yun approached the spirit measuring stone, an apparatus designed to assess one's strength. It was a stone capable of absorbing spiritual power, inscribed with a measurement array. For those beneath the transformation stage, a single full-force strike against the stone would accurately reveal the practitioner's current realm. The measuring stone glowed green for the Qi refinement stage, purple for the foundation establishment stage, yellow for the golden core stage, and red for the nascent soul stage. The stone bore markings from 1 to 9. When the light reached the corresponding mark, it confirmed the practitioner's current cultivation level. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yun struck the measuring stone with unhesitating force. To his surprise, it felt as though he had struck a mound of cotton. All his strength was absorbed by the stone. In response, the measuring stone emitted a brilliant green light, which began to rise from the 5th level of qi refinement. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Yun's test, and gasps of astonishment filled the air as they witnessed the light ascend from the 5th level. How could this be? A mixed spiritual root reaching the 5th level of qi refinement was unfathomable. Before they could recover from their shock, the radiant green light continued to climb. 6th level. 7th level. Could he truly attain the 7th level? Why was he so remarkably powerful? Chu Hongyan's eyes widened in disbelief. With her superior fire spiritual root and the exceptional elixirs provided by her master, she had barely reached the 5th level. What right did a mixed spiritual root have to reach the 7th level? The soft green glow did not cease at the 7th level, but continued its ascent. 8th level. The rate of ascent finally began to slow, yet it persisted in its gradual expansion. 9th level. He truly possessed the strength of the 9th level of qi refinement? Was he genuinely a mixed spiritual root? Yang Xiuhao felt as though his heart had turned to ash. If it weren't for the fact that his father had informed him of a mixed spiritual root being taken in by Xiaozhufeng, he would never have believed that such a root could attain the 9th level of qi refinement. No, this cannot be true. He must have cheated. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow slightly. The 9th level of qi refinement? How could he have achieved such a remarkable feat overnight? This pace of cultivation is astonishing. Yet, why does he feel that his physical form is not yet perfected? Just as Xiao Yun believed he had reached the 9th level of qi refinement. The spirit measuring stone changed from green to a faint purple glow. Foundation establishment. His junior brother has actually perfected his physical body and attained the foundation establishment stage. This is preposterous. If it weren't for witnessing it with his own eyes, Wenqing would hardly dare to believe the evidence before him. His junior brother has only practiced for a day. How could he have progressed so rapidly? This is at least 100 times faster than his own progression at that stage. Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Is this a mixed spiritual root? Has there been some mistake? How could a mixed spiritual root break through the shackles of the 4th level of qi refinement and achieve foundation establishment? Yang Xiuhao suddenly shouted, "Martial uncle, he is cheating. A mixed spiritual root cannot possibly possess foundation establishment cultivation. He must be using pills to cheat." The elderly man with a white beard glared at Yang Xiuhao with displeasure, saying, "I personally examined his body. How could I not be aware of any residual medicinal power? However, he is a mixed spiritual root. How can he possess foundation establishment cultivation? This is impossible." Yang Xiuhao retorted loudly, "What is impossible? There are countless extraordinary natural treasures in this world. Why can't a mixed spiritual root achieve foundation establishment? Do not underestimate cultivators with your narrow perspective. This incident serves as a lesson for you. Remember, do not belittle anyone in the future." The elderly man with the white beard shifted the topic. "Yang Xiuhao, do you possess any medicinal pills?" Yang Xiuhao, unsure of the reason behind the elderly man's inquiry, instinctively replied, "Yes, I have a vial of enhancement pills my father concocted for me." "Present it," the elderly man commanded coldly. Yang Xiuhao respectfully retrieved a porcelain vial from his storage bag and handed it over. Upon opening the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted out, invigorating all present and uplifting their spirits. The elderly man poured a single pill and tossed it to Xiao Yun, saying, "Take this. It serves as compensation for your destroyed medicinal pill." He then returned the vial to Yang Xiuhao. Xiao Yun was overjoyed and quickly reached out to catch the enhancement pill, exclaiming, "Thank you, martial uncle." Yang Xiuhao's expression turned extremely grim. This was a precious enhancement pill, painstakingly refined by his father, of which there were only 3. It was something that could not be bought even with spirit stones, yet one was taken away to compensate a mixed spiritual root. How could he accept this? He quickly protested, "Martial uncle, what I destroyed was merely a foundation establishment pill, not an enhancement pill. If compensation is necessary, I can provide him with another foundation establishment pill later. I implore you, martial uncle, to reconsider and return my enhancement pill." The elderly man with the white beard frowned, responding coldly, "If I were to kill you, would it suffice to casually offer a golden core disciple to your father as compensation?" How can this even be compared? Yang Xiuhao was utterly shocked. What? Are you trying to instruct me on how to act? The elderly man replied sternly. The disciple does not dare. Yang Xiuhao hastily bowed his head and clasped his hands in apology. The elder with a white beard let out a cold snort and continued. This matter shall be put to rest. Neither party is permitted to mention it again. Should there be further conflict arising from this incident, it will be dealt with according to the regulations of the Spirit Sword sect. Yes, I shall comply. Wen Qing immediately responded with a respectful gesture. Xiao Yun followed suit, mimicking her actions. Although Yang Xiuhao felt a deep sense of injustice and bitterness gnawed at him, he could only bow his head and clasp his fists, stating, I shall comply. The elder nodded and admonished. Listen well, today's events must not be publicized. It is a minor issue to lose face for your senior brother Yang, but it would be a grave matter to tarnish the reputation of our Spirit Sword sect. After all, Yang Xiuhao is considered one of the 4 great disciples of our sect. The news of him being bloodied by a mere miscellaneous spiritual root would be quite unflattering. The surrounding disciples quickly acknowledged his command. Very well, disperse now, do not linger here, the elder instructed, then pointed at Wen Qing and Xiao Yun. You too. Your waste tokens are overdue by a quarter of an hour. Go and replenish 100 spirit stones before you leave. Chapter 22. Economic Crisis, 100 spirit stones? When I first entered, it was merely 100 spirit stones for an entire hour. To owe even a quarter of an hour means I must pay an additional 100? This scripture pavilion is rather unscrupulous, thought Xiao Yun in exasperation. However, Wen Qing exhibited no sign of discontent and promptly responded, yes. Once the elderly man with a white beard turned to leave, Wen Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The other disciples of the Spirit Sword sect dared not linger any longer and dispersed hastily. Yang Xiuhao shot a fierce glare at Wen Qing and Xiao Yun, remaining silent as he stormed off with a scowl. Once everyone had departed, Wen Qing joyfully approached Xiao Yun. Junior brother, you must take good care of that Yuan supplement pill. It is an invaluable treasure for replenishing one's spirit. When you reach the golden core stage, consuming it will greatly benefit your formation of the nascent soul. Is that so? Then Yang's senior brother must have suffered a considerable loss. Did you not notice his expression? It was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Wen Qing was overjoyed, her previous frustrations dissipating entirely. Will he seek revenge on us? Xiao Yun inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Fear not. Since martial uncle has already spoken, he would not dare retaliate even if he had 10 times the audacity. What kind of person is martial uncle that everyone seems to fear him? Xiao Yun asked. Of course, martial uncle once managed the discipline hall, known for his integrity and disdain for evil. However, due to certain incidents, he was assigned to oversee the scripture pavilion. What incidents? Xiao Yun queried, curiosity piqued. That is a matter best left unspoken. By the way, I must ask you, junior brother, how did you manage to reach the foundation establishment stage? Is it true what martial uncle said, that you consumed some rare heavenly treasures to advance so swiftly? Xiao Yun, taken aback, raised his hands in confusion. Sister, if you ask me, who should I inquire? I don't recall consuming anything unusual. Wen Qing scrutinized Xiao Yun with a skeptical gaze, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Sister, do you truly think I would lie to you? On my honor, I speak nothing but the truth. Surely, you wouldn't dare deceive me either. Let us not dwell on that for now. Let us hurry and exit. If we delay any longer, 100 spirit stones may not suffice. Wen Qing tugged Xiao Yun towards the entrance of the scripture pavilion, where they paid the 100 spirit stones before being allowed to leave. To Xiao Yun's surprise, Wen Qing could not even produce the full amount. They had to leave on an IOU. After stepping outside, Wen Qing summoned a bamboo sword and flew directly to Little Bamboo Peak with Xiao Yun in tow. As Xiao Yun stood behind Wen Qing, resting his hands on her slender waist, his mind replayed the earlier scene of her searching frantically through her pockets for the spirit stones. She had rummaged through her belongings, but still could not gather the required amount. Countless disciples of the Spirit Sword sect had watched, creating an exceedingly awkward situation. Sister, is 100 spirit stones a lot? Wen Qing's cheeks flushed. As a senior sister, I receive a stipend of 300 spirit stones each month. So 100 is not a significant sum for me. And there are stipends? Can I receive one? Xiao Yun asked eagerly. Of course. All disciples of the Spirit Sword sect are eligible. Now that you have reached the foundation establishment stage, you may receive 10 spirit stones each month. Only 10 spirit stones? Xiao Yun then realized that his senior sister's visit to the scripture pavilion was equivalent to a year's worth of his salary, coupled with the penalties for exceeding time limits. Over a year's wages had vanished just like that. Recalling how his senior sister had even spent her own money to buy foundation establishment pills for him, he hastily inquired, "How many spirit stones does each foundation establishment pill cost?" Upon mentioning the price of the pills, Wen Qing's earlier cheerful demeanor soured as she recollected how Yang Shuhao had hiked the price to trouble her. With a pout, she replied, "Originally, they were 50 spirit stones each, but that senior brother Yang charged me 100 spirit stones per pill. Just thinking about it makes me furious. You almost made me forget. The green rock bamboo on Little Bamboo Peak cannot be taken for free by the disciples of Greenwood Peak. Kulme, let us go collect spirit stones." As she spoke, Wen Qing maneuvered her green bamboo sword, redirecting towards the area where the errand disciples were chopping the green rock bamboo. Along the way, she recounted the incident with Yang Shuhao to Xiao Yun. After finishing her tale, she advised, "I never imagined senior brother Yang would be such a person. From now on, keep your distance from him." Xiao Yun, after hearing this, was equally infuriated. Wen Qing was oblivious to matters of the heart, but Xiao Yun was acutely aware of Yang Shuhao's intentions. How dare this scoundrel covet his senior sister? It was akin to a toad yearning for a swan's meat. Had he known of such thoughts earlier, he would have struck him right in the kidneys today. The green rock bamboo must be monetarily compensated. They shouldn't be allowed to take it for free. Xiao Yun supported his senior sister from behind. Isn't that right? If it weren't for our master's disdain for trivialities, our Little Bamboo Peak wouldn't be in such financial straits. The green rock bamboo from our peak is invaluable. Every mountain in the Spirit Sword sect has its uses for it. Xiao Yun mused, wondering why such an economic resource had not been utilized sooner. As a disciple of Little Bamboo Peak, he was beginning to think of the peak's welfare. Having been taken advantage of for so long, he felt a pang of sympathy just thinking about it. This was not merely bamboo, it was spirit stones. Before long, Wen Qing brought Xiao Yun to a site where green rock bamboo was being harvested. The errand disciples here were all clad in the green training attire of Greenwood Peak. Upon seeing Wen Qing arrive, they quickly set down their work and bowed in unison. "We have met Senior Sister Wen Qing." Wen Qing waved her hand dismissively and said, "Are you all still chopping?" One of the leading errand disciples stepped forward with a smile and replied, "Indeed. We are about to harvest some green rock bamboo to take back." "What brings you here today, Senior Sister?" "I came to," Wen Qing began. But before she could finish, the leading disciple interjected with a smile. "Senior Sister Wen Qing must also be here to chop green rock bamboo, right? Is there not enough firewood on the mountain? There's no need for you to toil. We've already chopped the green rock bamboo and divided it into sections. We will take it up to the mountain for you. In the future, just let us know whenever you need green rock bamboo." As he spoke, the leading disciple gestured to the others behind him, saying, "Everyone, chop 10 bundles of green rock bamboo for Senior Sister Wen Qing and take them up the mountain." Understood? The group of errand disciples responded eagerly in agreement. Wen Qing possesses an impeccable reputation within the Lingjian sect, known for her gentle demeanor and striking beauty. She never adopts an air of superiority typical of senior sisters, always greeting others with a warm smile. Consequently, even the miscellaneous disciples hold great respect for her. Upon her arrival, they initially assumed she was there to harvest the verdant rock bamboo. However, the leading disciple from Qingmu Peak, in his courteous manner, left Wen Qing feeling rather embarrassed. When it came time to discuss the matter of spirit stones, she found herself at a loss for words. Her cheeks flushed. She glanced at her junior brother, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, feeling helpless, thought to himself that it was no wonder the verdant rock bamboo from Xiaozhu Peak was free of charge. Given Wen Qing's character, broaching the subject of collecting spirit stones would likely be more challenging than if she were asked to take a life. One must consider that the entire mountain of verdant rock bamboo belongs to our Xiaozhu Peak. Thus, It is only reasonable to charge others for its collection. It is quite generous of us to have allowed them to benefit for so long. Xiao Yun cleared his throat softly to halt the miscellaneous disciples who were preparing to carry the bundled bamboo for Wenqing. Dear brothers, there seems to be a misunderstanding. My senior sister and I are not here to collect bamboo. We are here to collect spirit stones. Spirit stones? Are there any spirit stones on the mountain? The miscellaneous disciples looked utterly bewildered. Chapter 23. You think it's expensive? I find it expensive too. There are no spirit stones on the mountain. But what about this green rock bamboo? My esteemed brothers have severely damaged the ecological environment of our small bamboo peak by cutting down so much green rock bamboo. Henceforth, anyone who wishes to cut green rock bamboo here must pay a fee. Pay a fee? The servant disciple gazed at Xiao Yun with disbelief. They had been harvesting green rock bamboo from the small bamboo peak for 7 or 8 years and had never heard of such a fee. The servant disciple turned to Wenqing, asking, Sister, who is this junior brother? Wenqing blushed and lowered her head, feeling a burning sensation on her face. He is our newly accepted disciple at the small bamboo peak, named Xiao Yun. Immediately, the servant disciple donned a smiling face and said, Oh, it is junior brother Xiao. I have been cutting green rock bamboo at the small bamboo peak for 7 or 8 years, and there has never been a fee. Why is it suddenly required now? How dare you say you have taken it for free all these years? Previously, we did not charge because of our mutual camaraderie. We are all part of the Spirit Sword sect, so why should we differentiate? My master, with her benevolent heart, wished to inspire gratitude among everyone. However, as the years have passed, rather than fostering appreciation, others have become increasingly brazen. They charge for everything, and the fees have only risen, leaving our small bamboo peak with no choice but to act. Without the income from spirit stones, we cannot even afford a simple foundation building pill. Thus, we have decided that starting today, the green rock bamboo of our small bamboo peak will incur a fee. The servant disciple turned to Wenqing and asked, Sister Wenqing, is what this junior brother says true? Wenqing stammered for a while before finally nodding. Yes. Her response was scarcely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Luckily, since they were all cultivators, their keen senses allowed them to catch it. Is that so? Sister Wenqing, may I inquire if this is Master Yan's intention? Upon hearing the mention of her master, Wenqing felt a wave of trepidation. Yan Qingwei had gone down the mountain to procure weapons for her and had yet to return. This could not possibly be her master's idea. If master were to learn of her actions, would she reprimand her? Wenqing's heart fluttered with anxiety. All these years, master had never declared that the green rock bamboo could not be harvested, and making a unilateral decision without her approval could indeed provoke discontent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wenqing recognized that imposing a fee for the green rock bamboo was no trivial matter. It was inappropriate to take such action without her master's consent. Just as she was trying to muster the courage to claim it was merely a jest and that they need not take it seriously, Xiao Yun spoke up. What? Do you expect my master to personally inform you of this matter? Xiao Yun's expression turned stern as he spoke coldly. The servant disciple hastily apologized. Of course not. I was merely inquiring. Please do not be angry, junior brother. May I ask how many spirit stones you intend to charge us? This question truly stumped Xiao Yun, as he was uncertain of the appropriate value to assign to the green rock bamboo. Turning to his senior sister Wenqing, he noticed that she was blushing and subtly signaling him to refrain from speaking further. What was going on? Had she changed her mind? This simply would not do. The policy for charging fees for the green rock bamboo at Xiaozhu Peak must be enforced. Otherwise, who knows when he would next be able to study at the scripture pavilion, since it was impossible to have his senior sister set the price. Xiao Yun had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He decided to charge by the head, 100 spirit stones for each hour. He referenced the pricing at the scripture pavilion on Longzhou Peak. 100 spirit stones? Why don't you just rob a bank? A disgruntled disciple among the miscellaneous workers shouted loudly. If you think it's expensive, I think it's exorbitant too. At this price, if you can't accept it, don't come to Xiaozhu Peak to chop green rock bamboo. Xiao Yun stood his ground. The disgruntled disciple wanted to retort, but the leading disciple motioned him to stop. Sensing Xiao Yun's resolute demeanor, he refrained from further discussion and approached Wenqing with a smile. saying, Senior Sister Xiaozhufeng, we are merely miscellaneous disciples. Our task of chopping green rock bamboo at Xiaozhu Peak has been assigned by our seniors. Not to mention 100 spirit stones. We can't even produce a single spirit stone. We need to report back to our seniors regarding the spirit stone fees for chopping green rock bamboo. Once we receive the spirit stone allocation from above, we will adhere to Xiaozhu Peak's rules. 100 spirit stones for each hour. What do you think, Senior Sister? When Qing hesitated, caught in a dilemma of whether to agree or disagree. She hadn't thought it through. In a moment of anger, she had decided to charge the miscellaneous disciples from Qingmu Peak for the bamboo. Upon reflection, she realized they were just laborers. They had no spirit stones of their own. Even if they were to receive spirit stones, it would be from the allocation of Qingmu Peak, which they could then use. If this matter escalated to Elder Yang at Qingmu Peak, it could lead to significant trouble. Just as she was about to suggest letting it go, Xiao Yun preemptively agreed. Very well, today I shall let you off. Go back and inform your senior brother Yang Shuhao that in the future, disciples from Qingmu Peak must pay spirit stones to chop bamboo at Xiaozhu Peak. Otherwise, they shall not be permitted to chop. Thank you, junior brother, for your understanding. Please move these bundled green rock bamboo to our woodshed at Xiaozhu Peak. Starting tomorrow, bring spirit stones to chop the bamboo. Understood, we will deliver it to Xiaozhu Peak. The leading miscellaneous disciple commanded, and along with the others, they began transporting the green rock bamboo to Xiaozhu Peak. Once everyone had departed, Wen Qing let out a gentle sigh and said, Junior brother, perhaps we should let this go. They should be allowed to chop the green rock bamboo freely. They're just following orders, and there is no need to make things difficult for them. We have already received a yuan-enhancing pill from Senior Brother Yang, which is quite a boon. There is no need to further contest previous matters. Senior Sister, that yuan-enhancing pill was compensation from Senior Brother Yang for the destruction of our Foundation Establishment pill. These are two separate issues. Have you forgotten how he bullied you when you bought the Foundation Establishment pill at Qingmu Peak? Have you forgotten how they insisted you write an IOU when you couldn't gather enough spirit stones at the Scripture Pavilion? Sister, it seems that there are only the two of us disciples at Xiaozhufeng, and we may not require any spirit stones for the time being. But what about the future? As our Xiaozhufeng flourishes, can you bear to see our fellow disciples troubled by the lack of spirit stones, enduring disdain from others? Surely, you do not wish to witness the prosperity of Xiaozhufeng hindered? Of course, I would never entertain such a notion. The more thriving Xiaozhufeng becomes, the better. This is settled then. The green rock bamboo will eventually require a fee. If we do not collect it now, it will inevitably be needed later. Should we not accumulate some resources for our future junior brothers and sisters? However, what if our master learns of this and holds it against us? Our master would be delighted, not displeased. How could you reproach us? We are merely contributing to the development of Xiaozhufeng. Perhaps our master has already contemplated this, but has not voiced it due to her modesty. Should we not, as her disciples, share in this responsibility? Yet enough of the doubts, sister. Let us return to Xiaozhufeng swiftly. I shall prepare a savory braised pork for our lunch. Chapter 24. For the freedom of culinary delights upon a timeless snow-capped mountain in the far north, Yan Qingwei has vigilantly awaited for a full 3 months. With the imminent emergence of the ice spirit sword, various factions have been stirred, all converging upon this location. Yan Qingwei surveyed the surrounding hundreds of adept practitioners from both righteous and malevolent paths, among whom were several formidable figures of the nascent soul stage. These individuals are her rivals, all poised for the coveted ice spirit sword, their eyes gleaming with desire. Initially, everyone fought their own battles. However, it now appeared that some had forged alliances, clustering in groups of 3 or 5. Yet, Yan Qingwei stood alone, proud atop the snowy peak. The ice spirit sword is perfectly suited for Qing-Er's ice affinity. With such a divine weapon, she would undoubtedly triumph in the 7 Peaks martial assembly. No matter the cost, I must secure this ice spirit sword. At that moment, Yan Qingwei felt an inexplicable sensation, as if her nose was tingling, and she could not help but gently sneeze. What is this? Why does an unsettling feeling suddenly envelop my heart? Could something have transpired with Qing-Er on Little Bamboo Peak? I have been away for over half a year. Surely, She is deeply concerned for my well-being. Is it possible she has ventured out to search for me? No, before my departure, I had entrusted the sect leader with her care. She should be safe at Lingjian's sect. I am merely overthinking. It must be the impending arrival of the ice spirit sword that has stirred my anxiety. On Little Bamboo Peak, Wenqing devoured a braised pork knuckle, her mouth glistening with grease. Junior brother, this braised knuckle is simply exquisite. When master returns, we must ensure she savors your culinary skills. Xiao Yun silently shook his head and sighed, remaining reticent. Wenqing took a hearty bite of the knuckle, and suddenly noticed her junior brother seemed disheartened, having scarcely touched his meal. She quickly chewed a few bites and swallowed before inquiring with concern, "Junior brother, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied." Xiao Yun sighed once more, shaking his head. "Sister, please do not inquire. You cannot assist me. Come now, I am a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Surely, there is no issue I cannot resolve." "Then I shall speak." Xiao Yun appeared hesitant. "Speak. With me here, there is no problem that cannot be addressed," Wenqing, in high spirits after her delightful meal, insisted. "Sister, do you know why my dishes taste so delightful?" Xiao Yun asked mysteriously. "Is it the little powders you sprinkle?" "You referred to them as seasonings." "Indeed, that is the source of my worry," Xiao Yun lamented. "What troubles you about seasonings?" Wenqing inquired, now even more invested. "These seasonings must be purchased with spirit stones. And as you know, I have exhausted the ones I carried. Our finances on Little Bamboo Peak are quite dire. Without spirit stones, such delectable meals may never grace our table again." "Ah, this cannot be. Master has yet to taste them. What do we do, though? We lack spirit stones. Since you disagree with charging for the green rock bamboo, it seems we shall be left to subsist on the barest of provisions," sighed Xiao Yun, expressing his discontent. Ever since returning to Little Bamboo Peak with Wenqing, she had increasingly felt that the decision to charge for the green rock bamboo was inappropriate. With their master absent, she could not take it upon herself to make such decisions. How could they resolve this predicament? Reluctantly, Wenqing placed the braised pork knuckle back onto the plate. Such delectable food, and soon they would be deprived of it. "I shall forego this pork knuckle, leaving it for our master to savor upon his return." Xiao Yun secretly chuckled, yet wore a facade of deep sorrow, pondering, who knows when our master will return. By the time he arrives, this braised knuckle may well spoil. "Sister, I must say, merely economizing will yield no fruitful results. We must also seek additional resources. For now, we could consider charging only the disciples of Qingmu Peak, perhaps at a lower rate." "No, junior brother, this must be decided by our master. I cannot make that call," Wenqing replied, her face etched with concern. "With our master absent, you are the de facto head of Little Bamboo Peak. This matter could be explained to the sect leader if questioned. He would surely not hold you accountable. After all, if they at Qingmu Peak dare to sell us foundational pills at exorbitant prices, why should we not charge for the green rock bamboo? Let me ponder this further." Wenqing still felt some misgivings. "What more is there to contemplate, sister? Do you not wish to indulge in braised knuckles daily? Do you not desire spicy shredded chicken? Do you not long for braised ribs?" "Sister, I have many more culinary delights to prepare, far exceeding these delectable dishes. Do you not wish to partake? Even if you yourself do not wish to eat, do you not want our master to enjoy them?" Wenqing instinctively swallowed, her gaze fixated on the braised knuckle on the plate. After a moment of contemplation, her expression transformed into one of resolve. "Very well. For the sake of the braised knuckle. No, for our master's enjoyment of this delicious dish, I shall heed your counsel." "That is the spirit," Xiao Yun exclaimed, slapping the table. "I shall draft a pricing standard forthwith." "Wait, junior brother. We agreed to charge only Qingmu Peak. No other peaks must be included," Wenqing admonished, taking a hearty bite of the knuckle. "Rest assured, sister, I have devised a rationale. Qingmu Peak consumes the green rock bamboo excessively for their daily alchemy, severely disrupting the ecological balance of Little Bamboo Peak. Without charging spirit stones, the creatures of Little Bamboo Peak shall not survive. Before long, Xiao Yun presented the prepared pricing chart. "Sister, please take a look." Wenqing, having eaten her fill, sat back in her chair, one hand resting on her slightly rounded belly, while the other accepted the pricing chart from Xiao Yun. She merely glanced at it before returning it to him. You may proceed as you see fit. I have no objections. Then it is settled. Tomorrow we shall take this chart to collect spirit stones from the disciples of Qingmu Peak. Very well. Suddenly recalling something, Wenqing hurriedly retrieved a small porcelain vial from her treasure bag. Indeed, junior brother, I still have 4 foundation establishment pills that I purchased for you earlier. Although you have already reached the foundation establishment stage, these pills will still prove beneficial to you. Please take them. Xiao Yun hurriedly declined, saying, Senior Sister, these are worth 400 spirit stones. I cannot bear to consume them. Please, you keep them. Oh, foolish junior brother, she replied. I have already attained the golden core stage. I have no need for foundation establishment pills. They were originally intended for you. Take them and consume one while meditating. It will greatly aid your cultivation. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, Senior Sister, Xiao Yun finally said as he reached out to accept them. At the same time, he took out a pill from his pocket. Senior Sister, do take a look at this. Wenqing smiled and replied, Ah, a vitality enhancement pill. Do keep it safe, preferably in your room. You do not require such a pill at this moment, so it would be unwise to carry it with you. Losing it would be a great pity. Xiao Yun smiled gently and presented the vitality enhancement pill to Wenqing, saying, Here, Senior Sister, please use this vitality enhancement pill. Chapter 25. Do you still have spirit stones? Wenqing merely smiled faintly and did not reach for the Zhengyuan Dan. Junior brother, what are you doing? Senior Sister, that foundation establishment pill was purchased with your spirit stones. Since it was destroyed by Brother Yang, the compensation of this Zhengyuan Dan rightfully belongs to you. I have already taken 4 foundation establishment pills from you without merit. It would be quite unreasonable for me to accept this Zhengyuan Dan. Wenqing chuckled. But the foundation establishment pill was originally intended for you, and Brother Yang took it from you. Master Wu has already given you the Zhengyuan Dan. It is indeed yours, and I cannot accept it. Oh, Senior Sister, why should we be so formal with each other? What is mine is yours, and besides, this Zhengyuan Dan would be of no use to me. Who knows when I will reach the golden core stage? Furthermore, with your mixed spiritual roots, it remains uncertain whether you can successfully form the golden core. Is it not a waste for this Zhengyuan Dan to sit idle in my possession? Wenqing's expression turned serious, assuming the demeanor of a true senior sister. Junior brother, do not speak such discouraging words. Although you possess mixed spiritual roots, your sensitivity to spiritual energy is remarkable, and you have entered the foundation establishment realm in just one day. Such talent should not be belittled. If you continue to speak in such a self-deprecating manner, I shall be displeased. Xiao Yun chuckled. Yes, Senior Sister, you are right. However, you must accept this Zhengyuan Dan. Otherwise, my mind will be troubled, and I will be unable to focus on my cultivation. I appreciate your sentiment, but I have never relied on pills for my cultivation. Even if you were to give me this Zhengyuan Dan, I would not use it. You should keep it until you reach the golden core stage. Senior Sister, please, you have been so kind to me. I am at a loss as to how to repay you. This is a rare opportunity for me to express my gratitude, so please do not decline. In the Xiao Bamboo Peak, it is just the 2 of us. If I do not treat you well, who else shall I treat well? Enough of this. I will not accept the Zhengyuan Dan, Wenqing stated with a smile. If you refuse this Zhengyuan Dan, I shall only have one way to repay your kindness, Xiao Yun suddenly declared earnestly. Wenqing, amused by his serious demeanor, could not help but ask, What method is that? I can only offer myself in return for your kindness, Senior Sister. Wenqing burst into laughter, lightly flicking his forehead with her delicate fingers. All right then, it is settled. You must prepare delicious meals for me every day, and you must not go back on your word. Wenqing, unfamiliar with matters of the heart, assumed Xiao Yun was joking and did not think much of it. Seeing the innocent smile on Wenqing's face, Xiao Yun realized that she did not take his words seriously. He silently vowed never to let her suffer even the slightest grievance. It seemed that Wenqing would not accept the Zhengyuan Dan, so he resolved to find an opportunity to dissolve it into soup for her as a late-night snack. After lunch, Wenqing and Xiao Yun each proceeded to their respective cultivation. Although Xiao Yun had already entered the foundation establishment realm, he felt that his qi refinement stage was not yet complete, and his physical body seemed capable of further enhancement. The knight's cultivation had not bestowed upon him the sensation of having reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. To validate his thoughts, Xiao Yun continued to inhale and exhale spiritual energy to nourish his body. He noticed that the growth of his water's spiritual power was exceedingly sluggish, significantly slower than before, over 100 times reduced. Uncertain of the cause, he assumed it was merely an indication that he had reached the limits of his cultivation, thus resulting in a natural deceleration in growth. Subsequently, he ingested a foundation establishment pill and resumed his training. Instantly, a transformation occurred within him. Upon the infusion of celestial spiritual energy, it no longer converted into water spiritual power. Instead, it transmuted into the 4 elemental powers of wood, fire, metal, and earth, further augmenting his physique. This revelation astonished Xiao Yun. Was it possible that he could continue to reinforce his body with these 4 elemental forces? He promptly engaged in his cultivation technique to assimilate the medicinal effects of the foundation establishment pill. The 4 elemental powers relentlessly surged through his corporeal form, and after half an hour, the effects of the pill began to wane. No matter how he channeled the emerging tides of the Azure Sea technique, only water spiritual power entered his body, which no longer transformed his physique. Instead, it gradually concentrated in his dantian, solidifying his true essence. Xiao Yun immediately ceased his cultivation and hastily consumed another foundation establishment pill. The 4 elemental powers manifested once more, continuously fortifying his body. At that moment, Xiao Yun comprehended the situation. His emerging tides of the Azure Sea technique had reached perfection, attaining the foundation establishment realm. His physique had already peaked in water attributes. However, this body was not entirely complete. It could still be enhanced through the 4 elemental powers. This predicament left Xiao Yun in a quandary. Where would he find so many foundation establishment pills to consume? Such precious spiritual stones were too valuable. Should he relinquish the opportunity to further strengthen his body and hastily condense a golden pill using only water attributes? While this would expedite the formation of the golden pill, it was evidently not the most prudent choice. Since his physique could still be enhanced, there was no reason to abandon that pursuit. He needed to devise a way to learn the techniques from other peaks. It seemed he would have to visit the scripture repository again tomorrow. However, the last time he left the repository, he had borrowed a note. How could he possibly afford to enter the repository again without spiritual stones? Never mind. He resolved to focus on absorbing the remaining spiritual power from the foundation establishment pill first. After an afternoon of cultivation, Xiao Yun had completely consumed 4 foundation establishment pills, resulting in another enhancement to his physique. During dinner, he shared his situation with Senior Sister Xiaozhufeng. She was taken aback upon hearing his revelations. You mean to say your body can still be strengthened by absorbing the 4 elemental powers of wood, fire, metal, and earth? Xiao Yun nodded. How could this be? She pondered. I have never heard of such a phenomenon. If only our master were here, she might have insight into the matter. Wenqing furrowed her brow in thought. Perhaps it is due to my mixed spiritual roots. My body can absorb 5 types of elemental powers, Xiao Yun proposed, offering his conjecture. This explanation seemed plausible. Regardless, since his physique could continue to enhance, he could not hastily immerse himself in the foundation establishment techniques. Junior brother, for the time being, it would be best to refrain from practicing the tide of the Azure Sea until your physical body has reached perfection. This aligns with my thoughts as well, elder sister. May I also explore the techniques of other peaks concurrently? Xiao Yun inquired. I fear that may not be permissible. The techniques of each peak are not to be disseminated. Only disciples of the respective peaks are allowed to learn them. Is it true? Is there not a collection of techniques from other peaks in the scripture pavilion? There are indeed some, but they are of a lower grade. Compared to the advanced techniques passed down by the elders of our spirit sword sect, the speed of cultivation would be significantly inferior. That is of no concern. As long as I can practice, I have a swift absorption rate for spiritual energy. A lesser technique is inconsequential as long as I can draw upon diverse attributes of spiritual energy. Since you are so determined, I shall accompany you to the scripture pavilion tomorrow. Elder sister, there is something I am unsure whether to voice. Do speak. Do you still possess any spirit stones? Chapter 26. Bullying the innocent. If Wenqing still possessed spiritual stones, she would not have resorted to writing an IOU. With a melancholic expression, Wenqing quickly masked her feelings with a smile, assuring, "You need not worry about the matter of the spiritual stones. I shall find a solution." Xiao Yun nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, as the charging plan for the green rock bamboo had already been established. If necessary, they could always collect the spiritual stones from the bamboo-cutting disciples of Qingmu Peak tomorrow before heading to the scripture pavilion. It would still be there, after all, and there was no rush. At Qingmu Peak, within the courtyard where Yang Shuhao resided, a direct disciple hurriedly entered. Upon reaching the door of the side room, he was met with a series of disorienting gasps. Immediately retreating from the courtyard upon hearing the sounds, he waited until silence fell before re-entering. "Brother Yang, I have urgent news to report," he said softly at the entrance. Before long, the door to the room swung open, revealing a remarkably beautiful female disciple from Qingmu Peak. Her hair disheveled and clothing askew. Casting a reproachful glare at the messenger, she exited Yang Shuhao's quarters, leaving the disciple speechless and averted his gaze. After a moment, Yang Shuhao's voice resonated from within. "What is it? Come in and speak." The disciple entered the room, immediately bowing with respect. "Greetings, Brother Yang." Yang Shuhao, bare-chested, descended from the bed and strode to the center of the room where the table and chairs were situated. Pouring himself a cup of tea from the pot, he sipped while inquiring softly, "What news do you bring?" Not long ago, a servant disciple reported that starting tomorrow, Xiaozhu Peak forbids us from cutting the green rock bamboo. Should we wish to continue, we must submit spiritual stones. Yang Shuhao's countenance shifted dramatically, the cup in his hand shattering instantly. "What did you say? We must pay spiritual stones to cut the green rock bamboo?" The servant disciple stated that Senior Sister Wenqing personally informed the newly admitted disciples of Xiaozhu Peak. Outrageous! The green rock bamboo of Xiaozhu Peak has always been free to harvest. On what grounds do they demand spiritual stones? What do the other peaks say? Have they consented to this? It seems they're only targeting us at Qingmu Peak, while the servant disciples from the other peaks are unaware of this development and have received no notification. Upon hearing this, Yang Shuhao's previously quelled anger surged to the forefront. Xiaozhu Peak has gone too far. He struck the sandalwood table with a fierce punch, shattering it into splinters. In a single day, Yang Shuhao had lost face beyond redemption, an embarrassment he had never before encountered. Initially, he had sought to discipline others, only to be cast aside. Then he had been struck, causing him to spit blood. Had the assailant been one of the 3 esteemed disciples of the Lingjian sect, it would have been bearable, but instead, it was an unremarkable newcomer with mediocre talents. In front of so many disciples at the scripture pavilion, he felt utterly humiliated. As if that were not enough, he had also lost a yuan-enhancing pill, a precious elixir unattainable even with spiritual stones. His father had toiled painstakingly to concoct 3 of them, only for one to be lost without cause. This is simply more excruciating than killing him. I thought today this incident would pass, yet Xiaozhufeng is relentless, even daring to make the absurd demand for ling stones in exchange for the green rock bamboo. Is this not an affront to the honest? Do they truly believe that King Yufeng is a mere soft persimmon to be kneaded at will? Yang Shuhao was consumed by rage, smashing everything in sight to smithereens. The true disciples, witnessing Yang Shuhao's wrath, resembled terrified beasts, too afraid to utter a sound, obediently standing at the door awaiting orders. After venting his fury, Yang Shuhao gradually regained his composure. With a frigid gaze, he glanced at the true disciple by the door. "Convey this message. If Xiaozhufeng desires ling stones, let them come to me, Yang Shuhao. Tomorrow, instruct those servant disciples to continue harvesting green rock bamboo from Xiaozhufeng." "Brother, what if the people from Xiaozhufeng refuse?" the true disciple asked with concern. "Those servant disciples may not dare to defy the gentle senior sister from Xiaozhufeng. Our King Yufeng requires alchemical materials. The demand for green rock bamboo is staggering. Without its replenishment for a day, the production of elixirs may significantly diminish. Is Xiaozhufeng so vast that there exists but one location for harvesting green rock bamboo? With so many servant disciples from King Yufeng scattered across Xiaozhufeng, can that gentle senior sister truly locate them all? Indeed, I shall communicate your intent forthwith. Yang Shuhao, still engulfed in fury, had no desire to linger, and upon receiving the directive, the true disciple hastily departed. Yang Shuhao surveyed the disarray of his surroundings and gritted his teeth, muttering, Wenqing, and that detestable mixed spiritual root. Are you deliberately opposing me? Very well, just you wait. I, Yang Shuhao, vow not to be a man until this grudge is avenged. As night fell, Xiao Yun, lacking other attributes for cultivation, refrained from further practice. Instead, he devoted his time to studying the 5 elements maze formation. The essence of the formation was firmly etched in his mind, and many uncertainties were clarified through diligent practice. After a night of research, Xiao Yun felt he had made significant progress. Unable to resist the urge to experiment, he ventured forth. With all 5 elemental energies coursing through him, he was able to summon even the weaker energies, despite only his water element reaching the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Yun arrived early at the kitchen of Xiaozhufeng, where he set up a small-scale 5 elements maze formation based on the principles of the formation. Due to the limited ability to manipulate other elemental energies, this formation was not flawless, with only the water element's core functioning adequately. Nevertheless, anyone unfamiliar with the formation would surely become lost within it. Once completed, Xiao Yun personally traversed the formation, rectifying a few evident flaws, and he felt quite satisfied with his work. Just then, he heard a distant voice calling out, Junior brother, are you in the kitchen? I've searched everywhere for you. Are you preparing breakfast? Wenqing's voice grew closer. It was his senior sister. Xiao Yun's eyes brightened, seizing the opportunity to test the formation's effectiveness. The senior sister is a formidable master at the golden core stage. If I could ensnare her, this formation might prove to be of some utility. Xiao Yun hastily called out from the kitchen, Senior sister, I'm in the kitchen, preparing some delicious food for you. Hurry and come taste it. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's voice, Wenqing's face lit up with delight. Has my junior brother made something delectable again? How wonderful! Without a second thought, and with saliva practically dripping, she made her way toward the kitchen. However, as she approached within a dozen meters, an instinctive feeling of unease washed over her. What is this? Why do I have an ominous premonition? Wenqing furrowed her brows and halted her steps. Upon further reflection, she reassured herself that this was her own small bamboo peak. How could anything untoward occur? It must be that she had been missing her master so much lately that her mind was a bit disoriented. Dismissing her concerns, she stepped confidently into the 5 elements maze formation set by Xiao Yun. In the next moment, the kitchen before Wenqing vanished, replaced instead by a vast expanse of white mist. Chapter 27. The enigmatic 5 elements formation. Wenqing immediately became alert. Intruders had infiltrated Xiaozhufeng. She summoned her green bamboo sword, positioning it defiantly across her chest, and declared sternly, Who dares to trespass upon Xiaozhufeng? Her voice echoed through the valley, resonating repeatedly. She held her breath, concentrating intently on her surroundings. All was shrouded in dense mist, a blanket of white obscuring her vision. Is this a formation? Wenqing murmured to herself. This is clearly the back mountain of Xiaozhufeng. How could it have been ensnared by a formation? The adversary must have stealthily infiltrated Xiaozhufeng and set up this formation in advance. This is dire. My junior brother is still in the kitchen. Could he be in danger? Previously, while he prepared breakfast, the enemy refrained from attacking. The moment I appeared, they activated the formation. It appears they are targeting me. Who could possibly wish to harm me? Wenqing furrowed her brows in contemplation, unable to discern the identity of her adversary. But there was no time to ponder. Her junior brother was likely in the enemy's grasp. She needed to devise a way to escape the formation quickly. Junior brother, do not fear. Your elder sister is coming to rescue you. Grasping her green rock sword, Wenqing propelled herself forward with urgency. She distinctly remembered that she was not far from the kitchen. Even amidst the obscuring fog, she could rush in. First, she must reunite with her junior brother. Wenqing moved swiftly, covering several meters in the blink of an eye, yet she still could not sense the presence of the kitchen. A wave of surprise washed over her. What is happening? She charged forward once more. Her path was clear as she sprinted for dozens of meters. Yet the mist remained impenetrable. Was the entire Xiaozhu peak ensnared by this formation? Wenqing was taken aback. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, hidden in the kitchen, watched her elder sister pacing anxiously outside, feeling a pang of guilt. While her sister was trapped within the formation, worrying for her safety, she was testing the formation at her sister's expense. Was this not a tad too cruel? Yet, Xiao Yun reasoned that if she had informed her sister in advance, Wenqing might have hesitated to unleash her full strength to break the formation, concerned about her own dignity. Perhaps she could atone by preparing some delicious dishes for her sister later. Surely, Wenqing would not harbor resentment. Wenqing continued to struggle within the formation, her anxiety mounting as she realized her inability to escape. She was not adept at formations, and the longer she lingered, the greater the danger to her junior brother. It appeared that escape was unattainable. If that were the case, she would simply destroy the formation. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through her, causing the temperature around her to plummet dramatically. The chilling ice energy spread outward, momentarily halting the swirling mist of the formation. Xiao Yun, concealed in the kitchen, could not suppress a shiver, as though she had been cast into an ice cellar, naked and exposed. Is this truly my sister's ice spiritual root? How remarkable! Then, she heard Wenqing's commanding voice from outside. Release my junior brother, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless sword. Wenqing's voice resonated within the formation, yet no response came forth. Wenqing, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed the Xianbing sword technique. The green bamboo sword was instantly enveloped in frost, transforming into a gleaming ice blade. The flickering sword light caused the temperature within the array to plummet once more. An overwhelming chill surged forth, and the realm surrounding Wenqing swiftly morphed into a world of frost. Sensing the formidable surge of spiritual energy, the five elements illusory array autonomously shifted into an offensive state. The elemental forces from all directions intertwined, rooted in the essence of water, pulsating with a life of their own. The dense fog thickened, and suddenly numerous vines, as thick as a human arm, writhed menacingly toward Wenqing. She let out a cold snort, and with successive slashes of the green bamboo sword, the seemingly ferocious vines were instantly frozen in place by the sword's wind. A light thrust from Wenqing shattered the vines into a cascade of ice shards that scattered upon the ground. Before Wenqing could catch her breath, fierce flames erupted beneath her, surrounding her in an instant. With a slight furrow of her brow, she swept out her icy sword energy, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Concurrently, countless boulders rained down upon her. Wenqing met the assault with her green bamboo sword, shattering the rocks into a flurry of glistening ice daggers that hurtled toward her. She formed a hand seal, conjuring 4 ice walls that materialized around her. The daggers struck the walls and fell harmlessly to the ground. How weak! Wenqing furrowed her brow in confusion. Why were her opponent's attacks so feeble? When the vines first appeared, she had approached the encounter with utmost caution. Little did she expect that a mere gust of her sword wind could freeze the vines, and with a gentle prod, they would shatter. She sensed something was amiss. After the flames emerged, she had extinguished them with little effort. The boulders and daggers were merely for show, lacking any real destructive power. Could it be that her master had returned? Was this a test of her cultivation? Wenqing's expression brightened at the thought. Indeed, the Lingjian sect was heavily guarded. How could intruders infiltrate unnoticed? Her master must have returned. With this realization, Wenqing relaxed. Since her master wished to test her, there was no need for concern. She was determined to showcase her progress over the past few months, ensuring she would not disappoint her master. With this resolve, she immediately channeled her full strength, reaching the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. The temperature around her plummeted, and the small bamboo peak kitchen within the array was swiftly blanketed in frost. Countless icy energies surged toward her green bamboo sword. Xiao Yun felt as though her very bones were freezing. From a distance, her senior sister, brandishing the green bamboo sword, stood resolute amidst the snowstorm, resembling an ice fairy. The immense spiritual power surged outward, transforming the surrounding world into a realm of ice and snow. Xiao Yun could sense that the five elements' illusory array was on the verge of collapse under the might of this overwhelming ice energy. This was not good. Her senior sister was about to unleash a powerful move. Xiao Yun felt an immense pressure emanating from the impending strike. A primal fear of death rose from the depths of her heart as she watched Wenqing aim the green bamboo sword toward the kitchen. Ready to deliver a decisive blow, Xiao Yun hurriedly shouted, "Senior sister, please show mercy." Wenqing's ice energy had reached its zenith. This was her most powerful strike. She harbored no anxiety that her master would be unable to withstand this strike. Instead, her only concern was that her master might criticize the feebleness of her blow, deeming it unworthy of his rigorous teachings. Just as Wenqing was about to unleash her sword, the surrounding mist dissipated in an instant, revealing the kitchen of Little Bamboo Peak in the distance. Her junior brother stood at the entrance, wide-eyed, waving frantically, "Senior sister, have mercy." However, the sword intent had already coalesced, and by the time Xiao Yun's words reached Wenqing's ears, it was too late. The formidable and unparalleled sword intent, mingled with swirling snowflakes, surged toward Xiao Yun. A surge of panic gripped Wenqing. Where's her master? Why could she not see him? This strike was beyond the capacity of her junior brother, Xiao Yun, to withstand. In this critical moment, Wenqing swiftly reversed her technique, forcefully retracting much of the sword's power. Simultaneously, she exerted every ounce of her strength to alter the direction of her strike. The green bamboo sword, imbued with potent sword intent, sliced past Xiao Yun, heading toward the kitchen behind him. Chapter 28. My Buddha jumps over the wall. The kitchen was cleaved in two. A terrifying chasm stretched before Wenqing, over 100 meters long and several meters deep. Xiao Yun stood frozen in place, utterly captivated by the earth-shattering sword strike that had left him awestruck. Had that blow landed upon him, he would have been utterly obliterated. Is this the might of the Golden Core realm? Is this truly my senior sister? How astonishing! Wenqing hastily sheathed her green bamboo sword and hurriedly approached Xiao Yun with concern. "Junior brother, are you unhurt?" Xiao Yun mechanically nodded, still haunted by the near miss of that strike. Upon confirming his safety, Wenqing adopted a serious demeanor, assuming the role of senior sister chastising her junior. What on earth transpired here? Xiao Yun, unable to withhold the truth, recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, Wenqing felt a mix of joy and reproach. She was elated that Xiao Yun had learned about formations, yet could not help but scold him for engaging in such perilous actions. "Junior brother, you must not act recklessly in the future. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? If I had not been able to control the force of my strike, would you still be alive?" Feeling a pang of guilt, Xiao Yun lowered his head and replied, "I'm sorry, senior sister. I never anticipated things would escalate to this point. I promise I will not engage in such behavior again." Seeing his sincere attitude, Wenqing softened her tone. "Well, as long as you recognize your mistake, I am quite surprised that you managed to learn the formation in such a short time. Our master has mentioned that formations are intricate and difficult to comprehend. It is rare for anyone to grasp them easily. For you to learn it after merely a brief study in the scripture pavilion is truly remarkable. Senior sister, you flatter me. It is not as exaggerated as master claims. Formations are quite simple. You are exceptionally intelligent. If you wish to learn, you would undoubtedly grasp it faster than I did." "Really? Formations are simple?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could I have learned it so swiftly? If that is indeed the case, when we go to the scripture pavilion, I shall study it as well. I was quite flustered being trapped in that formation earlier. Had I possessed some knowledge of formations, I would not have been so disoriented. With your brilliance, senior sister, you would surely master it once. All right, enough flattery. I'm feeling a bit hungry. What did you prepare for breakfast?" Relieved that Wenqing was no longer upset with him, Xiao Yun smiled mysteriously. "Today, I have prepared a truly delectable dish for you, one known as Buddha jumps over the wall." "Buddha jumps over the wall? What is that? Is it delicious?" Wenqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This dish earned its name because even the Buddha, upon catching a whiff of its aroma, would leap over walls to partake in it. There is a poem to attest to this. As the pot is opened, the savory scent wafts to neighbors. The Buddha, upon hearing, abandons meditation and leaps over the wall. Is it truly that delicious? Quickly, bring it out for me to taste. Wen Qing, envisioning the exquisite flavors, could hardly contain her saliva. Xiao Yun smiled gently and turned to retrieve. Buddha jumps over the wall from the kitchen. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the air. The kitchen cleaved in two, could no longer sustain its structure, and collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending plumes of dust into the air. Both Wen Qing and Xiao Yun were momentarily stunned into silence. After a pause, Wen Qing, with a quivering voice, lamented, "Ah, my Buddha jumps over the wall." On a stone table at the back of Xiaozhu Peak, Wen Qing was blissfully slurping up noodles. Although she had not been able to enjoy the Buddha jumps over the wall, the bowl of meat broth noodles prepared by her junior was exceptionally delicious. Despite being crafted from the simplest of ingredients, her junior had conjured such exquisite flavors. "Junior, once the kitchen is repaired, you must let me savor the taste of the Buddha jumps over the wall." After consuming 2 large bowls of noodles, Wen Qing contentedly patted her slightly rounded belly. "Rest assured, senior sister, once the kitchen is restored, I will prepare delightful meals for you every day, 6 different dishes. And never repeat them for an entire month," Xiao Yun replied, while tidying up the dishes they had used. "Agreed, but you must not deceive me, Junior. Deceive anyone but your senior sister. It's getting late. Let us head to the bamboo forest to gather spirit stones." Wen Qing nodded, rising to summon her green bamboo sword, which floated in midair. "Once we've gathered the spirit stones, we shall visit the scripture pavilion to select techniques for you, Junior." Wen Qing guided the bamboo sword as they soared above the bamboo groves of Xiaozhu Peak. "Strange, I do not see any disciples from Qingmu Peak," Wen Qing remarked, furrowing her brow. "Could it be that the disciples from Qingmu Peak have not yet arrived?" Xiao Yun inquired. "They usually arrive by this time. Look, the servant disciples from the other peaks have already harvested quite a bit of green rock bamboo. Perhaps the Qingmu Peak disciples are avoiding us because we're taking their spirit stones? That is indeed a possibility. While green rock bamboo is resilient and fire-resistant, it is not irreplaceable. The disciples from Qingmu Peak may truly not come. What shall we do? If they do not come, how shall we acquire spirit stones for the scripture pavilion?" Wen Qing's expression darkened, but then she smiled. "Do not worry about the spirit stones. I will find a way. Let us first head to Longsho Peak." "What plan do you have, senior sister?" Xiao Yun asked eagerly. "Do not fret over a mere few hundred spirit stones. It's not a challenge for your senior sister." With that, Wen Qing deftly maneuvered the green bamboo sword towards Longsho Peak. Before long, they had arrived at Longsho Peak. "Senior sister, this is not the scripture pavilion. Where are we?" Xiao Yun questioned, gazing at the unfamiliar grand hall before her. "This is the treasure hall of Longsho Peak. Wait here for a moment. I will return shortly." Wen Qing left Xiao Yun and entered the treasure hall. In a short while, Wen Qing emerged from the hall with a beaming smile, shaking a treasure bag in her hand as she cheerfully announced, "We're all set now, Junior. We are not lacking spirit stones anymore." "Senior sister, where did you acquire the spirit stones?" Xiao Yun asked, puzzled by how her senior sister had managed to procure them so quickly. "You need not concern yourself with that. Now, mount the sword." Wen Qing beckoned, and the green bamboo sword floated before them. Since Wen Qing was unwilling to divulge the details, Xiao Yun refrained from pressing further, obediently stepping onto the green bamboo sword. However, once she steadied herself, Xiao Yun suddenly sensed something amiss. "Sister, where has that exquisite floral hair tie gone? It was still here when I arrived." Xiao Yun furrowed his brows slightly, an idea flashing through his mind. Rather than asking directly, he opted for a more subtle inquiry. "Sister, what purpose does the treasure pavilion serve? It appears quite grand." Wen Qing, caught off guard by the question, explained, "The treasure pavilion houses the magical artifacts crafted by the disciples of Longsho Peak. Once you attain the golden core stage, you will be able to purchase a magical artifact of your liking here." In an instant, Xiao Yun comprehended the situation. It seemed the hair tie adorning his sister's head was not merely a decorative piece, but indeed a magical artifact. His sister had sold the artifact in exchange for spirit stones. Contemplating the sacrifices his sister had made for him filled Xiao Yun with a bittersweet mix of joy and sorrow. The complexity of his emotions weighed heavily upon him. What merit did he possess to deserve such kindness from his sister? With a sigh, he quietly asked, "Sister, how many spirit stones did you receive in exchange?" Without hesitation, Wen Qing replied, "A full 3,000 spirit stones. Now we needn't worry about spirit stones. Surely that hair tie is worth more than that. Did the disciples of Longzhou Peak take advantage of us again?" Xiao Yun sensed Wen Qing's body stiffen at his words. She then nonchalantly remarked, "How did you know I exchanged the hair tie for spirit stones? Junior brother, I always stand behind you when you fly on your sword. That hair tie was so beautiful. Its sudden disappearance could not escape my notice." Wen Qing smiled reassuringly. "You need not overthink it. I merely placed it temporarily in the treasure pavilion. Once we acquire more spirit stones, I can redeem it." Xiao Yun could only manage a wry smile, secretly resolving to help his sister reclaim her hair tie at all costs. He vowed that once he cultivated his skills, he would repay her 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Noticing Xiao Yun's prolonged silence, Wen Qing, concerned that he might overthink, initiated conversation. "Junior brother, once you choose your cultivation technique, I shall take you to explore other peaks." "Sister, I prefer not to go. After selecting my technique, let us return to Xiaozhu Peak," Xiao Yun replied, his mind too preoccupied with the desire to enhance his strength and contribute to his sister's well-being in the future. Wen Qing chuckled. "You are unaware, my dear junior brother. The cultivation speed of spiritual energy varies with different attributes across peaks. My intention in taking you to other peaks is not solely for leisure. You shall also experience the diverse cultivation environments." Chapter 29. The complexity of arrays. Upon hearing that one could swiftly absorb spiritual energy, Xiao Yun's interest was piqued. "Really? Is there more to it?" Wen Qing replied with a smile. "Certainly. Take Liang Peak, for instance. At noon, the fire's spiritual energy there is at its most abundant. Coupled with the gathering array within Liang Peak, cultivating within that array at noon is equivalent to a day's worth of training in just 1 hour. Is that truly the case? If such marvels exist, I would very much like to see for myself. Once you have selected your techniques, I shall take you to experience it." As they spoke, Wen Qing had already brought Xiao Yun to the scripture pavilion at Longzhou Peak. She redeemed the IOU and spent 300 spirit stones to purchase 2 tokens, one for 1 hour and another for 2 hours. Wen Qing handed the 2-hour token to Xiao Yun. "You wish to learn 4 techniques, and time is of the essence. 1 hour may not suffice. Stay in there a little longer. Come, let us proceed to select your techniques." Once more, Xiao Yun and his senior sister entered the scripture pavilion. Wen Qing was not particularly knowledgeable about techniques of other attributes. Thus, she refrained from selecting for Xiao Yun, allowing him to make his own choices while offering suggestions from the sidelines. After roughly 15 minutes, Xiao Yun selected 4 foundational techniques: the fire technique, blazing fire art; the wood technique, green Dan manuscript; the earth technique, giant spirit art; and the metal technique, sword classic. Xiao Yun's objective was to absorb various attributes to navigate the qi refinement period and temper his body. Hence, he focused on techniques that emphasize body refinement. It was not that they were unwilling to choose higher growth potential techniques. Rather, the limited number of techniques available in the scripture pavilion offered scant options. The techniques of the Lingjian sect were imparted by the elders, and the pavilion primarily served as a place to study martial skills. Having so many techniques to choose from was already quite a rarity. After assisting Xiao Yun in his selection, Wen Qing remarked, "All right, junior brother, your techniques have been chosen. You have 2 hours to study them at your leisure. There is no need to rush. I will wait for you outside the pavilion." "Thank you, senior sister." After parting ways with Xiao Yun, Wen Qing did not hurry to leave, but instead approached the bookshelf dedicated to formations. This morning, Xiao Yun had trapped her with a formation, prompting her to deem it necessary to learn about them herself. This way, she would not be flustered when encountering masters of formations in the future. Her junior brother had mentioned that studying formations was quite simple with her intelligence. She was confident she would grasp it quickly. Wen Qing believed that if her junior brother could set up a formation after less than an hour of study in the pavilion, she should not lag far behind. She held herself to modest expectations, hoping to reach a level comparable to her junior brother. After all, she was a formidable master at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. She could not possibly be inferior to a novice like him. Wen Qing selected a book on formations and began to read it attentively. Initially, she did not take it too seriously, but after a while, her brow furrowed in concentration. What do the words in this book signify? Why can I not comprehend a single sentence? I recognize these characters, yet when they're strung together, their meaning eludes me. Wen Qing returned the formation manual to the shelf, pondering that perhaps this tome was too advanced. She resolved to select a simpler one, specifically the 5 elements Misty formation, which her junior had studied. As she searched the shelf, she soon found the 5 elements Misty formation. However, after reading just a few lines, Wen Qing felt overwhelmed. What is this? Is the 5 elements Misty formation truly the same as the one her junior studied? Why does it differ from what her junior described? This is hardly simple at all. Gritting her teeth, she continued to read, as if deciphering an ancient script. Ultimately, she returned the 5 elements Misty formation to its place. She attempted 3 more books, but still could not comprehend them. A wave of despair washed over her. Why was it that her junior grasped the formation with ease, while she struggled? This formation was exceedingly difficult, far from simple. After perusing 6 or 7 formation manuals, Wen Qing ultimately decided to abandon her efforts. Indeed, as her master had said, formations were obscure and difficult to grasp, something the average person could not master. Her master often remarked upon her exceptional talent, a rarity in a century. Yet, in comparison to her junior, she felt utterly lacking. After relinquishing her pursuit of formations, Wen Qing turned her attention to various martial techniques in the scripture pavilion. Even if she did not intend to learn them, it was prudent to familiarize herself. For knowing oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in 100 battles. Xiao Yun, having selected the Blazing Fire skill, Azure Dan Manual, Giant Spirit Technique, and Sword Scriptures, sought out a secluded spot to begin his studies. Approximately an hour later, he had committed the 4 techniques to memory. While they were not the core techniques of the Spirit Sword sect, they each possessed unique merits. After returning the texts to their rightful places, Xiao Yun glanced at the time. He still had ample opportunity. Having paid to enter, he was determined not to waste it. Seizing the moment, he ventured once more to the formation section to examine additional manuals. He continued his studies until the red light on his waist token illuminated, reluctantly returning the books. This session of studying formations had imparted new insights to him, and he planned to experiment with them upon returning to Xiaozhu Peak. Upon exiting the scripture pavilion, Xiao Yun instantly spotted his senior sister meditating in a corner of the square. Her enchanting presence captivated many young disciples passing by the pavilion, some of whom boldly paused to watch. For reasons unbeknownst to him, witnessing others gaze at his sister made him profoundly uncomfortable. He strode over to a stout, short disciple who was lingering nearby and inquired, "What are you looking at?" The portly disciple, startled by the sudden address, turned to find Xiao Yun was a stranger and sighed in relief. "Are you new here?" he asked, adopting his senior's demeanor. "Indeed, I just joined the Spirit Sword sect yesterday," Xiao Yun replied with a smile. "Then you are fortunate. Do you see that junior sister practicing over there? What do you think? Is she not beautiful?" Xiao Yun nodded, exclaiming, "I have seen her. She is truly stunning. Beauty, however, bears no relation to you, for she is none other than Wen Qing, one of the esteemed 4 disciples of our Lingjian sect, hailing from Xiaozhu Peak. Do not harbor the foolish notion of a toad aspiring to consume swan meat. Sister One is an exceedingly rare gem, possessing the unparalleled ice spirit root and cultivating at the 5th level of the golden core stage. Male disciples who admire Sister One would circle around Longsho Peak thrice. She is not a woman to be aspired to by someone of your ordinary stature. Merely gaze upon her from afar and relish the sight. Is that so? Then, who do you believe is worthy of Sister One? Xiao Yun inquired with a grin that did not quite reach his eyes. That goes without saying, it is undoubtedly I, your senior brother, proclaimed the short and stout disciple with pride. You should know that merely encountering Sister One today is a fortune earned over 8 lifetimes. Let me tell you, she resides at Xiaozhu Peak year-round and seldom ventures out. Do you comprehend how difficult it is to meet her? You might not believe it, but even I, your senior brother, can see her no more than 3 times a year. That truly is a pity, Xiao Yun sighed. Indeed, how wonderful it would be to spend every day in Sister Wen's company. The stout disciple's face radiated a foolish longing, as if envisioning moments with Wenqing. Xiao Yun let out a sigh and advised, I suggest you abandon such unrealistic dreams. With that time, you might as well consider shedding a few pounds. Gently patting the stout disciple's shoulder, he shook his head and made his way towards Sister Wen. The short disciple, startled, lowered his voice and called out to Xiao Yun. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry back. Don't disturb Sister Wen during her cultivation. If she leaves, who knows when we might see her again. Chapter 30. The potent bully disregarding the attempts of his short, stout senior to obstruct him, Xiao Yun boldly approached Wenqing. This audacious act left the short senior in a state of panic, torn between intervening and not wanting to disturb Wenqing. Just as he hesitated, he realized that the young disciple had already engaged in conversation with Wenqing. How audacious could this lad be, daring to speak with Wenqing? How could he muster such courage? Wenqing had awakened. Ah, she was smiling. So beautiful. How infuriating. Had I known, I would have been the one to greet her first. As the short senior wallowed in regret, he suddenly noticed both Wenqing and Xiao Yun looking in his direction. His heart raced, his mouth grew dry, and his mind went blank. Xiao Yun addressed Wenqing, Sister, do you know that short, chubby senior? Wenqing turned to look, momentarily taken aback, before quickly nodding. Of course, he is Senior Zhong from the Liryang Peak, the chief disciple of Liryang Peak, and one of the 4 great disciples of the Lingjian sect. Just him? Xiao Yun regarded the distant, lecherous figure with skepticism. This was clearly a man of questionable character. How could such a person be the chief disciple of Liryang Peak, or one of the 4 great disciples of the Lingjian sect? Before he could ponder further, Wenqing took the initiative to walk towards the short, stout senior. Greetings, Senior Zhong, Wenqing offered politely. Zhong Tianyan, flustered and nervous, struggled to respond, stammering SS Senior. What are you doing here? Wenqing smiled. I am waiting for my junior brother, who is studying techniques in the scripture pavilion. She then called out to Xiao Yun, Junior brother, come and greet Senior Zhong. Xiao Yun approached Zhong Tianyan with a feigned smile. I am already acquainted with Senior Zhong. Really? Wenqing exclaimed in surprise. Junior brother, you have only been in the Lingjian sect for 2 days. How could you possibly know Senior Zhong? Just met him. Xiao Yun grinned at Zhong Tianyan. ISNT that right, Senior Zhong? Zhong Tianyan stammered. Why yes indeed. Wenqing gave Zhong Tianyan a gentle smile. My junior brother and I have matters to attend to, so we shall not disturb you further. Zhong Tianyan, beads of sweat lining his forehead, trembled as he replied. Oh, okay. Wenqing nodded slightly, refraining from saying more, summoned her green bamboo sword, and stepped forward. Xiao Yun gently supported Wenqing's waist, casting a triumphant look at the astonished Zhong Tianyan. Until we meet again, Senior Zhong. Zhong Tianyan's eyes widened in disbelief. It was only after Wenqing vanished into the sky on her sword that he regained his senses, shouting. That little brat dared to touch Sister Wenqing's waist. Why? Who is he? Sister, is that chubby Senior Zhong truly as formidable as you claim? On the bamboo sword, Xiao Yun inexplicably felt a surge of unease. It was only natural. With her beauty, gentleness, and high cultivation, who wouldn't be enamored? Wenqing smiled and said, of course. Among the younger generation of disciples in the Lingjian sect, Brother Zhong's cultivation is indeed among the very best. Is he more formidable than you, Senior Sister? Xiao Yun inquired. Wenqing sighed and replied, Brother Zhong practices a fire attribute technique, and even with my advantages in technique, I am not his equal. Is that so? He's that powerful? It doesn't seem like it. To me, he appears to be just a slovenly, overweight recluse. What does slovenly recluse mean? Wenqing asked, her face reflecting confusion. It simply refers to someone who is rather portly, Xiao Yun casually explained. Do not be deceived by Brother Zhong's stout physique. His agility is remarkable. Our master has remarked that Brother Zhong is exceptionally strong, with virtually no weaknesses. It is quite challenging to defeat him, which is why I have ventured out to seek weaponry. No weaknesses? That seems implausible. Xiao Yun could hardly believe that such a seemingly slothful figure could possess such strength. Indeed, One should not judge by appearances. Though if we're discussing weaknesses, there is indeed one. Wenqing suddenly allowed a slight smile to escape her lips. What weakness? For reasons unknown, Brother Zhong tends to stutter when he speaks, which could be perceived as a vulnerability. Come on, that hefty fellow is not stuttering. He merely becomes flustered in your presence. Xiao Yun thought to himself, but refrained from voicing these thoughts. He did not wish for his senior sister to discover that such a powerful figure harbored feelings for her. This could very well be a rival in love. Revealing this to her would only bolster that portly man's chances. Hastily, Xiao Yun shifted the topic. Senior sister, where are we headed? This does not seem like the route back to Xiaozhu Peak. Wenqing replied, it is nearly noon, and I am taking you to Liang Peak for a visit. Since you've just learned the Liuhua technique, it is an opportune moment to practice within the Jiang array at Liang Peak. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yun engaged in light conversation with his senior sister. Before long, they arrived at the training square of Liang Peak. Soon, a disciple assigned to guard the array approached to greet them. What an unexpected honor! Senior Sister Wenqing has graced our training square at Liang Peak. Wenqing smiled and replied, I brought my junior brother to experience the Jiang array. The guarding disciple chuckled. Your timing is impeccable, Senior Sister. It is nearly noon, the moment when the fire spirit energy is most abundant. Please proceed with the payment of spirit stones, the disciple continued, according to the regulations. External disciples must pay 100 spirit stones for each hour spent in the Jiang array. Wenqing, evidently aware of this rule, was about to retrieve her treasure pouch to pay the fee. Xiao Yun quickly intervened. Senior Sister, you didn't mention there would be a fee. If we have to spend spirit stones, we might as well practice at Xiaozhu Peak. Wenqing laughed. How can it be the same? You will understand once you experience it. I have spirit stones available, so do not worry. Disregarding Xiao Yun's protests, Wenqing paid the 100 spirit stones and received a waste token in return. She handed it to Xiao Yun and said, My eye spirit root does not benefit significantly from this environment, so you should enter alone. I shall not accompany you, having already settled the payment. Xiao Yun found himself with no alternative but to accept the waste token, saying, Senior Sister, once I emerge, we shall return to Xiao Bamboo Peak, without visiting any other peaks. Wenqing, with a subtle smile, replied, Very well, Senior Sister has her own arrangements. Now, do enter and devote yourself to your cultivation. Do not squander your time within. Xiao Yun nodded, assuring her, Rest assured, Senior Sister, having invested such a hefty sum for the ticket, I must ensure I reap the benefits. You may head back to Xiao Bamboo Peak without waiting for me, he added. All right, enough talk. Hurry inside. Noon approaches swiftly. With a nod, Xiao Yun fastened the waste token to his waist and stepped into the Gathering Sun array of Liang Peak. Chapter 31. The Gathering Sun Formation. The entire Gathering Sun Formation was established in the training square of the Blazing Sun Peak. Upon entering the Grand Formation, Xiao Yun felt a searing warmth of fiery, spiritual energy enveloping him. This sensation of being surrounded by spiritual power was something he could only experience when drawing energy into his body. Now, merely stepping into the formation, he was already met with such a feeling. Indeed, the Gathering Sun Formation was extraordinary. Within the formation, 500 cushions were arranged for disciples to meditate and absorb energy. At this moment, the area was filled with practitioners, all focused intently on their cultivation, striving to draw the abundant fiery spiritual energy surrounding them. Despite the multitude, the spiritual energy remained plentiful. As Xiao Yun surveyed the area, he noticed that the central position of the formation was unoccupied. Being well-versed in formations, he recognized that the center was the most advantageous spot. Since no one was seated there, he took the liberty to settle himself in the center, preparing for his practice. Time was of the essence, and he was determined not to squander it. Xiao Yun recalled the cultivation method of the flame power. Following the prescribed route, he began to slowly absorb the fiery spiritual energy within the formation. The moment he commenced his practice, it seemed as though the fiery spiritual energy in the heavens and earth sensed his presence, surging toward his body. Xiao Yun felt a vast torrent of fiery energy crashing into him like a raging river. Within mere breaths, he had cultivated the flame power to the second level of body refinement. Just as he was about to continue his practice, A sharp voice interrupted him. Get up. Is this a place for you to sit? Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes to find a young man, seemingly in his 20s, glaring at him with a look of fury. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yun inquired, Is this your spot? The young man retorted sharply. What does it matter whose spot this is? This is not where you should be seated. Move aside, since it is not your position. What concern is it of yours that I am cultivating here? If the young man had approached him with courtesy, Xiao Yun might have relinquished the spot. But the disrespectful tone ignited his displeasure. I do not care whose position it is. I purchased my ticket to enter, and no one informed me of any seating restrictions prior to my arrival. I have been cultivating here for quite some time. It is unreasonable for you to demand I vacate. Seeing Xiao Yun's refusal to yield, the young man grew increasingly irate. Hey, which true disciple do you belong to? Do you understand the rules? Is this a place you can sit recklessly? Xiao Yun responded with a cold smile. I am not one of your blazing sun peak disciples. I am unaware of your rules, but I do know that I paid with spirit stones to enter. No one informed me of where I could or cannot sit. Since this spot is vacant, I have claimed it as mine. Huh, you a disciple from the outer peak, dare to be so arrogant on our blazing sun peak. Get up, do you hear me? Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Xiao Yun replied icily. And what if I do not rise? What will you do to me? Will you strike me? What of it? You have taken the position of a true disciple. Striking you would be a light punishment. The young disciple, in the heat of the moment, raised his hand to strike Xiao Yun across the face. The commotion drew the attention of many other disciples who were practicing nearby, halting their training to observe the unfolding drama with keen interest. The young disciple's palm gradually flushed a deep crimson, radiating a wave of heat as it hurtled toward Xiao Yun's face. Xiao Yun discerned that the strike was imbued with martial skills. If he refrained from retaliating, a single slap could easily incapacitate even a disciple of foundational cultivation. Swiftly, Xiao Yun leaned back to evade the oncoming blow while simultaneously executing the soft water, shattering rock fist, deftly seizing the assailant's wrist. With a powerful thrust of one leg, he delivered a kick to the young man's abdomen. The young man let out a pained cry as he was sent sprawling across the ground, narrowly avoiding collision with other practicing disciples who quickly scattered out of the way. Xiao Yun had deliberately refrained from exerting his full strength, allowing the young man a modicum of dignity. Struggling against the intense pain, the young man scrambled to his feet, pointing a finger at Xiao Yun and cursing. You bold lad, how dare you strike me? Don't you dare run. Just wait for me. With that, he turned and dashed out of the formation. Xiao Yun cast a cold glance at him, disdainfully remarking, You tell me not to flee, yet you run away yourself. Pathetic. Once the young man departed, the surrounding disciples whispered among themselves, occasionally gesturing toward Xiao Yun. Unfazed, he settled back on his mat to resume his training. Just as he entered a meditative state, he was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps, faintly hearing someone exclaim, Sister, it's that brat. Realizing someone was coming for him, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes to find a familiar face. The newcomer furrowed her brow upon seeing him, coldly stating, It's you? Xiao Yun was taken aback by the unexpected encounter and smiled. Indeed, I didn't anticipate seeing you again so soon. The visitor was clad in a striking red dress, her tall figure complemented by fair skin, delicate brows, and sharp eyes. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips were slightly thin, exuding an air of vigor. Notably, a lotus-shaped crimson mark adorned her forehead. She was none other than Chu Hongyan, the newly accepted true disciple of the Liang Peak. Surprised by Xiao Yun's presence, Chu Hongyan thought to herself, Isn't he a disciple of the Xiaozhu Peak? What brings him to our Liang Peak, especially within the training array? She inquired, What are you doing here? What else could I be doing? Obviously training, Xiao Yun replied, shrugging his shoulders. Training in fire-based techniques? Chu Hongyan asked, Is there any other option? I didn't hear from my master that you were accepted into the Liang Peak. When did this happen? Chu Hongyan expressed her astonishment, realizing Xiao Yun had indeed joined Liang Peak. She assumed he must have excelled in breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, prompting her master to recognize his potential and recruit him into Liang Peak, which explained why he occupied her designated training spot. Xiao Yun shot her a pointed look and said, Don't jump to conclusions. I haven't joined your Liang Peak. I'm merely here to train. Do you have business with me? If not, please don't disturb my practice. My time is quite valuable. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's explanation, Chu Hongyan comprehended the situation and promptly stated, "There's a matter at hand. That seat you occupy belongs to me. I kindly request you to vacate it. Did you write your name on it?" Xiao Yun inquired. Chu Hongyan paused momentarily, then replied, "There is no need to inscribe my name. This is common knowledge throughout the entire Liang Peak." Xiao Yun responded with a smile. "I apologize, but I am not a disciple of Liang Peak, hence I am unaware of such matters. I paid spirit stones to practice here. When I exchanged the spirit stones, no stipulations were made regarding which seats are permissible and which are not. When I arrived, the seat was unoccupied, and I have already claimed it. If you wish for me to relinquish it, I regret to inform you that I must decline." At that moment, the young man who had been kicked by Xiao Yun could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Senior Sister, why waste your breath on him? She has taken your seat. Simply expel him, and the matter will be resolved." Chapter 32. The free ticket. Chu Hongyan furrowed her brows and addressed Xiao Yun, saying, "The fire spiritual energy here is abundant. Even if you do not occupy this position, there is sufficient energy for your cultivation." Xiao Yun replied with a smile, "If that is the case, why do you insist on claiming this spot? Why not choose another?" Indeed, the abundance of fire spiritual energy in the gathering sun array is undeniable. However, the energy at the very center is of a purer essence, facilitating swifter cultivation. Chu Hongyan, possessing exceptional talent, was specifically instructed by the chief of Liang Peak to utilize this position for her cultivation until she completes her qi refining stage and advances to the foundation establishment stage. She did not intend to conceal this information from Xiao Yun and candidly stated, "I am practicing the advanced technique of Liang Peak. The Liuyang Fantian Ju. The fire spiritual energy I require is not only vast, but also needs to be exceptionally pure. Within the entire gathering sun array, this spot offers the purest energy. My master has expressly designated this position for me, and I will be cultivating here daily. You are not a disciple of Liang Peak, so I cannot fault you for your ignorance of this matter. Now that I've clarified the situation, I kindly ask you to vacate the seat." Xiao Yun shook his head, responding, "Had you approached me before I entered this great array and paid my spirit stones, I would have willingly relinquished my position. However, I have already paid and cultivated here for half a day. To now assert that this is your place is unacceptable to me. Moreover, Mayawa Gong may very well rival your Liuyang Fantian Ju, and do I not also require pure fire spiritual energy?" The young man, who had been kicked by Xiao Yun, could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Liu Gong, a technique that can be learned in the scripture pavilion, cannot possibly compare to our Liang Peak's methods. Even the outer fire energy is sufficient for your cultivation. You should leave at once." The surrounding disciples of Liang Peak erupted in laughter upon hearing Xiao Yun's technique. "Liu Gong? Huh, such a worthless technique dares to stand alongside our Liang Peak's arts? Is this fellow merely jesting? Does such a mediocre technique truly warrant the need for the array's central fire energy?" A kind-hearted peer advised, "Junior brother, your Gong does not necessitate cultivation at the array's center. The outer fire energy is more than adequate for your practice. Please allow Senior Sister Chu to take the spot. Indeed, you should step aside. Senior Sister Chu's training time is approaching. There's only a brief hour each day when the fire spiritual energy here is at its purest. Do not hinder Senior Sister Chu, nor yourself. Exactly, we all come here to cultivate. There is no need for disputes over such trivial matters." The young disciple who had been kicked by Xiao Yun retorted angrily, "I believe this fellow will not shed tears until he sees his own demise. He is clearly deaf to reason. We should simply drive him out without further discussion." Chu Hongyan waved her hand, signaling the young disciple to cease his remarks. Although she recognized that Xiao Yun was merely an inferior spirit root, she did not wish to cultivate animosity with him. After all, she had witnessed his remarkable strength firsthand in the scripture pavilion, where he had displayed the prowess of a foundation establishment cultivator with a single punch. Even if Xiao Yun had consumed some extraordinary treasures, it was still a tangible foundation-building realm. Chu Hongyan, with remarkable patience, stated, "You have heard what everyone has said. Your fiery fire technique does not necessitate cultivation here, as it can be practiced elsewhere just as effectively. Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh and replied, "They are all your junior brothers, naturally inclined to speak in your favor." Chu Hongyan furrowed her brows. Noon was fast approaching, and she had no time to dally with Xiao Yun. Unable to endure his obstinacy any longer, she declared, "Time is precious. I shall ask you one final time. Will you relinquish this position? What if I refuse?" Xiao Yun inquired. "If you refuse, I shall have my master come to escort you out," Chu Hongyan said through gritted teeth, emphasizing the word master. Upon hearing her mention her master, Xiao Yun thought it prudent to relent. The head of the Liang Peak was not someone he could afford to offend. If her master were to arrive and truly expel him, his spirit stones would have been wasted. He could not betray the good intentions of his senior sister. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yun smiled and said, "I am not unreasonable. I can certainly yield. But you cannot expect me to vacate this position merely by the gentle touch of your lips. What do you propose?" Chu Hongyan probed, "What do you want?" Xiao Yun replied with a slight smile, "I paid spirit stones to enter this place. Having secured such a favorable position, how could I simply relinquish it? If you wish for me to vacate, it must be purchased with spirit stones." Chu Hongyan nodded and said, "Very well. I will have the guarding disciples outside return your spirit stones. You may leave. You are not permitted to appear in our Liang Peak's gathering sun array again." "Are you jesting? I came here to cultivate. You asked me to leave after I have already paid my spirit stones? What purpose would that serve? Do you think I am idle?" Xiao Yun retorted. "Did you not just say that you would sell this position for spirit stones?" Chu Hongyan glared at him. "Indeed, I arrived first and claimed this prime location. If you desire it, you must purchase it from me." Chu Hongyan's fair complexion flushed with anger. Yet she held back her fury, reasoning that it was not worth troubling her master over such a trivial matter. Moreover, Xiao Yun had a point. He had indeed paid for his cultivation, and since the position was vacant, there was no justification for denying him. "Very well, I shall give you 200 spirit stones. Now step aside." Seeing that noon was nearly upon them, she did not wish to prolong the dispute with Xiao Yun. To his surprise, Xiao Yun had not anticipated that she would agree. He had prepared himself for a haggling session. In reality, his asking price was only 100 spirit stones. Earning back the cost of entry would suffice. And what a delightful opportunity it would be to cultivate without expense. Unexpectedly, he found himself in a fortunate situation. This Chu Hongyan truly lives up to her reputation as a true disciple, effortlessly producing 200 spirit stones upon request. It brings to mind the time in the scripture pavilion when Yang Shuhao mentioned that her master provided her with various precious elixirs to enhance her cultivation. Those elixirs indeed seemed quite valuable. It appears that her master genuinely dotes on her. The Liang Peak is indeed affluent. In comparison, our modest Zhu Peak seems rather impoverished. The esteemed senior sister had to sign an IOU just to take him to the scripture pavilion, and she even pawned her personal magical artifact. After accepting Chu Hongyan's 200 spirit stones, Xiao Yun dutifully relinquished his seat and found a vacant corner to commence his cultivation. Chu Hongyan promptly adjusted her mindset and took her rightful place, preparing for her own practice, disregarding Xiao Yun further. At that moment, a tremendous surge of fire spiritual power cascaded down from above the spirit gathering array. The fire spiritual energy within the gathering yang array suddenly intensified several-fold. Xiao Yun couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable prowess of the gathering yang array. Such a dense concentration of fire spiritual energy would surely allow even those with inferior spiritual roots to cultivate at a speed rivaling those with exceptional roots, wouldn't it? He promptly closed his eyes and began to circulate the fire technique to absorb the fire spiritual power within the gathering yang array. After circulating the fire technique for a complete cycle, the fire spiritual energy in the array became agitated, surging wildly toward Xiao Yun. Chapter 33. Where has the fire spiritual energy gone? Xiao Yun sensed something amiss and immediately began to fervently absorb the abundant fire spiritual energy. As the formidable energy coursed through his body, it relentlessly washed over him, elevating his physical limits. After a brief interval, the disciples of Liang Peak, who were diligently cultivating within the gathering sun array, gradually became aware that something was awry. How could the fire spiritual energy within the array be vanishing so rapidly? It was midday, the time when the energy was most potent. Even under ordinary circumstances, the fire spiritual energy in the array would not be so scarce. Weaker disciples soon realized they could no longer absorb any fire spiritual energy. They awakened from their meditative states, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. Initially, they suspected they had faltered in their practices, but upon seeing the similarly perplexed expressions of their peers, they understood that the gathering sun array was malfunctioning. What is happening? Why can we no longer perceive the fire spiritual energy? I don't know. I can't sense it either. Could the array be broken? Discussions ensued among the crowd, and even some of the more accomplished disciples began to feel that something was off. While they could still sense the fire spiritual energy, it was entirely beyond their control, utterly impossible to absorb into their bodies. At that moment, aside from a few individuals in the center, the rest of the practitioners in the plaza halted their cultivation. Whispering amongst themselves, Xiao Yun, seated in a corner, remained oblivious to the commotion outside. He was wholly engrossed in absorbing the fire spiritual energy from the array, feeling an endless stream of it flooding into his body, continually enhancing his physique. His cultivation speed surpassed even that in the tranquil confines of Xiaozhu Peak by several folds. After another quarter of an hour, those at the center of the array also began to sense the anomaly. Why was the fire spiritual energy flowing outward, completely eluding their control and rendering them unable to absorb it? Upon opening their eyes, they discovered that the others in the plaza had long ceased their cultivation. The core disciples furrowed their brows and remarked, "What is happening? I cannot absorb any fire spiritual energy. It's all dispersing outward. Has the array's sealing function failed? No, look at that fellow over there practicing the fiery blaze technique." Everyone turned their attention to find Xiao Yun still sitting cross-legged, absorbed in his cultivation. A faint red glow emanated from his skin. What is that? Is it fire spiritual energy? Has he absorbed it all? Surely not. Could that faint red glow on his skin be the fire spiritual energy? The energy has actually materialized to the point of being visible to the naked eye? This is impossible. How could such a thing occur? Even the most pure fire spiritual energy from the gathering sun array is not visible to the naked eye. Seated at the center of the array, Chu Hongyan sensed something was amiss. Why was today's fire spiritual energy so unruly? Despite her utmost efforts, she could barely manage to absorb a trickle of it into her body. As the center of the gathering sun array, she was meant to be the first to receive the fire spiritual energy before it dispersed to others. Yet today, no matter how she exerted control, the energy was being siphoned away by the surrounding disciples. Chu Hongyan grew increasingly alarmed as she realized her cultivation speed had diminished to a fraction of its usual pace, rendering further efforts futile. Slowly, she opened her eyes, emerging from her meditative state. To her astonishment, she noticed that all the surrounding disciples had ceased their practice, pointing and whispering towards a corner of the area. Furrowing her brow, she wondered what was happening. Why had everyone stopped cultivating? Where had all the fire spirit energy gone? Following the direction of their gazes, she discovered Xiao Yun in the corner, enveloped in a faint red glow. His body seemed to act like a magnet, drawing in the surrounding fire spirit energy. Chu Hongyan could distinctly feel the energy flowing towards him in abundance. With a perplexed expression, she approached Xiao Yun. The disciples around her parted to make way. As she drew near, an overwhelming concentration of fire spirit energy enveloped her. This energy was purer than that at the center of the gathering sun array by more than tenfold. Chu Hongyan's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. What kind of cultivation technique was Xiao Yun practicing to absorb such a vast amount of fire spirit energy? It was known that the energy within this gathering sun array could sustain 500 practitioners. Senior Sister, did this fellow steal our fire spirit energy? One disciple exclaimed. Chu Hongyan, her face filled with shock, replied it. It seems so. What on earth was happening? Could he truly be the legendary innate fire root, capable of absorbing fire spirit energy so swiftly? Chu Hongyan murmured, "No, he is not an innate root, but rather a mixed root. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. A mixed root? The most inferior type of root? One even lesser than a low-grade root? Indeed, how can a mixed root absorb fire spirit energy so quickly? Senior Sister, your exquisite fire root cannot achieve such a feat. Chu Hongyan slowly nodded in agreement. Not only could she not match it, but Xiao Yun's rate of energy absorption was over 100 times faster than hers. Senior Sister, are you certain? He truly is a mixed root? Chu Hongyan asserted. The sect master personally verified it. How could there be any error? Our master was present at the time, along with the elders from various sections. No one was willing to take him as a disciple, and ultimately, he was assigned to the small bamboo peak. If he were not a mixed root, would the elders allow him to be a disciple there? A profound silence enveloped the gathering after a long pause. One disciple inquired, "But why can a mixed root absorb fire spirit energy so swiftly? Is it due to his cultivation technique?" Cultivation technique? What technique? The blaze technique. Didn't he mention that he practices the blaze technique? But that is merely an ordinary technique from the scripture pavilion. How could it possibly yield such results? Perhaps he has comprehended some of its deeper mysteries. After all, what other explanation could there be? It cannot simply be due to him being a mixed root, can it? Yes, it must be the blaze technique. Some of the more perceptive disciples immediately grasped the implication and quietly departed the training square, intending to head to the scripture pavilion on Dragon Head Peak. Those who reacted slowly noticed the diminishing crowd in the square, the hurried footsteps prompting an immediate exodus. The training ground, once bustling with 500 practitioners, was soon reduced to a mere handful. These individuals realized their sluggishness rendered them unable to seize the coveted fire essence technique. Some doubted that Xiao Yun was truly practicing the fire essence technique, suspecting he was instead employing a different martial art. They resolved to wait for Xiao Yun to awaken and clarify the matter. Chu Hongyan also harbored doubts regarding the purported effects of the fire essence technique. If such powers were indeed real, her master would surely have detected them. She speculated that Xiao Yun might have ingested some rare treasure, as suggested by Elder Wu from the scripture pavilion. A dozen individuals surrounded Xiao Yun like bodyguards, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Xiao Yun himself was uncertain how long he had been in practice. He sensed that the fire spiritual energy, upon entering his body, ceased to fortify his physical form and gradually converged towards his dantian, prompting him to conclude his cultivation. Based on his prior experience with the tide of the Azure Sea technique, he believed he had now perfected the fire spiritual energy. Chapter 34. What color is your underwear? Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, startled by the scene before him. Dozens of individuals surrounded him, gazing at him with expressions of astonishment akin to those one might find at a zoo observing a giant panda. Xiao Yun straightened his posture and immediately stood up. Regarding the leader, Chu Hongyan, with a watchful demeanor. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to burn bridges after crossing them? Let me tell you, retrieving those 200 spirit stones for me would be more challenging than snatching meat from a dog." He warned, "Do not take advantage of your numbers to bully the few. If you dare, let us settle this one-on-one." Chu Hongyan maintained a composed visage as she slowly approached Xiao Yun. Instantly, Xiao Yun heightened his vigilance. "Are you coming at me first? Fine, let us take this outside. But don't say I'm bullying you." After a moment of silence, Chu Hongyan scrutinized Xiao Yun with a piercing gaze, examining him thoroughly, no less than 81 times. Xiao Yun felt a shiver down his spine under her intense observation. "Why are you staring at me like that? Surely you're not developing feelings for me? Although I am aware of my own handsomeness, and your attraction is quite understandable, my heart already belongs to another." Chu Hongyan, do not harbor unrealistic fantasies. Chu Hongyan's expression darkened as she retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who would fall for someone with your mixed spiritual roots?" Xiao Yun gently patted his chest, replying, "Well, that's a relief. If you were to cry and beg to marry me, I truly would not know how to refuse." Chu Hongyan raised her delicate hand, poised to reprimand Xiao Yun, but halted midway. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her rising anger and lowered her hand. "I shall ask you, what cultivation method are you practicing?" Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why she suddenly inquired. Hadn't he already mentioned it? "What does it matter to you?" He retorted, Chu Hongyan was momentarily taken aback by his response, unsure of how to reply. Ever since joining the Liang Peak and becoming the true disciple of the chief elder, she had been treated like a precious gem, with fellow disciples eagerly answering her every question. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner before. After a pause, she regained her composure, realizing she needed something from him. I was merely asking casually, is it true you practice the blazing fire technique? Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea for profit, and he smiled. Would you like to know? Chu Hongyan nodded. Xiao Yun then turned to the eager faces of the other Liang Peak disciples. Do you all want to know? The crowd nodded vigorously. Xiao Yun smacked his lips, feigning a troubled expression. You prying into my privacy puts me in quite a difficult position. Chu Hongyan frowned, stating, we only wish to know what cultivation method you practice. We are not asking you to teach us. What difficulty is there in that? Xiao Yun pouted and cast a sidelong glance at Chu Hongyan, dismissively replying, if that is the case, then let me ask you, what color is the underwear you are wearing today? Chu Hongyan's face flushed crimson, resembling a bright red cloth as she glared at Xiao Yun, exclaiming, You, how dare you? Xiao Yun, with an expression of innocence, queried, what is the matter? I was merely inquiring about the color. I did not ask you to show me. Chu Hongyan, utterly mortified by Xiao Yun's teasing in front of numerous male disciples, raised her hand, prepared to confront him. Xiao Yun quickly intervened, saying, wait a moment, don't you wish to know which cultivation technique I practice? Upon hearing this, Chu Hongyan, suppressing her fury, paused and asked, what technique do you cultivate? Is it truly the blazing fire technique? Xiao Yun chuckled. Is your undergarment genuinely red? I will not let this go. Chu Hongyan, having been mocked, could no longer contain her rage. She leaped forward, her fist aimed at Xiao Yun's chest. Xiao Yun deftly sidestepped, smiling as he remarked, now you understand how it feels when someone pries into your privacy, don't you? Silence. I shall end you. Chu Hongyan, thwarted in her first strike, roared as she charged at Xiao Yun once more. Unfazed, Xiao Yun engaged in combat, employing the gentle water, shattering rock fist against her. Although Chu Hongyan had reached the 5th layer of qi refinement, she still paled in comparison to Xiao Yun. With sheer physical strength, he effortlessly countered her assaults. At that moment, Chu Hongyan had lost her rationality, disregarding the disparity in their abilities, and relentlessly attacked Xiao Yun. Both she and Xiao Yun were novice cultivators, having just begun 2 days prior. Despite successfully breaking through to the 5th layer of qi refinement thanks to elixirs, her martial skills were sadly lacking. Initially, Xiao Yun utilized the gentle water, shattering rock fist to defend, but after several exchanges, he realized that even employing ordinary martial arts, Chu Hongyan was no match for him. On numerous occasions, he could have taken her life, but refrained at the last moment. After all, they were both disciples of the Spirit Sword sect, and if he were to kill Chu Hongyan here, he would not escape unscathed. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yun had shown her mercy multiple times. Her fury had clouded her judgment, and her sole desire was to vanquish the silver-haired rogue before her, oblivious to all else. As he parried Chu Hongyan's blows, Xiao Yun spoke, Junior Sister Chu, I am aware of your current anger. I share the sentiment. When you inquired about my cultivation technique, I felt the same way you do now, perhaps even more furious, yet I managed to restrain myself. Do you understand how difficult that was for me? Junior Sister, anger breeds impulsiveness. You are acting quite rashly at present. The situation requires strategy over brute force. Do take a moment to assess the reality. You are simply not my opponent. Shut your mouth and perish. Chu Hongyan, frustrated by her inability to prevail, was at her wit's end. Hearing Xiao Yun's incessant chatter only fueled her fury further. Junior Sister, should reason fail, I may be compelled to resort to physical means, Xiao Yun declared. Chu Hongyan, gritting her teeth in silence, intensified her relentless assault, eager to eliminate Xiao Yun instantly. Observing her refusal to heed his advice, Xiao Yun let out a resigned sigh. Very well, since Junior Sister refuses to heed my counsel, let her not blame me. This shall serve as a painful lesson. With a swift motion, Xiao Yun evaded Chu Hongyan's attack and instantly maneuvered behind her. A surge of gentle, Liquid-like force emanated from his palm, directly imprinting itself upon the center of Chu Hongyin's back. A muted thud echoed through the air. The overwhelming power of his strike forced Chu Hongyin down to the ground, leaving her sprawled upon the earth. Following this, an immense force surged towards her. Boom! The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, the disciples of Liang Peak immediately gasped, Senior Sister Chu. As they prepared to rush forward to aid Chu Hongyin, the dust gradually settled, revealing Chu Hongyin unscathed, lying on the ground. Around her prone form, the earth within a 2-meter radius had deeply caved in. Chu Hongyin appeared as if she were a figure extracted from a painting, her expression one of utter astonishment. Xiao Yun chuckled, Junior Sister Chu, I have shown mercy in this strike out of camaraderie. Do you truly believe your body is sturdier than this ground? Chapter 35. Avenge Sister Chu. Though Chu Hongyin bore no physical wounds, the scars upon her spirit were far more agonizing than death itself. First, she had been publicly humiliated by Xiao Yun, and then she suffered a disgraceful defeat. Her heart brimmed with grievances, yet she had no outlet for her anguish. She buried her head deeply in her arms, lying motionless on the ground. Sister Chu, Sister Chu. The disciples of Liang Peak rushed forward, calling her name with concern. Chu Hongyin remained prostrate, her shoulders occasionally trembling. Moments later, soft sobs escaped her lips. One disciple furrowed his brow and gently inquired, What is wrong with Sister Chu? Is she crying? Yes, it seems so. At that moment, Xiao Yun remained blissfully unaware of the shift in the atmosphere. Following the plan in his mind, he smiled and said, Sister Chu, please rise. My earlier strike bore no true intent. I merely employed the gentle force of the shattered water fist. You're unharmed, so there is no need for this pretense. You can surely hear me now, can't you? Inquiring into another's privacy is quite impolite, and it placed me in a rather uncomfortable position when you asked about my cultivation techniques. However, I might be inclined to share, should you offer a small token of spirit stones in return. Xiao Yun had never regarded his cultivation methods as a significant secret. His reluctance to divulge the information stemmed from a desire to extract some spirit stones from the affluent disciples of Liang Peak. The notion of personal privacy was merely a pretext to secure a greater profit. The financial situation of Xiaozhu Peak was rather strained, and any opportunity to earn spirit stones was to be seized. This way, he could also alleviate some economic pressure from his sister. Just as Xiao Yun anticipated that Chu Hongyin would willingly offer spirit stones to uncover his secrets, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The disciples of Liang Peak suddenly surrounded him in a furious throng. They glared at Xiao Yun, shouting vehemently, This scoundrel has brought tears to Sister Chu. He must not escape. Indeed, he cannot be allowed to flee. We must avenge Sister Chu. Let us teach this rogue a lesson for daring to wreak havoc upon Liang Peak and for striking our beloved Sister Chu. This matter cannot be overlooked. Everyone attack him. In the midst of their fervor, the disciples surged forward to confront Xiao Yun. He was utterly bewildered. What is happening? This is not how the script was written. You should have been clamoring to offer spirit stones for my secrets. How did it come to this? Seeing the fervor in their eyes, Xiao Yun realized that they were ready to fight to the death. Even if he could overpower them, he could not afford to retaliate. Setting aside other concerns, if he were to defeat these disciples, how could the head of Liang Peak possibly let him off lightly? Recognizing that the situation had escalated, Xiao Yun dared not linger any longer. Having nearly completed his training, the circumstances had turned dire, and it was time to make his escape. He leaped into the air, breaking free from their encirclement, and sprinted toward the exit of the gathering sun array. As he was about to depart, he couldn't help but turn back to accuse the other party. You from the Liang Peak are bullies. First, you pry into my privacy, and, when I refuse to speak, you resort to force. I shall seek the headmaster to address this matter. This young man attempted to flee. They must not let him escape. Block his path. How audacious of him to shift the blame first. Capture him. Do not allow him to run away. The disciples of Liang Peak immediately pursued, determined to apprehend Xiao Yun. At the entrance of the Jiang Formation, a guarding disciple was drowsily combating boredom, for the task of guarding was exceedingly monotonous. Yet, each true disciple was required to take turns here, both to maintain the proper functioning of the formation and to prevent any chaos within it. Despite the rarity of disturbances, Liang Peak still assigned true disciples to this duty. Just as the true disciple was on the verge of slumber, a shadow suddenly darted out from the Jiang formation. Following this, dozens of disciples from Liang Peak surged forth, shouting, "Stop that young man! Do not let him escape! Senior brother, quickly block that boy ahead!" The guarding true disciple was instantly roused. Though he was unaware of the situation, instinct and the calls of his fellow disciples compelled him to act without hesitation. He soared forward, obstructing Xiao Yun's path. "Halt! Clarify your actions before leaving. What exactly have you done? Why are the junior disciples pursuing you?" Xiao Yun had no intention of stopping. Observing the expressions of the Liang Peak disciples behind him, he knew that if captured, he would face uncertain treatment. Channeling his energy into the shattering rock fist, he waved forward, declaring, "Step aside, or I shall not be responsible for any injuries." The true disciple scoffed. "Do you truly think you can harm me?" He had heard from Wenqing that this was her junior brother, newly arrived at Xiaozhu Peak for merely 2 days, to witness the Jiang formation of Liang Peak. Thus, he did not regard Xiao Yun as a threat. When Xiao Yun attempted to push him aside, the true disciple's face contorted with disdain. He raised his hand, preparing to confront Xiao Yun directly, concerned that he might inadvertently strike Xiao Yun too forcefully. He restrained his strength to 50%. However, upon contact between their palms, the true disciple was astonished to feel an overwhelming force propel him backward uncontrollably. Midair, he wore an expression of shock. Who was this person? How could his golden core cultivation be insufficient to withstand such strength? Was it possible that spies from the demonic sect had infiltrated the Lingjian sect? Although he was sent flying, he sensed no injury. Executing a mid-air flip, he stabilized himself and summoned a gleaming sword into his grasp. Suspended in the air, he pointed the sword at Xiao Yun, bellowing, "Who dares to intrude? Stand still, or do not blame me for being merciless." Xiao Yun looked up in alarm, his heart racing. By heavens, this fellow can fly. He must at least be at the foundation establishment stage. As Xiao Yun hesitated on whether to heed his words and remain stationary, a striking figure clad in azure soared towards him, gliding gracefully upon a bamboo sword. Delight surged within Xiao Yun as he exclaimed, "Senior Sister, I am here." Wenqing had not ventured far. She was engaged in solitary cultivation in a secluded area nearby. Upon hearing the call of the true disciple stationed at the formation, she hurried over to investigate. Mid-air, she beheld a throng of individuals pursuing Xiao Yun. Without delay, Wenqing descended on her sword before Xiao Yun and inquired softly, "What transpired? What trouble have you stirred this time?" With an expression of innocence, Xiao Yun replied, "Why must you say again? I cannot fathom what has driven these people to madness. They inquired about my cultivation method, and when I refrained from answering, they began to chase me." Wenqing furrowed her brow and remarked, "This is utterly unreasonable. How can they behave in such a manner?" "Indeed, I too am baffled by their audacity," Xiao Yun added. Wenqing nodded slightly, gently grasping Xiao Yun's hand in a comforting gesture, saying, "Fear not, junior brother. With me here, they shall not harm you." Chapter 36. Do not return again. Wenqing positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Yun and declared loudly, "What offense has my junior brother committed that warrants such relentless pursuit?" A true disciple guarding the formation descended before Wenqing, sword in hand. "Sister Wenqing, is he truly your junior brother? Did you not mention he had only joined the Lingjian sect 2 days ago? How then does he possess such formidable palm strength?" Wenqing replied with an air of indifference, "My junior brother has already entered the foundation establishment realm. His palm strength is naturally extraordinary. However, I must inquire why you are pursuing him without cause." The guarding disciple, uncertain of the events, cast a glance at his fellow disciples behind him. At that moment, other disciples from the Liang Peak had also arrived in pursuit. The guarding disciple turned to them and asked, "Why are you chasing after the junior brother from the Xiaozhu Peak?" The other disciples from Liang Peak erupted in a cacophony of voices. "This rascal bullied Sister Chu in the Jiang formation. Our senior brother seeks vengeance for Sister Chu. We cannot allow this scoundrel to escape. Bind him and take him to the master for punishment." Sister Chu is in tears. We must not let him go. The crowd condemned Xiao Yun with fervor. Although the guarding disciple was unaware of the full circumstances, he began to understand the reason behind Liang Peak's pursuit of Xiao Yun. He respectfully gestured to Wenqing and said, Sister Wenqing, you have heard the situation. This junior brother caused a disturbance in Liang Peak's Juyang formation. I cannot permit him to leave unscathed. Wenqing furrowed her brow and questioned Xiao Yun. What transpired? What did you do inside? With an expression of innocence. Xiao Yun replied, Sister, do not merely heed their one-sided tale. The truth is, I was diligently practicing when I finished and was about to exit. Suddenly, this group surrounded me, inquiring about the techniques I was practicing. Naturally, I could not disclose my private matters to them. Yet, upon hearing my refusal, that Chu Hongyan resorted to violence. I did not harm her. I merely intimidated her, and that is when they began to pursue me. Such is the truth. After listening to his account, Wenqing turned to the guarding disciple and asserted, My junior brother merely wished to keep his practice a secret, yet you resort to violence? Liang Peak's actions are rather tyrannical. The guarding disciple frowned and glared back at the Liang Peak disciples, demanding, Is this truly the case? The crowd erupted once more. He lies. He insulted Sister Chu first. It was only after enduring such humiliation that she retaliated. Indeed, Sister Chu was left in tears. He claims to have merely intimidated her. This matter must be resolved to give Sister Chu an explanation. Xiao Yun scoffed dismissively. How have I insulted her? Was it not she who pried into my private affairs, prompting my counter-question regarding hers? What shamelessness! How could a girl like Sister Chu withstand such indignities? Wenqing, with a hint of curiosity, inquired of Xiao Yun, What did you ask her? Xiao Yun, appearing somewhat embarrassed, chuckled lightly and replied, It was nothing significant, merely inquiring about her attire today. Before Xiao Yun could finish his sentence, a sharp voice interjected, Silver thief, cease your chatter. The crowd turned to see Chu Hongyan approaching with a stern countenance, her cheeks still marked by traces of tears. Xiao Yun, with a grin, remarked, See, Senior Sister? I told you she was perfectly fine. The disciples guarding the formation, upon noticing the presence of the concerned party, immediately stepped forward to whisper, Chu Junior Sister, what transpired? Is it true, as the others have claimed, that a disciple from Xiaozhu Peak harassed you? Chu Hongyan clenched her teeth, vehemently denying no. So it was all a misunderstanding? The disciple inquired. Chu Hongyan nodded in resentment, although the disciple could discern that Chu Hongyan's demeanor was troubled, suggesting she bore unspoken burdens. He felt it inappropriate to detain Xiao Yun any longer, given her assertions. He respectfully addressed Wenqing. My apologies, Senior Sister Wenqing. It seems this was all a misunderstanding. You may leave now. Wenqing nodded slightly and, taking Xiao Yun by the hand, turned to depart. Suddenly, Chu Hongyan's voice rang out sharply, Wait. Xiao Yun halted, glancing back at her, and asked, Do you wish to inquire about my cultivation technique? I could divulge it, provided you. Xiao Yun intended to suggest a transaction involving spirit stones for this information. However, to Chu Hongyan, this carried an entirely different implication. She assumed he might question the color of her undergarment today and retorted fiercely, Silver thief, be silent. Who cares to know what technique you practice? I am here to inform you that you are forbidden from entering the gathering Yang formation at Liang Peak from this point onward. You shall no longer come here to cultivate. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yun protested, On what grounds? My presence here is not without merit. I have exchanged spirit stones. He contemplated the possibility of returning to sell his seat multiple times, thereby acquiring the spirit stones needed to study martial skills in the scripture pavilion. Why had he been blacklisted? Who needs your spirit stones? I do not wish to see you here again. Chu Hongyan retorted angrily. If you wish not to see me, simply close your eyes. When I require the fire attribute technique, I shall come here, Xiao Yun shot back. Chu Hongyan, unwilling to engage in further banter with him, turned her attention to the guarding disciple. Just as her previously calm demeanor was once again disturbed, her beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Brother Liu, allow him to depart. But he is never to return here. Seeing his junior sister in such a pitiable state, and hearing her repeatedly refer to Xiao Yun as Silver Thief, The disciple from Xiaozhu Peak understood that Shu Hongyan had indeed suffered some grievance. However, he refrained from voicing his observations and sighed. Very well. Brother Lu will handle this matter for you. He then addressed Wenqing, saying, Senior Sister Wenqing, I apologize, but the Gathering Yang formation at Liang Peak will no longer be accessible to Xiaozhu Peak. If your junior brother wishes to learn fire attribute techniques, he must seek other venues. Before Wenqing could utter a word, Xiao Yun interjected, stepping forth from behind her and exclaiming loudly, On what grounds? Does your behavior truly honor our trust in the sun gathering formation of Liang Peak? Refund us, Geneva. The disciple tasked with guarding the formation did not engage in a debate with Xiao Yun, but instead produced 100 spirit stones and handed them to Wenqing. Senior Sister Wen, my apologies, but please do not return here in the future. A touch embarrassed, Wenqing accepted the spirit stones and hurriedly led Xiao Yun away from Liang Peak. As they soared toward Xiaozhu Peak on the bamboo sword, Wenqing inquired, somewhat perplexed, Junior brother, what exactly transpired between you and Sister Chu? Why do they refer to her as the Silver Thief? Xiao Yun, with a bitter smile, replied, Senior Sister, if I were truly a silver thief, would they allow me to depart unscathed? This is merely a slanderous accusation against my integrity. You must not fall for their deceit. Wenqing pouted and retorted, Humph, is that so? Where there is smoke, there is fire. I find it hard to believe they would falsely accuse you without cause. Alas, it seems you are no longer welcome at Liang Peak. Senior Sister, this is an injustice. Do I appear to be that sort of person? I am, after all, a paragon of virtue. Wenqing chuckled lightly. Is that so? I fail to see you embodying the qualities of a paragon. A true virtuous person would resemble Brother Zhong from Liang Peak. Xiao Yun was taken aback and quickly responded, Senior Sister, do not be misled by that portly fellow's unassuming exterior. He is far from a good person. Wenqing, puzzled, remarked, Why do I sense you harbor some bias against Brother Zhong? He is genuinely quite amiable. That is not bias. I am merely aware of the true nature concealed beneath his facade of hypocrisy. Just as Xiao Yun was speaking, Wenqing suddenly interrupted, Junior brother, look below. Are those not disciples of Qingmu Peak? They are chopping down our green rock bamboo. Chapter 37. Do you wish to cut the overlord bamboo? Upon hearing Wenqing's words, Xiao Yun promptly lowered his gaze. Indeed, he spotted a servant disciple clad in the attire of Qingmu Peak, laboriously chopping away at the verdant rock bamboo. How curious. Why is there only one person? Xiao Yun pondered aloud. I wonder if they find our price too steep, and thus sent merely a single disciple. Wenqing remarked, Let us descend and investigate. Even if it is just one individual, we must demand payment. A fly's leg, no matter how small, is still meat. Wenqing expertly maneuvered the green bamboo, sword, and swiftly landed before the servant disciple. Upon seeing Wenqing, the disciple's expression soured immediately. He nervously bowed and stammered one. Wenqing's senior sister. Wenqing nodded slightly, her gaze shifting toward Xiao Yun. The act of requesting spirit stones was something she found difficult. Xiao Yun, aware of his sister's modesty, stepped forward and addressed the servant disciple. Did you relay our previous conversation to Yang Shuhao? The disciple's head bobbed vaguely, leaving it unclear whether he nodded or shook his head. Taking it as an affirmation, Xiao Yun continued, Since you have informed Yang Shuhao, it follows that your Qingmu Peak disciples have come to our Xiaozhu Peak to cut the verdant rock bamboo, thereby agreeing to our fees? The disciple managed a bitter smile, unsure of how to respond. Xiao Yun pressed on. We of Xiaozhu Peak are not unreasonable. 100 spirit stones per hour is indeed exorbitant. We have devised a new fee structure for you of Qingmu Peak. It will be 10 spirit stones per hour, or 50 for a full day. Judging by the quantity of bamboo you have cut, you have been here for quite some time, so let us settle on a day's worth. 50 spirit stones. If you please. He extended his hand towards the disciple, gesturing for the spirit stones. The disciple, feeling despondent, lamented internally about his misfortune. Why must he encounter Senior Sister Wenqing? What was he to do? Seeing the disciple remain motionless, seemingly unwilling to produce the spirit stones, Xiao Yun raised his voice. What is the hold-up? Do you intend to cut the overlord bamboo? Let me be clear. Unless you yield the spirit stones today, you shall not leave Xiaozhu Peak. The disciple, his face a picture of despair, looked at Wenqing and pleaded, Senior Sister Wen. Even if you were to take my life, I cannot present 50 spirit stones. I beg you, allow me to leave. Wenqing, moved by his pitiful demeanor, inquired, What is this? Did you not inform Brother Yang about the spirit stone collection for the verdant rock bamboo at Xiaozhufeng? We did mention it, but Brother Yang insisted that if you desired spirit stones, you should approach him directly, allowing us to continue our work at Xiaozhufeng. He claimed that the peak is vast and that you alone could not oversee everything, instructing us to disregard your words. Such audacity! This is nothing short of blatant robbery. Xiao Yun exclaimed with indignation. Senior, I truly cannot produce the spirit stones. Please let me go. I will ensure that the bamboo I have cut is transported to the woodshed at Xiaozhu Peak, the Qingmu Peak disciple implored. Wenqing, her heart softening, turned to Xiao Yun and said, Junior brother, they are merely following orders. Even if we press him, he cannot conjure the spirit stones. Perhaps we should let this matter go. We are not in dire need of spirit stones at present. He is not entirely wrong. Given the vastness of Xiaozhufeng, it is indeed beyond the capacity of just the two of us to oversee. The matter of charging for the green rock bamboo at Lianzhu cannot proceed without the master's approval. It would be exceedingly difficult for the elders of each peak to instruct their disciples to voluntarily hand over spirit stones, relying solely on our enforcement. Xiao Yun felt a twinge of frustration. It was clear that without the allocation of spirit stones from Qingmu Peak, it would be impossible to procure them from the miscellaneous disciples. With a stern expression, Xiao Yun addressed a miscellaneous disciple, instructing him to return and inform Yang Shuhao that today spirit stones were to be compensated to Xiaozhufeng and that they should be delivered together the following day. Should they appear empty-handed tomorrow, the price for the green rock bamboo that Qingmu Peak would harvest at Xiaozhufeng would double. We at Xiaozhufeng stand by our word. The miscellaneous disciple quickly acquiesced, affirming he would relay the message to Brother Yang. Xiao Yun nodded, concluding, Very well, let today's matter rest. Please transport the harvested green rock bamboo to our woodshed at Xiaozhufeng. Yes, I shall do so immediately. Once the disciple departed, Wenqing could not restrain herself, saying, Junior brother, scaring them is futile. Xiaozhufeng is so extensive that we cannot monitor it all. We cannot forsake our cultivation merely to play hide and seek with the miscellaneous disciples of Qingmu Peak, can we? Xiao Yun smiled slightly, reassuring her, Sister, there is no need for concern. I have my methods. Come, let us stroll around Xiaozhufeng and ascertain if it is indeed as that Qingmu disciple indicated, that their people are scattered throughout. Wenqing utilized the green bamboo sword to carry Xiao Yun as they soared around Xiaozhufeng. They indeed observe a number of Qingmu disciples scattered about, harvesting green rock bamboo. Junior brother, it seems that what the Qingmu disciple said is true. Should we descend to collect spirit stones from them? Xiao Yun shook his head. No need, sister. Descending would be of no use. They possess no spirit stones. The message has reached Yang Shuhao, and if he does not willingly provide us with the spirit stones tomorrow, the price will no longer remain as it is. What exactly do you intend to do? Wenqing inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. It's quite simple. I plan to establish a formation at Xiaozhufeng, akin to the scripture pavilion of Longzhou Peak. If they do not submit the spirit stones, they shall find it impossible to set foot on Xiaozhufeng again. A formation? Wenqing responded, somewhat astonished. Junior brother, do you wish to set up a protective grand formation at Xiaozhufeng? What do you think? It is an excellent idea, is it not? Xiao Yun replied with a grin. Wenqing shook her head, chuckling, Junior brother, I do not wish to undermine your confidence. But your 5-element disorienting formation is merely rudimentary. To envelop the entirety of Xiaozhufeng in such a formation may be beyond your current capabilities. Xiao Yun laughed. Today, at the Scripture Pavilion, I acquired new insights into several formations. Of course, with my present cultivation, I lack the spirit power to cast a grand formation over all of Xiaozhufeng, and I will require your assistance, sister. Wenqing sighed and shook her head. To be honest, I too study formations at the Scripture Pavilion today. It is not as simple as you claim. Formations are exceedingly complex, and I'm not adept at them. No worries, sister. Just follow my instructions to draw the formation's base, and I shall handle the rest. Is that feasible? Wenqing still harbored doubts. How can one know without trying? By the way, Senior Sister, here are 200 spirit stones. Please accept them. Xiao Yun handed the spirit stones, which were meant for Chu Hongyin's seat, to Wenqing. Where did you acquire such a substantial amount of spirit stones? Wenqing gazed at Xiao Yun, astonished. 200 spirit stones is no trifling sum. Her monthly stipend amounts to merely 300 spirit stones. It is indeed remarkable that Xiao Yun could present such an amount. Xiao Yun recounted the incident regarding Chu Hongyin's seat to her senior sister. Upon hearing this, Wenqing chuckled and remarked, "No wonder they do not wish for you to return. While others venture to the Liang Peak to gather spirit stones, you, on the other hand, not only avoid spending spirit stones but also profit from them." Chapter 38. Our exemplary model, Zhong Tianyin, returned to Liang Peak with a somewhat dazed expression, his mind consumed by the image of Xiao Yun supporting Wenqing with a proud demeanor. Who on earth is that insufferable brat? How dare he place his hands on Wenqing's slender waist? How is it that after merely a few months away, misfortune has befallen my home? This simply cannot stand. I must investigate thoroughly. Wenqing mentioned that this boy is her junior brother. Has Xiaozhu Peak accepted new disciples again? How could Uncle Yin possibly take in a male disciple? Isn't she the one who despises men the most? Zhong Tianyin racked his brain, struggling to comprehend the situation. Upon returning to Liang Peak, he intended to report to his master, but was suddenly drawn to a group of disciples conversing animatedly in the distance. A boy with a meager spiritual root dares to even covet Sister Chu? Indeed, even if he has consumed precious herbs to elevate himself to the foundation establishment stage. What of it? Sister Chu possesses an exceptional fire spiritual root and cultivates at an astonishing pace, especially with how much Master values her. She may very well surpass Brother Zhong in cultivation soon. That boy certainly has the audacity to publicly demand Sister Chu's undergarment. It is simply outrageous. Indeed, I heard that when Sister Chu refused, he even threatened to resort to force, causing her to cry. Zhong Tianyin's eyes brightened. Whom were they speaking of? Our exemplary model. To audaciously request a female disciple's intimate garment in public is beyond brazen. If I possessed such courage, I wouldn't be rendered speechless in the presence of Wenqing. I must meet this person and seek his guidance on how to remain composed in front of the sister I admire. With a swift adjustment of his robe, Zhong Tianyin strode confidently towards the group of disciples. Ahem. So engrossed were the disciples in their discussion that they failed to notice him until they heard his cough. Upon turning to see their senior brother, they immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Brother Zhong. How are you? Have you returned from your mission? Zhong Tianyin nodded slightly, saying yes. No need for formalities. I happened to overhear your talk of an exceptional fire spiritual root and Sister Chu. Who is she? Is she a new disciple accepted by Master? The faces of several disciples turned pale. They had just been discussing how Chu Hongyin might surpass Zhong Tianyin, and they never expected him to overhear such comments. Brother, we were merely speaking off the cuff. Please do not take it to heart, they stammered. Seeing their anxious expressions, Zhong Tianyin waved his hand reassuringly. Do not be alarmed. I am simply inquiring. Who is this Sister Chu? I believe I heard you mention someone harassing her. This is utterly unacceptable. I was away for just a few months, and disciples from other peaks have taken to bullying us at Liang Peak. Relieved that Zhong Tianyin bore no ill will towards them, the other disciples exhaled in relief. Brother, you must understand, that boy is simply too arrogant. Before a crowd of disciples, he shamelessly demanded Sister Chu's undergarment. It's utterly despicable. Zhong Tianyin's eyes gleamed with interest. This was precisely the information he sought. He immediately adopted a serious tone. Now, tell me precisely what transpired. I wish to hear every detail. The disciple immediately began to recount the tale he had heard, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Naturally, his version was a distorted retelling, altered through the whispers of many. He claimed that Xiao Yun was infatuated with Chu Hongyin to the point of madness, desperately wishing to join the Liang Peak, only to be rejected by the Peak's master due to his inadequate talent. As Zhong Tianyin listened, his excitement grew. What a role model! I must meet this person. Compared to him, my affection for Sister Wenqing is trivial. I am too timid to even ask for her handkerchief, let alone profess my love. After absorbing the story, Zhong Tianyan feigned profundity and inquired, "Who is this person? Which peak's disciple possesses such audacity? I must teach him a lesson if I get the chance." "He is a newly accepted disciple of Xiaozhu Peak, named Xiao Yun." "What? A disciple from Xiaozhu Peak?" Zhong Tianyan exclaimed in astonishment. "Could it really be him? Are you certain it is the new disciple from Xiaozhu Peak?" He asked solemnly. "It was Sister Wenqing who brought him here. How could it be mistaken?" Zhong Tianyan was overjoyed. It was merely a misunderstanding, a misconception cleared. To think that this individual harbored affection for our newly accepted sister from Liang Peak. How reassuring. A novice disciple who cannot yet fly with a sword can be forgiven for holding Sister Wenqing's waist. This only strengthens my desire to befriend him. It would provide me with ample reason to visit Xiaozhu Peak and, consequently, to see Sister Wenqing. But how can I cultivate a friendship with him? Eureka! I shall cater to his interests. He desires Chu's sister. Perhaps if he is pleased, he might even procure a Sister Wenqing for me. Hif hif. The more Zhong Tianyan pondered, the more pleased he became, unconsciously breaking into a silly grin. Brother, why are you drooling?" a nearby disciple asked in confusion. Zhong Tianyan snapped back to reality, quickly wiping his mouth and saying with a serious demeanor, "I have been on a mission for the past few months, and the food has been scarce. Returning to Liang Peak reminded me of the enticing aroma of the dining hall's meals. I could not help but feel a bit hungry. All right, you may all disperse. Speak less of Chu's sister's matters in the future to avoid tarnishing her reputation." "Yes." The group of disciples promptly replied, watching Zhong Tianyan depart. Once he was far enough away, one disciple voiced his confusion. Did not Brother Zhong already have the ability to fast? Why is he still interested in food? Having the ability to fast does not mean one must. Have you not seen Brother Zhong's physique? He simply enjoys this indulgence, another disciple explained. Zhong Tianyan made his way to the grand hall of Liang Peak, spotting his master seated in the prominent position from a distance. Next to him stood a young woman adorned in a red dress, her beauty striking and her demeanor spirited. Zhong Tianyan did not linger on her appearance and directly saluted the elder at Liang Peak, saying, "Master, your disciple has returned." Elder Qin Wuyang, the master of Liang Peak, smiled upon seeing Zhong Tianyan enter, exclaiming, "You have returned. How did the mission go?" Faithful to the trust bestowed by the master and the revered mentor, the task was accomplished with great success. Over 20 remnants of the demonic sect fell to the disciples' blades. Qin Wuyang nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Well done. You have worked hard on this journey. Just in time for your return, I would like to introduce you to my newly accepted direct disciple, Chu Hongyan. Hongyan, this is your senior brother, Zhong Tianyan. Do not hesitate to consult him regarding any uncertainties in your cultivation." Chu Hongyan immediately bowed to Zhong Tianyan, saying, "Greetings, senior brother. I look forward to your guidance." Zhong Tianyan scrutinized Chu Hongyan from head to toe and nodded inwardly, acknowledging her beauty. While she may not rival the gentle allure of Senior Sister Wenqing, she is undoubtedly a rare gem. It is no wonder that junior brother Xiao from Xiaozhu Peak is infatuated with her. If my heart were not already taken by Wenqing, I might have pursued her as well. Zhong Tianyan promptly returned the greeting. "Sister, there is no need for formality, since you are a disciple of our master. We are akin to family. Should you require anything from your senior brother, do not hesitate to speak up." The esteemed master of Liang Peak, Qin Wuyang, smiled faintly and said, "Tianyan, I have recently experienced some insights that necessitate a period of seclusion. Thus, Hongyan will be under your guidance." Zhong Tianyan felt a surge of joy and replied, "Yes, master. Very well, you two should spend time together and grow closer. The future of Liang Peak will belong to both of you." After leaving the grand hall, Zhong Tianyan eagerly inquired, "Sister, since the master has entrusted you to me, I shall devote myself to your instruction. May I ask where you are currently residing? I would like to visit you if the need arises." Chu Hongyan, without a hint of doubt, responded, "I reside in room 16 of block. Hey, may I inquire where my senior brother stays?" Zhong Tianyan mentally noted her residence and replied with a smile, I am in room 15 or 16 of Block B. Senior brother, isn't that the dwelling of the auxiliary disciples? How could you possibly reside there? Chu Hongyan asked, her face a picture of confusion. Zhang Tianyin gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, a sense of self-indulgent romance washing over him. That is because living there allows me to be closer to Senior Sister Wenqing. With a smile, Zhang Tianyin added, it is nothing. I simply enjoy the liveliness of the place. The Block A rooms are rather too quiet for my liking. I never expected my senior brother to be so approachable. Chu Hongyan continued, I have a question that I am struggling to understand. May I seek your counsel? There is no need for formality. Just ask, Zhang Tianyin encouraged. Are you familiar with the fiery blaze technique? Zhang Tianyin smiled slightly. While I may not be well-versed in other techniques, I am quite knowledgeable about the fiery blaze technique. Chu Hongyan's eyes brightened. Does that mean you are aware of its unique aspects? Have you practiced the fiery blaze technique? Zhang Tianyin chuckled. Not exactly. I have not cultivated it myself. However, I obtained the manual from a practitioner of the demonic sect and have read it several times. It indeed possesses remarkable qualities. Chu Hongyan's gaze dimmed momentarily before she quickly asked, could you explain the key points of the fiery blaze technique to me? Of course, there is no reason I cannot do so. However, this is not the place to discuss the techniques. How about we proceed to Junior Sister's room instead? Without much contemplation, Chu Hongyan nodded in agreement, saying, of course. That would be delightful. Chapter 39. The midnight visit of Zhang Tianyin to Qingmu Peak in the stillness of the night. Zhang Tianyin arrived at the residence of Yang Shuhao, who was comfortably reclined upon his bed, attended by two enchanting female disciples of Qingmu Peak. Clad in delicate gauze, one of the maidens leaned gracefully against Yang Shuhao, holding a wine jug and cup, while the other fed him fresh grapes, one by one. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the doorway. Brother Yang, I have something to report. Yang Shuhao cast a displeased glance toward the door and retorted loudly. What is it? If it's not of great importance, do not disturb me. The voice from outside responded. The servant disciples who went to Xiaozhu Peak to gather green rock bamboo have returned with a message from the disciples of Xiaozhu Peak. At the mention of Xiaozhu Peak, an inexplicable ire flared within Yang Shuhao. He brusquely pushed aside the two female disciples, commanding, you two, leave for now. The maidens hastily donned their garments and exited his quarters. Soon after, a true disciple stepped inside, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Brother Yang. Yang Shuhao sat at the edge of his bed, a stern expression on his face as he inquired, what message do they bring from Xiaozhu Peak? Brother, the disciple, Xiao Yun from Xiaozhu Peak has sent word via the servant disciples. Xiaozhu Peak has revised the charging standards for the green rock bamboo. They demand 10 spirit stones for an hour's work and 50 spirit stones for a full day, requesting that you compensate them for today as spirit stones. If they do not receive the stones by tomorrow, the price for our disciples of Qingmu Peak to gather green rock bamboo will double. Yang Shuhao let out a cold laugh. How many servant disciples have been warned? We dispatched 50 to Xiaozhu Peak, yet only one has seen Sister Wenqing. So, they have only identified one disciple from Qingmu Peak? That appears to be the case. Do not heed them. Tomorrow, we shall proceed to Xiaozhu Peak to gather green rock bamboo. As usual, I wish to see how they will handle it if we refuse to pay the spirit stones. Understood, I shall convey the message. The disciple of Qingmu Peak was about to withdraw when Yang Shuhao suddenly called out, wait, relay my words. If we encounter anyone from Xiaozhu Peak demanding spirit stones again, inform them that spirit stones will not be given. Should Xiaozhu Peak truly be in need of spirit stones, they can assist our servant disciples in gathering green rock bamboo at their stated price. 10 spirit stones for an hour's work. Yes, I will pass it on. After the disciple exited Yang Shuhao's room, a smirk crept upon Yang Shuhao's lips as he chuckled. I shall not provide you with spirit stones. What can you do to me? Not only will I withhold them, but I shall also relish in aggravating you all. Ha ha ha. At Xiaozhu Peak. Senior Sister, please eat more. You have worked hard today. Xiao Yun gazed with concern at the visibly exhausted Wenqing. Wenqing forced a smile and replied, Junior brother, I'm a bit tired. I shall return to rest now. With a sigh, Xiao Yun nodded. Very well, Senior Sister. Rest well. From now on, let's only draw one formation base each day. Wenqing let out a bitter laugh. drawing just one formation base each day? At this rate, when will our grand formation be completed? One must not exhaust their body to the point of collapse. Ever since Xiao Yun resolved to establish a protective formation for Xiaozhufeng, he and Wenqing have diligently commenced its arrangement. Xiaozhufeng is vast, requiring 365 foundational points to envelop the entire area with the formation. Each foundational point must be infused with immense spiritual energy to ensure the formation's formidable power upon completion. Only when all 365 points are drawn can the formation coalesce into a singular entity, thereby enabling it to autonomously absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth to replenish its own needs. Xiao Yun miscalculated the energy expenditure required for the protective formation. The formation manual specified that each foundational point necessitates substantial spiritual energy. He misinterpreted the term substantial, relying on his foundation-building cultivation to forcibly inscribe the foundational points. Consequently, upon completing a single point, he nearly drained himself entirely. Thus, Wenqing willingly undertook this labor. Over the course of one afternoon, she managed to draw 5 foundational points, but even with her 5th-layer golden core cultivation, the effort left her utterly exhausted. She was so weakened that she could not even fly with her sword, ultimately having to rely on Xiao Yun to carry her back to Xiaozhufeng. Upon their return, Xiao Yun prepared 8 dishes to nourish his senior sister. Typically fond of food, Wenqing found herself devoid of appetite, sampling only a morsel from each dish before expressing the need to rest. Just then, a series of shouts echoed from outside Xiaozhufeng. "Is junior brother Xiao here? Is brother Xiao present?" The voices grew nearer, sounding somewhat indistinct. Wenqing, puzzled, inquired, "Junior brother, is someone calling for you?" Xiao Yun also heard the calls and nodded in agreement. "It seems so. Do you have friends in the Lingjian sect? It is already dark. Why would someone come seeking you at this hour?" Wenqing asked, her brow furrowed in concern. "Sister, I have only just joined the Lingjian sect 2 days ago. How could I have made friends already? I do not even know who is calling," Xiao Yun replied, feeling more perplexed than Wenqing. Yet, he found the voice somewhat familiar. "Let's go and investigate," he suggested. Wenqing, dragging her fatigued body, urged Xiao Yun towards the source of the voice. They arrived at the Zhengxing Hall of Xiaozhufeng, where they spotted a short, stout figure standing outside. A chill ran through Xiao Yun as he recognized the figure as Zhong Tianyin, the senior brother from Liang Peak. What could this fellow want at Xiaozhufeng? Could it be that Chu Hongyin had implicated him, and he had come to settle a score with Xiao Yun? Wenqing frowned slightly in confusion. "Senior brother Zhong?" Upon hearing her voice, Zhong Tianyin involuntarily trembled, awkwardly turning to face them, stammering, "Sister, sister, sister, you are here too?" Wenqing led Xiao Yun forward to pay their respects. "We greet senior brother Zhong. Is there a matter that brings you here so late to find junior brother Xiao?" Zhong Tianyin opened his mouth to respond, but upon seeing Wenqing's pale visage, his expression shifted dramatically. "Sister, sister, sister, what happened? You look so frail." Wenqing offered a gentle smile. "It is merely due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. There is no need for concern, senior brother Zhong. Junior brother, there is a spirit-gathering pill here. You should take it. Once you take it, you'll feel better," said Zhong Tianyin as he presented a white porcelain vial, pouring out a pale yellow pill and offering it to Wenqing. Just the distant fragrance of the pill invigorated Xiao Yun, replenishing his depleted spiritual energy. Wenqing politely declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. This spirit-gathering pill is far too precious. I cannot accept it. You often undertake perilous missions and truly need such a restorative elixir. Please keep it for yourself. I shall recuperate overnight." Zhong Tianyin felt his heart race, perspiration streaming down his brow. Could it be that junior sister one was concerned for him? How touching it was that she worried for my safety, even neglecting her own well-being for my sake. I am so fortunate. Junior sister. There's no need to be polite. You should take it. I have more. As Wenqing attempted to refuse again, Xiao Yun reached out and took the pill. "Senior sister, Zhong's senior brother is one of us. There's no need for formality. Just listen to him and take the pill. Wenqing frowned slightly at Xiao Yun, her tone tinged with reproach. Junior brother quickly returned the spirit-gathering pill to Zhong's senior brother. Do you know how rare this pill is? Senior brother often faces life-threatening situations while out in the field, and this elixir could be vital for him to restore his energy. We cannot accept such a valuable item. Xiao Yun countered, Senior Sister. This is Zhong's senior brother's heartfelt intention. If you do not take it, he will not reclaim it. Will you, Zhong's senior brother? Xiao Yun was indifferent to whether this was a life-saving remedy for Zhong Tianyan. What mattered was that Senior Sister was in a weakened state and needed to replenish her strength. If anything were to happen outside, Xiao Yun would be too preoccupied with her well-being to care about Zhong Tianyan's fate. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Zhong Tianyan quickly interjected, yes. If Junior Sister does not take it, I want to take it back. We're family. No need for courtesy. Wenqing still appeared troubled, prompting Xiao Yun to urge, Senior Sister, stop overthinking it and take the pill. Then go home and rest well. Zhong's senior brother and I still have matters to discuss. Yes, indeed. I need to speak with Xiao Junior brother, about something. After much persuasion from Xiao Yun and Zhong Tianyan, Wenqing finally accepted the spirit-gathering pill, bowing to Zhong Tianyan and expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Zhong senior brother. I will repay this kindness in the future. No need. It's family. No need for formality, Zhong Tianyan replied, a smile as innocent as a child's gracing his face. Wenqing chose not to say more. Sometimes, words are insignificant compared to actions. Even though Zhong Tianyan did not require her to repay this favor, Wenqing would still cherish it in her heart, waiting for the opportune moment to reciprocate. Then I shall not disturb Brother Zhong and Junior Brother Xiao any longer, Wenqing declared before departing from the Jingxing Hall and returning to her chamber for respite. After watching Wenqing vanish from view, Zhong Tianyan finally exhaled deeply. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Xiao Yun, and he delivered a playful punch to Xiao Yun's chest, exclaiming, You little rascal, you're quite impressive. Chapter 40. No. I can't afford. Upon witnessing Zhong Tianyan's sudden ambush, Xiao Yun instinctively prepared to evade the attack. However, before his body could fully react, a fist struck against his chest. Fortunately, Zhong Tianyan did not exert much force, and Xiao Yun suffered no injury. Nevertheless, he was taken aback. Was this rotund fellow employing martial techniques? Despite the seemingly slow speed, why could he not escape? Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yun inquired, What do you mean, Brother Zhong? Zhong Tianyan casually wrapped his arm around Xiao Yun's neck, wearing a mischievous grin as he replied, What do I mean? I am aware of your situation with Junior Sister Chu. Xiao Yun attempted to evade once more, but much like before, despite Zhong Tianyan's slow movements, he found himself unable to escape the firm embrace. Was this hefty individual here to avenge Chu Hongyan? Goodness, was it really necessary? I haven't wronged Chu Hongyan in any way. As the esteemed senior brother of the Liang Peak, is it fitting for you to lay hands on a mere novice? This seems rather unbecoming of your status. Or could it be that he seeks to eliminate me, his romantic rival, under the guise of this encounter? This foolish fat man certainly harbors a petty mindset. Feigning calmness, Xiao Yun forced a smile and queried, Are you here regarding Junior Sister Chu? Zhong Tianyan shook his head with a grin and replied, Not solely for Junior Sister Chu, but also for the matter concerning us both. This brazen fellow was refreshingly candid, surpassing Yang Shuhao in that regard, albeit by a slight margin. Xiao Yun scoffed, Oh really? How do you intend to resolve this? With the confrontation laid bare, Xiao Yun opted to be forthright, firmly believing that Zhong Tianyan would not dare act against him on Xiaozhu Peak. What do I intend? Naturally, I wish to facilitate your happiness, Zhong Tianyan said cheerily. Facilitate my happiness? How so? Xiao Yun pondered, baffled by the rotund man's intentions. Did he not favor Senior Sister Wenqing? Was he, perhaps, so overwhelmed by my charm that he felt compelled to withdraw? This fellow might possess a modicum of self-awareness. Suddenly, Zhong Tianyin flashed a mysterious smile and said, "Having journeyed so far, do you expect me to stand here and chat? Is there anything to eat? I rushed over as soon as my business was concluded, and I have yet to dine." Xiao Yun sighed in resignation. He had prepared 8 dishes for dinner. Senior Sister had barely touched them, and it seemed a waste to discard them. Since this hefty brother was so self-aware and willing to step back, perhaps he should be rewarded with some food. After all, one might as well feed a pig. The two of them ambled toward the kitchen with their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Along the way, Zhong Tianyin chuckled, "Xiao Shidi, I've been quite troubled over your affairs. You must repay me duly." "My affairs? What affairs?" Xiao Yun was puzzled, uncertain of what the rotund man was referring to. "Oh, what is this? So bold before junior sister Chu, yet you turn shy in front of your senior brother?" Zhong Tianyin teased. "What are you talking about, brother?" Zhong Tianyin winked at Xiao Yun and said, still pretending, "Are we? I did not come empty-handed today. I have brought you a gift." "Is that so? I suspect you're up to no good, much like a weasel wishing a hen a happy new year." Xiao Yun silently expressed his thoughts, maintaining a calm demeanor as he cheerfully remarked, "Senior brother, you are too courteous. What need is there to bring anything when visiting Xiaozhu Peak? Hee. Do not be deceived by my words. Once I present my gift, you shall undoubtedly thank me on the spot." As they conversed, the two had already arrived at the kitchen. Before they could enter, Zhong Tianyin suddenly halted, sniffing the air. "What is that aroma? It smells delightful." Before Xiao Yun could respond, Zhong Tianyin deftly slipped into the kitchen. The kitchen echoed with Zhong Tianyin's exclamations. "Wow, so much delicious food. What a treat." Xiao Yun stepped into the kitchen to find Zhong Tianyin indulging in a feast. Delectable, oh, exquisite," Zhong Tianyin exclaimed. "Such deliciousness cannot go without fine wine." With a flourish, he conjured 2 large jars of wine onto the table. He casually removed the seal from one jar and took several hearty swigs, then beckoned to Xiao Yun. "Junior brother Xiao, do not just stand there. Come and eat with me. This is a century-old vintage. Come, sample it." Xiao Yun chuckled, shaking his head. "No, I cannot afford it." "Cannot afford it? What do you mean?" Zhong Tianyin inquired, bewildered. "It means nothing, senior brother. Please enjoy your meal. I am content merely to watch," Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Seeing that Xiao Yun would not partake, Zhong Tianyin was reluctant to insist further. He had never tasted such exquisite dishes and was quite unwilling to share with Xiao Yun. After a while, Zhong Tianyin had devoured all the food on the table, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his round belly, exclaiming, "I am full, so full. It has been ages since I have eaten so well, truly delightful." Xiao Yun then approached Zhong Tianyin with a grin, inquiring, "Are you satisfied with your meal, senior brother?" Zhong Tianyin nodded, quite satisfied, exceedingly satisfied. "In all my travels, I have never encountered such delicious fare." Xiao Yun replied with a smile, "As long as you are satisfied. The total comes to 200 spirit stones. Once you have dined well, please settle the bill." Zhong Tianyin sprang up from his chair, astonished. "What? You invite me to dine and then ask for spirit stones? Who said I invited you to a meal? I merely asked you to come in and sit. I did not expect you to take such liberties and indulge yourself." This feast was prepared with great effort by a chef I summoned from the capital specifically for Senior Sister Wenqing. Given her frail condition, she ought to have some nourishing food. You devoured it all before she could even taste it. Do you not feel any remorse? Is 200 spirit stones too much to ask? Zhong Tianyin was rendered speechless. Upon learning that the meal was intended for Wenqing, he felt even more guilty. He knew well of her fondness for fine cuisine, and hearing Xiao Yun's words, he quickly produced 500 spirit stones and placed them on the table. "Junior brother Xiao, ignorance is no excuse. Here are 500 spirit stones. Please have that chef in the capital prepare 2 more feasts for Senior Sister Wenqing, and consider it my treat." Xiao Yun was slightly taken aback. Was this rotund fellow truly so affluent? He discreetly accepted the spirit stones, then, with a troubled expression, nodded and said, "Very well. It seems there is no other option. I can only hope 500 spirit stones will suffice to invite that esteemed chef from the capital again." "What do you mean? Isn't it the table made of 200 spirit stones?" "Indeed, it is 200 spirit stones, but that was the price I reserved a year ago. One must understand that creating such delectable dishes is not within the capability of an ordinary chef. Dining on his cuisine requires a reservation. There are countless individuals worldwide seeking his culinary expertise, and I've heard that the waiting list stretches to 3 years from now. I wonder if 500 spirit stones would suffice for a priority request. Xiao Yun sighed deeply, lamenting, alas, if all else fails, we shall have to wait until 3 years from now to invite him. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tianyan became anxious. How can that be? Senior Sister Wenqing adores his cuisine. She cannot wait for 3 years. Junior brother, do you know where he is? I will go and bring him, whether he likes it or not. Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh, saying, Senior brother Zhong, you underestimate him far too much. This individual possesses a proud and unruly disposition. If approached with gentle persuasion, there may be a chance to negotiate, but should one adopt a forceful manner, he would rather perish than yield. What shall we do then? Is there truly no other way? Zhong Tianyan inquired urgently. Xiao Yun's expression grew troubled as he replied. There are indeed alternatives, but they require a significant expenditure of spirit stones. Chapter 41. Driven by pure affection, Zhong Tianyan raised an eyebrow and inquired. Hualing stone? Xiao Shidi, surely you jest. A chef so arrogant and free-spirited would agree to prepare a meal for you just for a few ling stones? Xiao Yun shook his head with a sigh. Of course not. What I meant was that the Hualing stones are used to reserve spots for those waiting in line. Because this chef's culinary skills are exceptional, some individuals have taken to scalping reservations. These people are truly despicable. Their increasing numbers only make it harder to secure a booking with that chef, he lamented. Scalpers? What does that mean? I don't quite grasp it, Zhong Tianyan questioned. Those who reserve spots and then sell them to others, allowing them to cut in line, Xiao Yun elaborated. Zhong Tianyan nodded, albeit skeptically. How many ling stones do they typically demand for a spot? Xiao Yun sighed. 10 times the price. 2,000 ling stones. 2,000 ling stones? Are you serious? With that amount, one could purchase a fine weapon. Zhong Tianyan exclaimed incredulously. Is 2,000 too steep for you, senior brother? Even if you wish to part with 2,000 ling stones, you must still consider others' opinions. At one point, someone offered me 3,000 ling stones for my spot, yet I declined, simply to treat Senior Sister to a meal. And now, you've consumed it all, Xiao Yun retorted. Zhong Tianyan displayed a pained expression, gritting his teeth. I regret not being more considerate of Junior Sister Wenqing. Such exquisite cuisine is indeed rare. I shall part with the 2,000 ling stones. As he spoke, Zhong Tianyan hesitated, rummaging through his treasure pouch, but could only muster a little over 1,900 ling stones. Observing his pained expression, Xiao Yun couldn't help but smile internally. As Xiao Yun silently received the ling stones, he solemnly remarked, Senior brother, if you cannot gather 2,000, do not trouble yourself. I will cover the remainder. It is late, and you should return. Zhong Tianyan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, junior brother. I shall pay you a visit again soon. With a sigh, he began to leave. Halfway out, he suddenly remembered that he had come for an important matter and was about to depart without addressing it. He quickly turned back to Xiao Yun, saying, I almost forgot. I came to see you today for an important reason. Xiao Yun's heart raced. What could this rotund fellow be up to? After all this familiarity, was he really going to confront me? Feigning nonchalance, Xiao Yun replied. Oh? What else is on your mind, senior brother? Zhong Tianyan grinned mysteriously. It pertains to that matter you have been yearning for. With that, he produced a bundle of red fabric from his robes. Junior brother, do you recognize what this is? Xiao Yun, puzzled, asked, what is it? A handkerchief? Zhong Tianyan gave the fabric a shake, revealing a red belly band adorned with an exquisite peony. Xiao Yun was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed. Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? I hadn't anticipated you had a penchant for collecting such items. Zhong Tianyan approached Xiao Yun with a jovial demeanor, playfully thumping his chest. Stop feigning ignorance. I am fully aware of your desires. You have long coveted this from junior sister Chu Hongyan, haven't you? I procured it for you. What do you think? Quite generous of me. Wouldn't you agree? Xiao Yun was utterly bewildered. I am not. I have not. Do not speak carelessly. When have I ever wished for such a thing? Xiao Yun involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Senior brother, who have you heard that from? Oh, do we even need to ask? The entire Liang Peak is already aware that you sought love within the Jiang array, requesting a belly band, and even brought tears to Junior Sister Chu. Is there any truth to this? I truly admire your audacity, senior brother. Do you possess some unique training method? Might you teach me? If you can help me not feel nervous in front of Junior Sister Wenqing, I will grant you any request and assist you in pursuing Junior Sister Chu. What do you say? Wishing to pursue Senior Sister Wenqing? You might as well be Zhu Beiji gazing into a mirror, ugly in appearance, yet dreaming beautifully. Just as Xiao Yun was about to refuse, a sudden thought crossed his mind. With a flash of inspiration, he straightened his posture and declared, I possess no courage, merely a heart full of love. Zhong Tianyin was taken aback, as if struck by a revelation. Was it possible that he simply did not love deeply enough? If he were in Xiao Yun's position, he would never utter such words. He understood that should he act in such a manner, he would become the laughingstock of the Lingjian sect. He was unwilling to become a source of ridicule for the sect in pursuit of Wenqing. Zhong Tianyin shook his head with a sigh. I never expected you, junior brother Xiao, to be so infatuated, sacrificing your pride for love. In this regard, I cannot compare. Xiao Yun's face flushed, and he boldly replied, Since you have bestowed upon me such a grand gift, I ought to return the favor. Might I inquire if senior brother Zhong has any interest in a personal item belonging to senior sister Wenqing? Zhong Tianyin's eyes brightened as he eagerly exclaimed, I am indeed interested. Can you assist me in acquiring it? Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and gently touched his nose, saying recently, Our Xiaozhu Peak has been preparing to set up a protective array, requiring a master with profound spiritual power to establish the foundational array. If senior brother Zhong could help us complete this protective array within half a month, I might be able to assist you a little. Zhong Tianyin, having some knowledge of formations, immediately displayed a troubled expression and said, The protective array demands an immense amount of spiritual energy. I alone could not possibly accomplish it within half a month. Is that so? Then it seems that acquiring senior sister Wenqing's personal item may be. Xiao Yun sighed, leaving his words unspoken. Zhong Tianyin frowned and replied, Junior brother Xiao, consider altering your request. The protective array is far too taxing on spiritual energy. I truly cannot manage it alone. Xiao Yun shook his head and said, Since senior brother Zhong finds it so difficult, I shall let it go. My senior sister and I can manage it ourselves. Wait, are you saying that senior sister Wenqing is also busy setting up the protective array? Zhong Tianyin interjected hastily. Indeed, did you not notice how weak my senior sister appears? It is due to her exhaustion from preparing the protective array. Then if I assist, I would have the chance to be in close proximity to senior sister Wenqing. Xiao Yun's head wobbled in a vague manner, making it unclear whether he was nodding or shaking. Zhong Tian gritted his teeth, slammed the table, and said earnestly, Very well. I am willing to help you set up the protective array for Xiaozhu Peak. Not for any other reason, but because I cannot bear to see senior sister Wenqing suffer so. I am truly grateful to you, brother Zhong. Tomorrow, I shall convey this news to sister Wenqing. She will undoubtedly be delighted, Xiao Yun remarked with a smile. Zhong Tianyin chuckled foolishly, saying, Oh, it's nothing, just a small favor among friends. It is only right. Then I shall not keep you, brother Zhong. Please gather with us at the Zhengqing Hall on Xiaozhu Peak tomorrow morning, he continued. Very well. I shall take my leave now. I will arrive punctually at the hour of Chun, Zhong Tianyin said as he took a few steps toward the exit, only to suddenly return with a hint of embarrassment on his face, inquiring about sister Wenqing's personal belongings. Xiao Yun laughed heartily and waved his hand, assuring him, Do not worry, brother. Once the mountain protection array is established, I will surely assist you with this matter. Zhong Tianyin then smiled joyfully, declaring, We have an agreement. You must not go back on your word. Brother Xiao, I find myself increasingly fond of you, he laughed before taking his leave. I shall not see you off. Xiao Yun watched Zhong Tianyin depart, grinning like a cunning old fox. Chapter 42. Your preferences are merely unconventional after Zhong Tianyin departed. Xiao Yun prepared to tidy up the remnants of the meal on the table. At that moment, he unexpectedly spotted the red belly band resting atop the table. Is this Chu Hongyin's? A slight frown creased Xiao Yun's brow. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself instinctively reaching for the crimson garment, lifting it into his hands. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he brought it to his nose for a whiff. It bore a surprisingly pleasant fragrance, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a gentle voice called from the doorway. "Junior brother, I hope the food hasn't gone cold." Indeed, Brother Zhong's elixirs are miraculous. My spiritual energy has fully recovered. As she spoke, a striking figure clad in pale blue gracefully entered the kitchen. I can't possibly sleep if I don't finish the meal prepared by Junior brother. However, as when Qing uttered the latter half of her sentence, her body abruptly froze, her gaze fixated on Xiao Yun, who was holding the belly band to his nose. The atmosphere grew eerily still. Xiao Yun stiffly turned his head, his eyes wide with trepidation as he met Wen Qing's astonished stare. The two stood locked in a moment of silence, time seemingly suspended around them. Neither moved nor spoke. In that instant, Xiao Yun felt an acute sense of embarrassment, as if he could dig his toes into the floor to escape. As the seconds dragged on, feeling like an eternity, Wen Qing finally lowered her head and softly said, "I apologize, Junior brother. I did not mean to intrude. I saw nothing. I will return to my room to rest." With that, she turned and vanished from sight. Xiao Yun hurriedly called out, "Sister, please allow me to explain. It is not as you think." Once inside her room, Wen Qing promptly locked the door. Leaning against it as she took deep breaths, her cheeks flushed. What exactly did I just witness? I never imagined that Junior brother harbored such peculiar preferences. After a few moments of catching her breath, she hurried to her wardrobe to inspect her personal garments. Finding them all intact, she finally exhaled in relief. After neatly folding her clothes and returning them to the wardrobe, she still felt uneasy and reinforced the drawer with several seals before feeling somewhat reassured. The following morning, Xiao Yun arrived at the Zhengqing Hall, his eyes shadowed by dark circles. Not only had he failed to sleep well the previous night, but he could not even focus on his training. Every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by the incredulous expression on Wen Qing's face. "It's over. She must think I am some sort of pervert. The virtuous image I painstakingly constructed has been utterly shattered." Xiao Yun was on the verge of tears. While Xiao Yun was lost in his tumultuous thoughts, Wen Qing entered the Zhengqing Hall, her demeanor somewhat bashful. Noticing Xiao Yun's haggard appearance, the severity of his dark circles stirred a pang of sympathy within her. Xiao Yun quickly approached Wen Qing, saying, "Sister, please let me explain." Wen Qing promptly interrupted, "Junior brother, you need not say much. I pondered over this all night and have come to understand. Everyone has their own preferences, which are beyond one's control. Much like my fondness for delicious food that I simply cannot resist. Yours is merely an unconventional interest. There is no need for concern. As long as you do not cause distress to others, even if you possess such a peculiar hobby, Senior Sister would not hold any prejudice against you." This statement from Wen Qing undoubtedly granted Xiao Yun considerable face. If Xiao Yun were truly a deviant, he might have been moved to tears at this moment. However, Xiao Yun was not a deviant. He did not wish to be misunderstood by Senior Sister, so he hurriedly clarified, "Senior Sister, it's not as you think. That belongs to Brother Zhong. I merely picked it up out of curiosity." Xiao Yun swiftly shifted the blame onto Zhong Tianyan. "Really?" Wen Qing looked at Xiao Yun with skepticism. To prove his innocence, Xiao Yun immediately raised 3 fingers and declared loudly, "I swear to the heavens. That item undoubtedly belongs to Brother Zhong." Wen Qing let out a long sigh. If her junior disciple were indeed a deviant, she would have felt a tinge of fear. "I see now. I misunderstood my junior disciple." At that moment, a cheerful voice echoed from outside the hall. "Junior brother Xiao, I can hear you calling my name from afar. What item are you referring to? Are you talking about the gift I gave you last night? I knew you would like it, so today I brought you another one that Sister Chu wore." As these words fell, Zhong Tianyan's figure appeared in the main hall of Xiao Bamboo Peak. The instant he entered the hall, he spotted Wen Qing standing there. Zhong Tianyan's body suddenly shuddered as he stammered, Sister May, you are here too." Wen Qing frowned, her expression darkening considerably. She had heard Zhong Tianyan's words all too clearly. Forcing herself to remain composed, she replied coolly, "Brother Zhong has arrived. I shall not disturb the two of you any longer. I will take my leave." With that, Wen Qing fled the hall in haste. Xiao Yun gaped in despair at Zhong Tianyan. After a long pause, he suddenly lunged at Zhong Tianyin, locking his arms around his neck and shouting, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Zhong Tianyin was perplexed by Xiao Yun's sudden outburst. He believed that what he had just said was discreet enough that even if Wen Qing heard it, she would not comprehend its meaning. Unfazed by Xiao Yun's grip on his neck, Zhong Tianyin cheerfully pulled out a pink belly band from his pocket and waved in the air. "Look what I brought you. Junior brother. I'll kill you, you perverted fiend," Xiao Yun bellowed. Meanwhile, on Liang Peak, Chu Hongyin returned to her residence after an early morning training session. After a brief wash, she intended to change her clothes. However, when she approached her wardrobe to find her favorite fitted garment, she was astonished to discover it was missing. "How strange, where are my clothes? When did I lose them?" Chu Hongyin pondered in confusion. Back at Xiao Bamboo Peak, in the main hall, Zhong Tianyin casually shook off Xiao Yun's grip, causing him to be flung away. Nonchalantly, Zhong Tianyin inquired, "Why did Sister Wen leave? Wasn't she supposed to join us in drawing the foundation of the mountain-protecting formation?" Xiao Yun, unable to rid himself of the frustration towards Zhong Tianyin, felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. The rotund figure possesses an impressive level of cultivation, yet his substantial physique renders him nearly impervious to any offense. Realizing that words would prove futile at this juncture, Xiao Yun, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "My senior sister is upset that you devoured her delicacies. I have no desire to see you." Zhong Tianyin, taken aback, hastily grasped Xiao Yun's hand, exclaiming, "Junior brother, assist me. Quickly summon that chef from the capital to prepare another feast for my sister." Xiao Yun, clearly disdainful, broke free from Zhong Tianyin's grip, retorting with a scoff, "Do you think I am not eager to? I am already in communication. Just wait." "No, I must go and apologize to Sister Wenqing. I truly did not mean it last night," Zhong Tianyin insisted, making his way towards the rear mountains of Shaozhu Peak. Xiao Yun swiftly intercepted him, saying, "Forget it. You can hardly utter a word in her presence, let alone offer an apology. The moment she sees you, she bolts. Allow me to speak a few kind words on your behalf." Zhong Tianyin expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Junior brother, please speak well of me." With that, he pressed a pink apron into Xiao Yun's hands. Xiao Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes, but accepted it nonetheless, thinking to himself, "You hefty fool. If I do not exhaust you today, I would be remiss in accepting the gift you prepared for me. Come along. Accompany me to inscribe the protective mountain array," Xiao Yun commanded, resembling a foreman as he directed Zhong Tianyin, who obediently followed. Chapter 43. The Unspoken Burden of Brother Zhong. Brother Zhong, are you capable? How can you take a break after only drawing 3 foundation lines? Xiao Yun crossed her arms and gazed at Zhong Tianyin with evident dissatisfaction. 3 is too few? Do you have any idea how much spiritual energy those 3 foundation lines require? I cannot go on. If I continue, I shall perish. Zhong Tianyin, regardless of Xiao Yun's approval, plopped onto the ground, resolute in his decision to cease drawing. Xiao Yun furrowed her brow slightly and suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Wenqing, what brings you here?" Zhong Tianyin shuddered, promptly scrambling to his feet, adjusting his attire as he prepared to draw the 4th foundation line. While feigning readiness, he cast a furtive glance backward, only to be met with Xiao Yun's ambiguous grin, devoid of any sign of Wenqing. In a fit of frustration, Zhong Tianyin abandoned his task, glaring at Xiao Yun. "You dare to toy with me? Do you not recognize your elder brother? It seems I must teach you a lesson on behalf of Sister Wenqing." Xiao Yun's eyes widened in surprise as she looked behind Zhong Tianyin. "Sister, you have arrived?" With a sardonic chuckle, Zhong Tianyin did not turn around. "Do you wish to deceive me again? Today, you shall learn the consequences of misleading your elder brother." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to reprimand Xiao Yun. At that moment, a gentle voice emerged from behind. "Brother Zhong, what do you intend to do?" Zhong Tianyin froze, slowly turning to reveal an exceedingly strained smile. "Sister, you have come?" Before Wenqing could respond, Xiao Yun interjected, "Sister, please do not be angry. Brother Zhong did not mean it last night. Brother Zhong, allow me to explain on your behalf," Xiao Yun added, addressing Zhong Tianyin. Zhong Tianyin looked at Xiao Yun with gratitude, nodding earnestly. All right. Wenqing regarded Xiao Yun with a puzzled expression. Sister, what is it that you wish to discuss? What was not intentional last night? Why is Brother Zhong assisting us with the drawing of the Mountain Protection Formation's foundation lines? She inquired. Here's the matter, sister. Upon hearing that we at Xiaozhu Peak were to set up the Mountain Protection Formation, Brother Zhong became intrigued and insisted on participating. I initially refused, but he guaranteed that he could complete the formation within half a month, which is why I reluctantly allowed him to join. Henceforth, you need not concern yourself with the laborious task of drawing foundation lines. Brother Zhong will handle it himself. By himself? Wenqing asked in astonishment. Even for Brother Zhong, completing the Mountain Protection Formation alone in half a month would be quite a challenge. Having personally experienced the energy-consuming endeavor of drawing foundation lines, she found it hard to imagine that Zhong Tianyin could accomplish it alone. Brother Zhong assures us he can, and thus we should place our trust in him. Additionally, I discovered something else. Brother Zhong's stuttering issue has not been a lifelong affliction, Xiao Yun said earnestly. Is that so? No wonder I heard him speaking fluently when I stood behind him just now. Wenqing nodded and remarked. Xiao Yun sighed, saying, Brother Zhong stutters when he encounters beautiful girls. The more stunning they are, the more pronounced his stutter becomes. So that is the reason. Wenqing suddenly comprehended. Indeed, this is why Brother Zhong detests interacting with girls, especially the more beautiful ones. He simply cannot express it openly due to his status as a senior brother. Now that Brother Zhong is willing to assist us in drawing the protective formation for Xiaozhu Peak, it would be best for you, Senior Sister, to avoid appearing before him for the time being. After hearing this, Wenqing nodded. I understand now. It seems Brother Zhong has such an unspoken difficulty, so I shall avoid seeing him in the future. Xiao Yun smiled and said, Yes, it is preferable that you do not see him. He asked me to convey his apologies. He does not wish for things to be this way. Wenqing nodded. It is all right. I can understand his predicament. In that case, I shall return to my cultivation. As Wenqing turned to leave, Xiao Yun hurriedly called out, Wait, Senior Sister. I will inform Brother Zhong and return with you. What? Are you not going to assist Brother Zhong in drawing the foundation for the protective formation? Xiao Yun replied. Brother Zhong, as he told you, has no weaknesses. He is well versed in formations. Once I explain it to him, he will understand what I intend to arrange without needing me by his side. Wenqing suddenly felt that something was amiss, but she could not quite place it. She could only nod and say, Very well then, I will wait for you here. Xiao Yun cheerfully returned to the formation's foundation. Zhong Tianyin, like an ant on a hot pan, paced anxiously around the formation's base. Upon seeing Xiao Yun return, he rushed over. Xiao Shidi, how did it go? Has Junior Sister Wen forgiven me? Xiao Yun sighed. Well, she has somewhat forgiven you, but she still prefers not to see you. If she does not want to see me, how is that forgiveness? Zhong Tianyin immediately protested. Xiao Yun's expression darkened. The reason she does not want to see you is that my senior sister is shy. She said she wants to prepare lunch with me to express her gratitude for your assistance with the protective formation. If she were truly angry with you, would she invite you to lunch? Zhong Tianyin's eyes brightened, and he eagerly asked, Really? Of course, why would I deceive you? How wonderful. Junior Sister Wen will personally prepare lunch for me. I can't help but feel so blessed. Zhong Tianyin wore a foolish grin. Xiao Yun found it increasingly distasteful and quickly said, All right, enough of that. Hurry and draw the foundation here. Do not disappoint my senior sister's trust in you. What will you say if she asks how many foundations you have drawn during lunch? That you only managed 3? Zhong Tianyin smiled slightly, exuding an unparalleled pride. Rest assured, I will not let Junior Sister Wen down. Then I shall go prepare lunch with Senior Sister first. I will call for you when it's ready. You must do well. Xiao Yun instructed. Zhong Tianyin waved his hand. Go ahead, I can handle things here. After bidding farewell to Zhong Tianyin, Xiao Yun found Wenqing in the bamboo forest. All right, Senior Sister, let us return. However, before we do, let us take a stroll around Xiaozhu Peak and see if any disciples from Qingmu Peak have come to harvest the green rock bamboo. Wenqing nodded warmly in agreement. Summoning the green bamboo sword, she and Xiao Yun began their search for the figures of the Qingmu Peak's errand disciples atop Xiaozhu Peak. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Xiao Yun spotted a disciple from Qingmu Peak laboriously chopping the green rock bamboo. Senior Sister, over there, he pointed out. Wenqing slightly nodded and promptly guided the green bamboo sword to descend before the Qingmu Peak disciple. Xiao Yun was the first to leap from the sword, his expression serious as he addressed the Qingmu Peak disciple. You are aware of the rules of Xiaozhu Peak, are you not? Produce the spirit stones. The Qingmu Peak disciple, unfazed, straightened his neck and replied, I'm afraid not. Our senior brother Yang has stated that we shall not be providing you with any spirit stones. If Xiaozhu Peak is truly in need of spirit stones, you may assist us in harvesting the green rock bamboo, and we shall offer you 10 spirit stones for an hour of your labor. Chapter 44. I never intended to kill him. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh. Did Yang Shuhao truly say that? The disciple from Qingmu Peak replied with pride. Indeed, our senior brother Yang instructed us to continue harvesting the green rock bamboo daily, without regard for you. Xiao Yun nodded, remarking, well, this lad has clearly disregarded my words. You are merely a servant disciple. I shall not trouble you further. Depart, and do not let me see you again. He waved his hand, signaling the servant disciple to leave. However, the disciple from Qingmu Peak did not take his leave. Instead, he sneered, You think I will leave just because you say so? Senior brother Yang has commanded us to cut the green rock bamboo right here, indifferent to your presence. Xiao Yun, suppressing his anger, replied, Even if you wish to harvest the bamboo, you ought to wait until we have departed. After all, this is the territory of Xiao Bamboo Peak. Is it not a bit brazen to openly oppose us? The Qingmu Peak disciple arrogantly lifted his chin, looking down his nose at Xiao Yun. I am a disciple of Qingmu Peak, and I heed only senior brother Yang's words. Will you to command me? Xiao Yun's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. Are you implying that you refuse to pay the spirit stones and have no intention of leaving? The servant disciple of Qingmu Peak laughed coldly. Why should I leave? The bamboo of Xiao Bamboo Peak has always been free for the taking. As for your desire for spirit stones, you can work as our servant and help us harvest the green rock bamboo. 10 spirit stones for an hour of your labor. Xiao Yun, incensed, struck the Qingmu Peak disciple squarely in the chest with a powerful fist. The disciple let out a scream and flew backward, crashing to the ground and creating a deep pit over 30 meters long and half a meter deep. A swath of green rock bamboo was broken in his wake. After the altercation, Xiao Yun exhaled deeply, performing a calming gesture, murmuring to himself, The world is so wondrous, yet I am so temperamental. This is not good. Not good at all. Wenqing hurriedly leaped down from the green bamboo sword and rushed to Xiao Yun's side, her face etched with concern. Junior brother, are you all right? Are you hurt? Xiao Yun smiled faintly, saying, I am fine. It's just that my fist feels a bit itchy. I was still contemplating delivering another blow. Wenqing shot him an exasperated look. Why are you so impulsive? Why resort to violence? That lad speaks nonsense. Hitting him is for his own good. With that manner of speaking, he will surely meet a violent end one day. Wenqing cast a worried glance at the motionless Qingmu Peak disciple in the distance. What if you've killed him? What will we do if Qingmu Peak comes after us? Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and nodded. Indeed, what if he returns to Qingmu Peak to report us? Sister, may I borrow your green bamboo sword? What do you plan to do? To ensure his heart is pierced by a sword, guaranteeing that he meets his end here. Only in death will he keep today as events to himself. Wenqing gazed at Xiao Yun in shock. As soon as Xiao Yun finished speaking, the disciple from Qingmu Peak scrambled to his feet and, with all his might, fled down the mountain, disappearing in an instant. Wenqing furrowed her brows and exclaimed, Junior brother, he is not dead. He intends to escape. We must pursue him. Pursue? Why should we chase him? Xiao Yun asked, perplexed. Did you not say you wanted to kill him? What if he runs away and reveals what happened today? Goodness. Senior sister, I was merely trying to frighten him, to deter them from coming to our Xiao Bamboo Peak to cut down the green rock bamboo. Did you truly think I wanted to kill him? Xiao Yun gazed at Wenqing in disbelief. Wenqing awkwardly fidgeted with the hem of her garment. I thought you were serious. I never intended to kill him. I just wanted to bring him back for an explanation. Xiao Yun remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as he observed her. Wenqing's cheeks flushed, and she quickly insisted, Junior brother, I really did not mean to kill him. Xiao Yun continued to smile without speaking. You must believe me, junior brother. I absolutely do not harbor such thoughts. Xiao Yun's mischievous smile lingered. I swear, I did not intend to kill him. In the air above Lingjian Peak, upon the green bamboo sword, Xiao Yun tugged at Wenqing's sleeve, trying to appease her with a grin. Senior Sister, I believe you. You certainly did not wish to harm him. Wenqing pouted, ignoring Xiao Yun. Senior Sister, I genuinely believe you. I was only joking. Wenqing still chose not to respond. Senior Sister, I can swear that I have believed in you from the very beginning. Only then did Wenqing glance back at Xiao Yun, stating, if you dare joke with me again, I shall not acknowledge you. Yes, yes. I shall never provoke Senior Sister again. Where are we headed now? Xiao Yun quickly changed the topic. Wenqing then resumed her gentle demeanor, saying, now that you have reached the Foundation establishment stage, it is time for you to find a weapon. I will take you to Divine Sword Peak. It will also allow you to practice your sword cannon. Does Divine Sword Peak have a training formation similar to the one at Liang Peak? Xiao Yun inquired. Though not identical, it is quite similar. The metallic spiritual energy inside is significantly more abundant than outside, allowing you to cultivate there. Will it require spirit stones? If it does, then there is no need to go. I can cultivate just as well at Xiao Bamboo Peak. Xiao Yun understood that spirit stones were precious in Wenqing's possession and aimed to conserve them whenever possible. Moreover, given Xiao Yun's cultivation speed, even at Xiao Bamboo Peak, advancing other elemental techniques to the Foundation establishment stage would not pose a challenge. Our primary purpose is to select your weapon. Cultivation is merely a secondary benefit. Enough. You need not worry. Senior Sister has plenty of spirit stones. Wenqing disregarded Xiao Yun's concerns and soared towards Divine Sword Peak. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Sword Tomb on the back mountain of Divine Sword Peak. A disciple from the Sword Tomb approached them, greetings. Senior Sister Wenqing. Wenqing nodded, stating, I have brought my junior brother to select a sword. How many spirit stones are required to enter the Sword Tomb? The disciple from Divine Sword Peak replied with a smile, 2,000 spirit stones. Wenqing frowned slightly, surprised by the steep price. My junior brother has just reached the first layer of the Foundation establishment stage, and his cultivation is rather feeble, making it difficult for him to select a good weapon. Might it be possible to lower the price? The disciple from the Divine Sword Peak smiled and replied, I regret to inform you, esteemed sister, that entry into our Divine Sword Peak Sword Tomb does not consider cultivation levels. Even if you were to enter, it would still require 2,000 spirit stones. Although this junior brother's cultivation is relatively weak, if he possesses profound fortune, he may yet find a remarkable sword. Furthermore, allow me to share a secret with you. The dragon-slaying sword within the Sword Tomb has recently shown signs of awakening, seemingly seeking a master. Perhaps it will be claimed by this junior brother. Is that true? The dragon-slaying sword is seeking a master? Wenqing inquired with curiosity. The disciple from Divine Sword Peak chuckled and said, indeed, many cultivators from other peaks have lingered in the Sword Tomb upon hearing this news. Currently, the Sword Tomb is teeming with people, all hoping to obtain the dragon-slaying sword. Chapter 45. Only fools venture in. Is that truly the case? Then let us hasten inside, Wenqing remarked, producing her treasure pouch to prepare for the payment of spirit stones. Xiao Yun quickly intervened, saying, Senior Sister, even if we enter, acquiring the Dragon Slayer sword is not guaranteed. 2,000 spirit stones is exceedingly steep. Perhaps we should reconsider. Wenqing gently brushed aside Xiao Yun's hand, responding, even if you do not obtain the Dragon Slayer sword, there are other weapons within the Sword Tomb for you to select. While 2,000 spirit stones may seem extravagant, what if you were to secure the Dragon Slayer sword? In such a scenario, not merely 2,000 spirit stones, but even 2 million would be worth it. Xiao Yun, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Senior Sister, what makes the Dragon Slayer sword so valuable? If it is truly as remarkable as you say, why would it be housed in the Sword Tomb? Xiao Yun had always been skeptical of fortuitous occurrences, aware that people often suffered grave losses due to their greed for trivial gains. Wenqing smiled slightly and explained, Junior brother, as you are newly initiated into the Spirit Sword sect, you may not be aware that the Dragon Slayer sword was the personal weapon of the previous Grandmaster of the Divine Sword Peak. It is a divine weapon with sentience, and in the entirety of the Divine Continent, Only a handful of such sentient weapons exist. The former Grandmaster wielded this sword to instill terror in the demonic sect's minions, who trembled at the mere mention of its name. Impressive, isn't it? Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. If it is indeed so formidable, why then is it located in the sword tomb? Wen Qing suddenly sighed and said, that tale begins 500 years ago with the battle between righteousness and evil. The previous Grandmaster fell into a trap set by the demonic sect. By the time he realized it, he was already surrounded by countless foes. He fought valiantly for 7 days and nights against the demonic horde, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and perishing. The Dragon Slayer sword, greatly weakened, returned to the Divine Sword Peak. Since then, it has awaited a new master in the sword tomb, yet for 500 years, no one has succeeded in drawing it forth, not even the current Grandmaster. Now that the Dragon Slayer sword stirs, it may be seeking a new master. Should you be chosen, junior brother, you need not worry about weapons any longer. The more Xiao Yun listened, the more dubious he became. If no one had succeeded in 5 centuries, what made him any more special? Nearby, disciples of the Divine Sword Peak urged, what Senior Sister Wen Qing says is true. If you were to acquire the Dragon Slayer sword, not even 2,000 spirit stones would suffice. The sword is stirring. This is a prime opportunity for all. If you are fortunate, the Dragon Slayer sword could very well be yours. Xiao Yun scoffed, thinking that if it were truly that simple, it would have been claimed long ago. He then stated, esteemed brother, I harbor no illusions about the Dragon Slayer sword. I merely wish to enter the sword tomb for a brief visit and to practice my metal-based cultivation techniques. I did not intend to take any sword from within. Would 200 spirit stones grant me access? Upon hearing these words, the disciple of the Divine Sword Peak immediately darkened his expression and coldly replied, no way. Whether you take the sword or not, it still costs 2,000 spirit stones. You can either enter or not. It's entirely up to you. I must inform you that once this opportunity passes, it will be lost forever. It won't be long before the sword tomb is filled to capacity, and you may find it impossible to enter. Xiao Yun scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? 2,000 spirit stones? Only a simpleton would agree to that. Just then, Wen Qing produced 2,000 spirit stones and handed them to the disciple of the Divine Sword Peak, stating, here are 2,000 spirit stones. Allow my junior brother to enter. The disciple of the Divine Sword Peak counted the spirit stones Wen Qing had provided and immediately donned a cheerful expression, saying, Sister Wen Qing, will you not enter? Perhaps the dragon-slaying sword may be claimed by you. Wen Qing smiled and shook her head. There is no need for me to enter. My master is already out searching for divine weapons on my behalf. The disciple of the Divine Sword Peak shook his head in disappointment. What a pity. If Sister Wen Qing could acquire the dragon-slaying sword, she would undoubtedly emerge victorious among the 7 peaks. Wen Qing smiled silently. The disciple then turned to Xiao Yun and urged, Junior brother, do hurry inside. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. With a helpless expression, Xiao Yun looked at Wen Qing and asked, Sister, why spend such unnecessary money? If I cannot obtain the dragon-slaying sword, wouldn't that be a great loss? Wen Qing replied with a smile, It's all right. We still have spirit stones. If we manage to acquire the dragon-slaying sword, that would be a significant gain for us. Even if we don't, selecting another weapon from the sword tomb wouldn't be a loss either. Xiao Yun forced a smile. His sister's outlook was remarkably optimistic. What a way to turn a potential loss into a gain. He retrieved a bag from his waist and handed it to Wen Qing, saying, Sister, take this. Curious, Wen Qing accepted it and inquired, What is this? Spirit stones given by Senior Brother Zhong as tuition for learning how to set up the mountain protecting formation, Xiao Yun explained. Wen Qing opened the bag with a skeptical expression, only to find it filled with spirit stones. A cursory glance revealed there were at least 17 or 18. Such a quantity of spirit stones? Senior Brother Zhong gave you all of this? Wen Qing asked, astonished. Xiao Yun chuckled. This amount is nothing. Sister, do you understand how complex it is to lay out a mountain protecting formation? Allowing him to learn with us at Little Bamboo Peak is already quite generous. Quickly, you should secure the spirit stones. Oh, Wen Qing nodded and stored the spirit stones away, although she felt something was slightly amiss with her junior brother's words. Upon further reflection, She found no fault in them. She had perused the formation manuals in the scripture pavilion, but even the simplest formations left her perplexed. To have the opportunity for hands-on learning was indeed rare. "Sister, I'm going in now," Xiao Yun declared. "All right, I'll wait for you outside. Even if you cannot acquire the dragon-slaying sword, make sure to select a good weapon," Wen Qing admonished. "I will do my best," Xiao Yun replied, sweating nervously. What if there is something truly remarkable inside? Can it really be cast aside in the sword tomb? "Sister, you are truly dedicated to this endeavor." The sword tomb of the Divine Sword Peak was a vast cavern. At the very heart of the cavern lies the core of the sword tomb, known as the sword pool. It derives its name from the countless swords embedded within, resembling a pond brimming with blades. A cursory glance reveals no fewer than 10,000 swords within its depths. Upon entering, Xiao Yun discovered that the cave was indeed teeming with people. Over 1,000 individuals gathered around the sword pool, whispering excitedly and gazing in anticipation. Among them, some diligent disciples sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbed in their cultivation. As Xiao Yun navigated through the crowd and drew closer to the sword pool, he immediately sensed a powerful aura of golden energy. He nodded inwardly, recognizing that the golden elemental spiritual energy here was hardly inferior to that of the gathering sun array at the fierce sun peak. If he were to cultivate in this place, the golden elemental energy within him would surely reach perfection in no time. Chapter 46. Cultivating the sword cannon. Xiao Yun settled into a meditative posture near the sword pool, unhurried in his quest for a suitable weapon. His priority was to thoroughly cultivate the gold element technique. As he practiced the sword cannon, the gold element spiritual energy from within the sword tomb continuously flowed into his body. The cultivation method of the sword cannon differed slightly from other techniques. While it similarly involved drawing in spiritual energy, the sword cannon introduced an additional step of drawing in sword chi. When absorbing the gold element spiritual energy, it was most effective to integrate sword chi into the body to refine the flesh, thus enhancing its resilience and sharpness. However, invoking sword chi was a perilous endeavor. It was not necessary to take such risks. One could still cultivate the sword cannon effectively. Once reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could forge a personal sword chi within, utilizing it to temper the body, achieving similar results to those attained by drawing in sword chi during the chi refinement phase, albeit at a more leisurely pace. Xiao Yun, undeterred by the potential dangers of integrating sword chi, simultaneously absorbed the gold element spiritual energy while invoking the sword chi from the sword tomb to hone his physique. Having perfected the chi refinement stages of the Azure Sea Tide technique and the Fiery Blaze skill, his physical form was already several times stronger than that of an ordinary chi refinement practitioner. As the sword chi flowed into him, he merely felt a slight tingling sensation. At the opposite end of the sword pool, a middle-aged man was advising a young disciple beside him. "Junior brother, pay heed. When the dragon-slaying sword stirs, the entire sword tomb will be infused with exceptionally pure gold element spiritual energy. You must seize every moment to absorb it rapidly. Understood?" The young disciple nodded, affirming, "Yes. Senior brother, I will do my utmost." The middle-aged man continued. "It is said that Xu Hongyan from the Blaze Peak has reached the 5th level of chi refinement. You must not fall behind her." The young disciple nodded slightly, resolutely determined that during this dragon-slaying sword's tremor, he would seize the opportunity to break through to the 5th level of chi refinement. He could not allow himself to be weaker than Xu Hongyan. He was among the elite disciples chosen by the Xiantian treasure mirror and one of the 3 possessing supreme spiritual roots. His name was Kuan Lingfeng, taken as a direct disciple by the foremost master of the Divine Sword Peak, with Xu Hongyan benefiting from elixirs to enhance her cultivation. He had the assistance of the gold spiritual energy emanating from the dragon-slaying sword. As one of the 3 with supreme spiritual roots, he refused to accept defeat to a female counterpart. He vowed to become the foremost among the younger generation of disciples. "Senior brother, with so many people in the sword tomb, won't they compete with me for the gold spiritual energy?" Kuan Lingfeng asked with a hint of concern. The middle-aged man chuckled, reassuring him, "Rest easy, junior brother. Most of these individuals are disciples from other peaks, drawn here solely to claim the dragon-slaying sword, not to cultivate. Little do they know, the sword's tremor does not select a master. It is destined to obliterate those worthless weapons within the sword tomb. Even if someone attempts to seize the golden spiritual energy from you, without the secret methods passed down by the master, they can only absorb the flawed golden essence emitted from shattered weapons. They cannot compete with the primordial gold spiritual energy emanating from the dragon-slaying sword. You need not worry, my junior brother. Simply focus on absorbing the golden spiritual energy. Indeed, Kuan Lingfeng's face brightened with joy. He ceased further inquiries and began to regulate his breathing, entering a state of cultivation. An unending stream of golden spiritual energy flowed into Kuan Lingfeng's body, continuously cleansing his physical form. Xiao Yun, harnessing the sword aura within the sword tomb, advanced rapidly in his cultivation. In less than half an hour, Xiao Yun had already cultivated the sword cannon to the 4th level. Just as he prepared to continue absorbing the golden spiritual energy and sword aura from the sword tomb, an unexpected transformation occurred in the sword pool. A long sword, embedded at the center of the sword pool, suddenly soared into the air, hovering above. The gathered disciples displayed expressions of wild delight. It was the dragon-slaying sword. Has the dragon-slaying sword chosen its master? How thrilling! Will the dragon-slaying sword select me as its wielder? You must be dreaming. Such a divine weapon as the dragon-slaying sword would naturally choose me as its master. Nonsense. As a disciple of the blazing sun peak, how could you be worthy of the dragon-slaying sword from the divine sword peak? The selection should be among the disciples of our divine sword peak. The crowd engaged in a cacophony of voices, their excitement palpable. The middle-aged man beside Kuan Lingfeng immediately instructed, Lingfeng, prepare to absorb the primordial gold power of the dragon-slaying sword. Kuan Lingfeng nodded gently and fervently activated his cultivation technique. At that moment, the dragon-slaying sword in the air emitted a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. All the weapons within the sword pool trembled in response to this resonant cry. Clang! A sharp sound rang out. A long sword, unable to withstand the intensity of its own tremors, broke in two. Following that, the sound of shattering swords ensued, as over half of the thousands of long swords within the sword tomb were instantly destroyed. A piercing golden aura radiated from the broken swords. The dragon-slaying sword let out another cry. The golden aura emitted by the shattered swords surged toward the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword then returned to its central position in the sword pool. The onlookers were left bewildered. What transpired? Has the dragon-slaying sword concluded its selection? It seems so. It appears it did not find a satisfactory master. I had little hope to begin with, and now my heart is utterly resigned. Any sword that survived the dragon-slaying sword's roar is already a fine weapon. Selecting one from among them would still be a worthwhile endeavor. The gathered disciples, having failed to gain the favor of the dragon-slaying sword, began to select those undamaged weapons from the sword pool. Lingfeng, how much primordial gold power have you absorbed from the dragon-slaying sword? The middle-aged man inquired softly. Kuan Lingfeng appeared perplexed as he replied, Senior brother, why do I not sense the primordial gold power? Not sensing it? That is impossible. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Upon entering a meditative state, he immediately sensed the surrounding metallic spiritual energy converging towards a singular direction. No wonder Ling Feng failed to perceive the primordial golden force. It had been absorbed by another. The middle-aged man abruptly opened his eyes and gazed towards the source of the flowing metallic spiritual energy. There, he beheld a young disciple seated in a meditative posture, surrounded by an abundant aura of metallic spiritual energy. Senior brother, what is happening? Kuan Lingfeng inquired, perplexed. The middle-aged man pointed towards the distance where Xiao Yun sat, stating, Your opportunity has been seized by him. Kuan Lingfeng was taken aback, incredulous that someone would dare to usurp his fortune. Who could it be? Following his senior brother's gesture, he looked in that direction and discovered that the individual was a young disciple he had not encountered at the Sword Peak, yet he appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, Kuan Lingfeng immediately recognized him. It was that lad who had joined the Lingjian sect alongside him, the one with the unremarkable mixed spiritual roots. What was he doing here? Who was he to claim his opportunity? Chapter 47. Is a sword competing with me for spiritual energy? At this moment, Xiao Yun felt somewhat perplexed. He had just been absorbing the metallic spiritual energy to cultivate the sword cannon when, all of a sudden, an immense and pure surge of metallic spiritual energy flooded into his body. Unlike the metallic spiritual energy he had previously absorbed, this influx was astonishingly pure. Within just a few breaths, it elevated him from the 4th to the 6th level of qi refinement. Sensing the transformation of the spiritual energy within the sword tomb, Xiao Yun immediately channeled all his strength into the sword cannon, fervently absorbing this exquisite metallic spiritual energy. Before long, he had completely consumed this remarkable essence. Yet, he found himself yearning for more. After experiencing such refined metallic spiritual energy, his interest in the ordinary variety waned. He attempted to trace the source of this pure metallic energy and soon discovered that it emanated from a sword. However, the amount of metallic energy radiating from the sword was minimal, nearly depleted. An idea struck Xiao Yun, and he activated the sword cannon, employing the method of absorbing sword energy to draw the metallic spiritual energy from a sword. Initially, it was merely an experiment, but to his delight, he found that he could indeed absorb metallic energy from the sword. Elated, he channeled all his efforts into the sword cannon to extract the energy. At first, a steady stream of pure metallic energy flowed from the sword, which Xiao Yun greedily absorbed, causing his cultivation in the sword cannon to steadily advance. However, as time passed, he sensed that the sword seemed to resist him, pulling back the metallic spiritual energy he had drawn out. It was as if Xiao Yun and the sword were engaged in a tug-of-war, each striving to claim the precious metallic energy. Due to his distance from the sword, he was unable to seize it effectively, and all the extracted metallic energy was reclaimed by the sword. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yun thought it strange. How could a mere sword dare to contest for spiritual energy with him? He withdrew from his meditative state and stood up, noticing that the number of people within the sword tomb had dwindled significantly, with the remaining individuals selecting their desired weapons from the sword pool. Xiao Yun gradually rose and made his way toward the sword emanating metallic spiritual energy, which was embedded at the very center of the sword pool. As he approached, the onlookers initially saw nothing amiss in his actions. However, alarmed disciples from the Divine Sword Peak quickly warned him, "Do not approach. The dragon-slaying sword is surrounded by potent golden energy. It could harm you." Unaware that the warning was directed at him, Xiao Yun continued unperturbed toward the dragon-slaying sword. Soon, he found himself near the sword, and the disciples of Divine Sword Peak stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Why can he disregard the surrounding potent golden energy? That is true sword energy. One cannot approach without the golden core cultivation level. Could it be that this young man was, in fact, a senior of the golden core realm? But why have I never seen him before? The middle-aged man, standing beside Kuan Lingfeng, gaped in disbelief. Why? How could he enter the forbidden area of the dragon-slaying sword? Who on earth is he? Which Peak's true disciple is he? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Kuan Lingfeng spoke up. "Senior brother, I know him. He is a new disciple who joined the sect with me. He possesses a mixed spiritual root and has joined the Little Bamboo Peak, not a true disciple at all." The expression on the middle-aged man's face grew even more horrified. A mixed spiritual root? A new disciple? How is that possible? If he truly has a mixed spiritual root, he wouldn't even have foundational cultivation. How could he withstand the fierce golden sword energy surrounding the dragon-slaying sword? Suddenly, Kuan Lingfeng exclaimed, "Senior brother, it seems he intends to pull out the dragon-slaying sword. This is bad. Has he lost his mind? How dare he attempt to draw the dragon-slaying sword?" The middle-aged man immediately shouted loudly, "Stop. Touching the dragon-slaying sword without its acknowledgement will result in being slain by it." Despite the urgency of his voice, Xiao Yun did not perceive that he was being addressed. As he walked through the sword pool, he felt countless strands of sword energy penetrating his body. Although it stung slightly, Xiao Yun sustained no significant harm. Instead, these sword energies tempered his physical form, elevating his sword technique to new heights. Arriving before the sword at the center, he reached out and grasped the hilt of the dragon-slaying sword. The golden spiritual power emanating from the sword was captivating. "I've got you. Let us see how you, a mere sword, can contend with me for spiritual energy." Xiao Yun mused, then exerted a gentle force. The dragon-slaying sword was pulled from the sword pool. The disciples around, who were selecting weapons, stood with their mouths agape, as if they were about to swallow a duck egg. "What? This lad has drawn the dragon-slaying sword? No, it cannot be. The sword has acknowledged its master, just like that. I refuse to accept this outcome. One can draw it directly? Wasn't it said that the dragon-slaying sword cannot be touched at will?" The middle-aged man beside Kuan Lingfeng was about to intervene to save Xiao Yun. However, the moment he witnessed Xiao Yun draw the dragon-slaying sword, he was left utterly stunned. The dragon-slaying sword has acknowledged its master? Who is this young man? Could he possibly be the reincarnation of the former head of the Divine Sword Peak? He understood the dragon-slaying sword all too well. The sword possesses spirit. The former head of the Divine Sword Peak had once communicated with it. The dragon-slaying sword had declared that unless its previous master were to be reborn, it would not acknowledge anyone else. Thus, it was placed in the sword tomb. Every day, the weapons forged by the Divine Sword Peak were placed in the sword tomb for the dragon-slaying sword to absorb their sword energy and enhance itself. The dragon-slaying sword requires the destruction of weapons to generate fierce golden energy. The moment the dragon-slaying sword released its sword energy, the primordial golden force it unleashed was the very essence that the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak yearned for. The dragon-slaying sword and the Divine Sword Peak had mutually benefited from each other, coexisting peacefully until now. But now, the dragon-slaying sword has been drawn. This is utterly inconceivable. The dragon-slaying sword has a proud disposition. Unless it favors someone, no one can approach within 5 paces of it. To forcefully approach would inevitably result in being harmed by the sword's aura. The middle-aged man's first thought was that the former master of Longzhou Peak had been reincarnated. At the very moment Xiao Yun grasped the dragon-slaying sword, he felt an unmatched sharpness of sword energy penetrate his body, relying on a physique twice as robust as others. Xiao Yun endured this sword energy and forcibly activated the sword scripture. A tremendous suction drew forth the primordial gold power from within the dragon-slaying sword. As this primordial gold power entered his body, Xiao Yun experienced a wave of refreshing sensations coursing through him. Even the piercing pain from the sword energy became considerably more bearable. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Yun let out a cry of exhilaration. What the hell is happening with that guy? Why does he seem to be enjoying himself? Indeed, shouldn't he have been turned to dust by the sword's energy? What on earth is going on? The pure primordial gold power continuously transformed Xiao Yun's body. His mastery of the sword scripture surged as if propelled by a rocket, allowing him to ascend from the 6th to the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage within just a few breaths. Chapter 48. The dragon-slaying sword. A sudden burst of golden radiance enveloped the dragon-slaying sword, emanating an immense force of primordial gold. The intact swords surrounding the sword pool began to vibrate with a resonant hum. Moments later, they shattered into countless fragments. As Xiao Yun felt the sword in his hand, exuding an unparalleled essence of golden spiritual energy, innumerable strands of sword qi surged into his body. Contrary to the expected harm from such sword qi, Xiao Yun, due to the influence of the sword cannon, not only remained unscathed, but instead harnessed the sword qi to fortify his physical form. The golden spiritual power radiating from the dragon-slaying sword was entirely absorbed into his being. Like an insatiable sponge, Xiao Yun absorbed every ounce of golden spiritual energy released by the sword, even drawing from it when it seemed insufficient. Witnessing this spectacle, all the disciples in the sword tomb were rendered speechless. The swords in the sword pool had been obliterated, standing amidst the towering remnants of the sword pool. Xiao Yun wielded the dragon-slaying sword, radiating a dazzling white light as if he were a deity of the sword. 9th layer of Qi refinement. Complete Qi refinement. Foundation establishment. Just as Xiao Yun continued to draw the spiritual energy from the dragon-slaying sword, a sudden, youthful voice echoed in his mind. "Stop. You needn't absorb anymore. Consider me defeated." Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yun murmured, "Who speaks?" "It's me, you fool." The childish voice chimed again. Who? Who are you calling a fool? If you have the courage, show yourself. Don't think that I strike you just because you're a child. Xiao Yun replied sternly. If I am right in your hand and you cannot even detect me, are you not the fool? The child's voice responded. In my hand? Xiao Yun glanced down, finding nothing but the cold, water-like sword. Could it be the sword spirit? His heart raced as he whispered, Are you the dragon-slaying sword? Since you know my name, how dare you be so rude? Let me go and cease your absorption. The dragon-slaying sword retorted angrily. So you are the dragon-slaying sword. This golden spiritual power originates from you, then? No wonder. From this day forth, you shall be my sword, Xiao Yun declared with a smile. Bah, who would want to be your sword? You, a mere child who hasn't even reached the golden core stage. Think you are worthy to be my master? The dragon-slaying sword scoffed. Oh, how audacious to speak to your master in such a manner. It appears you need some proper discipline, Xiao Yun proclaimed as he activated the sword cannon, fervently drawing forth the primordial gold power from the dragon-slaying sword. Please, no more. I've only just regained my current state. If you continue, all my centuries of effort will be in vain. The dragon-slaying sword pleaded. Xiao Yun coldly responded. Now you understand who the true master is? Do you know what you should call me? With a tone of resignation, the dragon-slaying sword replied, Master. After this utterance, Xiao Yun felt something penetrate into his consciousness. He and the dragon-slaying sword had truly become one, their hearts and minds intertwined as if they were a single entity. Satisfied, Xiao Yun ceased to channel the sword's scripture and began to admire the dragon-slaying sword in his grasp. This sword measured 3 feet and 6 inches in length, featuring a black hilt, a blade that shimmered with a dragon's azure hue, and an edge as cold as autumn waters, exuding an imposing sharpness. What a magnificent sword! The 2,000 spirit stones were not spent in vain. Elated, Xiao Yun grasped the dragon-slaying sword and made his way towards the exit of the sword tomb. Now that he had perfected the breathing technique of the sword scripture and acquired the legendary dragon-slaying sword, he yearned to share this splendid news with his senior sister. However, just as he took a few steps, 2 figures suddenly blocked his path. It was Kuan Lingfeng and his senior brother. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, recognizing Kuan Lingfeng, as they had both been chosen by the Xiantian treasure mirror. Like Chu Hongyan, Kuan Lingfeng was a true disciple with extraordinary spiritual roots. Why do you obstruct my way? Xiao Yun inquired. Kuan Lingfeng's expression was grim, remaining silent. The middle-aged man beside him smiled and said, Junior brother, please return the dragon-slaying sword to its rightful place. Why? Xiao Yun asked, bewildered. Because the dragon-slaying sword belongs to our divine sword peak, and disciples from other peaks are not permitted to take it away. If you seek a suitable weapon, I can escort you to our divine sword peak's armory to choose from several options. However, I must insist that you leave the dragon-slaying sword behind. Xiao Yun frowned and replied, I have no interest in your armory. I only desire the dragon-slaying sword in my hand. The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly, I am not negotiating with you, but informing you. The dragon-slaying sword is the accompanying weapon of our last chief disciple, a treasure possession of divine sword peak, and it must not be taken from the sword tomb. Nonsense. When I entered, the senior brother outside did not say such a thing. He mentioned that anyone with profound fortune might be able to take the dragon-slaying sword. It is now mine. Do you think divine sword peak can deny this? The middle-aged man smiled slightly, offering no rebuttal, and continued, Release the dragon-slaying sword, and I will allow you to leave. Otherwise, my senior brother will have no choice but to take it by force. Though Xiao Yun understood he was but a mere pawn, must his fate be solely one of sacrifice? Could there not be moments of gain? He scoffed coldly and said, We are all disciples of the Spirit Sword sect. Must you truly be so unreasonable? The middle-aged man remained silent, and it was Kuan Lingfeng who spoke up. Xiao Yun, Junior brother, though I know not the means by which you have claimed the dragon-slaying sword, it is not an object you rightfully deserve. Furthermore, a commoner in possession of a treasure often attracts envy. As a disciple with mixed spiritual roots, you would find it difficult to unleash its true power. Rather than risk having it taken from you, it is better to leave it with our divine sword peak. My senior brother has already indicated that if you relinquish the dragon-slaying sword, our armory is filled with superior weapons for you to choose from. Xiao Yun coldly chuckled, looking at Lingfeng. Do not call me junior brother. It remains uncertain who the true junior is here. Moreover, I must inform you that today, the dragon-slaying sword is mine. This was a matter agreed upon before entering the sword tomb. When I first arrived, it was stated that as long as one possesses profound fortune, the dragon-slaying sword could be obtained. Now that I have secured it, are you all having second thoughts? Let me assure you, that is out of the question. Lingfeng furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Xiao Yun, do not provoke me. Do you wish to engage in combat with my senior brother? Allow me to enlighten you. My senior brother has attained the second level of golden core cultivation, and slaying you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Not to mention my senior brother, even I could easily handle someone with your meager spiritual roots. Xiao Yun retorted coldly. Very well, then do kill me if you dare. I refuse to believe that the sword peak could be so shameless. The middle-aged man sighed, stating, if it were any other weapon, you could take it without issue, but the dragon-slaying sword is the treasured relic of our sacred sword peak, and there is no way we will allow you to carry it out of the sword tomb. Release it immediately, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted, his voice piercing through the air like a sharp sword aimed directly at Xiao Yun's heart. Chapter 49. The wrath of the dragon-slaying sword. Xiao Yun was caught completely off guard. He never anticipated that the senior from the divine sword peak would launch an attack without any warning. A piercing, unmatched sword energy surged directly toward Xiao Yun's chest. Suddenly, a youthful voice resonated within his mind. A mere trick. Immediately, Xiao Yun felt a significant portion of his metallic spiritual power dissipate. The dragon-slaying sword emitted a blinding white light. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the sword tomb. With the dragon-slaying sword held horizontally against his chest, Xiao Yun successfully thwarted the attack. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow in disbelief. His sword energy had been effortlessly blocked. He had not held back in that strike, intending to pierce through Xiao Yun's chest. Although the sword energy was as fine as a hair and not lethal, it could have rendered Xiao Yun bedridden for half a year. He could hardly fathom that his full-force strike had been so easily neutralized. The brilliance of the dragon-slaying sword surged. Xiao Yun sensed his spiritual power rapidly depleting. Since the other party had initiated the attack, there was no need for him to harbor any sentiments of brotherhood. With a cold expression, he declared, Senior, are you attempting to test the sharpness of my dragon-slaying sword? The middle-aged man sneered, and if I am? Xiao Yun raised the dragon-slaying sword high, proclaiming loudly, to all the brothers and sisters in the sword tomb, I ask you to bear witness. I have no intention of battling with the seniors of Divine Sword Peak. It is the senior from Divine Sword Peak who shamelessly demanded I relinquish the dragon-slaying sword upon seeing that I had acquired it. He even resorted to force against me. A mere new disciple, I was left with no choice but to retaliate, should this matter reach the ears of the sect leader. I implore all of you to testify on my behalf regarding today's events. The other disciples from various peaks within the sword tomb were already displeased. They had come to Divine Sword Peak precisely to obtain the dragon-slaying sword. Otherwise, who would spend 2,000 spirit stones to be here? Now that someone had claimed the dragon-slaying sword, Divine Sword Peak sought to renege on their word. Despite their envy and jealousy towards Xiao Yun for acquiring the divine sword, they were incensed by the duplicitous behavior of Divine Sword Peak. Imagine if they had been the ones to obtain the dragon-slaying sword. Would Divine Sword Peak then attempt to reclaim it? Were they to be treated as fools? While they may have been easy prey, they refused to be regarded as mindless sheep. An uproar erupted within the sword tomb. How shameless of you, Divine Sword Peak! Since the dragon-slaying sword has recognized its master, it should be rightfully taken away. Is it truly a display of prowess to bully the weak? Junior, from which peak do you hail? Let your master come forth to defend you. Rest assured, should this matter reach the sect leader, I will be the first to stand up for you. How many years did it take me to save those 2,000 spirit stones, only for it to be revealed as a scam? Indeed, take the dragon-slaying sword away. Let us see if he dares to harm you. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, rallying in support of Xiao Yun. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and barked, Everyone, silence. The dragon-slaying sword did not choose him. Rather, he forcibly drew it from its resting place. As a core disciple of the Divine Sword Peak, The middle-aged man was well aware that the notion of the dragon-slaying sword choosing its master was merely a ruse, entirely devoid of truth. He refused to believe that the sword had selected Xiao Yun. What nonsense are you spouting? Normally, the sword is surrounded by a sword aura within a 5-foot radius, making it impossible to approach. This junior brother managed to enter and draw the sword, hence it must be recognized by the dragon-slaying sword. Indeed, since the sword has already acknowledged him, you should not deny it. Let him go. Take the dragon-slaying sword away, and pay no heed to him. The middle-aged man barked. Silence. I said he forcibly took the dragon-slaying sword. It was not a matter of choice. Speak again, and you will find yourselves at odds with the divine sword peak. With that shout, the middle-aged man exerted all his strength. The gathered crowd felt a buzzing in their ears, a painful sting, and lost their balance, collapsing to the ground. His sudden display of power subdued everyone present. Most of the disciples were merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment and were no match for him. All dared to seethe in silence, glaring at the middle-aged man. If glares could kill, he would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows. Seeing no one speak, the middle-aged man's gaze returned to Xiao Yun. I shall say this one last time. Return the dragon-slaying sword, he declared coldly. Xiao Yun replied with a derisive smile. And what if I refuse? Then do not blame me, the middle-aged man retorted, summoning a blade that gleamed coldly in his hand. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Xiao Yun's wrist, where the dragon-slaying sword was held. In Xiao Yun's mind, a youthful voice scoffed, You dare to challenge me with mere scrap metal. Suddenly, the dragon-slaying sword radiated a brilliant white light, illuminating the entire sword crypt as if it were day. The disciples within the crypt felt their eyes sting and swiftly shut them, tears streaming down their faces. The gold elemental spiritual energy within Xiao Yun was instantaneously drained. As the swords clashed, the middle-aged man's blade was cleaved in two as easily as cutting through tofu. The dragon-slaying sword, undeterred, surged forward, aimed directly at the middle-aged man's chest. A scream echoed through the air as he was sent flying, his fate uncertain. Then a dragon-like sword cry resounded. From the center of the sword pool, a pale azure sword sheath erupted from the ground, landing in Xiao Yun's hand. He seamlessly sheathed the sword and departed the crypt without a backward glance. The white light of the dragon-slaying sword faded. After a long moment, the remaining disciples in the sword crypt finally dared to open their eyes. They immediately searched for Xiao Yun, but found he had vanished. Meanwhile, the previously arrogant disciple of the divine sword peak now lay in the sword pool, his chest stained with a large patch of crimson blood. Kuan Lingfeng, finally regaining his composure, rushed to the side of the middle-aged man to assist him. The sight was grim. The man's face was pale and a long wound. Nearly 1/2 meter in length, gushed blood from his chest, exposing gruesome, severed bone beneath the torn flesh. The breastbone, severed into two by the dragon-slaying sword, bore a smooth and even cut, such that even droplets of blood slid off with remarkable swiftness. Kuan Lingfeng felt as though the world was spinning around him, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Senior brother, Xiao Yun emerged from the sword tomb, wielding the dragon-slaying sword. Wen Qing awaited him at the entrance, and upon seeing him emerge with a treasured sword, she approached with a beaming smile. You're out so soon. Junior brother, what divine weapon have you chosen? Allow me to see. Xiao Yun raised the dragon-slaying sword with a smile, declaring, Senior sister, we've recouped our 2,000 spirit stones. This sword in my hand is the treasure guardian of the divine sword peak, the dragon-slaying sword. Wen Qing shot him a playful glare, feigning annoyance as she retorted. What nonsense! Do you truly believe that one can simply take any sword and call it the dragon-slaying sword? If it were that easily claimed, it would cease to be the dragon-slaying sword. Did you not have any hope that I could wield the dragon-slaying sword from the start, Senior Sister? Xiao Yun replied with a wry smile. To say I had none would be false. Yet I also recognized it was an improbable feat. Do not be disheartened, Junior brother. It is nearly impossible for anyone to claim the dragon-slaying sword. Merely being able to select a sword from the sword tomb is already a considerable achievement. Wen Qing reassured him with a smile. Xiao Yun, feeling a bit exasperated, insisted, Senior sister, this truly is the dragon-slaying sword. If you do not believe me, take a look for yourself. Chapter 50. The acquisition of the dragon-slaying sword when Qing gazed at Xiao Yun with a face full of skepticism, inquiring, "Is this truly the dragon-slaying sword?" "Of course. Would I deceive you, senior sister?" Xiao Yun replied as he presented the sword. Just as when Qing reached out to take a closer look, an invisible surge of sword energy suddenly pierced her palm. A sharp pain shot through her hand, prompting her to withdraw it immediately. Noticing her discomfort, Xiao Yun quickly asked, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" When Qing furrowed her brows and cradled her injured hand, saying, "It felt as though a blade of sword energy struck my palm. Thankfully, I managed to dissipate it in time. Otherwise, I might have sustained a serious injury." Xiao Yun frowned, questioning, could it be that the dragon-slaying sword is playing tricks? The dragon-slaying sword, residing in the sea of consciousness, voiced in a childish tone. "How audacious for a mere golden core girl to even think of touching me. Should there be a next time, I shall surely pierce her palm. How dare you? You are no lord to speak so." This is Senior Sister Wenqing. Encountering her is akin to encountering me. She's also considered your master. Do you understand? Xiao Yun retorted angrily. The dragon-slaying sword scoffed, "In this vast world, if one cannot uphold their promises, they are no hero. How could the illustrious dragon-slaying sword have two masters?" "Well said. I shall absorb." Xiao Yun promptly initiated the sword scripture, swiftly drawing forth the inherent golden energy within the dragon-slaying sword. Stop. Please, I concede. I was wrong." The dragon-slaying sword cried out in a youthful voice, pleading for mercy. Xiao Yun ceased his practice, stating with earnestness, "That's more like it. A true hero knows when to yield and when to strike. Now, go and greet Senior Sister Wenqing." The dragon-slaying sword lamented, "You dare treat me this way? Who gave you the audacity? Still being stubborn, are we? I shall absorb." Xiao Yun's expression darkened. The dragon-slaying sword immediately relented. "Master, please, no more. I was merely embarrassed and wanted to act tough." Xiao Yun huffed. "You may act with others, but be wary of me. I could drain you dry." "All right, I understand, master." The dragon-slaying sword hastily acquiesced, curiously observing Xiao Yun's one-sided conversation. When Qing asked, "Junior brother, who are you speaking to?" Xiao Yun quickly explained, "Oh, it's the sword spirit of the dragon-slaying sword. It was just reacting instinctively to you earlier. Please don't take offense. It's all settled now, and it won't resist you anymore. Senior sister, why not give the dragon-slaying sword a try?" When Qing, still dubious, pondered if her junior brother truly possessed the dragon-slaying sword. Was the white-blue longsword in his hand truly the treasured weapon of the sword god Peak? Surely not. Once more, she reached out to accept the dragon-slaying sword Xiao Yun offered, and this time, she was not met with any sword energy attack. Grasping the dragon-slaying sword, she examined it with intrigue. Though the blade appeared light and nimble, it felt remarkably weighty in her grasp. When Qing held the hilt and scabbard with both hands and gently flicked it open, the dragon-slaying sword slid from its sheath, radiating a dazzling white light as it shimmered along the blade, exuding an imposing aura of lethality. When Qing could not restrain her exclamation, "Is it truly the dragon-slaying sword? How did you come by it, junior brother?" Xiao Yun responded with a smile. "I merely walked over and casually drew it." When Qing's face blossomed with joy. "Indeed. Junior brother, your fortune runs deep. How many would envy you for possessing the dragon-slaying sword? Come, let us celebrate your acquisition of this divine weapon with a grand feast." Seeing his senior sister so elated lifted Xiao Yun's spirits considerably. It was disingenuous to claim he was not still perturbed by the recent events at the Sword Tomb. He had no desire to burden Wenqing with his grievances. Upon hearing her invitation to dine, he eagerly inquired, "Are you taking me down the mountain, senior sister?" "No, we shall be savoring the culinary delights prepared by Senior Sister Xiaozhufeng from Shueyue Peak." Wenqing replied with a smile. "Senior Sister Xiaozhufeng from Shueyue Peak? Is she your good friend? Does she cook exceptionally well?" Xiao Yun asked, his curiosity piqued. "Not quite a friend, but Senior Sister Xiaozhufeng is renowned for her exquisite cooking. She runs a private kitchen at Shueyue Peak, the finest in our Lingjian sect. Even I have only been taken there on my birthday by our master. Today, however, you have acquired the dragon-slaying sword, a momentous occasion, and I am exceptionally pleased to celebrate it by treating you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun realized that dining at Senior Sister Chu Ting's private kitchen would indeed require spiritual stones. Yet, seeing Wen Qing so enthusiastic, he did not wish to dampen her spirits and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Senior Sister. Do not be so formal. You have brought honor to our Xiaozhu Peak, and that is the greatest reward for me. Now, let us make our way to Shueyue Peak." Wen Qing returned the dragon-slaying sword to Xiao Yun and summoned her green bamboo sword with a wave of her hand. Xiao Yun hurriedly interjected, "Senior Sister, would you like to try flying with the dragon-slaying sword?" Of course, Huwunti wished to experience the treasure of the Divine Sword Peak. However, I fear that the dragon-slaying sword possesses a spirit and may not easily be controlled. Wen Qing expressed her concerns. Xiao Yun chuckled. "There is no need for concern. Senior Sister, I have already communicated with the sword spirit. You are its second master. Is that so?" Wen Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had heard tales of the dragon-slaying sword so often that her ears had grown weary. How could she not be thrilled to try it for herself? Indeed, if you do not believe me, a simple test will suffice. Xiao Yun promptly handed her the dragon-slaying sword. Wen Qing hesitated briefly before accepting it and activated the sword flight technique. The dragon-slaying sword emitted a resonant dragon roar as it unsheathed, coming to a steady halt before her. The excitement was palpable on Wen Qing's face as she swiftly mounted the dragon-slaying sword, with Xiao Yun following closely behind. Once Xiao Yun steadied himself, Wen Qing announced, "Junior brother, brace yourself. We are about to take off." Xiao Yun gently supported her waist and replied, "Having flown with you on the sword countless times, I hardly need reminding. I'm already steady." No sooner had he spoken than the dragon-slaying sword surged forward, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the sky. Xiao Yun felt his body sway dangerously, nearly toppling from the sword. Wen Qing appeared to be well prepared, promptly assisting Xiao Yun to stabilize himself. "Wow, how is the speed so astonishing? Is this dragon-slaying sword intentionally targeting me?" However, upon witnessing his senior sister's exhilarated expression, Xiao Yun began to comprehend the situation. This was indeed the proper way to soar through the skies on a sword. Previously, Wen Qing's manipulation of the green bamboo sword was merely a common green rock bamboo from Little Bamboo Peak. Far from being a divine weapon, it scarcely qualified as a proper armament. Flying using the green rock bamboo was akin to riding a bicycle in terms of speed. In contrast, the dragon-slaying sword was incomparably superior to the green bamboo sword. Its velocity surpassed that of the latter by more than 100-fold. The dragon-slaying sword shot forth like a streak of white lightning, racing from Divine Sword Peak to Watermoon Peak. In the span of merely a few breaths, the pair arrived at the foot of Watermoon Peak. Although Wen Qing felt a lingering excitement, she reluctantly retracted the dragon-slaying sword and returned it to Xiao Yun, exclaiming, "That was truly remarkable. The dragon-slaying sword is indeed not an ordinary weapon." Noticing that his senior sister was still yearning for more, Xiao Yun smiled and suggested, "How about after we finish our meal, you take me for a ride on the dragon-slaying sword around Lingjian sect? It would allow me to witness the grandeur of Lingjian sect." Xiao Yun's proposal resonated perfectly with Wen Qing's thoughts, and she immediately replied, "Absolutely. With the dragon-slaying sword, we could traverse the entirety of Lingjian Mountain in less than half an hour." As they conversed, Xiao Yun and Wen Qing made their way towards the private kitchen at Watermoon Peak. Along the journey, Xiao Yun couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something. Forget it. Let's just focus on the meal for now. Meanwhile, on Little Bamboo Peak, Zhong Tianyan was diligently sweating as he inscribed the formation base. All while fantasizing, "I wonder what delicious dish Senior Sister Wen Qing will prepare for me today." To savor her culinary skills would make even this exhausting day worthwhile. The mere thought of sharing a meal with Senior Sister Wen Qing fills me with excitement. With that thought, Zhong Tianyan's fervor for drawing the formation base intensified. Chapter 51. Waiter, please pack. Wen Qing, somewhat disenchanted, set down her chopsticks and sighed. In the past, during idle moments, I always wished for my birthday to arrive swiftly so I could dine with Senior Sister Chu Ting. Yet now that I have finally tasted the food, I find it rather mediocre. It pales in comparison to what our junior brother prepares. Had I known, it would have been better to celebrate at Xiao Bamboo Peak. where we could save 500 spirit stones. Xiao Yun, observing the table adorned with exquisite dishes, shared her sentiments. Having previously heard Wen Qing's effusive praises, he had harbored considerable expectations for the meal. However, upon tasting it, he found it lacking. While the flavors were decent, they did not rival the richness of his own culinary creations. This was primarily due to the absence of seasonings that could enhance the natural flavors. The dishes lacked the sensory stimulation he had anticipated. In his past life, many sought the unadulterated taste of food, yet without the enhancement of spices. Even the finest ingredients could fall short of their promise. A dash of seasoning could elevate even the most delectable fare. Wen Qing and Xiao Yun ordered 5 dishes and a soup, spending a hefty sum of 500 spirit stones, which left Xiao Yun feeling rather pained. After their meal, he suddenly remembered an important matter. Zhong Tianyan was still waiting for them at Xiao Bamboo Peak. He had excused himself under the pretense of preparing lunch for his sister, only to have forgotten the arrangement entirely. Setting down his chopsticks, Xiao Yun addressed Wen Qing. "Sister, are you finished?" Wen Qing nodded. "Yes, let us depart. I shall show you around Spirit Soar Mountain." "Very well, but we cannot forget that Brother Zhong has yet to dine. Let's pack the leftovers for him." Wen Qing glanced at the remaining food on the table, hesitating, but is it appropriate to give these leftovers to Brother Zhong? Even though the meal had not met their expectations, it was still palatable. They had consumed most of the dishes, leaving only a small amount behind. Xiao Yun smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. We can combine the remaining dishes into a single platter. I will refine it a bit when we return, and it will suffice for Brother Zhong." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Wen Qing reluctantly agreed. "Well, if you say so. Waiter, please pack it up." At the peak of the divine sword, within the sword pavilion, the esteemed master Xiaozhufeng was in quiet meditation. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps ascending the pavilion. "Master, a grave situation has arisen." The chief disciple of Divine Sword Peak, Han Yi, rushed in, visibly flustered. Without lifting his eyelids, Xiaozhufeng replied coolly, "What has happened? Has a demonic entity attacked our spirit sword sect?" As he spoke, the 100 swords displayed on the racks within the room trembled in unison, as though eager to unsheath themselves and engage in battle with the malevolent forces. Han Yi quickly shook his head. "No, master. This is a matter of greater import than an attack by demonic beings. Something has occurred in the sword tomb. Senior brother Lu De has been grievously wounded, his chest pierced by a sword. His life hangs by a thread." Xiaozhufeng remained with his eyes closed, coldly stating, "Foolishness, lacking skill, you reap what you sow. Which of your master's disciples is responsible for this?" The 100 long swords within the sword pavilion abruptly ceased their agitation, returning to a tranquil state. "Master, it was the disciple of Uncle Yin from Xiaozhu Peak who did this," Xiaozhufeng remarked. "So was that child Wen Qing. It is understandable that Lu De could not contend with her. However, Wen Qing has always been gentle and has never quarreled with her peers. What exactly did you do to provoke her into such fury, leading her to engage in a fierce confrontation on the Divine Sword Peak, and with such ruthless intensity?" "You misunderstand, master. Junior sister Wen Qing would never act in such a manner. It was the newly admitted disciple, Xiao Yun, from Xiaozhu Peak who did it." A flicker of emotion finally graced Xiaozhufeng's previously impassive face. He suddenly opened his eyes, which seemed to emanate a sword-like brilliance, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. "A newly admitted disciple from Xiaozhu Peak? That mixed spiritual root?" Xiaozhufeng queried with evident perplexity. "Indeed, master. It is that disciple with a mixed spiritual root," Han Yi replied, lowering his head. "To be disemboweled by a mere novice with a mixed spiritual root. We are utterly shamed as disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. Even if Lu De were killed, how could I face Uncle Yin from Xiaozhu Peak for an explanation? A true inheritor of the Divine Sword Peak, slain by a mere novice? It is better this way. At least he will not live to bring further disgrace upon us." Xiaozhufeng closed his eyes once more, disregarding Han Yi. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Han Yi's forehead like rain. Initially, he had intended to use Lu Da's injury as a means to inform his master about the stolen dragon-slaying sword. Yet, given his master-esque demeanor, it appeared he had no desire to pursue the matter further. Han Yi steeled himself and continued, "Master, there is another grave matter I must report." Xiaozhufeng, with a hint of displeasure in his tone, urged, "Speak quickly. The dragon-slaying sword has been taken from the sword tomb." Han, he said in a hushed voice. "What?" Xiaozhufeng bellowed, springing to his feet. The 100 flying swords within the sword pavilion trembled in unison, some even emitting a resonant humming, as if eager to follow Xiaozhufeng into battle. With a wave of his hand, a clear, melodious sword cry reverberated through the sword pavilion as the Jinghong sword was unsheathed, transforming into a streak of light that flew into Xiaozhufeng's grasp. In a flash, he stood before Han, his voice laced with fury. Which demonic cult's minion infiltrated our divine sword peak to seize the dragon-slaying sword? In which direction did they flee? Why was this not reported sooner? Having never witnessed such fury from his master, Han, he felt his legs weaken, sweat pouring down his face. Trembling, he replied, It was not the work of the demonic cult. It was taken by Xiao Yun from Xiaozhu Peak. Xiaozhufeng felt as though struck by lightning, instinctively taking a step back. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Han, demanding, "What did you say? Repeat that. Who took the dragon-slaying sword?" It was the disciple from Xiaozhu Peak, Xiao Yun. That mixed spiritual root? Xiaozhufeng saw confirmation once more. "Yes, it is he." Han, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke. Xiaozhufeng fell into a moment of silence before hastily inquiring, "Is he a spy from the demon sect? How could he infiltrate our sacred sword peak and steal our dragon-slaying sword? Where did he escape to?" Xiaozhufeng pressed on. It was careless of him. He never anticipated that a spy from the demon sect could brazenly infiltrate the Lingjian sect in the presence of the sect master and the leaders of various peaks. If this matter were to leak out, it would be an utter disgrace for the Lingjian sect. Han, he swallowed hard and cautiously explained, "He didn't escape. Currently, Junior Sister Wenqing from the Xiaozhu Peak is wielding the dragon-slaying sword and frolicking in the skies above the Lingjian sect with Xiao Yun." Xiaozhufeng was utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? Chapter 52. Misunderstandings within misunderstandings upon hearing that the dragon-slaying sword was now in Wenqing's possession. Xiaozhufeng suppressed his astonishment and, with a measured tone, implored, "Pray, elucidate the matter from the beginning." Han hastily recounted how Xiao Yun had retrieved the dragon-slaying sword from his sword tomb, detailing Lu Da's attempts to impede him, ultimately resulting in Xiao Yun wounding Lu Da with the very sword in question. Xiaozhufeng maintained a stoic silence as he absorbed the narrative. After a prolonged pause, he waved his hand, causing the Jinghong sword to return to its rack. Instantly, the multitude of swords within the sword pavilion ceased their vibrations. Xiaozhufeng's expression was as still as a tranquil pond. Han tentatively ventured, "Master, the dragon-slaying sword is the heirloom of our esteemed elder and the prized treasure of our divine sword peak. It is imperative that we do not allow the disciples of the small bamboo peak to take it away. Do you think I am unaware of this?" Xiaozhufeng thundered in anger. "It was my folly to speak so freely." Han quickly bowed his head in apology. "I merely hoped that Master would retrieve the dragon-slaying sword to prevent further gossip from other peaks." "Retrieve it? How do you propose I do that? Do you expect the esteemed head of Divine Sword Peak to personally demand it from a mere novice disciple?" Xiaozhufeng retorted furiously. Han swiftly countered, "If Master consents, I am willing to approach Sister Wenqing at Small Bamboo Peak to request its return." After a moment of contemplation, Xiaozhufeng sighed. "Very well. If they were truly inclined to return the dragon-slaying sword, they would not have resorted to violence within the sword tomb. To seek the sword at Small Bamboo Peak would be a humiliation. If we fail to reclaim it, our divine sword peak shall be utterly disgraced. Yet, Master, shall we simply let this matter rest? Allow them to take the dragon-slaying sword without consequence?" Xiaozhufeng sighed again. "Let us await Sister Yan's return. Although her methods may be somewhat domineering, she is not unreasonable. When she returns, I shall clarify matters with her, and I trust she will return the dragon-slaying sword. Enough. You may leave. I shall handle this matter as I see fit." "Understood." Han bowed and exited the sword pavilion. Xiaozhufeng furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, what unknown means did he employ to make the dragon-slaying sword obedient? Above, the Lingjian sect, Wenqing and Xiao Yun soared through the skies on their swords, reveling in their flight. The resplendent white light emanating from the dragon-slaying sword captivated disciples from various peaks of the Lingjian sect. From the esteemed disciples to the lowly servants, all were drawn to the radiant white arc in the sky. Which elder is flying in the heavens? Who knows? It's too swift to discern. Perhaps a certain senior uncle has emerged from seclusion to test their cultivation. Did you see that sword light? It is simply dazzling. I envy them greatly. I wonder when I shall reach such heights. Do not indulge in such fantasies. To achieve such speed in sword flight, one must possess at least the cultivation of the nascent soul. Wenqing and Xiao Yun's unintentional actions not only stirred the imaginations of the disciples, but also captured the attention of the elders and leaders of the various peaks. Is it the aura of the dragon-slaying sword? It appears that Elder Xie has finally garnered the recognition of the dragon-slaying sword. Let us proceed to the council hall at Tongtian Peak. I am certain that Elder Xie is eager to boast about his achievement. The heads of various peaks, along with the elders, assumed that it was Xie Jingfeng who had attained the sword-s acknowledgement, and thus, they all took to the skies to gather at the council hall of Longzhou Peak. Soon, the hall was brimming with attendees. The heads of the peaks occupied their respective seats, while a multitude of elders assembled below them. After an extended wait, the absence of Xie Jingfeng began to stir discontent among the crowd. What did this mean? Was it not merely a matter of receiving the recognition of the dragon-slaying sword? Why must we wait for him for such an extended period? The head of Liang Peak, unable to contain his impatience, voiced his complaints. Master Shuriyue of Shueishue Peak sneered, remarking that after years of silence, the dragon-slaying sword finally acknowledged Elder Xie, which naturally might have led him to a state of prideful forgetfulness. The head of Qingmu Peak sighed, stating that such elation should not warrant making us wait for so long. It has already been half an hour. The head of Liang Peak retorted angrily, asserting that this behavior is nothing short of extreme rudeness. Even with the recognition of the sword, such a temperament would hinder any further advancement in his cultivation. The head of Wuchen Peak offered a gentle smile, suggesting that Elder Xie's long-cherished wish has finally been realized, and it is only natural for him to be overly joyous. We ought to show some understanding. Have we not waited long enough for half an hour? If he does not descend soon, I may as well leave, grumbled an elder from Liang Peak. Observing the growing inclination among the assembly to depart, the master Zhangmin interjected. Elder Xie is not one to act in such a manner. Today's conduct is indeed somewhat uncharacteristic. Lu Shidi, would you kindly take the trouble to summon Elder Xie? Just inform him that we are all awaiting his presence. Elder Lu complied and promptly exited the council hall, soaring towards the white rainbow above Lingjian sect. It was not long before Elder Lu returned in haste, his expression somewhat peculiar. Noticing Lu's solitary return, Master Zhangmin inquired with confusion, Lu Shidi, where is Elder Xie? Elder Lu, wearing an awkward countenance, hesitated, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. He had been the elder who welcomed Xiao Yun and others into Lingjian sect. Upon recognizing that the individual soaring above was not the head of Xinjian Peak, but rather Wenqing and Xiao Yun from Xiaozhu Peak, he understood that a misunderstanding had arisen among the heads and elders. Seeing Lu's odd demeanor, Master Zhangmin furrowed his brow and asked, "What troubles you, Lu Shidi?" Elder Lu, offering a sheepish smile, replied, "To report to you, Master, the wielder of the dragon-slaying sword is not Elder Xie, but rather Wenqing, the eldest disciple of Sister Yin from Xiaozhu Peak." Even the steadfast Master Zhangmin was taken aback by this revelation. The expressions of the other peak heads and elders were nothing short of remarkable. Some were astonished, others incredulous, and a few seemed to revel in the misfortune. The treasured dragon-slaying sword of Shunjian Peak had been claimed by a disciple from Xiaozhu Peak, a notion that was almost beyond belief. In an instant, Master Zhangmin regained his usual composure and calmly remarked, "Lu Shidi, why did you not bring them down to clarify the situation?" Elder Lu's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained, "I intended to summon them down. But the dragon-slaying sword moved with such swiftness that it brushed past me in the blink of an eye. By the time I wished to pursue it, it was already beyond my reach." Upon hearing this, the elders from various peaks could only smile wryly. It was quite the spectacle for the esteemed elders of the Lingjian sect to find themselves outpaced by a mere disciple. One could not help but wonder whether to celebrate the upcoming generation of the Lingjian sect or to lament the shortcomings of these aging elders. The sect leader nodded slightly, acknowledging, it appears this is nothing more than a misunderstanding. The dragon-slaying sword from the Divine Sword Peak has been claimed by Junior Sister Yan's disciple, Wenqing. It is truly unfortunate that Junior Sister Yin spent over half a year searching for a divine weapon for this child, only to discover that her fortune was right within our Lingjian sect. With that, he continued, now that we have clarified the misunderstanding, let us all return to our respective peaks. The heads of the various peaks and the elders bid their farewells, leaving with a mixture of emotions. Wenqing, already exceptionally gifted, now wielding the dragon-slaying sword, would undoubtedly secure the top position in the upcoming Seven Peaks Martial Arts Assembly. Contemplating this, they found even the inclination to mock the Divine Sword Peak had faded. Resolute, they resolved to ensure their disciples diligently pursue their cultivation upon returning, so as not to be overshadowed by the Xiaozhu Peak during the assembly. Chapter 53. A heartfelt lunch when Qing soared through the skies above the Lingjian sect, wielding her dragon-slaying sword for a full hour, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction. By the time she returned to Xiaozhu Peak, the afternoon was well underway. Xiao Yun hastened to reheat the leftover dishes in the kitchen, preparing 2 dishes and a soup, which he then placed into a food container to deliver to Zhong Tianyan. When Xiao Yun next beheld Zhong Tianyan, he was utterly astonished. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe that a person could undergo such a transformation in the span of half a day. Zhong Tianyan's complexion was ashen, his eyes were sunken, encircled by dark shadows. His once corpulent frame had visibly diminished, losing nearly 2 circles of weight. If Zhong Tianyan had weighed 300 pounds before, he now seemed to tip the scales at a mere 250. Even in this diminished state, he diligently continued to sketch the array foundation, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Yun's presence. Xiao Yun steadied his emotions and gently cleared his throat, saying, "Brother Zhong, it's time to eat." Zhong Tianyan turned his head in a daze, replying, "Oh, let me finish this array foundation first." After a brief wait, Zhong Tianyan completed the drawing. The 17th array foundation is finally finished. Where is Junior Sister Wenqing? I must share this news with her. She will surely commend me upon hearing it. Zhong Tianyan chuckled foolishly to himself. 17 array foundations? Xiao Yun was taken aback by this number. Initially, Senior Sister Wenqing had expended all her spiritual energy to draw just 5. This hefty fellow had managed to sketch 17 in a single morning. Zhong Tianyan's prowess was indeed formidable. In terms of spiritual energy alone, he had far surpassed Senior Sister Wenqing. Observing Zhong Tianyan's utterly exhausted demeanor, Xiao Yun felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that a rival in love is still an adversary. Showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. He was merely a tool to complete the protective array of the mountain, and there was no need to feel pity for him. Moreover, in just half a day's time, Zhong Tianyan had lost nearly 50 pounds. He should be thankful to Xiao Yun for aiding in his weight loss. Once he reconciled this notion, Xiao Yun felt considerably lighter in spirit. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached Zhong Tianyan, holding the food container. "Brother Zhong, you've worked hard. Junior Sister Wenqing does not wish to see you at the moment, but I will convey your accomplishment of drawing 17 array foundations on Xiaozhu Peak to her." Zhong Tianyan's expression darkened, and he was about to erupt in anger. "Junior Sister does not want to see me? How can that be? What do you think I toiled over these array foundations for, if not to earn her forgiveness and bring her some joy? No, I must go find Junior Sister Wenqing and personally apologize." As Zhong Tianyan spoke, he began to stride toward Xiaozhu Peak. Xiao Yun swiftly grasped his wrist, saying, "Brother, do not act impulsively. If you seek out Senior Sister Wenqing in such a manner, she may never acknowledge you again." Zhong Tianyan halted, turning back to Xiao Yun, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Indeed, Brother Zhong seemed oblivious to the complexities of a woman's heart. If Senior Sister did not wish to see him, rushing in without thought would only serve to further displease her. Yet, I cannot simply do nothing and allow her to remain angry with me. Who says Senior Sister is angry with you? The reason she hesitates to meet you is merely due to her shyness. However, I am confident that once our senior brother completes the protective formation for Xiaozhufeng, she will personally express her gratitude to him. Zhong Tianyin gazed at Xiao Yun with a look of skepticism and inquired, "Is that true?" "I can't shake the feeling that you're deceiving our senior brother." With a deep sigh, Xiao Yun replied, "I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to our senior brother, yet I never anticipated he would think of me in such a manner. Look what I have brought you." "What have you brought?" Zhong Tianyin asked. Xiao Yun pushed the food box forward, saying, "This is a meal personally prepared by Senior Sister Wenqing. We have been busy from morning until now to complete this dish. If I hadn't spoken well of you, would she have put in such effort?" Zhong Tianyin, who had been slumped in despondency, suddenly perked up. He snatched the food box from Xiao Yun's hands and cradled it in his arms, rubbing its lid with his pale, plump face. His expression filled with delight and ecstasy, as if he were embracing Wenqing herself. "Is this a heartfelt lunch made for me by Senior Sister? Ah, I can feel her love emanating from it," he exclaimed, lost in his thoughts. Seeing his behavior, Xiao Yun felt a wave of nausea and swiftly interrupted, "Senior Brother Zhong, it would be best to eat quickly. We Wen-Ti want the food to cool down as it would lose its flavor." Reluctantly, Zhong Tianyin set the food box down and cautiously opened it. An enticing aroma wafted up to greet him. "Wow, what delicious dishes! Did Senior Sister truly prepare these for me?" he asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xiao Yun, maintaining a serious demeanor, affirmed, "Indeed, to prepare these dishes, Senior Sister and I gathered numerous rare ingredients." Zhong Tianyin eagerly extracted the food from the box, but upon seeing the 2 dishes and soup before him, his brows furrowed in confusion. "Strange, what is this dish? I have never encountered it before." Xiao Yun cleared his throat and explained. "The first dish is a specialty often made by chefs from the capital, spicy fish head. Do not be deceived by its appearance. Though it consists solely of a fish head, its flavor is exquisite." Zhong Tianyin cast a doubtful glance at Xiao Yun. "Why do I feel as though this looks like something left over? Who would specifically prepare a dish featuring just a fish head? Very well, if you doubt its quality, feel free not to eat it. I shall take it back for myself," Xiao Yun said, reaching for the spicy fish head. Zhong Tianyin swiftly slapped Xiao Yun's outstretched hand away, exclaiming angrily, "This is a dish meticulously prepared for me by Senior Sister Wenqing, and you shall not lay a finger on it." He then picked up his chopsticks, tore into the fish head, and savored a piece of the fish meat. This is utterly delicious. From this fish head, I can taste Senior Sister's profound affection for me," he declared, closing his eyes in sheer enjoyment. "Now do you believe that I have not deceived you?" Xiao Yun chuckled. "Yes, but what is the second dish?" Zhong Tianyin inquired, pointing to another plate before him. "This dish is known as Shangjing stew, a signature creation of renowned chefs from the capital. It is crafted by blending 5 of the most exquisite ingredients, simmered together for 3 hours to achieve perfection. This culinary masterpiece encapsulates the essence of each precious component while harmoniously merging their flavors. One could say it is a divine delicacy. My senior sister and I spent a full 2 hours sourcing the ingredients. Brother, do give a taste." Zhong Tianyin beamed with delight, enchanted by Xiao Yun's enthusiasm. "Is it truly so? My junior sister has gone to such lengths for me. I must try it." Chapter 54. A layered array. Zhong Tianyin placed a piece of celestial fungus into his mouth, immediately emitting a sound of exquisite delight. Delectable, it was truly delightful. One could discern that this was undoubtedly the most tender and freshest celestial fungus available. My junior sister is exceedingly kind to me. Brother, now you understand that my senior sister is not truly angry with you, right? If she were genuinely upset, how could she possibly go to such lengths to prepare such a complex dish for you? Zhong Tianyin nodded repeatedly, saying, "Indeed, Xiao Shidi, you are correct. Just moments ago, I harbored doubts about you. It was my fault. Pray tell, what is this soup made of?" Xiao Yun smiled faintly, replying, "This is even more remarkable. It is brewed from the bones of spiritual fish, celestial chicken, and wild boar, 3 kinds of exquisite game, combined with 4 varieties of spiritual vegetables. From a selection of ingredients to the simmering process, it took my senior sister and me a total of 4 hours. Brother, do taste it." The more Zhong Tianyin listened, the more exhilarated he became, carefully lifting the soup bowl. With closed eyes and a face of reverence, he took a sip. His demeanor resembled that of someone engaged in prayer rather than simply drinking soup. The taste was savory and delightful, and the ingredients were of the highest quality. Zhong Tianyin gently set down the bowl, tears streaming slowly from his eyes. Xiao Yun could not help but ask, "Brother, what is the matter? Are you crying?" Zhong Tianyin took a deep breath and murmured, "It is too delicious, so thoughtfully prepared. Why is my junior sister so kind to me? How can I reciprocate her affection?" Xiao Yun stifled a laugh, yearning to shout to Zhong Tianyin that these dishes were merely leftovers from his private dining experience with Wenqing at Shuiyue Peak. However, reason compelled Xiao Yun to keep his lips sealed tightly. "Brother Zhong, if you wish to repay my senior sister, please expedite the completion of the protective formation for Xiaozhu Peak. This is what Senior Sister Wenqing desires most at present." Zhong Tianyin rose to wipe away his tears, his gaze directed toward the summit of Xiaozhu Peak. "Return and inform Junior Sister Wenqing that I shall ensure the protective array for Xiaozhu Peak is completed within 5 days." Xiao Yun's heart soared with joy, though his expression remained composed. "That would be greatly appreciated, brother. Senior Sister will surely be overjoyed upon receiving this news. Perhaps, in addition to expressing her gratitude in person, she may even invite you to dinner at Xiaozhu Peak." "Really? Truly?" Zhong Tianyin exclaimed, elated. "Although I cannot guarantee it entirely, I believe there is a 70 to 80% chance of that happening." Zhong Tianyin clenched his fists, seemingly resolute in his decision. "Excellent. From this moment onward, do not disturb me any further, Shitty. I am fully aware of the protective array you wish to establish. Within 5 days, I shall provide you with a complete protective formation for Xiaozhu Peak." Xiao Yun could not have wished for anything more in response to Zhong Tianyin's request. He immediately replied, "Very well. To avoid hindering your arrangement of the formation, I shall refrain from visiting you for the next few days." Zhong Tianyin nodded, assuming the demeanor of a senior brother, and waved at Xiao Yun, saying, "Make haste to depart. Once I have savored the heartfelt lunch prepared by Sister Wenqing, I shall devote myself entirely to the crafting of the formation's foundation. At that time, I must not be disturbed in the slightest." Xiao Yun smiled and replied, "Then I wish you a swift completion of the mountain-protecting formation, Sister Wenqing, and I shall await your good news." After parting ways with Zhong Tianyin, Xiao Yun ventured to the other side of the bamboo grove, where he found his senior sister, Wenqing. Upon seeing Xiao Yun return, Wenqing hurriedly approached and inquired, "Junior brother, how did it go?" "Brother Zhong did not disdain the leftovers we provided, did he?" Xiao Yun chuckled and reassured her, "Sister, rest assured, after my careful preparation, Brother Zhong couldn't discern it all." Wenqing exhaled a sigh of relief. "That is excellent news." Wenqing then asked curiously, "With Brother Zhong here to arrange the mountain-protecting formation, why are we still required to draw the foundation? If all the foundations are set according to Brother Zhong's design, then how can we possibly decipher the mountain-protecting formation? Wouldn't that mean Brother Zhong would know our every move? In such a case, our formation would lose its purpose. The foundations he lays out are merely the skeleton of our mountain's protection. We must provide the flesh and blood ourselves, junior brother. The coming days will demand much from you." Wenqing nodded with a smile, saying, "It is all for the benefit of Xiaozhufeng. There is no need to speak of hardship." Xiao Yun replied, "Brother Zhong has stated that we must complete the foundation within 5 days. Sister, we must hasten our efforts." 5 days? How is that possible? Can Brother Zhong truly finish the foundation of the mountain-protecting formation in such a short span? Wenqing expressed her astonishment, as she had personally experienced the challenges of drawing the formation as foundation. It was hard for her to fathom how Zhong Tianyin could accomplish the task of completing 360 foundations in just 5 days. "Since Brother Zhong has spoken, we ought to place our trust in him," Wenqing affirmed. "Very well, let's also strive to do our best." Xiao Yun planned to employ a linked formation approach, establishing 360 smaller formations based on the mountain-protecting formation. These smaller formations would interconnect yet remain independent. Such a complex arrangement took Xiao Yun extensive calculations to devise. Once the formations were laid out, he was confident that, barring brute force, even the sect leader would find it impossible to step foot on Xiaozhufeng. With the foundations drawn by Zhong Tianyin, Xiao Yun found it considerably easier to overlay the smaller formations. They could utilize the spiritual energy inherent in the existing foundations for their arrangement. As Xiao Yun and Wenqing engaged in conversation while laying out the formations, they hardly felt fatigued, perceiving that time passed swiftly. During the course of their formation work, Xiao Yun and Wenqing encountered several disciples from Qingmu Peak. Those with a good attitude were not troubled, merely instructed not to return and sent away. For those displaying hostility, Xiao Yun was more forthright, administering a sound beating followed by stern warning to frighten them off. Thus, for days elapsed, Xiao Yun and Wenqing spent their days setting up formations on Xiaozhufeng, returning to their respective quarters at night to cultivate. In the span of 4 days, Xiao Yun gradually perfected the techniques of his other attributes. His physical form, refined through the practice of 5 distinct methods, had become incomparably stronger than that of an ordinary foundational stage cultivator. When he finally achieved mastery over the last technique, the 5 types of spiritual energy within him began to intertwine harmoniously. Wood nourishes fire, fire transforms into earth, earth gives birth to metal, metal generates water, and water fosters wood. These 5 energies nurtured and cultivated one another, exhibiting an astonishing cycle of perpetual vitality. Even without actively practicing, Xiao Yun's spiritual power steadily flourished within his dantian. Remarkably, despite only possessing the cultivation of the first layer of foundation establishment, the amount of spiritual energy within him rivaled that of Wenqing, who was at the 5th layer of the golden core stage. Sister, why haven't we seen any disciples from Qingmu Peak these past few days? Are they truly not coming to harvest the green rock bamboo anymore? Wenqing shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "How can you even ask? How many disciples from Qingmu Peak have you injured in the past few days? With your ferocity, who would dare approach our little bamboo peak?" Xiao Yun feigned innocence, responding, "Isn't it because they ignore my warnings? I clearly told them that if they returned, I would break their legs, yet they insisted on challenging my limits." Wenqing sighed. Now that the disciples from Qingmu Peak no longer come here to cut the green rock bamboo, what significance does our grand formation hold? Just as Xiao Yun was about to respond, he suddenly heard the sound of conversation. He quickly gestured to Wenqing for silence. "Shu's sister, listen." Chapter 55. Surprise and intrigue. As Wenqing observed Xiao Yun's serious demeanor, it was evident that he was not jesting. She immediately held her breath and focused intently. Yet after a prolonged silence, aside from the rustling of the green rock bamboo, swaying in the breeze, no discernible sounds reached her ears. However, noticing Xiao Yun's grave expression, Wenqing realized he must have discerned something significant. A soft sigh escaped her heart. As a senior sister, she felt somewhat overshadowed by her junior brother's capabilities. Xiao Yun's mastery of 5 distinct cultivation methods was no secret to Wenqing. From the moment she learned of this, it was clear that her junior brother was far from an ordinary spirit root. She began to observe him with renewed diligence. And the more she scrutinized, the more astonished she became. The spiritual power within Xiao Yun was astonishing, even at the first level of foundation establishment. His energy rivaled that of a 5th-level golden core cultivator. Furthermore, his physical prowess was exceptionally formidable. Without employing any techniques, he could effortlessly overpower her, his senior sister. His 5 senses, too, were remarkably acute, surpassing even Wenqing, who, despite her own 5th-level golden core cultivation, found herself lacking in comparison. This realization struck a significant blow to Wenqing's confidence. Often praised as a genius by her master and fellow disciples, she now found herself eclipsed by a newly initiated junior brother, an unsettling shift in her perception of self-worth. Fortunately, Wenqing's nature was not one inclined towards rivalry. She quickly recalibrated her mindset, feeling genuine happiness for Xiao Yun, as well as for her master, whom she believed would surely commend her for bringing such a talented disciple into their fold. She envisioned the flourishing of Xiaozhu Peak under the combined efforts of their trio. As Wenqing noticed Xiao Yun's expression darkening, concern crept into her voice. "Junior brother, what have you heard?" With a heavy snort, Xiao Yun replied, I was wondering why I hadn't seen any disciples from Qingmu Peak lately. So, this is a reason? What do you mean? Wen Qing inquired hastily. Senior Sister, follow me. You'll understand soon enough. Without further ado, Xiao Yun grasped Wen Qing's hand and hurriedly led her out of the bamboo grove. Before long, they approached the edge of the bamboo forest, their pace gradually slowing. Through the gaps in the bamboo, Wen Qing caught sight of over 20 disciples clad in the garb of Qingmu Peak, busily counting the green rock bamboo. Opposite them stood the miscellaneous disciples from the other 4 peaks. One disciple from Qingmu Peak, holding a bag, poured out a heap of spirit stones and smiled. Thank you, fellow disciples, for your hard work today. Please count this as your remuneration. The leading disciple from Longzhou Peak chuckled as he accepted the spirit stones. What is there to count? We've collaborated so many times. We trust your integrity, senior brother. Besides, we'll be working together daily henceforth. The Qingmu Peak disciple replied with a smile. Indeed, we will need your assistance with the green rock bamboo from Qingmu Peak in the future. A disciple from Liang Peak chimed in. No problem at all. Senior Sister Wen Qing from Xiaozhu Peak is truly something. She wouldn't allow you Qingmu Peak disciples to harvest green rock bamboo here. How utterly tyrannical. The green rock bamboo rightfully belongs to the 7 peaks. So what gives her the authority to act thus? Indeed, it is exceedingly unreasonable. And that new addition from the little bamboo peak, the mixed spirit root, has the audacity to resort to violence. Truly barbaric. Fear not, my fellow brothers. Once Master Yin returns and Master Yang speaks to him, he shall undoubtedly allow you to continue harvesting the green rock bamboo. A disciple from the Qingmu Peak sighed, lamenting, alas, Senior Sister Wen Qing was never like this. She has been led astray by that savage mixed spirit root. I have heard rumors that he has been harassing Sister Chu at the Liang Peak. Is there truth to this? Of course, the entire Liang Peak is aware. It is a flagrant display of audacity, as if he has not the slightest self-awareness. A mere mixed spirit root dares to pursue Sister Chu Hongyan? He is nothing but a beast. How could he commit such acts in broad daylight? If he must, he should at least have the decency to do it away from prying eyes. And it is said that this beast even stole the dragon-slaying sword from the Divine Sword Peak. Is that so? I heard it was Senior Sister Wen Qing who took it. How could a mere mixed spirit root possess such capability? True, since Senior Sister Wen Qing has been corrupted by him, they are indeed 2 of a kind. This is precisely the saying. Those who associate with vermilion will turn red, and those who consort with ink will turn black. I sincerely hope Master Yin returns soon to expel this mixed spirit root from our Lingjin sect, thus cleansing our ranks. Indeed, the idle disciples from various peaks, with nothing better to do, exchange gossip about Xiao Yun. Ever since he unleashed his wrath upon the Qingmu Peak disciples, they have refrained from coming to the little bamboo peak to harvest the green rock bamboo. They have altered their strategy, opting instead to purchase from the other peaks disciples using spirit stones. These disciples, toiling for a meager 5 spirit stones a month, would not refuse such a lucrative opportunity. A partnership was swiftly formed. However, they did not anticipate being caught red-handed by Xiao Yun today. Every word they uttered reached the ears of both Xiao Yun and Wen Qing. Wen Qing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She was a person who valued her reputation above all else, and the thought of others speaking ill of her behind her back brought her to the brink of tears. Xiao Yun's countenance darkened like the bottom of a pot. He had shown mercy by not collecting spirit stones from the other peaks for the green rock bamboo, only to discover that these individuals not only lacked gratitude, but also turned the resources of the little bamboo peak into a commodity. Not only did they take advantage of the little bamboo peak, but they also dared to slander his senior sister. How could they defame her? They even dared to insult me. Xiao Yun, such recklessness. It truly echoes the saying, the kind-hearted are easily bullied, and gentle horses are easily ridden. Xiao Yun resolved firmly in his heart. From now on, any disciple from any peak who dares to come to the little bamboo peak to harvest the green rock bamboo shall be required to pay spirit stones. If they do not comply, none shall leave with even a single stalk of the green rock bamboo, not even a single leaf. With a sullen expression, Xiao Yun emerged from the bamboo grove alongside Wen Qing. Ah, my esteemed junior disciples, engaged in a conversation, are we? Xiao Yun's sudden voice startled everyone. A servant disciple from Qingmu Peak turned around and, upon recognizing Xiao Yun, felt his legs weaken in fear. He exclaimed, It's you, Xiao Yun. He was the one who had been sent flying by Xiao Yun's punch, the one who had threatened to pierce his heart with a green bamboo sword. In his mind, Xiao Yun had left an indelible shadow. Now, seeing Xiao Yun again was akin to encountering a specter. Xiao Yun, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, Indeed, it is I. So, what do you think? Surprised, are we? Chapter 56. Dare you collect our spiritual stones? As Xiao Yun regarded the trembling servant disciple of the Qingmu Peak with a sardonic smile, the latter felt his heart racing to the brink of his throat. He staggered backward, his voice quivering as he stammered, You, what do you intend to do? We did not chop down the green rock bamboo on the little bamboo peak. With a cold snicker, Xiao Yun retorted, Humph. If you did not fell the green rock bamboo from our little bamboo peak, then pray tell, from whence did those green rock bamboos behind you come? Summoning his courage, the Qingmu Peak disciple replied, This is none of your concern. In any case, the green rock bamboo was not cut by our Qingmu Peak disciples. With a sharp, ringing sound, the Zhanlong sword surged skyward from its sheath on Xiao Yun's back. The blinding cold light nearly rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. Holding the Zhanlong sword aloft, Xiao Yun pointed it menacingly at the Qingmu Peak disciple, declaring, Hand over all the spiritual stones on you, and I may spare your life. Should you dare utter a single word of defiance, the Zhanlong sword in my grasp is not one to be trifled with. Suddenly, the Zhanlong sword radiated an overwhelming brilliance. Its clear, ringing cry resonating like a dragon's roar throughout the heavens. The Qingmu Peak disciple collapsed to the ground, terror etched across his face as he stammered, Zhanlong sword? The legendary name of the Zhanlong sword was well known, even among them, the servant disciples. They were aware of its status as a treasured artifact of the Sword Mountain. They had long heard that it had been taken by Xiao Yun. Initially skeptical, they were now utterly cowed by the sword's formidable presence. I will give it. The Qingmu Peak disciple hastily produced all the spiritual stones from his possession and set them on the ground. Xiao Yun frowned in dissatisfaction, for before him lay only 3 spiritual stones. Casting his gaze across the other Qingmu Peak disciples, he commanded, You there, hand over your spiritual stones as well. Many among them had previously felt the sting of Xiao Yun's fists and understood all too well his ruthless nature. He was a man of his word, caught red-handed for secretly purchasing green rock bamboo, and having spoken ill of him behind his back, the disciples knew that if they did not comply, they would likely leave Little Bamboo Peak today under far less favorable circumstances. One by one, the Qingmu Peak servant disciples emptied their pockets of spiritual stones. Xiao Yun took a cursory glance. While each individual offered only a meager amount, collectively they amounted to over 100 spiritual stones. Just as he was about to issue a few parting words to send them on their way, an incongruous voice rang out. Brother Xiao, how does your behavior differ from that of a robber? The speaker was a young female disciple dressed in the garb of the Shui Peak. She scrutinized Xiao Yun with an air of mockery, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, his voice icy as he replied, What? Do you wish to defend them? The woman proudly declared, The green rock bamboo of Qingmu Peak was sold to them by us, the other peaks. They did not fell the green rock bamboo. So what gives you the right to demand spirit stones from them? Xiao Yun replied with a cold smile. I am well aware that it was you who sold it to them. Listen closely, all of you, from this moment on. Should anyone wish to fell the green rock bamboo of Xiaozhu Peak, a tribute of spirit stones is required. 10 spirit stones for an hour. 50 spirit stones for an entire day. Now, relinquish all the spirit stones you possess. Consider it payment for today's bamboo felling. The female disciple's expression darkened as she retorted sharply, Do you dare to take our spirit stones? Xiao Yun responded, And do you dare to cut down the green rock bamboo of Xiaozhu Peak? I care not for your identity. I only recognize spirit stones. Even if the master were to arrive, without spirit stones, you shall not pass. The woman's face turned a mix of green and white with rage as she implored the surrounding disciples. Say something. Are we truly to give him our spirit stones? A disciple from Liang Peak stepped forward. Xiao Yun, we are here under the master's orders to fell the green rock bamboo. Why do you have to collect spirit stones? Others echoed. Indeed, what authority does he hold? We shall not comply. Let us see what he can do. In an instant, Xiao Yun moved, appearing before the female disciple before she could react. With a sharp crack, he struck her face with a resounding slap. Stunned, she clutched her face in disbelief. You dare strike me? Who gives you the audacity? I am. Before she could finish, Xiao Yun's hand met her cheek again with a series of slaps. She was struck over a dozen times until she collapsed to the ground, her cheeks swollen and bruised, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Weakened, she lay on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Yun remarked coolly, Do you now comprehend what I am capable of? Out of respect for our shared sect, I will not kill you. However, if you think you can leave without offering spirit stones, I shall see who possesses the ability to do so. Casting a frigid gaze across the scene, all the surrounding disciples dared not meet his eyes. He turned to the Liang Peak disciple who had spoken earlier. Hand over your spirit stones. The disciple hesitated, glancing at the fallen woman before finally gritting his teeth and placing his spirit stones on the ground. He has surrendered. What of you? Xiao Yun inquired, shifting his attention to the others. Witnessing Xiao Yun's readiness to resort to violence and Sister Wenqing's cold stare, the others, realizing they were no match for him, abandoned any thought of resistance and surrendered their spirit stones. Xiao Yun, satisfied, remarked, The spirit stones you have provided are still insufficient to cover the costs of felling the green rock bamboo. However, I, Xiao Yun, am not an unreasonable person. Previously, you were unaware of the rules here, and out of consideration for our shared camaraderie, I chose to overlook your transgressions. Now, remember this. In the future, when you come to the Xiaozhu Peak to harvest the green rock bamboo, ensure you bring spirit stones with you. Do you understand? The attending disciples of the lower ranks lowered their heads in silence, none daring to speak. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Yun exclaimed in anger, Did you hear me? The group hastily replied, We heard you. We heard you. Satisfied, Xiao Yun then commanded, If you heard me, then be gone. The disciples, not daring to linger, departed in dejection. As the disciples from Shueiyue Peak left, they did not forget to assist the female disciple who had been struck down by Xiao Yun. Once everyone had vacated the area, Xiao Yun turned to Wenqing, who had remained silent throughout, and said, Senior Sister, after all, they are our fellow disciples. I could not bring myself to slay them. I merely took a portion of their spirit stones and let them go. You wouldn't hold it against me for being too lenient, would you? Wenqing responded with a sigh of discontent. Chapter 57. The backing of Zhao Xiaowan, Wenqing, and Xiao Yun were gathering the scattered spiritual stones from the ground. As they collected them, Wenqing could not help but remark, Junior brother, is it wise to openly provoke the other 7 peaks like this? They will certainly report this incident to their respective elders. And what will you do when they come seeking you? With a cheerful smile, Xiao Yun replied, Do not worry. Senior Sister, would the elders of the various peaks really hold a grudge against a mere novice like me? If they wish to confront anyone, it will be you. Wenqing rolled her eyes, feigning anger. Oh, so you even dare to scheme against your senior sister. Have you no conscience? For reasons unknown, Xiao Yun found great amusement in watching his senior sister's nose crinkle when she was annoyed. Yet, when she genuinely became upset, he felt a pang of sympathy. I was only jesting, senior sister. I merely requested a few spiritual stones from them. I did not truly harm them. Their endeavor to collect spiritual stones from our green rock bamboo is entirely justified. If they harbor grievances, they will only discuss it with our master and will not trouble us disciples. Moreover, he continued, tonight, our protective formation on Little Bamboo Peak will be complete. Whether the elders can enter our domain is still uncertain. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's reassurances, Wenqing felt a considerable weight lift from her heart. Is this formation truly that formidable? I cannot perceive its power at all. That is because the formation has yet to be activated. Once Brother Zhong completes the final base, the formation will coalesce and begin to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The 300 minor formations we have arranged will then be set into motion. At that point, without the pass token I personally crafted, no one shall enter Little Bamboo Peak. Wen Qing glanced at the intricately carved wooden token hanging at her waist. Skepticism evident in her eyes. Is it truly as impressive as you say, junior brother? If you doubt it, senior sister, you may remove the token and take a stroll within the formation when the time comes, Xiao Yun suggested. Wen Qing pouted. I refuse to subject myself to unnecessary hardship. In truth, I do believe in your abilities, junior brother. You are a rare talent in cultivation. All so-called prodigies pale in comparison to you. What others cannot achieve, you can. Suddenly flattered by Wen Qing's praise, Xiao Yun felt a blush creep onto his face. Senior sister, why the sudden compliments? You're making me shy. Wen Qing giggled. You shy? I thought you were utterly unacquainted with the concept of shyness. Meanwhile, the group of miscellaneous disciples had distanced themselves 10 miles from Little Bamboo Peak, finally breathing a sigh of relief. A disciple from Liang Peak voiced his discontent first. That Xiao Yun is utterly tyrannical, shamelessly seizing our spiritual stones. I must report this to our master upon my return. A disciple from Shueyue Peak echoed. Indeed, we must inform our master of this incident. Senior sister must not suffer in vain. The disciples of Qingmu Peak had long been displeased with Xiao Yun's actions. You are right. We must ensure that Xiao Yun from Little Bamboo Peak pays the appropriate price. The green rock bamboo is a communal possession. Why does he have to collect spiritual stones? The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were filled with righteous indignation. Xiao Yun has not only seized our dragon-slaying sword, but has now also usurped the green rock bamboo. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. My master will certainly confront Master Yin about it sooner or later. A disciple from Wuchen Peak sighed and turned to the disciple from Longzhou Peak, inquiring, Brother, what do you propose we do? The Longzhou Peak disciple shook his head slightly and replied, We must report this incident to the sect leader. We cannot truly bring spirit stones to chop down the green rock bamboo, can we? The Wuchen Peak disciple nodded in agreement, saying, You are right. Let's hasten back to report this matter. The group of miscellaneous disciples dispersed, each returning to their respective peaks. The female disciple from Shueyue Peak, who had been assaulted, did not follow her companions back, but instead accompanied the disciples of Wuchen Peak. Her eyes sparkled with vengeful fury as she silently gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly, Xiao Yun. How dare you strike me? Just wait, I will not let this go. I will inform Brother Su about this, and I shall see if you can still be so arrogant in his presence. As for the Shueyue Peak female disciple's arrival at Wuchen Peak, the disciples there found nothing unusual. After being struck by Xiao Yun, it was only natural for her to seek out Yu Su at Wuchen Peak. This female disciple, named Zhao Xiaowan, had joined the Spirit Sword sect alongside Yu Su. Initially a servant in Yu Su's household, she held a lowly status. However, as she matured, her figure became alluring and her beauty striking. Having spent her youth as a servant, she had learned the art of reading people's expressions and adapting her behavior accordingly. Through a series of fortuitous encounters, she and Yu Su became acquainted, developed a bond, and eventually fell in love. Yu Su, hailing from a wealthy background and possessing a naive disposition, believed he had found true love. He was utterly devoted to Zhao Xiaowan, disregarding his parents' objections to forcefully pursue her as his wife. However, their plans were postponed upon entering the Spirit Sword sect. At one point, Zhao Xiaowan nearly caused Yu Su to relinquish his status as a true disciple of the Spirit Sword sect. At that time, Yu Su had been identified as possessing a top-tier Earth Spirit root and had been accepted by the head of Wuchen Peak as a true disciple. Unfortunately, Zhao Xiaowan was not as fortunate. While her talent was adequate, the number of disciples being accepted by the Spirit Sword sect had reached its limit, and she did not make the cut. In a bid to remain together, Yu Su declared his intent to leave the sect and spend his life by Zhao Xiaowan's side. However, Wuchen Peak, not wanting to lose such a promising disciple over a trivial matter, made an exception and allowed Zhao Xiaowan to join the Spirit Sword sect as a miscellaneous disciple at Shueyue Peak. Yu Su, with his remarkable talent and rapid progress, quickly distinguished himself among the true disciples, achieving the first level of the Golden Core realm within just over a decade. Among the younger generation of disciples at Wuchen Peak, Yu Su ranked among the top 3 in strength. Zhao Xiaowan, benefiting from her association with Yusu, thrived as a miscellaneous disciple. During her time at Yusu's home, she had taken advantage of his affection to bully the other servants. Upon arriving at the Spirit Sword sect, rather than toning down her behavior, she grew increasingly audacious. Frequently leveraging her status as Yusu's fiancée, Xiao Yun often bullied the newly admitted servant disciples at Shui Peak. She assigned all menial tasks within the peak to others, leading a life more comfortable than that of the ordinary disciples. Accustomed to her lofty position, she found it intolerable when Xiao Yun suddenly struck her today. She was determined to make Xiao Yun pay dearly for this affront. Covering her swollen face with a scarf, Xiao Yun effortlessly made her way to Wuchen Peak, familiar with the path as if it were second nature. Upon arriving, she headed straight to Yusu's residence. Due to her frequent visits, the disciples of Wuchen Peak did not hinder her entrance. Instead, they greeted her warmly. "Sister Xiao, back to see Brother Yu again? Brother Yu is indeed fortunate to have such a beautiful confidant as you." They remarked on how much more splendid she appeared compared to a few days ago. Xiao Yun had grown accustomed to such flattery. On ordinary days, she would engage with them playfully, exchanging banter. However, today, she lacked the inclination for such pleasantries, merely nodding in acknowledgement before hastening towards Yusu's room. Yusu, immersed in his cultivation, was suddenly alerted by the sound of his door being pushed open. Instantly recognizing it was Xiao Yun, no one else would dare enter his quarters unannounced. He ceased his practice, a look of excitement illuminating his face as he stepped forward to greet her. "Huamei, you're here. I miss you terribly after so many days. Brother Su, you must stand up for me," she exclaimed. Chapter 58. "Come, follow me to Xiaozhu Peak." As soon as Xiao Yun entered the room, she immediately threw herself into Yusu's arms, weeping inconsolably. Yusu embraced her tightly, feeling his heart shatter at the sight of her distress. "Sister Huan, what is the matter? Has someone from Shui Peak bullied you? Share your grievances with me, and I will certainly stand up for you." Xiao Yun said nothing, continuing to cry softly. Each delicate sob pierced Yusu's heart like a needle, igniting a fierce wave of blood within him. His fists clenched tightly, wishing he could smash Wuchen Peak to pieces. "Sister Huan, please tell me, who has wronged you? Are you trying to drive me to despair?" He sighed repeatedly. When Xiao Yun had cried herself weary, she finally spoke softly. "Brother Su, no one has bullied me. Please do not overthink it. I simply missed you so much that I could hardly bear it. Now that I have seen you, I feel content, and I shall return to Shui Peak." With that, she forcefully pulled away from Yusu's embrace and turned to leave the room. Yusu grasped her wrist, saying, "Sister Huan, why do you want to leave so soon after just arriving? It has been so many days since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. Let me take a good look at you." Xiao Yun halted, lowering her head and sobbing. "I'm sorry, Brother Su, but I cannot see you right now. You will surely find me unappealing." Yusu smiled indulgently, saying, "What nonsense! Regardless of how you may change, I will never find you unworthy. Come, Sister Huan, let me hold you." With that, he gently pulled Xiao Yun back into his embrace. She did not resist, leaning into him, burying her face into his chest, whispering, "Brother Su, please don't unveil my veil." Yusu chuckled. "What? Are you still shy before me?" Xiao Yun offered no reply, burying her head deeper. Yusu smiled faintly and reached to lift her veil. As his fingers barely grazed the fabric, Xiao Yun trembled violently, grasping his hand tightly. With tear-filled eyes, she implored, "Brother Su, please don't," unable to withstand the sight of the delicate figure in his arms. Yusu could no longer resist and swiftly unveiled Xiao Yun's face. Her swollen cheeks came into view, leaving him momentarily stunned. His face flushed crimson, breath quickening, his chest heaving with intensity. Xiao Yun sensed his body stiffen, clearly struggling to maintain composure. She quickly snatched the veil back, covering her face again, and softly said, "I'm sorry, Brother Su, for allowing you to see me like this. It's all my fault. I shall return to Shui Peak now." Yusu's eyes reddened as he asked in a low voice, "Who did this to you?" Tears brimmed in Xiao Yun's eyes as she shook her head. "It's not as you think. I simply fell by accident." "What nonsense! Even at this moment, you still wish to deceive me? Where could one fall and sustain such injuries to the face?" This is evidently the result of an assault. Huanmei, you consistently conceal your grievances within, silently enduring all your suffering while considering my feelings and sparing me from any trouble. Yet, do you not realize that the more you do this, the more it pains me? If I cannot protect the woman I cherish, what sort of man am I? What purpose does my cultivation serve? I might as well perish. Yu Su, filled with fury, turned away, pretending to ignore Xiao Yun. She hastily embraced him tightly, sobbing, "I'm sorry, Brother Su, I'm so sorry. I never anticipated that your love for me surpasses your love for yourself. But the one who struck me is not someone to be trifled with. I do not wish for you to suffer any harm because of me." Yu Su gently caressed Xiao Yun's back, murmuring, "Huanmei, I understand your concern for me, but I cannot stand idly by while you endure injustice. Rest assured, I have recently made breakthroughs in my cultivation. Even if Senior Brother Zhong Tianyan from the Liang Peak has wronged you, I shall seek justice on your behalf." Xiao Yun held him tightly, remaining silent. Yu Su stamped his foot in frustration, urging, "Huanmei, please speak up. Who has wronged you? If you refuse to tell me, I shall perish right before you." As he spoke, he pushed Xiao Yun aside, beckoning for the sword resting on the rack, which flew into his hand. He drew the long sword and pressed it against his own throat. "If I cannot avenge you, I would rather die." Xiao Yun quickly grasped his wrist with both hands, crying, "Brother Su, don't do this. I will tell you. I will tell you." Yu Su sheathed the sword, saying, "Then speak, junior sister. Who is responsible for this?" With a deep sigh, Xiao Yun recounted her experience at the Xiaozhu Peak, where she was struck by Xiao Yunqi for the spiritual stones he had taken. She embellished the tale, portraying Xiao Yun's brutality and her own plight as that of a weak, pitiful lamb. Upon hearing this, Yu Su bellowed in anger. How could a mere novice disciple be so unreasonable? Did Senior Sister Wenqing simply watch this unfold? Xiao Yun sighed softly. Senior Sister Wenqing has long been in league with him. How could she possibly reprimand Xiao Yun for the sake of a mere servant disciple like me? I have heard that Xiao Yun recently acquired the dragon-slaying sword, which he presented to Senior Sister Wenqing as a gift. She was overjoyed and has since been exceedingly protective of him. Yu Su nodded, saying, "I have heard some whispers about this. I never imagined that Senior Sister Wenqing would be so morally bankrupt." Xiao Yun sighed once more, but it is the dragon-slaying sword, the treasured artifact of the Divine Sword Peak. Who could resist its allure? Not to mention possessing it. Even merely handling the dragon-slaying sword for a day would leave me without regrets for a lifetime. Yu Su scoffed. What is the dragon-slaying sword compared to what I shall procure for you, Huanmei, once I achieve the Yuanying stage? Xiao Yun has taken advantage of the dragon-slaying sword to bully you. Thus, I shall not hesitate to wield my golden core prowess against him. Gulmei, let us confront him at Xiao Bamboo Peak. Xiao Yun quickly grasped Yu Su's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Su, perhaps we should reconsider. Xiao Bamboo Peak is not solely home to that Xiao Yun. Senior Sister Wenqing is also present." "And what of it?" Yu Su retorted. "I once held Senior Sister Wenqing in high regard for her upright character and amiable demeanor, willingly addressing her as sister. Yet, having now witnessed her true nature, what claim does she have to that title? It would suffice if she merely refrained from aiding Xiao Yun, should she dare to intervene. I shall ensure she receives her due lesson as well. Come, let us proceed to Xiao Bamboo Peak." Without further ado, Yu Su seized Xiao Yun's wrist and charged out of the room. The long sword had already hovered outside the door. Both Yu Su and Xiao Yun leapt onto it, soaring towards Xiao Bamboo Peak with a resonant whoosh. Xiao Yun embraced Yu Su from behind, pressing closely against his back, a malicious smile curving her lips. Chapter 59. Xiao Yun, come out. On the peak of Xiaozhu, Xiao Yun and his senior sister Wenqing were diligently collaborating to inscribe a formation. This marked the 350th foundation, and senior brother Zhong estimated that the final foundation of the protective mountain array would soon be completed. As Wenqing infused spiritual energy into the array foundation, she remarked, "It seems the protective mountain array will be completed by tonight at the latest." While they conversed, an enraged roar echoed through the air above Xiaozhu Peak. "Xiao Yun, come out. Xiao Yun, if you have any guts, stop hiding and show yourself." Wenqing furrowed her brow upon hearing the shouts. Junior brother, it seems someone is looking for you. Xiao Yun nodded in acknowledgement. I heard it. The visitor does not come with good intentions. You stay here. I will investigate the situation. Wenqing immediately summoned her green bamboo sword, preparing to ascend into the air above Xiaozhu Peak. Xiao Yun quickly blocked her path, saying, Sister, wait a moment. It's likely that the other disciples from the 6 peaks, whom I just drove away, have come seeking assistance. I've caused this trouble, so I cannot let you clean up the mess for me. I will draw him down and see what he intends to do. Wenqing expressed her concern as she gazed at the sky above Xiaozhu Peak. Junior brother, are you sure you can handle it? The opponent is formidable, possessing at least the cultivation of the golden core stage. I worry that you might be at a disadvantage. Let me speak with him. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. If I truly cannot resolve this, you may intervene then. As he spoke, the Zhanlong sword unsheathed behind him, releasing a dazzling white light that shot into the sky. Yu Su, who was hovering above Xiaozhu Peak, immediately noticed the sword energy. Zhao Xiaohuan, standing behind him, quickly exclaimed, Brother Su, that's the sword radiance of the Zhanlong sword. Xiao Yun is at that location. Yu Su snorted coldly. That wretch is inviting me over. Does he truly believe that wielding the Zhanlong sword makes him invincible? Today, I shall teach that scoundrel Xiao Yun the consequences of bullying you. With that, Yu Su commanded his flying sword and sped towards Xiao Yun's position. Wenqing looked up at the sky and noticed a dark figure swiftly approaching. Junior brother, he is coming. If he speaks reasonably, we might grant him some face. If he does not, let him learn that Xiaozhu Peak is not a place for anyone to run rampant. Soon, Yu Su and Zhao Xiaohuan landed before Xiao Yun. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaohuan, Xiao Yun immediately understood the situation. She was the one who sought assistance. With an expression devoid of emotion, Xiao Yun calmly stated, So, it is you who has been shouting above Xiaozhu Peak? Yu Su did not answer, but instead glared at Xiao Yun, asking angrily, Are you Xiao Yun? Indeed, I am. And you are? Whatchin Peak, Yu Su? Wenqing quickly tugged at Xiao Yun's sleeve and whispered, Junior brother, be cautious. This Yu Su is a rising star from Whatchin Peak. It is said that he has reached the golden core stage, making him one of the top experts there. Xiao Yun nodded lightly, indicating his understanding. He scrutinized Yu Su from head to toe, finding him quite presentable, tall and long-limbed, with striking brows and starry eyes. He seemed to fall short by merely 5 measures compared to himself. Xiao Yun remarked nonchalantly, Yu Su, I haven't heard of you. What brings you to our Xiaozhu Peak? What is it? I ask you, did you strike Huan Mei? Yu Su shifted slightly, revealing Zhao Xiaohuan. Upon meeting Xiao Yun's cold gaze, instinctively shrank behind him. Sensing her unease, Yu Su gently grasped her hand, reassuring her, Huan Mei, don't be afraid. I am here, and he wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Xiao Yun retorted with a cold smile, I did strike her. So what? What right do you have to hit her when she bears no grudge against you? If you cannot provide a valid reason today, I shall make you experience the taste of being bullied. I thought you would come at me indiscriminately. Since you can still reason, let us discuss this. The woman behind you not only refused to pay the spirit stones for my Xiaozhu Peakus Lianzu, but also incited others to cause a ruckus. Thus, I had to teach her a lesson. Is that reason sufficient? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's explanation, which closely mirrored Zhao Xiaohuan's, Yu Su realized she had not deceived him. With an angry voice, he declared, Not enough. The Lianzu of Xiaozhu Peak has never charged spirit stones. You robbed the disciples of Qingmu Peak of their spirit stones. And Huan Mei merely attempted to dissuade you, and you retaliated with violence. This is sheer brutality. Xiao Yun, I offer you a chance to apologize to Huan Mei on your knees and allow her to return those slaps. I may let this matter go. Xiao Yun scoffed, Oh, and what if I refuse to do so? Then do not blame me for taking advantage of my strength to teach you a lesson. After all this talk, we still end up fighting. Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted my breath. Xiao Yun sighed. Well, since a fight is inevitable, let us cease the chatter. I shall take this opportunity to test my current abilities. In recent days, Xiao Yun had discovered that although he was merely at the first layer of foundation establishment, his reservoir of spiritual energy was not lacking compared to his senior sister. Their sparring sessions were typically restrained due to Wenqing's concern that Xiao Yun could not withstand her golden core cultivation. Likewise, Xiao Yun worried that the Zhanlong sword might injure his senior sister, thus holding back. Now, facing an unwitting opponent, he finally had the chance to test his strength. With a cold snort, Yu Su remarked, as Huan Mei said, "You are indeed arrogant and barbaric, no different from a beast. In that case, do not blame me." With that, Yu Su brandished his sword, preparing to confront Xiao Yun. Wen Qing immediately stepped in front of Xiao Yun, saying, "Hold on." Yu Su frowned and coldly inquired, "What? Senior Sister Wen Qing, are you truly going to protect this brute?" Wen Qing sighed. "My junior brother's actions were indeed improper. I apologize on his behalf. Can we let this matter slide for my sake? I have the authority to decide. From now on, this junior sister may come to Xiaozhufeng to harvest the green rock bamboo, and we shall not require her spirit stones." Yu Su scoffed coldly, saying, "Sister Wenqing speaks so lightly. Is it to be dismissed just like that? Am I to believe that my dear sister, Huan, has endured that slap in vain? Moreover, the green rock bamboo of Xiaozhufeng does not cost spirit stones at all. What sort of apology is this? Today, I shall certainly teach this little wretch a lesson." Wenqing attempted to offer further explanations, but Xiao Yun quickly interjected, "Sister, do not waste your breath. Reasoning with such a person is futile. Since he wishes to resort to violence, I shall entertain him." Wenqing regarded Xiao Yun with a mixture of exasperation and concern, ultimately nodding, "Be careful, junior brother. If it becomes too much, do not hesitate to call for help. I shall intervene immediately." Xiao Yun gratefully acknowledged her concern, replying, "Thank you, sister, but I do not regard him as a threat." Wenqing sighed silently and stepped aside. Ever since this junior brother joined Xiaozhufeng, she had distinctly sensed that troubles were multiplying for their sect. Chapter 60. Daring to disrupt my formation, Xiao Yun cast a cold glance at Yu Su, stepped forward a couple of paces, and beckoned him with a finger, saying, "Come, let me see what you're truly capable of." Yu Su, with his sword crossed over his chest, bellowed furiously, "Draw your dragon-slaying sword, lest you find yourself unable to even unsheath it when the time comes." Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly, "You are not worthy of me drawing my sword." This statement was not born of arrogance. Rather, Xiao Yun feared that the sword's unparalleled sharpness might cause him to inadvertently slay his opponent. Back at the sword tomb, a single strike from him had left the true disciple of the divine sword peak in a perilous state. Though he feigned indifference at the time, he was genuinely concerned. Had that disciple perished, the head of the divine sword peak would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. While the Lingjian sect had few rules, infighting among brethren was strictly forbidden. It was only in recent days, upon realizing that no one had come seeking him, that Xiao Yun felt a sense of relief, speculating that the senior brother had survived. Since then, he had refrained from wielding the dragon-slaying sword, merely brandishing it to intimidate others. To truly draw the sword would signify a fight for his life. Unbeknownst to Yu Su, Xiao Yun's reluctance stemmed from a fear of killing him. Instead, he mistakenly believed that Xiao Yun looked down upon him. Infuriated, he shouted, "You ignorant wretch, today I shall teach you a lesson." With that, Yu Su plunged his sword into the ground and lunged toward Xiao Yun. Observing this, Xiaowan, standing behind Yu Su, felt a surge of excitement. Her eyes gleamed with malice as she thought, "Finally, he makes his move. Xiao Yun, you dare to strike me. Did you ever imagine that a mere servant disciple could summon a golden core expert to aid me? Huh! You have only yourself to blame for underestimating me and provoking my wrath. You shall soon learn the extent of my capabilities. Once my brother subdues you, I shall not rest until I have slapped your face 100 times to quell my fury. No, not just slaps. You will kneel before me and lick my feet." Seeing that Xiao Yun remained unarmed, Yu Su abandoned any pretense of drawing his sword. He was merely there to avenge his sister, not to kill. Had it not been for the notorious reputation of the dragon-slaying sword, Yu Su would not have resorted to drawing steel. As a cultivator at the second level of the Golden Core, it would be a source of shame to engage a mere novice with a weapon. Yu Su advanced with both palms aimed at Xiao Yun, unleashing his full strength in a powerful strike directed at Xiao Yun's face. In his mind, this blow was certain to land. He believed that if it connected, it would leave half of Xiao Yun's face utterly ruined. Just as Yu Su anticipated the impact of his nearly assured strike on Xiao Yun's visage, his hand suddenly halted. A hand reached from the side, grasping his wrist, Xiao Yun's hand. Though it appeared weak and feeble, it felt to Yu Su as if it were a mountain pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile. As Yu Su prepared to muster his energy and resistance, Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh and swiftly countered with a slap to Yu Su's face. The palm strike conjured a gust of wind that swept aside the surrounding verdant bamboo. Yu Su was propelled several meters away, yet he did not succumb to the ground. Instead, he spun gracefully in midair and regained his composure. Floating above, a trickle of crimson blood adorned the corner of his mouth as he gazed at Xiao Yun. Disbelief etched across his face. How could it be? How could a mere novice disciple possess such formidable palm strength? That single strike had managed to injure him? Zhao Xiaohuan stood there, utterly stunned. How could this be? His brother, a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, had been knocked back by a single slap? What sorcery allowed Xiao Yun to achieve this? Wasn't he just an unremarkable disciple with a mixed spiritual root? How could he be so powerful? Did Brother Su perhaps hold back? Zhao Xiaohuan hastily called out, "Brother Su, do not show mercy to someone like him. If you spare him, he certainly will not be courteous in return." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaohuan's words, Yu Su felt his cheeks flush with shame. He had not shown any leniency. He had indeed been sent flying by that slap. Xiao Yun glanced at Yu Su and sighed. "Is this truly your strength? It is rather feeble." Fury ignited within Yu Su. To be publicly struck in the face in front of Zhao Xiaohuan was the greatest humiliation of his life. Anger clouded his reason, stripping away all restraint. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "Xiao Yun, you have brought this upon yourself." As he spoke, a radiant golden light enveloped him, and a dense force of earth element surged around his body. The ground trembled ominously, and the soil began to shift and float upwards. Countless bamboo stalks were uprooted, converging into the air. This was Yu Su's most powerful technique, the Mount Tai Seal. It transformed spiritual energy into earthen peaks to crush opponents. Simple, brutal, and astonishingly effective. The Mount Tai Seal. Brother Su is unleashing his ultimate move. Zhao Xiaohuan's expression brightened. When Brother Su first achieved the Golden Core stage, he had used the Mount Tai Seal to slay a ferocious beast. Could Xiao Yun truly surpass a beast in strength? Just wait to be reduced to a pulp. Wenxing's expression grew grave as she slowly drew her green bamboo sword, ready to support Xiao Yun at any moment. Observing the earth lifting, she recognized the formation base that she and Xiao Yun had meticulously arranged. Suddenly, Xiao Yun erupted with fury. "How dare you ruin the formation I painstakingly crafted? You are finished." He propelled himself forward with a fierce kick against the ground, hurtling toward Yu Su like a shooting star. Yu Su's face contorted into a sneer. "You overestimate yourself. Unable to even fly with the wind, yet you dare to charge in?" With a flick of his mind, a massive boulder, 2 meters in diameter, hurtled toward Xiao Yun. This boulder, enhanced by Yu Su's spiritual power, would have crushed an ordinary Foundation establishment disciple. Yet, Xiao Yun regarded the boulder with utter indifference. Drawing upon the vast reservoir of water, spiritual power within him, he unleashed the most formidable technique of the soft water, shattering rock fist. The waterfalls and stones penetrate. With a swift motion, he pointed at the surface of the boulder, piercing through its facade. In an instant, the boulder disintegrated into a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yun had arrived before Yu Su, who was utterly unprepared for such an audacious approach. Just as he was about to hastily defend himself, Xiao Yun delivered a fierce kick to Yu Su's abdomen. This maneuver, known as water cannot be retrieved, transformed the formidable water spiritual power into an overwhelming force, propelling Yu Su down from the air. He fell like a shooting star, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit measuring 2 meters in diameter, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. As Xiao Yun descended and approached Wenqing with a smile, he asked, "Senior Sister, was that kick impressive?" Wenqing shot him a glare and replied, "Do not be too complacent. He has not yet been defeated. Do you think it is so easy to vanquish someone at the Golden Core stage?" Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and turned to look back, only to find Yu Su standing once again. His body was enveloped in a layer of yellow earth elements, forming a protective armor of spiritual energy. With a grim expression, Yu Su slowly emerged from the pit, glaring at Xiao Yun as he said, "Very well. They say you are an unwanted mixed spiritual root, but it seems you have been playing the fool all along. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back any longer. Yu Su extended his hand, and the sword previously plunged into the ground soared into his grasp. Xiao Yun, today I will show you. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yun suddenly appeared before him, and a fist loomed larger in his vision. Yu Su felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to suffocation, and before he could react, the fist struck his face with resounding impact. Chapter 61. Do you dare toy with me? Yu Su fell backward, crashing back in a pit. Just as he attempted to rise again, a shadow loomed over him. A flurry of fists rained down upon him, and Yu Su was struck relentlessly like a mere punching bag, utterly defenseless. The earth rumbled, and countless stones were sent flying into the air. The protective energy armor surrounding Yu Su quivered incessantly, teetering on the brink of collapse. He stared incredulously at Xiao Yun, his heart tumultuous with confusion. Who on earth is he? Could this ferocious strength truly be wielded by a mere novice disciple? His spiritual energy seemed muddled and impure, resembling that of someone at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Yet why did his fists render my earth armor incapable of withstanding the blows? Is this solely the power of his physical form? No. If this continues, my armor will shatter, and I shall be struck down. Within Yu Su's body, the golden core trembled violently. Drawing upon the energy of his burning core, he forced himself to rise and retaliate. The earth armor, now cracked, instantly restored itself to its former glory, radiating a brilliant yellow light. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Oh, there is more to you? The golden core stage truly is remarkable." Growing increasingly exhilarated, Xiao Yun felt no concern about holding back. The opponent still had energy to spare. The 5 types of spiritual energy within Xiao Yun began to intertwine. As the 5 elements unified, the power of his soft water, shattering rock fist surged once more. Xiao Yun's fist struck Yu Su squarely in the chest. With the might of his formidable physique and the enhancement of the 5 elemental energies, Xiao Yun's combat prowess erupted entirely. The enhanced earth armor, fueled by the burning golden core, barely withstood the blow before it was utterly obliterated. A second punch from Xiao Yun followed swiftly. Yu Su's complexion turned ashen, his heart plummeting into despair. Had his armor, activated by the burning of his golden core, truly been destroyed by a single strike? What terrifying strength is this? At that moment, only one thought echoed in Yu Su's mind. I am doomed. In utter hopelessness, Yu Su closed his eyes, knowing he could not withstand this punch without the protection of his armor. Just as the moment of calamity approached, a sudden voice cried out, "Junior brother, stop." Wen Qing intervened at a crucial moment, halting Xiao Yun. His fist was a mere 0.001 centimeters from Yu Su's face. Turning in confusion, Xiao Yun asked, "Senior sister, what is the matter? I was having such fun." Wen Qing sighed. "Junior brother Yu Su has already been defeated. If you deliver that punch, he will lose his life." "How could that be? This kid can take a beating. His protective spell has already been shattered by you. He cannot endure your subsequent attacks." "Enough, junior brother. Let this matter rest here." Although Xiao Yun felt somewhat unfulfilled, he had no choice but to retract his fist upon his sister's insistence. Yu Su, having narrowly escaped death, was drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Yun placed a foot on Yu Su's chest, coldly stating, "You have disrupted the formation that Senior Sister and I painstakingly established. What do you propose we do about this?" Having been thoroughly subdued, Yu Su lost all remnants of his earlier arrogance. He meekly replied, What do you want? What shall we do?" "Naturally, you will compensate with spirit stones." Xiao Yun cast a cold gaze at Yu Su and said, upon hearing that only spirit stones were to be compensated, Yu Su let out a sigh of relief. "How much do you want?" he stammered. Xiao Yun scrutinized Yu Su, feeling a twinge of conflict within. What would be an appropriate amount? 200? 500? Or perhaps 1,000? What if he asked for too much and Yu Su could not afford it? Returning to inform the sect leader of Wuchen Peak about this incident. With a stern expression, Xiao Yun declared, "Decide for yourself. I shall grant you but one opportunity. If the spirit stones do not meet my satisfaction, do not blame me for tightening your muscles and bones." As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles ominously, exuding an air of intimidation. Yusu, having never faced any hardships in his life, had always found his journey at the Spirit Sword sect to be smooth sailing. Today, after receiving a thorough beating from Xiao Yun, he found himself haunted by the experience. Trembling, he reached into his robes and produced a treasure bag, extending it towards Xiao Yun. "This is all I have. If this does not suffice, I can borrow more from my seniors," he offered nervously. Xiao Yun scoffed, accepting the treasure bag. Upon opening it and taking a glance inside, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. How could this young man possess such wealth? There were at least 5,000 spirit stones in this bag. His senior sister's magical artifact had sold for only 3,000. To think he casually handed over 5,000. Truly, one could be driven to envy by the disparity between people. Xiao Yun discreetly stored the treasure bag away and removed his foot from Yusu's chest. "I shall spare you this time, but should you dare to cause trouble at our Xiaozhu Peak again, it will not be so easy. Now be gone." Yusu dared not utter a word, hastily retrieving his sword and approaching Zhao Xiaowan with his head hung low. He lacked the courage to speak to her. Silently, he grasped her hand, intent on leaving. Zhao Xiaowan's expression was one of utter dismay. She had never anticipated that Xiao Yun would prove to be even more formidable than her brother Su. The sight of Xiao Yun fiercely pummeling Yusu had sent her heart racing. She had never encountered such a valiant man before. The visceral impact of the blows left her trembling. It was only when Yusu took her hand that she regained her senses, lowering her head to follow him out. Originally, they had intended to confront Xiao Yun, yet now, not only had Xiao Yun not been reprimanded, but Yusu had also been beaten and forced to compensate him with a bag of spirit stones. The disappointment in her heart was palpable. She had never expected Yusu to be so inept. He often boasted of his prowess, yet when it came to a real fight, he fell so swiftly, unable to even best a mere novice with a mixed spiritual root. Just as the two turned to leave, Xiao Yun's voice rang out coldly, "Stop." Both Yusu and Zhao Xiaowan froze in their tracks. Yusu stiffly turned his neck to glance back at Xiao Yun, asking, "What more do you want?" Xiao Yun ignored Yusu and stepped forward, facing Zhao Xiaowan directly. "You think you can come to our Xiaozhu Peak, create chaos, and then simply walk away?" In Xiao Yun's presence, Zhao Xiaowan felt akin to a rabbit caught in the gaze of tiger. Terrified, she dared not breathe, her voice quaking as she stammered, "But didn't Su Gu compensate you with spirit stones? That was the compensation for the disruption he caused to my relationship with my senior sister. I have yet to settle the score with you for bringing people here to create a disturbance. I apologize. This matter was my fault. I will never dare to do it again." Zhao Xiaowan hurriedly expressed a remorse to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh and remarked, "If apologies were effective, what would be the purpose of the disciplinary hall? Then, what do you want?" Zhao Xiaowan's heart raced, fearing that Xiao Yun would not let her off the hook. "What do I want?" Xiao Yun snorted disdainfully. "Of course, I want compensation in spirit stones. Hand over all the spirit stones you possess." After extorting 5,000 spirit stones from Yusu, Xiao Yun suddenly discovered a lucrative opportunity. Yusu was so wealthy. Surely the women accompanying him would not be of lesser quality. Hearing that it was merely a matter of compensating spirit stones, Zhao Xiaowan let out a quiet sigh of relief. She promptly nodded and said, "All right, I will give you the spirit stones." Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaowan produced a bulging pouch and handed it to Xiao Yun. The pouch appeared to contain more spirit stones than that in Yusu's bag. Xiao Yun, filled with excitement, quickly accepted it. However, upon opening it, his expression immediately soured, resembling that of a donkey's face. "You dare to deceive me? Trying to dismiss me with just 10 spirit stones?" Chapter 62. Punishment for Zhao Xiaowan. Zhao Xiaowan gazed at Xiao Yun with a face full of terror, hastily explaining, I did not deceive you. I possess only this handful of spirit stones. Do you take me for a mere child of 3? Your boyfriend is affluent, and yet you claim to lack spirit stones?" Xiao Yun, seething with anger, hurled the pouch of spirit stones to the ground. "It appears I must impart an unforgettable lesson upon you today." As she spoke, Xiao Yun grasped the dragon-slaying sword, raising it before Zhao Xiaowan. "Do you know what this is?" Zhao Xiaowan's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. I know, the dragon-slaying sword. Very well. I shall grant you another chance. Present me with a satisfactory figure, or else. Xiao Yun left her threat unspoken, allowing Zhao Xiaowan's imagination to run wild. Having witnessed Xiao Yun's true strength, Zhao Xiaowan dared not defy her. She hurriedly grasped Yusu's hand, pleading, "Suge, save me." Yusu's expression darkened drastically. He quickly withdrew his hand from hers, creating distance between them. "Sister Huan, this is your matter with junior brother Xiao. I cannot assist you." Zhao Xiaowan felt as though the world was spinning around her, nearly collapsing in a faint. Previously, she believed Yusu would risk his life for her. Yet, when the moment of truth arrived, he only cared for his own safety. She had overestimated her position in Yusu's heart, as well as his integrity. With no spirit stones to offer, Zhao Xiaowan was left in despair, gazing mournfully at Xiao Yun. "I truly have no spirit stones left. I beg you, spare me." Xiao Yun furrowed her brows. She had not anticipated that this woman would be as impoverished as those from their own bamboo peak. This put Xiao Yun in a dilemma. Although the spirit stones were unattainable, to let her go now would render her previous declarations meaningless. With a stern countenance, Xiao Yun slowly drew the dragon-slaying sword. The blade gleamed, its blinding white light reflecting in Zhao Xiaowan's eyes like a death warrant from the depths of hell. Tears streamed down Zhao Xiaowan's face as she stepped forward, grasping Xiao Yun's arm desperately. "I'm sorry. I shall never dare again. Please don't kill me. I implore you, do not take my life." Xiao Yun snorted coldly, flicking her sleeve dismissively, sending Zhao Xiaowan staggering back. Just as Xiao Yun hesitated on how to proceed, a sudden, resonant humming filled the air around Bamboo Peak. Not far behind Xiao Yun, a column of light shot skyward. Simultaneously, radiant beams erupted from various points across Bamboo Peak. 360 radiant columns ascended, merging with the central beam. As they converged, the light began to spread outward, enveloping Bamboo Peak in a shroud of white brilliance. After a while, the lights dissipated, vanishing into the mountain without leaving a trace, as if the recent events had never transpired. A smile brightened Xiao Yun's face as she turned to Wenqing, exclaiming, "Sister, it is Brother Zhong who has completed the final formation base." Wenqing was immensely delighted, smiling as she remarked, "I never anticipated that Brother Zhong would act so swiftly. It has only been 4.5 days, and he has already arranged the mountain-protecting formation of Xiaozhufeng." Meanwhile, Xiao Yun's thoughts were entirely consumed by the mountain-protecting formation, leaving him no time to attend to Zhao Xiaowan. He contemplated that a slight lesson would suffice, deeming it unnecessary to quarrel with a mere servant disciple. Having come to this conclusion, Xiao Yun's expression hardened, and he sought a way to address Zhao Xiaowan, stating, "Consider yourselves fortunate. The mountain-protecting formation of Xiaozhufeng has just been completed. Today marks a joyous occasion for our sect, and I shall spare your life this time." Zhao Xiaowan quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Xiao, for sparing my life." Xiao Yun, maintaining his stern demeanor, replied, "Do not be hasty in your thanks. While you may escape the death penalty, the punishment for your transgressions remains unavoidable. If you do not receive a lesson, you will fail to learn." With that, he raised the dragon-slaying sword and struck Zhao Xiaowan's back forcefully with the sword spine. Caught off guard, she felt a sharp pain and could not help but let out a cry of agony. Xiao Yun continued his assault, delivering a series of strikes until he deemed it sufficient, finally pausing to observe Zhao Xiaowan. With a stern voice, he commanded Scram, "Remember the rules of Xiaozhufeng." As Xiao Yun struck her, Zhao Xiaowan felt each blow resonate deep within her soul, causing her to tremble in pain. It also brought to mind the harrowing memories of her childhood. An orphan, she had endured a tormenting existence in the hands of traffickers before being sold into the home of Yusu. That period was the most agonizing chapter of her life. Each day, she toiled endlessly, and any failure to meet expectations resulted in merciless beatings from the traffickers. Being young and frail, she could scarcely fulfill the labor imposed upon her, often left battered and near death. Gradually, she became accustomed to the pain, the more they struck her, the more exhilarated she felt. Though the agony was excruciating, an inexplicable sense of fearlessness took root within her, even igniting a strange anticipation for the punishment. At times, she would deliberately neglect her assigned tasks, seeking the thrill of being beaten. Not long after she had adapted to this brutal existence, she was sold into the Yu family. Although she still performed menial chores daily, the beatings ceased. Even when she erred, the housekeeper merely scolded her. Thus, she gradually forgot that exhilarating sensation. However, just moments ago, those buried memories within her soul had been stirred by Xiao Yun's actions. Perhaps due to years of repression, this time, she felt more exhilarated than ever. Despite the pain causing her legs to tremble and threatening her ability to stand, she yearned for Xiao Yun to continue. She wished for his punishment to intensify. Zhao Xiaowan's breathing quickened, and an insane smile crept upon her face. More. The moment those words escaped her lips, Xiao Yun was left utterly bewildered. Xiao Yun thought, what does this woman mean? Is she provoking me? Does she believe I lack the courage to strike her? Zhao Xiaowan's expression grew increasingly frenzied. Come on. What the hell? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Let us fight. I've never encountered someone making such demands before. You're the one asking for this, so if you can't get out of bed tomorrow, don't blame me. Zhao Xiaowan's gaze flickered. I won, T. Xiao Yun, witnessing Zhao Xiaowan's wild demeanor, felt a twinge of apprehension. Could it be that she had lost her sanity from some mental strain? This was certainly not my concern. Xiao Yun covertly glanced at Zhao Xiaowan's back, noticing what appeared to be blood seeping through. The dragon-slaying sword, which she had just raised, was lowered once more as she muttered under her breath. You lunatic, get out of our Xiaozhufeng at once. Disappointed, Zhao Xiaowan was about to plead with Xiao Yun to continue when a sudden scream echoed from afar. Help! Chapter 63. Brother, you have lost weight. Everyone turned their heads to see a gaunt figure rushing towards them with remarkable speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Trailing behind him was an uncountable barrage of fireballs, boulders, flying knives, ice blades, and wooden clubs. The sky was filled with this chaotic storm, hurtling towards them at an astonishing pace. The newcomer shouted, Wen Qing, quickly escape. The mountain protection array has malfunctioned. Xiao Yun recognized the voice and realized that the lean man was none other than Zhong Tianyin, whom he hadn't seen for several days. Brother, you have lost weight, he exclaimed. Where had the over 300-pound figure gone? How could he be reduced to skin and bones in just 5 short days? If not for the urgency of the situation, Xiao Yun would have seized him to inquire further. Wen Qing furrowed her brows and hastily summoned her green bamboo sword. Disregarding the circumstances, she immediately confronted the oncoming fireballs, boulders, and flying knives. Simultaneously, she shouted, I will hold off these spells. You all must leave this place at once. Zhong Tianyin urgently called out, Sister, no. These spells are not ordinary. Their power is immense, and you cannot withstand them. Quickly, get out of the way. As he spoke, he attempted to turn back to save Wen Qing. At that moment, a strange scene unfolded. The myriad of spells soared past Wen Qing, directly targeting Zhong Tianyin, Xiao Yun, and Zhao Xiaowan. In the blink of an eye, they were upon them. Just as Xiao Yun prepared to dodge, he caught a glimpse of Zhao Xiaowan, pale and collapsed on the ground. Xiao Yun cursed under his breath. Damn, if you are to die, do it elsewhere. What is this nonsense about dying on my little bamboo peak? In this critical moment, he could no longer consider whether he could withstand the onslaught of spells. He turned and grasped Zhao Xiaowan's wrist, pulling her up from the ground. If you wish to live, do not move recklessly. No sooner had he spoken than the barrage of spells crashed down upon them. Xiao Yun realized he could not evade in time. Gritting his teeth, he pulled Zhao Xiaowan close, shielding her with his own body. Drawing upon his formidable physical strength, he braced himself against the deluge of spells. The rain of fireballs, boulders, flying knives, ice blades, and wooden clubs slammed against Xiao Yun like a tempest. He clenched his jaw as the 5 types of spiritual energy within him surged wildly to help fend off the descending attacks. Despite the relentless barrage, he remained steadfast, not budging an inch. Wen Qing's eyes turned red, and she cried out, Junior brother. She immediately attempted to rush in to assist. However, Zhong Tianyin quickly held her back. Sister, no. This is not an ordinary spell. It is a killing formation created by the entire mountain protection array. Once trapped within, even you would not be able to escape. Driven by desperation, Wenqing flung Zhong Tianyin's hand away and shouted, "Do not stop me. My junior brother is still inside." Zhong Tianyin, exhausted from days of exertion, was already at his limit. Though he wished to restrain Wenqing, he lacked the strength. As she pushed him aside, he fell to the ground. With her green bamboo sword in hand, Wenqing charged forward. "Junior brother, I am coming to save you." She swung her long sword, conjuring walls of ice that materialized from thin air. As she dashed into the tempest of spells, the intricately engraved token at her waist suddenly radiated a brilliant light. In one fleeting moment, the chaotic barrage of lethal magic vanished as if it had never existed. If not for the ravaged green bamboo forest and the pockmarked ground bearing witness to the reality of the situation, one might have believed the deadly enchantments had been mere illusions. Confounded and bereft of time for contemplation, Wenqing hurried to Xiao Yun's side, her voice laced with urgency. "Junior brother, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Despite Xiao Yun's formidable physique, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the protective mountain formation. His resilience stemmed solely from the vital quintessence of elemental energy within him. Now, with the dissolution of the deadly array, his strength ebbed away, and he coughed up a copious amount of blood, splattering Zhao Xiaohuan in the process. Xiao Yun exhaled deeply, releasing Zhao Xiaohuan from his grasp, and offered a faint smile to Wenqing. "Sister, I am unharmed. I owe my life to your timely intervention. Otherwise, I would have surely met my demise." Zhao Xiaohuan, still in a state of shock, found herself speechless, her mouth agape as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. The warm, metallic taste of his blood awakened her senses. It felt as if he were a divine savior who had descended from the heavens to shield her in her direst hour. When she beheld the storm of spells, she had resigned herself to the notion of impending death. Never did she anticipate that Xiao Yun would be the one to protect her in such a perilous moment. Nestled in his embrace, she felt ensconced in the safest of harbors, impervious to the tumult raging outside. An inexplicable affection began to blossom within her heart. "Xiao, brother Xiao, are you truly unscathed?" Zhao Xiaohuan inquired softly, a blush creeping over her cheeks. "Get lost. Are you out of your mind? If it weren't for you, I would have evaded this ordeal long ago." Xiao Yun retorted angrily, delivering a sharp kick to Zhao Xiaohuan. Were it not for this insufferable woman, he would not have had to endure such a vicious assault. Although he had initially been reluctant to save Zhao Xiaohuan, the consequences of her demise on their humble bamboo peak would have been catastrophic. Even if the circumstances were justifiable, he and his sister would likely face severe repercussions. Zhao Xiaohuan, toppled to the ground, was not angered. Rather, she found herself yearning for Xiao Yun to unleash his frustration upon her. Wenqing glanced at the fallen Zhao Xiaohuan and sighed gently. "Junior brother, since you are unharmed, refrain from holding it against her. Brother Zhong has stated that the issues arose from our mountain's protective formation, and she too is a victim." At the mention of the protective formation, Xiao Yun's ire surged. He glared at the sprawled Zhong Tianyin and demanded, "What on earth have you done? How did the lethal array come to be unleashed?" Zhong Tianyin wore a look of indignation, hastily responding, "This is not my fault. The formation malfunctioned. After I completed the last segment, the array became self-sustaining, and the protective formation was deemed a success. I was just about to ascend the Xiaozhufeng mountain in search of you, when I stumbled upon a wooden box not far along the path. Inscribed upon it was a demand for 10 spirit stones, warning that failure to comply would result in my entrapment within a formidable array. This array was crafted by my own hand, and I possessed an intimate understanding of its intricacies. Thus, I had no faith in the requirement to surrender spirit stones. Ignoring the box, I continued my ascent, only to find that the array had inexplicably activated behind me. Initially, I found myself ensnared in a labyrinthine formation. It took considerable effort for me to navigate my way out, but upon emerging halfway up the mountain, I encountered yet another wooden box, this time demanding 50 spirit stones, with a stern warning of consequences for noncompliance. At that moment, I began to suspect that something had gone awry with the array. Just as I was about to inspect its foundation, a fireball came hurtling towards me. Although the fireball lacked great power, and I was able to deflect it with ease. Another box abruptly appeared, insisting on more spirit stones. It became evident that the array was indeed malfunctioning. I proceeded to examine the array's foundation methodically, but the incessant emergence of boxes demanding spirit stones and the intensifying potency of the spells attacking me became overwhelming. Initially, I managed to fend them off, but soon the deluge of assaults became too great, and I had no choice but to evade them. In my frantic flight, I fortuitously encountered you all. Upon hearing my tale, Xiao Yun was at a loss for words, exclaiming in frustration, "Why couldn't you simply follow the instructions of the wooden boxes and offer the spirit stones?" Chapter 64. Brother Xiao, I am willing. Zhong Tianyin, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "What purpose does offering spirit stones serve? Can I resolve the issues of the grand formation merely by submitting spirit stones?" Xiao Yun sighed, realizing that he had failed to inform Zhong Tianyin in advance about this matter. Consequently, Zhong Tianyin inadvertently activated the formation. The protective array established at Xiaozhu Peak was originally designed to collect spirit stones. If one dutifully presented their spirit stones, the protective formation would automatically mark them. For a designated period, those marked could freely enter and exit Xiaozhu Peak. However, failure to submit spirit stones would initially result in a warning, followed by increasing assaults over time, as well as the emergence of new chests, providing an opportunity for those within the formation to present their stones. This was the green rock bamboo toll formation that Xiao Yun had meticulously crafted for Xiaozhu Peak. Reflecting on it now, the formation possessed certain flaws. Should one become ensnared in an inescapable assault, even the desire to offer spirit stones would be rendered futile due to a lack of time. This formation required further refinement. With a resigned wave of his hand, Xiao Yun remarked, "Never mind. I will explain everything once we reach Xiaozhu Peak." Fortunately, there had been no casualties, so he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. When Qing suddenly spoke up, "Senior Brother Zhong, why have you become so thin? I nearly failed to recognize you upon our first meeting." Zhong Tianyin trembled slightly, his tongue stumbling over words. Senior Sister. Thank you for your concern. I. Xiao Yun, unable to bear the effort it took for him to speak, interjected, "All right, no need to stutter. We can have a private conversation later, lest you become tongue-tied in front of my senior sister." Zhong Tianyin cast a reproachful glare at Xiao Yun. How could he admit in front of Wenqing that he was so overwhelmed by her presence that he could not articulate his thoughts? Such a revelation would surely expose his affections for her. Oh dear, this is too nerve-wracking. What might Wenqing think of me? Would she ever comprehend the depth of my feelings? With a flushed face, Zhong Tianyin awkwardly glanced at Wenqing, only to discover that she did not appear angered. Rather, her gaze seemed to hold an added touch of concern. His heart raced with excitement. Did Wenqing accept him? How splendid! Wenqing observed Zhong Tianyin's halting speech with a hint of compassion. Poor senior brother Zhong, afflicted with this speech impediment in the presence of beautiful women. Such an inherent flaw. I wonder if it can ever be remedied. If not, he may never find a partner in this lifetime. Perhaps it would be wise for me to avoid encounters with him. Wenqing discreetly pulled Xiao Yun aside and whispered, "Junior brother, given senior brother Zhong's condition, might my presence upset him? Should I leave?" Xiao Yun nodded, acknowledging, "I did not expect senior sister to recall this matter. It is indeed the case. Perhaps you should depart for now. I will attend to senior brother Zhong." "Very well. I shall take my leave," she replied. "Please wait a moment, senior sister. Could you heat up the leftover lunch for us? After all, brother Zhong has been working hard for so many days. Let us treat him to a meal before he leaves." Wenqing furrowed her brow slightly and said, "Leftovers from lunch? That doesn't seem right. How about I go to Watermoon Peak and buy 4 dishes instead? Buying that much at Watermoon Peak would be too expensive. Senior sister, all you need to do is swap our large plate for a few delicate small dishes. Brother Zhong can't eat much." Wenqing looked at Xiao Yun with a hint of doubt and asked, "Really? Brother Zhong won TB picky, will he? Rest assured with me around. He definitely won TB." Wenqing cast a worried glance at Zhong Tianyin, then sighed and said, "All right, I'll go prepare." She bid farewell to Zhong Tianyin and returned to Little Bamboo Peak. Once when Qing had walked far away, Zhong Tianyin hurriedly approached Xiao Yun and asked, "Why did Qing leave? What were you whispering about for so long?" Xiao Yun looked Zhong Tianyin up and down, shook his head, and sighed, "Brother, you've lost weight. What have you been through these past few days? Stop wasting time with me." I asked why when Qing left and why she is ignoring me. I helped her complete the protective mountain formation. Shouldn't she be grateful? Xiao Yun chuckled, putting an arm around Zhong Tianyin's shoulders, and said, "You're so impatient. Let us talk on the way." The two of them linked arms and made their way towards Little Bamboo Peak. Suddenly, Xiao Yun hurriedly caught up, calling out from behind, "Xiao Yun, senior brother." Xiao Yun slightly frowned and turned slowly to ask, "What is it?" Thank you. Thank you for risking your life to save me." Xiao Yun scoffed and replied, "Don't you know that great kindness should not go unacknowledged? If you really want to thank me, how about something tangible?" Tangible? Xiao Yun, not a fool, realized that Xiao Yun was asking for some benefit. But what could she possibly offer him? Senior brother Xiao Yun is exceptionally powerful. Even Su Gu is no match for him. And she certainly couldn't guide him in cultivation. As for weapons, he possesses the legendary Dragon Slayer sword, which he doesn't need. And as for spirit stones, how could someone as talented as him lack spirit stones? The sect would undoubtedly nurture him generously. If it weren't for the ample spirit stones provided by the sect for his cultivation, how could he have improved so rapidly? After contemplating, Xiao Yun realized she had nothing to offer Xiao Yun. Yet, he was so straightforward in asking for something. What could it be? Suddenly, her cheeks flushed as a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that senior brother, Xiao Yun, has feelings for her? Historically, it has always been difficult for heroes to resist the allure of beauty. It was entirely possible for him to be smitten by her charm. No wonder he risked his life to save her. It all made sense now. But why was he so harsh with her, both scolding and hitting? Could it be that his preferences were different from those of ordinary people? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and an inexplicable excitement surged within her. Blushing, she lowered her head and said, "I understand what you mean, senior brother Xiao. I am willing." Xiao Yun furrowed his brows, gazing at Xiao Yun with a perplexed expression. Did this woman truly comprehend the situation, or was her understanding superficial? If she was indeed enlightened, then she ought to provide me with a figure. How many spirit stones is she prepared to offer in gratitude? What does her willingness signify? Xiao Yun, growing weary of delving deeper, mused that as a mere outer disciple, the quantity of spirit stones she could present must be limited. 50, perhaps 100? Having witnessed Yu Su's prowess, Xiao Yun found such a sum rather unimpressive. Impatiently waving his hand, he said, "If you understand, then be on your way." Xiao Yun, with utmost respect, performed a bow and turned to depart. Suddenly, Xiao Yun recalled something and swiftly called out to her, "Wait a moment." Xiao Yun halted her steps, turning back to bow and inquire, "Is there anything else, senior brother Xiao?" Chapter 65. For love, Xiao Yun had just recalled that the protective formation of Xiaozhu Peak had been completed. Xiao Yun and Yu Su had been thoroughly stripped of their spirit stones by him. Without these stones, the protective formation would not permit their exit. Thus, he called out to Xiao Yun. Casually, Xiao Yun snapped a green rock bamboo, breaking off a small segment, upon which he inscribed a complex array and tossed it to Xiao Yun. "Hold this, and the great formation of Xiaozhu Peak will not assault you. Inform your junior brothers and sisters that the peak is safeguarded by this formation. Henceforth, anyone wishing to harvest green rock bamboo must bring spirit stones." Xiao Yun respectfully accepted the bamboo token. "Yes, I shall certainly relay your words, senior brother Xiao." Xiao Yun, maintaining a solemn demeanor, nodded curtly. "Begone." He paid no further attention to Xiao Yun and Yu Su, directly ascending to the summit of Xiaozhu Peak with Zhong Tianyin. Once Xiao Yun had distanced himself, Yu Su approached Xiao Yun, his expression filled with concern. "Sister Huan, are you all right? Were you hurt?" Xiao Yun shook her head. Yu Su continued, "That despicable Xiao Yun. I shall not let this go unpunished. Fear not, Sister Huan, I will avenge you sooner or later. How dare he strike you with the dragon-slaying sword? Let me see where he injured you. Does it hurt? I have some ointment. I can apply it for you." Zhao Xiaowan waved her hand to halt Yu Su's advance. Brother Su, there's no need. How can there be no need? I see blood seeping from your back. Yu Su moved closer, intending to remove Zhao Xiaowan's clothing. Startled, Zhao Xiaowan darted aside like a frightened rabbit. Brother Su, I insist it's unnecessary. It will be best for us to maintain some distance in the future. Yu Su, bewildered, inquired. What is the matter, Sister Huan? What did you mean by that? Zhao Xiaowan's lips curled into a slight smile. Brother Su, you cannot possibly understand, for your innocence is profound. Many truths need not be spoken aloud. Gulme, I will ensure your safe departure from the protective formation of Xiaozhu Peak as a token of gratitude for your care over these past years. On the mountain path of Xiaozhu Peak, Zhong Tianyin eagerly pressed Xiao Yun for answers. What did Junior Sister Wenqing say to you? Why did she leave on her own? Xiao Yun smiled mysteriously. Brother Zhong, do you know where Senior Sister Wenqing has gone? How could I possibly know? Stop teasing me and just tell me. To express her gratitude for your hard work these past few days, Senior Sister Wenqing personally prepared dinner for you. Tonight you are in for a treat. Zhong Tianyin's eyes brightened with joy. Really? Senior Sister Wenqing cooked for me herself? Indeed. Why would I deceive you? You shall find out once we reach the mountain. Zhong Tianyin, filled with excitement, embraced Xiao Yun, bouncing with joy. How wonderful! Junior Sister Wenqing is truly considerate of me. His elation stemmed from another reason as well. He thought to himself, just moments ago at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yun had revealed before Wenqing that he became tongue-tied upon seeing her. This clearly indicated to Wenqing that Zhong Tianyin harbored feelings for her, if she was still willing to prepare dinner for him. It signified not only her lack of opposition, but perhaps her tacit approval. How could he not be overjoyed? Xiao Yun could not help but roll his eyes, quickly restraining the exuberant Zhong Tianyin. All right, it's just a meal. Look at how ecstatic you are. Brother, I need to ask you, why have you become so thin? You're practically skin and bones. One might think something has drained you dry. Zhong Tianyin chuckled nonchalantly. This is my unique secret technique. That excess flesh may seem useless, but it's actually a result of an overabundance of spiritual energy within me. Now that my spiritual energy is depleted naturally, I've lost weight. You need not worry too much. After a couple of days of rest, I'll regain my former self. Who is worried about you? I'm merely curious. So, you convert spiritual energy in this manner for storage? No wonder that hefty fellow possesses such immense spiritual energy. He employs this method. As they ascended the mountain, Xiao Yun narrated the situation regarding the Xiaozhu Peak's grand formation to Zhong Tianyin. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tianyin realized that the protective formation was encircled by 360 smaller formations. No wonder he sensed something different about the grand formation. Yet, he was taken aback that the elaborate protective formation's primary function was merely to charge fees for the green rock bamboo. This was something he found difficult to accept. It was akin to using a flying sword to swat a mosquito, an overblown response. As they walked and conversed, Xiao Yun suddenly inquired, Brother, there is something I don't quite understand. Why are you so fixated on Senior Sister Wenqing? Isn't that obvious? It's all because of love. Zhong Tianyin replied, his face radiating infatuation. Lo, my foot. I see you are merely lusting after my senior sister. How despicable. Xiao Yun chuckled softly, remaining silent. Zhong Tianyin frowned in discontent. What? Why are you laughing? Do you find my words amusing? Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Brother, you've hardly met my senior sister a few times. To claim it's love is truly hard for me to believe. It seems you're simply taken by her beauty. Zhong Tianyin scoffed, looking at Xiao Yun with disdain. Do you think I am like you, merely teasing a beautiful woman upon seeing her? My feelings for Junior Sister Wenqing are genuine love. Xiao Yun returned the disdainful gaze. Then pray tell, how is it that you two share this so-called true love? Zhong Tianyin took a deep breath, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, lost in a contemplative reverie. After a considerable pause, Zhong Tianyin slowly began to speak. That year I was 11 and my junior sister, Wenqing, was 10. Our first encounter took place in Senior Sister Xiaozhufeng's private kitchen. Xiao Yun could not help but roll his eyes, internally scoffing. Does your master know how infatuated you are? Zhong Tianyin, lost in his memories, continued to expound. I shall never forget the sight of Junior Sister Winching approaching me, carrying a plate brimming with spirit crabs. In that moment, I beheld a radiant light emanating from her, glimmering in myriad hues, as if an angel were walking towards me. That plate of spirit crabs was a divine gift bestowed upon me. From that instant, I could never forget Junior Sister Winching. Is it really just a plate of spirit crabs? Xiao Yun remarked with disdain. To you, it may be merely a plate of spirit crabs, but to me, it was a gift, a blessing, a manifestation of love. It symbolized rebirth. Without that plate of crabs, I would surely have perished from hunger. Is it truly that exaggerated? Xiao Yun queried. You have no idea. At that time, I had made arrangements with my master to dine there together. In anticipation of that meal, I had not eaten a morsel the day prior, and I was already swaying from weakness. However, my master forgot our agreement in the midst of his cultivation. I waited there for a full 4 hours, starving. Just when I was on the verge of fainting from hunger, Junior Sister Winching appeared. Do you comprehend the sensation of being saved from despair? She walked into my world like a savior, not only preserving my life, but also redeeming my soul. From that moment, I knew that no one else could ever occupy a place in my heart besides Junior Sister Winching. Xiao Yun remained unmoved by his tale and interjected with a sarcastic remark. At that time, you were merely 11 years old. Were you truly that mature? What do you know? The emotions of childhood are the most genuine. As we grow, all feelings become diluted. Zhong Tianyin sighed wistfully. I advise you to abandon that line of thought. I sense that Senior Sister Winching does not harbor such feelings for you. You speak nonsense. That is impossible. You must understand, Junior Sister Winching adored spirit crabs as child. She would rather forego her own meal to present them to me. Do you grasp the significance of that? I do not. Perhaps Senior Sister Winching merely felt sympathy for your hunger and acted out of kindness. She is generous to everyone. No, I am different. That was spirit crab, her favorite dish. I observed that at the table with Senior Uncle Yin, there were a total of 8 dishes. Yet she offered me her most cherished, the spirit crab. It is certainly not as simple as you suggest. Moreover, did you not notice that even after achieving the Golden Core realm, Junior Sister Winching still personally cooked for me, and yet you claim she has no feelings for me? Xiao Yun longed to tell him that those were merely leftovers from their lunch, reheated in a small dish. However, he restrained himself and sighed, saying, as long as you are happy. Suddenly, Zhong Tianyin recalled something, wrapping an arm around Xiao Yun with a mischievous grin. Did you not mention that if I completed the mountain protection array, I would receive something personal from Junior Sister Winching? Chapter 66. A refined dinner. Upon hearing Zhong Tianyin mention this, Xiao Yun merely smiled and said, Oh, you're referring to that? Of course, I shall assist you, junior brother. Zhong Tianyin was overjoyed, lightly patting Xiao Yun's shoulder and exclaiming, Good brother, I knew I did not misjudge you. When can you procure it for me? After the matter is accomplished, I shall arrange for you to have a chance with Sister Chu Hongyan. Xiao Yun quickly interrupted Zhong Tianyin's inappropriate behavior, saying, Hold on. Please refrain from presenting me with such peculiar requests. With a mischievous grin, Zhong Tianyin nudged Xiao Yun with his elbow, saying, Still pretending with me, are you? You surely do not wish for me to approach Sister Chu Hongyan's chamber, do you? I understand. Unless absolutely necessary, I would not desire your assistance in this matter. Xiao Yun suddenly adopted a serious expression and retorted, What are you saying, senior brother? I fail to comprehend. Zhong Tianyin chuckled and replied, Fine, continue your charade. Just inform me when you can retrieve Sister Winching's personal belongings. Xiao Yun nodded solemnly and stated, To take without permission is akin to theft. As a disciple of the Lingjian sect, I would never engage in such dishonorable acts. Sister Winching's personal items must be retrieved by you, senior brother. Zhong Tianyin's expression immediately soured. What do you mean, junior brother? If I could retrieve them myself, why would I seek your help? I cannot even enter Sister Winching's chamber. To obtain my senior sister's personal belongings, there are alternatives that do not necessitate entering her chamber, Xiao Yun suddenly remarked with a smile. Zhong Tianyin grew anxious. What? Other locations as well? Where? How could Sister Winching's personal items be found elsewhere? Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly, In the treasure hall at Longsho Peak. The hairpin that Sister Winching wears is kept there. If you desire it, you may go and take a look. The hairpin of Sister Winching is in the treasure hall? Such a valuable item could not possibly be there. Moreover, the personal items I mentioned are not of that nature. Feigning confusion, Xiao Yun inquired, "What does senior brother mean by personal items? If they are not valuable possessions, I can assist you in asking Sister Winching for them." Zhong Tianyin opened his mouth, intending to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Surely, he could not ask Xiao Yun to procure a petticoat from Sister Winching. It's nothing. I recall that hairpin was a gift from Master Yin to Sister Winching for her birthday. Such a precious item. How could she possibly place it in the treasure hall? Xiao Yun sighed and responded, "What other reason could there be? A lack of funds, perhaps. You affluent individuals are oblivious to the challenges we face at Little Bamboo Peak. Unlike your other peaks, we do not possess avenues for earning spirit stones. When Sister Winching took me to the scripture pavilion, I had to sign a promissory note. Is that truly the case?" Zhong Tianyin exclaimed in astonishment. As the eldest disciple of the Liang Peak, he had never experienced a shortage of spirit stones. The notion of signing a promissory note had never crossed his mind. "Would I lie to you? Now you comprehend the difficulties I faced while arranging this mountain-protecting formation with my senior sister. Do you not? If we do not devise some means to recycle spirit stones, both my senior sister and I may very well starve." After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Tianyin found this reasoning sound and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it is high time that Xiaozhu Peak established a method to generate spirit stones. Implementing a fee for the green rock bamboo is certainly a necessary measure." He was taken aback to learn of the difficulties faced by Sister Winching. Had she not been at her wit's end, she surely would not have resorted to pawning the treasured artifact gifted by Uncle Yin at the Baibao Pavilion. Now that I am aware of this matter, I shall not remain idle. Please inform Sister Winching that she need not worry too much. Tomorrow, I will redeem her hairpin. Previously, Zhong Tianyin had looked down upon the idea of utilizing the protective mountain formation of Xiaozhu Peak as a means of revenue. However, upon hearing about its current circumstances, he swiftly changed his stance. Is that truly the case? In that instance, I must extend my gratitude to Brother Zhong on Sister Winching's behalf. She will undoubtedly be overjoyed upon hearing this. Zhong Tianyin smiled proudly, declaring, "If it brings joy to Sister Winching, then what I have done is but a trifling matter." As Xiao Yun and Zhong Tianyin engaged in conversation, they soon arrived at the kitchen of Xiaozhu Peak. The table was already set with chopsticks and plates. There were 8 exquisite dishes, each presented in dainty portions that barely filled the center of the plates, insufficient for a single bite. Zhong Tianyin, clearly unaccustomed to such a spectacle, was rendered speechless. Xiao Yun feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Heavens! Sister has truly gone to such lengths. I am deeply moved." Zhong Tianyin, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by that? How can Brother Zhong not see? Look at this table laden with delicacies. Each dish is so meticulously crafted. To prepare 8 dishes in such a manner requires an immense amount of thought and effort from Sister. Sister Xiaozhufeng can easily prepare a large platter of any dish. Yet Sister Winching has managed to create but a mere morsel for each dish. The dedication involved is undoubtedly magnitudes greater." Initially, Zhong Tianyin thought Xiaozhu Peak was deliberately neglecting him, but after hearing Xiao Yun's explanation, he came to a profound realization. Indeed, creating such diminutive portions was no trivial task. Overcome with emotion, Zhong Tianyin felt tears welling up. "Sister Winching has gone to such lengths for my sake. What merit do I have to deserve her kindness? Where is Sister Winching? I must express my gratitude to her personally." Zhong Tianyin hurriedly searched for Winching. Xiao Yun waved his hand, saying, "Enough of that. If Sister wished to see you, she would have been here waiting. She is likely shy and embarrassed to face you. Let's eat first, so we do not squander Sister's heartfelt intentions. Afterward, you must return to your Liang Peak. It has been quite some time since you last visited." Zhong Tianyin pondered for a moment and conceded that Xiao Yun had a point. Thus he settled down to savor the dinner prepared by Winching. After finishing the meal, Zhong Tianyin was thoroughly satisfied and stood to bid farewell. Xiao Yun personally saw him off before returning to the kitchen to prepare dinner for himself and Sister Winching. The evening meal comprised 4 dishes and a soup. Once completed, Xiao Yun went to summon Sister to join him for dinner. During their meal, Xiao Yun could not help but inquire, "Senior Sister, Do you remember where we first encountered Brother Zhong in our childhood? When Qing smiled and replied, of course. I recall it vividly. It was in Sister Chu Ting's private kitchen, and Brother Zhong was so famished that he nearly toppled from his chair. Ah, I have heard that you offered Brother Zhong a plate of your favorite spirit crabs, Xiao Yun remarked. When Qing chuckled and said, indeed, that did happen. Reflecting on it now, I feel a tinge of regret. Had it not been for my stomach discomfort that day, I would never have parted with that plate of spirit crabs for Brother Zhong. It was Master who insisted that, seeing the spirit crabs on the table, I was too distracted to enjoy the other dishes, thus compelling me to give them to Brother Zhong. Xiao Yun suddenly understood, nodding in acknowledgement. I see now. I knew it. When Qing, puzzled, asked, what do you know, junior brother? Xiao Yun quickly waved his hand, saying nothing. Nothing at all. Senior sister, you must remember this. Brother Zhong has a concealed ailment, and you should avoid appearing before him whenever possible. I am well aware of that. Wen Qing replied with a smile. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yun and Wen Qing enjoyed their meal, the other 6 peaks of the Lingjian sect were in a state of uproar. For all the peak leaders had learned of the news that the green rock bamboo of the Little Bamboo Peak would be charging fees. Chapter 67. The attitudes of each peak. The esteemed Master Jingjin of Shueiyue Peak listened intently to her disciples' reports, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Once the disciples had concluded their accounts, she finally spoke. Is that mixed spirit root disciple truly so unruly and unreasonable? Reporting to Master, the servant disciple Zhao Xiaohuan was struck, leaving her cheeks swollen and bruised, and the swelling has yet to subside. Master Jingjin responded in a measured tone. Bring Zhao Xiaohuan to see me. Before long, Zhao Xiaohuan was escorted into the grand hall by the true disciples of Shueiyue Peak. With a stern expression, Master Jingjin addressed Zhao Xiaohuan. Remove your veil. Zhao Xiaohuan, not daring to defy the Master's wishes, promptly lifted her veil. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaohuan's disfigured face, Master Jingjin slammed her palm onto the side table. With a resounding crash, the table splintered into fragments. Through gritted teeth, Master Jingjin exclaimed, very well, very well. Yin, Qingwei. Indeed, like master, like disciple. I shall not stoop to the level of the younger generation. We shall settle our accounts when you return. With a wave of her hand, she declared, I am aware of this matter now. You may all leave. I will advocate for you. With that, Master Jingjin rose and departed from the hall. Yes. We bid farewell to our esteemed master. The disciples responded in unison, bowing deeply. It was only then that Zhao Xiaohuan realized the purpose of her summons. She wished to defend Xiao Yun, but Master Jingjin had already exited the grand hall. Elder Gushi, the head of Wuchen Peak, observed the kneeling Yu Su and inquired, is it truly that Xiao Yun extorted you? Yes, he seized 5,000 spirit stones from me. How could a mere mixed spirit root possibly be your adversary? Elder Gushi questioned, perplexed. I do not know. I beseech the master to adjudicate this matter, Yu Su replied, bowing repeatedly. Elder Gushi sighed. You approached him. You have found yourself outmatched. How can I assist you in that? When your master Yin returns, I shall ensure she provides you with justice. At Liang Pi, the usually fiery-tempered Master Qin Weiyang was incensed upon hearing from his disciples that the disciples of Xiaozhu Peak intended to collect spirit stones. This is unacceptable. Summon your senior brother at once. While awaiting the arrival of Zhong Tianyin, Qin Weiyang instructed, tomorrow, you shall return to Xiaozhu Peak. I will have your senior brother accompany you. If Xiaozhu Peak dares to collect spirit stones, let Zhong deal with them and reclaim your stolen stones with interest. Upon hearing Qin Weiyang's words, the disciples of Liang Peak felt a wave of relief. With Zhong Tianyin accompanying them, their success seemed assured. Soon, Zhong Tianyin arrived at the grand hall of Liang Peak. Upon seeing Zhong Tianyin, who appeared emaciated and gaunt, Master Qin Weiyang solemnly inquired, what has transpired? How had you come to look this way? Zhong Tianyin bowed and smiled. Master need not worry. I have merely experienced significant depletion of spiritual energy these past few days. A couple of days, rest will suffice. Qin Weiyang nodded and said, although I have entrusted you with the guidance of your new junior sister, you must not neglect your own well-being. Even if your body can withstand the strain, how can Chu Hongyin, with her limited cultivation, endure such arduous training alongside you? Standing beside Qin Weiyang, Chu Hongyin softly remarked, Master, I have not seen Brother Zhong for 5 days. Each time I seek him out, he is absent. It is not solely due to instructing his disciples that Brother Zhong appears so exhausted. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuyong's expression soured, resembling that of a disgruntled donkey, as he shot a fierce glare at Zhong Tianyin and demanded, "Where have you been these past few days?" Zhong Tianyin quickly forced a smile and replied, "Disciple went to Xiaozhu Peak to assist Junior Sister Wenxing in setting up the protective mountain formation. It has now been completed, Master. Rest assured that I will diligently guide Junior Sister Hongyan henceforth." Foolish. You still have the leisure to help Xiaozhu Peak with their protective formation? Do you not realize that our disciples from Liang Peak must expend spirit stones to harvest the green rock bamboo from Xiaozhu Peak? Zhong Tianyin nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware, Master. I assisted in establishing the protective formation to earn spirit stones for Xiaozhu Peak. You. Qin Wuyong was nearly rendered unconscious with fury. How could he have raised such a treacherous disciple? Despite his anger, they were all members of the Spirit Sword sect, and mutual assistance was expected. Qin Wuyong could not bring himself to forbid him from helping Xiaozhu Peak, and could only seethe. You seem to have plenty of time on your hands, do you? Capable of setting up protective formations, are you? Very well, starting tomorrow, within 3 days. Establish 10 gathering yang arrays for Liang Peak. Within 10 days, construct a protective mountain formation for Liang Peak as well. No assistance allowed. You must do it alone. Should you fail, you will be sentenced to face the wall on the back mountain of Liang Peak for 10 years without achieving the nascent soul. You shall not leave the mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tianyin immediately knelt before Qin Wuyong, pleading, Master, not only am I currently overexerted, but even at my peak, it would be impossible to set up 10 gathering yang arrays in 3 days. I implore you to rescind your order. Qin Wuyong snorted coldly and addressed the other disciples. Take him away. I do not wish to see him again. Understood. 2 of Liang Peak's other core disciples promptly stepped forward, 1 on each side, to escort Zhong Tianyin out of the Grand Hall. Zhong Tianyin cried out desperately, Master, please rescind your order. This is an impossible task. Master, after Zhong Tianyin was dragged out, Qin Wuyong sighed and said, forget it. The protective mountain formation personally established by your senior brother is beyond your means to dismantle. So do not go to Xiaozhu Peak to cut bamboo for now. Their grievances are not solely directed at us from Liang Peak. Let's see what the other peaks have to say. After hearing his disciples' report, Xie Jingfeng, the head of the Sword of Divine Sword Peak, coldly remarked that Xiao Yun not only took our dragon-slaying sword but also threatened our disciples with it. This is utterly outrageous. Do not fear him. Tomorrow, you shall continue to cut the green rock bamboo as usual. Let us see what he dares to do. Master, Xiao Yun is exceedingly violent. I worry for the safety of our disciples. Today, a servant disciple from Shueiyue Peak was slapped multiple times by Xiao Yun for refusing to pay spirit stones. Is that truly the case? Inquired the head of Divine Sword Peak. Indeed, the disciple dares not conceal the truth. It is as it is. The esteemed leader of the Divine Sword Peak, Xie Jingfeng, nodded in agreement. Very well, I had no intention of quarreling with the junior. Yet he has truly overstepped his bounds. Tomorrow, when you venture to the small bamboo peak to harvest the green rock bamboo, summon your 3rd, 5th, and 6th senior brothers. Should Xiao Yun dare to act, do not hesitate to teach him a proper lesson. With the protection of our senior brothers, Xiao Yun will surely refrain from demanding our spirit stones any longer. Xie Jingfeng affirmed, Indeed, you may go. At Qingmu Peak, Yang Shuhao was incensed, his hair bristling with fury. Oh, Xiao Yun, I have already shown you considerable leniency by allowing the miscellaneous disciples to cease their harvest at Small Bamboo Peak and instead purchase from the other peaks. Yet you still choose to oppose me. It is utterly intolerable. Tomorrow, I shall personally accompany you to Small Bamboo Peak, and I shall see whether Xiao Yun dares to demand spirit stones from me. The disciples of Qingmu Peak quickly responded, with Brother Yang accompanying us. Surely Xiao Yun will not have the audacity to act arrogantly. Yang Shuhao let out a cold laugh, his gaze filled with malice. Should Xiao Yun dare to speak insolently tomorrow, he would ensure that all the grievances suffered at the hands of Small Bamboo Peak would be settled in one fell swoop. Chapter 68. Visitors from the Divine Sword Peak on Longzhou Peak, where the esteemed leader of the Lingjian sect resides, upon receiving a report from his disciples. The master merely remarked, "Since Xiaozhu Peak has established this rule, should you venture to harvest the green bamboo there, you shall abide by their regulations." The disciples from Longzhou Peak hastily protested, "But master, for many years, the green bamboo of Xiaozhu Peak has been freely harvested. Why must we now pay spirit stones?" The master sighed and replied, "Did our Longzhou Peak's scripture repository not also initially require no spirit stones? Very well, I am aware of this matter. You may leave." The disciples, fearing to oppose their master's will, retreated obediently. The master shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself, "Has even Xiaozhu Peak succumbed to this?" The competition among the various peaks of the Lingjian sect had intensified. Although the disciples' cultivation progressed rapidly, the bonds among them grew increasingly tenuous. One could only wonder whether this state of the Lingjian sect was a blessing or a curse. The following day, the three senior brothers from Divine Sword Peak, accompanied by a group of miscellaneous disciples, arrived at the foot of Xiaozhu Peak. Before they could enter the bamboo grove, they spotted a sign standing outside. "Restricted area of Xiaozhu Peak. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden entry. Intruders will bear the consequences of their actions." Beside this sign was a box, inscribed with, "To harvest the green bamboo, deposit spirit stones inside. 10 spirit stones per person for 1 hour." The leading miscellaneous disciple inquired, "Senior brother, what should we do? Should we pay the spirit stones?" The third senior brother of Divine Sword Peak scoffed, "How could I have known that Junior Sister Xiaozhufeng was adept in formations? This is merely an intimidation tactic. Besides, with our sixth junior brother here, even if there is a formation, we need not worry." The sixth junior brother, having observed the surroundings during the battle outside, nodded and said, "This protective mountain formation is called the Primordial Unity Array. It is not particularly formidable. It is merely a grand formation based on substantial spiritual power. As long as one understands the principles, entry and exit can be accomplished effortlessly. Follow me, brothers and sisters." The third senior brother chuckled. "Did you hear that? Let us enter the formation. I am eager to see if that Xiao Yun dares to collect our spirit stones." As the group from Divine Sword Peak took a few steps forward, they were immediately enveloped in mist. The miscellaneous disciples panicked, creating a cacophony of voices. The sixth junior brother quickly commanded, "Do not panic. Hold on to each other's shoulders and follow closely behind me. I will lead you out of this maze." At his words, the disciples' anxiousness began to subside. They grasped each other's shoulders and followed the sixth junior brother. Before long, the fog indeed dissipated, and they emerged from the maze. The sixth junior brother smiled triumphantly. "All right, we have made it out. Let us harvest the green bamboo here." At that moment, the miscellaneous disciples were overwhelmed with admiration for the sixth junior brother, flocking to praise him. "He is truly remarkable. In such thick fog, where visibility was non-existent, he effortlessly guided us out. Indeed, I was genuinely frightened at first. Thankfully, the sixth junior brother was here to assist us." With the presence of the sixth senior brother, no matter the intricacy of the formation, it can be effortlessly dismantled. Indeed, the sixth senior brother possesses unparalleled mastery over formations, rendering us immune to confinement by any array. Feeling quite pleased after effortlessly breaching the formation, he chuckled, "The array of Xiaozhufeng is trivial. I can dismantle it with ease." However, he acknowledged that setting up such a formation consumes considerable spiritual energy, and out of respect for the effort involved, it would be unkind to destroy it. At that moment, a junior disciple voiced an objection, saying, "Sixth brother, you mustn't think this way. If you could indeed destroy this grand formation, it would be a tremendous favor to us." The disciple continued, "After all, you cannot accompany us to chop green rock bamboo every day. If this formation remains intact, we shall inevitably fall into its labyrinthine traps in the future." The third senior brother nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this formation has no necessity for existence." Sixth junior brother, "If you can obliterate it, then please do. It will save us future troubles." After contemplating, the sixth senior brother found merit in their reasoning and nodded, "Very well. I shall proceed to dismantle its foundation. Once the foundation is destroyed, the grand formation will dissipate. Just as he finished speaking, a wooden box unexpectedly floated towards them, inscribed with a warning to promptly submit spiritual stones. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of the formation. The third senior brother laughed heartily and kicked the approaching box away, declaring, "With sixth junior brother here, we can dismantle your formation in an instant. How dare you demand our spiritual stones?" The box lay motionless on the ground after being kicked away. The surrounding disciples erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "This ridiculous box is merely trying to frighten us. It deserves to be smashed. Indeed, let us shatter it," one junior disciple asserted, stepping forward to destroy it. Suddenly, the sixth senior brother commanded, "Wait." The junior disciple, puzzled, turned to ask, "What is it, sixth brother?" The sixth senior brother furrowed his brow in silence. He had not sensed any fluctuations from the formation. Why had the box floated towards them on its own? Moreover, the Xiao Yun formation lacked such capabilities. Let us refrain from touching the box for now. I shall dismantle the foundation first, and then we shall see, he finally proclaimed after a moment of contemplation. With the sixth senior brother's decree, the others had nothing more to say. After muttering a few curses at the box, they turned to chop the green rock bamboo. Suddenly, a flurry of fireballs descended from the sky, precisely matching their number. These fireballs hurtled towards them with great speed. The third senior brother shouted urgently, "Be cautious. We are under attack." The junior disciples, witnessing the incoming fireballs, panicked and scrambled to retreat. The third senior brother swiftly brandished his sword and with dazzling strikes dispersed the fireballs. After extinguishing the flames, he landed gracefully and reassured the group, "There is no need for alarm. With me here, you are safe." The junior disciples immediately responded, "Third brother, you are magnificent. Those sword strikes were so impressive. With you and the sixth brother around, we have nothing to fear." The third senior brother smiled gently and addressed them, "Remain calm in the face of adversity. With myself, fifth junior brother, and sixth junior brother by your side, you shall encounter no harm." A chorus of jubilant shouts erupted from the myriad of servant disciples, who, after boasting about their senior brother, prepared to commence the felling of the verdant rock bamboo. The third senior brother stealthily approached the sixth junior brother and inquired, "Junior brother, what is the matter?" The sixth junior brother shook his head and replied, "I did not sense any fluctuations from the chi fusion array just now. It is possible that there exists another array within it, which complicates matters. I must take a look at the array's foundation." "Very well, be swift," the third senior brother urged. Just as the sixth junior brother was about to depart, the sound of axes striking the green bamboo resonated incessantly. Suddenly, the sixth junior brother's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted urgently, "Stop immediately." Chapter 69. The next wave of assault is even stronger as the myriad of junior disciples swung their axes towards the green rock bamboo. The sixth disciple suddenly sensed a violent surge of spiritual energy emanating from within the grand formation. A certain function of the array had been triggered. He promptly attempted to alert his companions, but it was too late. Suddenly, the sky was filled with an overwhelming number of enormous fireballs, each several times larger than those preceding them. These fireballs hung in the air like countless miniature suns. The third senior brother, upon witnessing this alarming spectacle, felt a jolt of fear. He had no confidence that he could defend against the onslaught of hundreds of fireballs. He hurried to the side of the sixth disciple and inquired, "What is happening?" The sixth disciple shook his head, replying, "It appears that a certain aspect of the grand formation has been activated, though I cannot ascertain the specifics at this moment. What shall we do? With so many fireball spells, we cannot ensure the safety of all the disciples on our own," the third senior brother exclaimed. At that moment, the usually silent fifth senior brother spoke up, "Look, another box is flying in." Everyone turned their gaze towards the box, which bore the inscription, "Supplementary payment of spirit stones required. You have 10 breaths to consider." The sixth disciple quickly urged, "Hurry, throw spirit stones into the box. This may be the mechanism to dispel the spell attack." Upon hearing this, the third senior brother rushed to the box and, retrieving his treasure bag, began to toss spirit stones into it in handfuls. After depositing a total of 1,000 spirit stones, the fireballs in the sky gradually dissipated, and the box containing the spirit stones vanished from sight. With the crisis averted, everyone sighed in relief. The third senior brother approached the sixth disciple with a hint of dissatisfaction, asking what is going on. Did you not claim that breaking this formation would be simple? Why did it require my spirit stones? The sixth disciple's cheeks flushed at the reproach, and he hastily explained, breaking the formation requires time as well. In the heat of the moment, I could not fully analyze it. However, rest assured, brother, I will seek out the formation's foundation, and once the grand array is dismantled, I will ensure that your spirit stones are returned. The third senior brother nodded. That is more like it. Go ahead. We shall wait for you here. The sixth disciple smiled and replied, Indeed, I shall be off. By the way, I sense that a few strands of spiritual energy imprint have emerged from the box and have attached themselves to us. We should now proceed confidently in cutting the green rock bamboo. Enough with the green rock bamboo. The pressing concern is retrieving my 1,000 spirit stones. The third senior brother retorted angrily. Meanwhile, at the Sword Peak, they were devising ways to dismantle the formation. At the foot of the mountain, Yang Xiuhao from the Greenwood Peak had arrived with his entourage. They too had observed the warning sign at the mountain's base, forbidden area of the Little Bamboo Peak. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entry. The interior is protected by a formation. Those who intrude do so at their own risk. Yang Xiuhao carefully sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the Little Bamboo Peak and scoffed. A Xiao Yun formation? Such a formation is hardly worthy of our attention. A junior disciple from the Greenwood Peak inquired, Senior brother, there's a wooden box asking us to submit spirit stones. Yang Xiuhao coldly replied, Pay it no mind. It is merely a Xiao Yun formation. I will lead you in. Once we enter the bamboo grove, you can cut the green rock bamboo at your leisure while I dismantle this wretched formation. The disciples of Qingmu Peak were incessantly flattering. Senior brother, you're truly remarkable. You discern the intricacies of the grand formation at Xiaozhu Peak with just a glance. With you around, what is that, Xiao Yun? They exclaimed. If Xiao Yun dares to emerge today to collect spirit stones, you must teach him a good lesson. As the crowd exchanged words, Yang Xiuhao felt somewhat elated and replied nonchalantly, Enough of this idle chatter. Follow me into the formation. Yang Xiuhao, leading his subordinates, swiftly traversed the maze. Like the disciples of Shanjian Peak, he did not pay any spirit stones, but soon they were assailed by icy blades. Yang Xiuhao scoffed at the assault of the formation, effortlessly warding it off. However, to his surprise, the attacks grew increasingly fierce. He managed to withstand for a while, but as the spells multiplied, he found himself struggling to hold on. Alone, he could have endured much longer, but safeguarding so many auxiliary disciples proved to be quite the challenge. Reluctantly, he had to cast spirit stones into a wooden box. After sacrificing over 1,500 stones, the onslaught finally ceased. Yang Xiuhao felt a mix of frustration and anger. He had intended to confront Xiao Yun today, but ended up surrendering more than 1,000 spirit stones without even encountering him. This bitter loss left him unwilling to accept such defeat. Xiao Yun, just wait. I'll dismantle your pitiful formation. Yang Xiuhao seethed quietly as he left the auxiliary disciples of Qingmu Peak, setting off alone in search of the formation's foundation. Not long after he began his journey towards the foundation, a wooden sign appeared before him. Warning, forbidden area of Xiaozhu Peak. Consequences for trespassers are to be borne by themselves. Yang Xiuhao scoffed coldly. Who are you trying to scare? I have already obtained the mark of the Qi Hunyuan formation. My path within the grand formation is unimpeded. Ignoring the sign's warning, he boldly stepped deeper into Xiaozhu Peak. After walking just a few paces, a box suddenly appeared before him, inscribed with, If you cannot hold on, cast spirit stones inside. Yang Xiuhao furrowed his brow in confusion. Before he could ponder further, the bamboo forest was instantly shrouded in thick fog. Apart from the rickety wooden box before him, he could see nothing else. Is this a consecutive formation? Yang Xiuhao thought, his brow furrowed as he decisively unleashed his spiritual energy to seek the exit of the grand formation. Upon locating a potential escape, he wasted no time and hurried towards it. However, just as he took 2 steps, countless icy blades materialized from thin air, their sharp edges glistening with a cold light aimed directly at him. The next moment, the icy blades erupted like a torrential downpour upon Yang Shuhao. Channeling his spiritual energy, he summoned his long sword, swinging it with all his might to fend off the onslaught. Soon, he managed to deflect all the icy blades. With a sigh of relief, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "How despicable! They even set up an inner formation within the formation. Just wait until I break your foundation. We'll see how you continue to harm others." As Yang Shuhao prepared to advance, the dilapidated wooden box trembled before him again. If he cannot hold on, cast spirit stones inside. The next wave will be even stronger. Yang Shuhao's expression changed abruptly as he suddenly realized something. Upon raising his gaze, Yang Shuhao discovered that not only were weapons suspended in the sky, but also dozens of massive boulders had appeared. The formation afforded him no respite. Both the boulders and the icy blades descended simultaneously. This time, the onslaught was not merely augmented by the boulders. Even the potency of the icy blades far surpassed that of the previous encounter. Yang Shuhao found himself in a dire predicament, fleeing in disarray. Yet, the icy blades and boulders pursued him relentlessly, akin to a relentless parasite, ensuring that no matter how swift his movements, the spells remained locked onto him. Gritting his teeth, Yang Shuhao unleashed a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy from his golden core. The surrounding green rock bamboo, stimulated by his power, grew wildly, enveloping him in layers akin to a protective cocoon. Shielded beneath the boughs of the bamboo, he could only hear the resounding crashes emanating from the outside world. The energy within his golden core was depleting rapidly. After what felt like the duration of a brief tea break, the magical onslaught gradually subsided. Just as he was about to retract his own spells, a dilapidated box erupted from beneath his feet, bearing an inscription. "If you cannot endure, cast spirit stones within." The next wave will be even more formidable. Chapter 70. The distressed Yang Shuhao in a fit of rage. Yang Shuhao struck the wooden box before him with such force that it shattered into splinters. Wasn't it merely the integration of the 5 elements killing formation with the Qi Hunyuan formation? What was so impressive about that? Did they truly believe they had devised an unassailable array? Watch as I dismantle your pitiful formation. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Shuhao shattered the protective barrier formed by the green rock bamboo and emerged from within. Upon his exit, he summoned his long sword and plunged it into the ground. The spiritual energy within his golden core surged violently. The earth within 100 meters around him fractured, giving rise to thick, thorn-laden vines. These vines swelled in the wind, rapidly obscuring the sky, each one thick enough for 2 men to embrace. With a furious shout, Yang Shuhao commanded, "Break free." At his behest, the vines surged outward like soldiers responding to orders, relentlessly extending their reach. Along their path, every green rock bamboo was mercilessly crushed, and the soil upheaved continuously. Centered around Yang Shuhao, the small bamboo peak was ravaged, transforming into a desolate wasteland in an instant. With a disdainful snort, Yang Shuhao declared, "No matter how formidable the formation, it crumbles before absolute strength." Having uprooted half of the small bamboo peak, he scoffed at the stability of the array. At that moment, the area surrounding Yang Shuhao was devoid of anything except for the overwhelming mass of thick vines. Just as he prepared to advance further, a dozen beams of white light suddenly surged skyward from the small bamboo peak. Converging at a focal point, these beams swiftly propelled toward Yang Shuhao's position, continuously infusing him with spiritual energy. The colossal vines under his control were instantly immobilized. Without warning, the vines ignited simultaneously, transforming the surroundings into a sea of flames. Yang Shuhao's heart raced. What was the source of such immense fire, spiritual energy? How could the formation of the small bamboo peak harbor such pure fire energy? Standing amidst the inferno, Yang Shuhao had no time to ponder. This place was no longer tenable. He immediately summoned his flying sword in an attempt to flee. However, as he ascended, a dozen fire dragons emerged from the blazing sea, blocking his escape route. These fire dragons roared ferociously and charged directly at him. Their power was incomparably greater than the initial fireballs. In a hurry, Yang Shuhao swung his sword in defense. The moment his blade met the head of a fire dragon. An overwhelming force slammed him back to the ground. The searing heat of the fire dragon singed away much of his hair, and his clothing was left in tatters. He appeared as disheveled as someone who had just crawled out from the depths of a boiling pot. At this juncture, Yang Xiuhao no longer cared for his appearance. After being smashed into the ground, he rolled over like a lazy donkey and sprang to his feet, intent on fleeing once more. The fire dragons pursued relentlessly. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the energy of his golden core to its utmost limits. With his sword driven fiercely into the ground, the earth trembled, and countless vines once again erupted from the soil. This time, the vines that emerged were distinctly different from before. They were not as robust as previously. Measuring only the thickness of a child's arm, their hue a deep ebony, reminiscent of steel. Once these vines unfurled, they swiftly formed a protective sphere, encasing Yang Xiuhao within. Hidden amidst the vines, he gasped for breath, listening to the violent clash between the fire dragon and the vines outside. Each tremor felt as though a heavy hammer was striking against his chest. He could not be certain that the vines he had summoned would withstand the onslaught of the fire dragon. However, at this juncture, Yang Xiuhao found himself with no options left. What a wretched formation this was, possessing such overwhelming power. What should he do? How could he break free from this inferno? Crouched within the ghostly vines, he was at a loss. Gradually, he sensed a wave of intense heat emanating from the vines. He knew his spell was on the verge of collapse. With a deep sigh, his hand trembled slightly as he retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe. This was the elixir of immortality concocted by his father. Just a single grain would unleash the full potential of his being, enabling even a golden core cultivator to unleash the strength of a nascent soul. The consequence of consuming this elixir, however, was dire. It would sever his path to immortality, rendering further cultivation impossible. Though this potion could awaken the latent potential within, it would do so at the cost of his spiritual roots. Once his roots were damaged, he would lose the ability to sense spiritual energy. This elixir was originally meant for emergencies, to be used only when faced with life and death. He never anticipated he would resort to it here. Yet, regretting now was futile. The vines could not hold out much longer. Once they broke, he would perish beneath the flames of the dragons. Yang Xiuhao did not wish for death. Even if he could no longer cultivate, he yearned to survive. Gently, he removed the cork from the porcelain vial, and a pungent medicinal aroma wafted forth. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and poured the elixir into his mouth. Xiao Yun, once I break free from this formation, I will surely slay you. Yang Xiuhao vowed silently within. As the elixir touched his tongue, it instantly transformed into a pool of liquid medicine. At that moment, a wooden box suddenly floated up from beneath the ground. The box was riddled with cracks. Clearly the one Yang Xiuhao had previously shattered with a single strike. It was a mystery how it had been reassembled. Inscribed upon it were the same words. If you cannot hold on, cast spirit stones inside. The next wave will be even stronger. At the sight of this box, all remnants of anger dissipated from Yang Xiuhao. It was as if he had encountered a final lifeline. He immediately embraced the box, fearful that it might slip away. Yang Xiuhao first spat the medicinal liquid back into the porcelain vial. He then swiftly retrieved his treasure bag, hastily stuffing spirit stones into the box. He even felt that placing them in one by one was too slow, opting instead to open the bag wide and pour them directly in. One by one, the spirit stones cascaded into the box, which seemed to be a bottomless pit, absorbing everyone. It continued until the contents of Yang Xiuhao's treasure bag were entirely exhausted. The wooden chest showed no intention of retreating. Just moments ago, Yang Xiuhao had deposited over 20,000 spirit stones into it, his entire fortune. Observing the chest's apparent dissatisfaction, he exclaimed in anger, "I have no more spirit stones." Not a single one. It seemed the chest comprehended his words, as it slowly began to burrow into the ground. In the instant it vanished, Yang Xiuhao felt a mark etched onto his body by the chest. He exhaled in relief. With this mark, his life was likely spared. Sensing the rapid dissipation of the fire's spiritual energy outside, he retracted his ghost vine technique. Indeed, the sea of flames had vanished. drawing his sword from the ground. Yang Xiuhao trudged back, dejected like a defeated rooster. He harbored no further thoughts of disrupting the small bamboo peak's formation. Even if he did, he would need to return for more spirit stones before attempting again. This excursion to the bamboo peak had dealt a significant blow to Yang Xiuhao. As he walked back in a daze, he soon heard a cacophony of voices. Moments later, someone shouted, "Look, what is that coming over there?" Chapter 71. The elixir of immortality. The disciples of the Godsword Peak, tasked with menial duties, were engaged in cutting green rock bamboo. Upon hearing the shouts of their companions, they all turned to gaze in the indicated direction. There, they beheld a shadowy humanoid figure staggering towards them. What manner of creature was this? It resembled a wild man, perhaps even a mutated beast. Regardless of its nature, capturing it was paramount. The leading senior brother unsheathed his sword with haste, preparing to seize the creature. Yang Xiuhao, upon hearing their voices, realized that in his current state, he could not afford to be recognized. If his identity were to be unveiled, his illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished upon the Xiaozhu Peak. Observing the aggressive approach of the Godsword Peak disciples, he dared not retaliate, for revealing his abilities would expose his identity. Lowering his head, he turned and fled without uttering a word. The disciples of the Godsword Peak, witnessing his attempt to escape, were instantly alarmed. The wild man is fleeing. Capture him. We must not let him get away. He could be a rare beast. They were astonished to discover such a creature hidden within Xiaozhu Peak and were determined to apprehend it for further study. The senior brother of Godsword Peak brandished his sword with pride, declaring, "Fear not, my fellow disciples. With my presence, this creature shall not elude us. I shall see whether its legs are swifter than my flying sword." With a commanding shout, he launched his sword, which transformed into a streak of white light. Pursuing Yang Xiuhao. Possessing the cultivation of the third layer of the Golden Core realm, the senior brother was among the elite disciples of the Lingjian sect. At this moment, however, Yang Xiuhao, having exhausted his energy and unwilling to utilize spells or magical artifacts for defense, stood little chance against the senior brother's prowess. The flying sword soared over Yang Xiuhao's head, aiming directly for his neck, emanating a menacing cold light, forcing him to halt in his tracks. As the disciples of Godsword Peak observed Yang Xiuhao being cornered, they erupted in excitement. "The wild man has stopped. Quickly, seize him. Do not let him escape." They all drew their swords, surrounding Yang Xiuhao in a tight formation. As they approached, they finally discerned the creature they had been pursuing. One murmured softly, "It appears he is not a wild man. I can see now. He is human, albeit charred and disheveled." Another added, "Who is this? What has happened to him?" The senior brother, frowning, scrutinized the soot-covered figure, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Yet, with his head bowed and his face obscured by darkness, he could not recognize him. Holding his sword firmly, the senior brother stepped closer, eyeing Yang Xiuhao with caution. "Who are you? What brings you to Xiaozhu Peak? How did you come to be in this state?" Yang Xiuhao, still with his head lowered, rasped, "Zheng, it is I. Please, tell your disciples to disperse." Upon hearing his name, Zheng Rui was taken aback. This person knew him? Zheng Rui scrutinized the individual once more, observing his head bowed and his demeanor shy and hesitant. It dawned on him that the person wished to conceal his true identity. It is understandable. After all, who would want others to witness them in such a disheveled state? Zheng Rui promptly instructed his disciples, "Everyone, disperse and return to your work with the green rock bamboo." "Senior brother, who is this person?" one disciple inquired. "Indeed, how did he end up like this? Is he also a disciple of our Lingjian sect?" Zheng Rui turned and shot a stern glare at the two inquisitive disciples, commanding, "You two chatter too much. Hurry back to your tasks." Under Zheng Rui's piercing gaze, the disciples withdrew, stifling their curiosity as they obediently departed. As they left, they turned back repeatedly, eager to discern the identity of the individual before them. Once the area was clear, Zheng Rui addressed the man, "Esteemed senior brother, with everyone gone, may I finally learn your identity?" Yang Xiuhao then raised his head to meet Zheng Rui's gaze and replied, "It is I." Zheng Rui furrowed his brow and examined Yang Xiuhao closely for a considerable time. finally recognizing him and exclaiming, "Is it you, Senior Brother Yang from Qingmu Peak?" Yang Xiuhao nodded with a serious expression, affirming, "Is indeed I. What has caused you to appear in this state? Who is responsible?" At this juncture, Yang Xiuhao hoped to rely on Zheng Rui to keep his secret, thus he could not afford to deceive him. Consequently, he responded with a mix of truth and fabrication. The protective formation of Xiaozhu Peak wields exceptionally powerful offensive spells. Only by paying spirit stones can one avoid their assault. I, having neglected to pay the spirit stones, sought to test the might of these spells, resulting in my current predicament. Zheng Rui gazed at Yang Xiuhao in astonishment, exclaiming, "To have forced Senior Brother Yang into such a state, this protective formation must indeed be formidable." As he spoke, a tinge of concern for his sixth junior brother began to creep into Zheng Rui's mind. Yang Xiuhao let out a cold laugh, stating, "Though this protective formation is formidable, I managed to break free from within and dismantle the majority of defensive formations. Should you encounter it, there should not be any significant threats directed at you." "Ah, I see. Then I must extend my gratitude to you, Senior Brother Yang. To be forthright, my sixth junior brother is coincidentally about to test the might of this formation as well. Since you have preemptively dismantled the offensive spells, my junior brother should find the task considerably easier." Yang Xiuhao slightly nodded, his expression unchanging. He retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe and tossed it to Zheng Rui. Startled, Zheng Rui hastily caught it, his face etched with confusion as he asked, "Senior Brother Yang, what does this mean?" Yang Xiuhao replied, "This is a vial of undying liquid, which can unlock the latent potential within the human body, enabling a golden core cultivator to temporarily attain the prowess of a nascent soul cultivator. Consider this vial a gift. Simply pretend you have not seen me. Do you understand my meaning?" Zheng Rui comprehended perfectly. Yang Xiuhao wished to keep his disheveled appearance a secret from others. He quickly smiled and said, "Senior Brother Yang, you are too kind. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. There's no need to bestow such a precious elixir." Yang Xiuhao replied nonchalantly, "No need for pleasantries. Accept it and be on your way." Having spoken, Yang Xiuhao elegantly turned and departed. Yet he did not disclose the side effects of the everlasting life elixir to Zheng Rui. Overjoyed to have acquired the elixir, Zheng Rui carefully stored it away before returning to the main group. A throng of disciples gathered around him, chattering inquisitively. "Senior brother, who was that black-clad figure? How does he know you? What happened to him? He looks as if he has crawled out from the depths of a fiery abyss." As Zheng Rui had received something from that individual, he felt compelled to safeguard Yang Xiuhao's secret. Adopting a stern expression, he replied, "Do not inquire further. He is an esteemed elder of our Lingjian sect." With that, Zheng Rui cast a glance deeper into the Xiaozhu Peak, pondering the absence of his sixth junior brother. Could it be that he had encountered some peril? The more he contemplated, the more his unease grew. If Yang Xiuhao had been rendered so disheveled by the grand formation, his sixth junior brother, whose cultivation had only recently coalesced into the golden core, would likely struggle to withstand any danger. Resolving this in his mind, Zheng Rui commanded, "Stay here and behave yourselves. I shall see to my sixth junior brother and ascertain why he is yet to return." Observing this, his fifth senior brother quickly interjected, "Senior brother, you lack understanding of the formation. Wandering recklessly within it could invite danger." However, emboldened by the recent acquisition of Yang Xiuhao's elixir, Zheng Rui waved dismissively and declared, "Nonsense. I shall merely take a stroll. Should the situation appear unfavorable, I will retreat." Chapter 72. The god of wealth upon the peak of Xiaozhu. When Qing, brimming with excitement, arrived at the training room to rouse her fellow disciple, Xiao Yun, who was engrossed in his practice. "Junior brother, come quickly and see. There are countless spirit stones outside." Xiao Yun, momentarily withdrawing from his state of meditation, could not help but tease Wen Qing upon observing her unrestrained joy, reminiscent of someone who had never encountered such wonders. "Sister, if you continue like this, your persona will surely collapse. How many spirit stones could there possibly be to elicit such elation?" Wen Qing, undeterred by Xiao Yun's playful jibe, replied with unabashed enthusiasm, "There are so many. They are piled up in the teleportation array outside. I have never seen such a vast amount of spirit stones. Xiao Yun, however, remained skeptical, pondering to himself that no amount could surpass the compensation he received from Yusu. Even if disciples from other peaks descended upon Xiaozhu to harvest the green rock bamboo, they would be lucky to gather more than 1,000 spirit stones. Though he harbored these thoughts, he chose not to express them, wishing to preserve his sister's buoyant spirits. With a smile, Xiao Yun rose and said, "Is that so? Let's go take a look. Will Xiaozhu no longer have to worry about spirit stones in the future?" Wen Qing nodded vigorously, declaring, "For the next 3 to 5 years, we will certainly not fret over spirit stones." Eagerly, she pulled Xiao Yun to the teleportation array outside the mountain. Upon witnessing the abundant pile of spirit stones, Xiao Yun was momentarily stunned. How can there be so many? This must be at least 20 or 30,000. Who is so affluent as to bestow Xiaozhu with such riches? It was no wonder Wen Qing was so exhilarated. This was indeed a significant sum. Xiao Yun quickly surmised that perhaps someone had attempted to breach Xiaozhu's defenses, only to encounter the killing formation. The intruder must have used spirit stones to quell the formation's assault. Otherwise, such a bounty could not possibly exist. Wen Qing, beaming with delight, patted Xiao Yun on the shoulder, saying, "Junior brother, you truly have a knack for this. On the very first day of the mountain-protecting formation, we have already collected so many spirit stones. We are bound to prosper." Xiao Yun chuckled and responded, "Sister, let us go and discover which god of wealth has graced us with such a bounty." With that, he took the lead down the mountain, with Wen Qing following closely behind. "Sixth junior brother, are you capable or not? I can hardly withstand this," Zheng Rue exclaimed, relentlessly swinging his long sword to fend off the relentless barrage of icy blades. Yet, these icy shards seemed inexhaustible. For every one he severed, another would emerge, their numbers swelling and their might intensifying. The sixth junior brother furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation as he paced around the foundation of the mountain-protecting formation. Although he discerned that it was a base of the One-Chi Hunyuan formation, it also encompassed several other formations that he could not comprehend. The amalgamation of various formations had resulted in a flawless composite array. Zheng Rue shouted in frustration, "Sixth junior brother, hurry! How much longer will you dawdle?" Hearing Zheng Rue's urgings, the sixth junior brother glanced at him with a resigned expression and said, "Brother, I cannot break this formation in such a short time. We should consider retreating." "Retreat? To where?" "Where we find spirit stones to facilitate our escape." The sixth junior brother's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. To test the functionality of the Great Formation, the sixth junior brother repeatedly launched assaults on the array's foundation, triggering its defensive mechanisms. Each time, he had to offer spirit stones to halt these offensives. After several rounds of testing, the sixth junior brother was thoroughly convinced that this formation was beyond his ability to decipher. "Brother, do not panic. I have discovered an escape route. Follow me." The sixth junior brother took the lead, dashing towards the due south. Zheng Rue gritted his teeth, and, after unleashing a series of sword chi to intercept the icy blades, hurriedly followed suit. Before they could take more than a few steps, a wooden crate suddenly materialized before them. Inscribed on the crate were the words, "If you cannot endure, cast in spirit stones. The next wave of attacks will be even stronger." Upon seeing this crate, Zheng Rue erupted in a tirade. "Damn it. Didn't they say this was the escape route? Why is there such a cursed thing here?" The sixth junior brother, his face flushed with embarrassment, replied, "Perhaps it is precisely because this is the escape route that such a contraption exists." "What do you mean?" Zheng Rue retorted angrily. "We can only break through if we offer spirit stones." The sixth junior brother's expression was one of extreme awkwardness. "Blast it! Did I need you to tell me that? If you hadn't insisted on breaking the formation, we would have already made our exit." Zheng Rue fumed. "Isn't it because you wanted to reclaim the spirit stones you had surrendered that I sought a way to break the formation?" The sixth junior brother muttered under his breath. Zheng Rue seethed. "So you're blaming me now? Had you not claimed you could dismantle this damned formation, would I have thrown in so many spirit stones?" Seeing Zheng Rue genuinely enraged, the sixth junior brother quickly softened his tone. "Brother, now is not the time to lay blame. We must find a way out. If you have any spirit stones left, stop hoarding them and toss them in quickly. I've already put in over 4,000 spirit stones. Where am I supposed to find more? As the two continued their heated exchange, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly intensified once more. Ice blades, ice knives, and ice swords began to coalesce, aimed directly at Zheng Ruwei and the sixth junior brother. The sixth junior brother's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Brother, what do we do? Another wave of attacks is coming." Zheng Ruwei, his face darkened with anger, responded, "What else can we do at this point? I will hold them off. You must find a way to break the formation." Gritting his teeth, Zheng Ruwei brandished his sword and charged forward. "Brother, do you think you can withstand this wave? Let me assist you." The sixth junior brother drew his own sword, preparing to join the fray. After their earlier tests, Zheng Ruwei had barely managed to withstand the fourth wave of assaults. Now, faced with the fifth wave, he feared he would struggle to hold his ground, prompting the sixth junior brother to offer his support. Reaching into his robe, Zheng Ruwei felt the porcelain vial within, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. He spat out, "Do not concern yourself with me. Focus on finding a way to break the formation, or we shall both perish here." The sixth junior brother understood that without discovering a method to dismantle the formation, even if they managed to repel this wave together, they would be powerless against the next. "Then I shall entrust this to you, brother. I will think of a solution." The sixth junior brother quickly retrieved a compass, a ray measuring instrument, and spirit probing from his treasure pouch, beginning to analyze the structure of the great formation. Not far from Zheng Ruwei and his junior disciple, Xiao Yun and Wenqing were intently observing the situation within the grand formation through the images transmitted by it. As Wenqing witnessed Zheng Ruwei steadily retreating under the relentless onslaught of the formation, a sense of unease crept into her heart. "Junior brother, we must hurry out. I fear Zheng senior brother cannot hold on much longer." Xiao Yun, with an unhurried demeanor, replied with a smile, "Let us wait a little longer. I am curious to see what hidden techniques the third senior brother of the Divine Sword Peak possesses." Wenqing, still apprehensive, expressed her concerns. What if Zheng's senior brother encounters danger? If anything were to happen to him on Xiaozhu Peak, we would be unable to bear the consequences. "Senior sister, you are overthinking it. With both of us here watching over him, what could possibly happen? When Zheng's senior brother can no longer endure, we shall make our move to rescue him." Despite her junior's reassurance, Wenqing could not shake the feeling of unease within her. However, as her junior had spoken so, she refrained from voicing further objections, her gaze fixed anxiously on the unfolding events in the arena. Chapter 73. Breathing requires spirit stones. Xiao Yun and Wenqing had been observing from the outside for quite some time, yet they found no remarkable skills displayed by Zheng Ruwei. Instead, they were being pushed into a precarious situation by the formidable spells within the grand formation. Xiao Yun sighed quietly and remarked, "It appears that the senior from the Sword Peak is quite incapable. The fact that he hasn't utilized any hidden techniques suggests he possesses none at all. Sister, let us exit, lest an unforeseen incident occurs on our humble bamboo peak." Wenqing had long desired to rush in to provide assistance. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, she immediately grasped his hand and dashed into the grand formation. As Wenqing entered, the wooden talisman at her waist emitted a soft glow, instantly dispelling the surrounding spells. Zheng Ruwei, who had just reached for a vial of life-restoring liquid from his pocket, suddenly noticed the spells dissipating. "Sixth junior brother, did you break this formation?" he exclaimed in surprise as he turned around. However, he found sixth junior brother awkwardly gazing ahead and stammering, Wenqing, senior sister." Following sixth junior brother's gaze, Zheng Ruwei indeed saw Wenqing and Xiao Yun approaching together. Wenqing offered a slight nod to sixth junior brother and then saluted Zheng Ruwei, saying, "Senior brother Zheng." Zheng Ruwei's expression soured as he coldly retorted, "Wenqing, junior sister." Wenqing replied, "The formation here has been dispelled by me. Senior brother Zheng, you should leave quickly. The protective formation of our bamboo peak has only just been established, and many aspects remain incomplete. Wandering about carelessly could lead to peril." Zheng Ruwei, his expression grim, responded, "Wenqing, when did our bamboo peak require spirit stones just to ascend a mountain?" "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? I merely wish to explore the vicinity of Bamboo Peak, yet this formation demands spirit stones from me. If I refuse, spells will be unleashed upon me. Is breathing at Bamboo Peak now subject to a spirit stone fee? Wenqing was momentarily speechless by his retort and quickly apologized. I am sorry, Senior Brother Zheng. We will improve the protective formation in due course. Whether you improve it or not is of no concern to me. First, return the spirit stones that the formation has taken from me. Wenqing glanced at Xiao Yun and whispered, Junior Brother, perhaps we should return Senior Brother Zheng's spirit stones? Return them? On what grounds? Xiao Yun countered. Our protective formation did not lack warnings. He ignored the admonitions and recklessly intruded upon Bamboo Peak. Why should his spirit stones concern us? Sister, you need not engage with him. I will handle this. Xiao Yun stepped forward, smiling before speaking. Senior Brother Zheng, of course. One does not need to pay spirit stones merely to breathe at our Bamboo Peak. However, certain areas of our Bamboo Peak are not accessible to just anyone. Surely, prior to entering this bamboo grove, Senior Brother saw the warning sign stating that trespassers would face consequences. Since you disregarded the caution and entered without permission, it is only fitting that you pay the spirit stones. Zheng Rui glared at Xiao Yun, exclaiming, You are being unreasonable. What warnings? I was completely unaware. Return my spirit stones at once. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Zheng Rui. Senior Brother, are you truly devoid of reason? Reason? Reason can be subjective, and you are hardly in a position to engage in discourse with me. This is not a place for your voice. Let your senior sister, Wenqing, take the lead. Wenqing promptly stepped forward and said, Zheng Xixiang, my junior brother is not entirely in the wrong. Our protective mountain formation did indeed issue a warning. Before she could finish her sentence, Zheng Rui interrupted her with an irritated snort. Wenqing, spare me the unnecessary chatter. Just tell me, will you return my spiritual stone or not? Wenqing, feeling somewhat aggrieved by the interruption, was not averse to returning the spiritual stone to Zheng Rui. She merely wished to clarify that their Xiaozhu Peak had not erred in this matter. However, Zheng Rui offered her no opportunity to explain. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising anger, she was about to assert her intention to return the stone when Xiao Yun interjected. Since you refuse to reason, we shall adopt an approach befitting your obstinacy. You desire the spiritual stone, do you? Very well. It lies atop the mountain of Xiaozhu Peak. If you wish to claim it, you shall ascend the mountain yourself. Sister, let us depart. We need not concern ourselves with them. With that, Xiao Yun grasped Wenqing's wrist and began to ascend the mountain. Although Wenqing did not wish to escalate the situation to such an impasse, Xiao Yun had already spoken, and she felt it was inappropriate to undermine her senior sister's stance. Thus, she followed Xiao Yun up the mountain. Zheng Rui, incensed that the two dared to disregard him and walk away, shouted after them. Stop. Who granted you permission to leave? Halt. Yet, Xiao Yun and Wenqing paid no heed to Zheng Rui's outcry and continued their ascent, resolutely ignoring him. Zheng Rui, stamping his foot in frustration, gritted his teeth and muttered, Very well, a mere novice dares to challenge me. Does he? With that, he prepared to pursue them. His sixth junior brother hurriedly restrained him. Xixiang, do not chase after them. The formation has been lifted. We should return for now. There may still be traps within. Recklessly pursuing them could lead to our downfall. Zheng Rui, feeling a newfound sense of determination as he touched the porcelain vial in his pocket, scoffed. They have spoken so boldly. If I do not ascend to Xiaozhu Peak and reclaim my spiritual stone, what face do I have left to be your third senior brother? Ah, Xixiang, do not think so. We are not outsiders. Why should we let our pride dictate our actions? We can deal with Xiaozhu Peak when the 7 peaks gather for the martial competition. Moreover, I have studied this formation. It is indeed intricate and perilous to navigate carelessly. We should return for now. Zheng Rui pondered for a moment and replied solemnly. You make a valid point. This formation does possess its complexities, and I may not be able to protect you. You should return first. I will go to Xiaozhu Peak alone to retrieve my spiritual stone. With that, Zheng Rui pushed aside his 6th junior brother and immediately pursued the direction in which Xiao Yun and Wenqing had departed. The 6th junior brother stood frozen for a moment, glancing at his senior brother rushing into the formation and then back at the retreating figures. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to follow Zheng Rui. Hearing footsteps behind him, Zheng Rui turned to see his junior brother and frowned, asking, "Why have you followed me?" The sixth junior disciple sighed deeply and said, "Senior brother, your lack of understanding of formations leaves me uneasy about your wandering here alone. I shall accompany you to the summit of Little Bamboo Peak to retrieve our spirit stones." Zheng Rui chuckled heartily and replied, "Now, this is what I call a good junior disciple. Once I procure the spirit stones, I shall treat you to wine at Sister Chu Ting's private kitchen." Thus, Zheng Rui and the sixth junior disciple set off together toward the peak of Little Bamboo. Not long after their departure, a warning wooden sign suddenly appeared. It proclaimed, "A powerful formation is set within. Intruders shall face death. To ensure your survival, please prepare sufficient spirit stones." In a fit of anger, Zheng Rui kicked the sign fiercely, shattering it to pieces with a few swift strikes of his sword. "Oomph! I am eager to see what formidable formation you have devised inside, and whether it can truly hinder me." As soon as Zheng Rui finished speaking, he reached into his robe and retrieved the elixir of immortality that Yang Shuhao had given him. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and tilted his head back, pouring the elixir into his mouth. Chapter 74. The valiant Zheng Rui, Xiao Yun, and Wenqing were ascending the Xiaozhu Peak when they were suddenly startled by a deafening roar from behind. The ground beneath Xiaozhu Peak seemed to tremble in response. Both turned to glance back, witnessing the mountain's protective formation erupting into 360 brilliant white pillars of light, soaring skyward and shooting out towards the direction behind them. With a look of astonishment, Wenqing inquired, "Junior brother, what is happening?" Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yun replied, "It appears someone is forcefully breaching the formation. The fact that they have activated all 360 array bases indicates immense power." Wenqing expressed her concern. "Could it be one of the elders from the Spirit Sword sect has come to our Xiaozhu Peak? It is likely. Ordinary disciples could hardly create such a commotion. We should hurry to investigate. Elders seldom visit our peak without an important matter to discuss." Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yun and Wenqing promptly retraced their steps. Soon, they arrived at the scene of the disturbance. In disbelief, Wenqing murmured, Is that senior brother Zheng?" Xiao Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Zheng Rui could exhibit such ferocity. The attacks generated by the formation were no match for Zheng Rui. With a casual wave, he unleashed a terrifying sword aura, spanning 100 meters, which obliterated the formidable spells, leaving deep chasms carved into the mountain's peak. Watching Zheng Rui demonstrate his prowess, Xiao Yun asked in awe, "Senior sister, is this the true strength of the Golden Core realm?" Wenqing, her gaze fixed intently on Zheng Rui, shook her head slightly. "No, this surpasses the Golden Core realm. Senior brother Zheng has likely brushed against the threshold of a nascent soul realm." "A nascent soul? Is it possible that Zheng Rui is so powerful?" Wenqing continued. "Senior brother Zheng typically presents himself at the third level of the Golden Core realm, but it appears he has indeed approached the nascent soul threshold. It seems he is the foremost among our younger generation in the Spirit Sword sect." Xiao Yun could not help but express his frustration. "Damn, this fellow has been playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Are we truly going to lose our spirit stones?" Wenqing cast a resigned glance at Xiao Yun and remarked, "You're still preoccupied with those spirit stones? If senior brother continues this path of destruction, our mountain S formation may not withstand it. Senior sister, you underestimate our protective formation. Whether senior brother Zheng can breach it remains uncertain. This is a perfect opportunity to test the might of our array against him." With a sigh, Wenqing chose to remain silent. Witnessing Zheng Rui's prowess left her feeling disheartened. Her master, Yan Qingwei, had gone to great lengths to procure powerful weapons for her to secure victory at the Seven Peaks Martial Conference. However, given the current circumstances, even possessing a legendary blade like the dragon-slaying sword would likely not suffice against Zheng Rui. The title of champion at this Seven Peaks Martial Conference seemed destined for Zheng Rui. At that moment, Zheng Rui stood triumphant, reveling in a satisfaction he had never experienced before. Within his body resided an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual energy. The myriad spells of Little Bamboo Peak were utterly trivial in his eyes. With a mere flick of his wrist, those formidable incantations were effortlessly shattered. A gentle stroke of his sword carved a deep gash through the mountains of Little Bamboo Peak. Zheng Rui, sword in hand, floated gracefully in midair, laughing with pride. The protective formation of Little Bamboo Peak is hardly formidable. Watch as I dismantle this peak. What can your grand array do against me? The sixth disciple of Sword Peak had never witnessed such ferocity from Zheng Rui. Awestruck by his might, he urged, "Senior brother, please cease the destruction of Little Bamboo Peak. If we continue this path, Master Yin will not spare us upon his return. We can rush to the summit if we head south." Zheng Rui smiled lightly and replied, "There is a principle in all matters, sixth disciple. Little Bamboo Peak has unlawfully seized our spiritual stones. We are merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours." As he spoke, Zheng Rui unleashed a series of sword strikes, leaving the summit of Little Bamboo Peak in disarray. The brilliance of the protective formation intensified, and above, a dozen fire dragons hovered, poised for action. Countless boulders gradually coalesced, forming a diminutive mountain suspended above Zheng Rui's head. A resonating clang of metal echoed through the air as weapons, swords, knives, axes, spears, hooks, hammers, materialized in the sky, radiating a blinding white light. Their sharp edges aimed directly at Zheng Rui. Before him, countless water spirits began to coalesce, swiftly forming a colossal wave that obscured the sun, surging toward him. Simultaneously, the earth trembled as thick vines, as large as tree trunks, erupted from the ground, clawing toward Zheng Rui. Fire, earth, metal, water, wood, the potent spells of the 5 elemental attributes manifested simultaneously. The sixth disciple, stricken with fear by this sudden onslaught, turned pale and shouted, "Senior brother, be cautious. This is the 5 elements annihilation formation. We cannot withstand it. We must retreat at once." Zheng Rui laughed heartily. "Sixth disciple, do not be so frightened. No matter the spell, I shall shatter it with a single stroke." No sooner had he spoken than his sword cleaved toward the impending tidal wave. A tremendous sword aura erupted forth, colliding with the terrifying wave. A violent shockwave reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The sword aura and the colossal wave held their ground for less than half a second before the wave suddenly shattered, cascading down like raindrops. With a triumphant laugh, Zheng Rui declared, "What a thrill." He then swung his sword downward once more, directing a flurry of sword auras at the monstrous vines that sought to ensnare him. The sword energy sliced through them with the ease of cutting chives. The mountain suspended above Zheng Rui's head had now grown immensely large, making him appear as insignificant as an ant beneath its shadow. The massive peak bore down upon him. Zheng Rui smirked coldly. "Come at me." With that, he grasped his sword with both hands, channeling an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy into the blade, driving his sword technique to its zenith. Just as he was about to strike, he sensed a sudden stagnation in his energy flow, as if it could not keep pace with his desires. However, immediately after, the feeling of discomfort dissipated. Zheng Rui paid it no mind and unleashed a powerful sword strike. His formidable spiritual energy propelled an invincible sword aura towards the colossal mountain that loomed overhead. Boom! With a resounding crash, the radiant light generated by the sword split the mountain into 2 halves. Xiao Yun, observing from a distance, was left utterly speechless. Goodness, this fellow is absurdly strong. He cleaved a mountain in 2. Is he cheating? Sister, can you do something like that? Xiao Yun couldn't help but ask Wenqing beside him. Wenqing remained silent for a moment before shaking her head slightly, responding, "No, that sword strike likely possesses the strength of the nascent soul stage." The 6th junior disciple, witnessing Zheng Rui's prowess, couldn't contain his excitement and shouted exuberantly, "Wow, senior brother, you are incredible. That sword strike was astonishing. With such ability, why didn't you reveal it sooner? You made me worry for nothing." Upon hearing his junior's praise, Zheng Rui chuckled and said, "I have always preferred to keep a low profile. Today I was compelled to exert my full strength. I'm no longer pretending. Let my junior witness the magnificence of your senior brother. Senior brother is amazing, the sixth junior disciple exclaimed, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. Previously, he had been concerned for Zheng Rui, but now it was evident that such worries were unfounded. With such formidable strength, he could easily breach the protective formation of Xiaozhufeng. As the two conversed, a fire dragon and countless weapons descended from the sky with a cataclysmic force aimed at Zheng Rui. The corner of Zheng Rui's mouth lifted slightly as he coldly remarked, "Come on." Chapter 75. Why does he not strike back? Zheng Rui summoned the spiritual energy within him, intending to unleash a sword technique to shatter the fire dragons and the myriad weapons raining down. However, as he activated his spiritual force, he immediately sensed a slight obstruction in its flow. Zheng Rui furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. The effects of the immortal liquid must be waning. He could no longer afford to delay. He exerted all his strength to counter the protective mountain formation spells. Yet, at that moment, he was horrified to discover that his golden core was beginning to dissolve. His cultivation plummeted instantaneously to the foundation establishment stage. As if that were not enough, the once congealed foundation establishment spiritual energy within him began to thin, gradually becoming more and more insubstantial. In the blink of an eye, this energy had dissipated into a mere mist, escaping from his body. Why is my cultivation declining? Zheng Rui was utterly perplexed. At that moment, he was left with only the early foundation establishment level of power, barely able to wield his flying sword. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself incapable of even controlling the sword, plummeting straight down from the sky. Meanwhile, dozens of fire dragons and a storm of weapons were descending upon him. Xiao Yun, puzzled, looked at Zheng Rui as he fell and asked, "Sister, what is he doing?" The spells of the protective mountain formation are about to strike him. Yet he does not retaliate. Wenqing also furrowed her brow, instinctively sensing something amiss. She focused her gaze on Zheng Rui, noticing that his expression was one of sheer terror and astonishment. It dawned on her that Zheng Rui was not refraining from defending himself. He was utterly incapable of doing so. Without a moment to spare, Wenqing dashed forward. "Sister, what are you doing?" Xiao Yun, confused, instinctively called out as he followed her. The sixth disciple of the divine sword peak, closest to Zheng Rui, was equally bewildered. "Senior brother, hurry and counterattack. If you don't act now, it will be too late. What are you doing? This is not the time for showboating." As the sixth disciple cried out for the third time, the fire dragons collided with Zheng Rui, engulfing him in a sea of flames. Simultaneously, the myriad weapons danced and whirled through the inferno. The sixth disciple stood dumbfounded, witnessing the chaos unfold. What is happening? Why is senior brother not fighting back? Wenqing had already reached the front line. The wooden token at her waist glimmered with radiant light, causing the sky's fire and weapons to dissipate simultaneously. A charred figure slowly descended from the air, fragmenting as it fell, breaking into palm-sized pieces that scattered across the ground. The sixth disciple of the divine sword peak let out a wretched scream, scrambling towards the pieces of charred remains. Senior brother. At that moment, Xiao Yun also arrived, his expression frozen in shock. Realization struck him. They had brought calamity upon Xiaozhufeng. The third senior brother of Divine Sword Peak had perished at Xiaozhufeng. He knew he could not escape the repercussions of this tragedy alongside Wenqing. Xiao Yun was taken aback for a moment before finally speaking up, "Senior sister, why isn't he resisting?" Wenqing's mind was equally blank. Having grown up, she had never caused such a significant disaster. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's question, she stiffly turned her neck to look at him. I don't know. I suppose. He may lack the strength to fight back." Xiao Yun felt her heart racing and swallowed hard before saying, "Senior sister, we are not to blame for this." He barged into the formation on his own. There are warning signs all around Xiaozhufeng. Wenqing sighed, lowering her head and remaining silent for a long while. At a loss for what to do, Xiao Yun softly said, "Senior sister," slowly raising her head. Wenqing's expression was devoid of emotion, yet her gaze was resolute. "Junior brother, You must stay here at Xiaozhu Peak and not wander off. I will provide an explanation to Master Xie of the Xinjian Peak regarding this matter. With that, she stepped toward the sixth junior brother of Xinjian Peak, who was crying inconsolably. Seeing Wen Qing's demeanor, Xiao Yun realized she intended to shoulder all the responsibility. He hurriedly stepped forward to block her path, saying, "Senior sister, this disaster is my doing. I should have listened to you and returned Brother Zhang's spirit stones. One person must bear the consequences for their actions. I will accompany you to see Master Xie. If blame is to be assigned, let all the responsibility fall upon me." Wen Qing gently shook her head, replying, "I am your senior sister. In the absence of our master, any matters concerning Xiaozhu Peak are my responsibility. I agreed to the establishment of the protective formation, and you consulted me regarding the spirit stones. It was I who allowed Brother Zhang's demand for spirit stones to go unanswered. Even when Brother Zhang was fighting against the formation, I merely stood by and watched. Had I intervened at any point, this incident could have been averted. Therefore, this misfortune is not your fault, junior brother. I alone shall bear all responsibility, and I will go to the sect leader to ask for forgiveness." Wen Qing sidestepped Xiao Yun and continued toward the sixth junior brother of Xinjian Peak. Xiao Yun quickly grasped her wrist, saying, "Senior sister, if I let you take the blame for me, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life." The sixth junior brother of Xinjian Peak, weeping, picked up pieces of Zheng Rui's charred body. Upon hearing the conversation between Wen Qing and Xiao Yun, he suddenly stood up, glaring fiercely at them. "You too. Spare me the display of sibling affection. Let me make this clear. Neither of you will escape responsibility. The death of my third senior brother is solely due to your actions. I am going back to Xinjian Peak to report to our master, so he can seek vengeance for my brother. Just wait." The sixth junior brother of Xinjian Peak wiped his tears with his sleeve and ran back the way he came, clutching the remains of the charred body. Seeing him about to leave, Wen Qing quickly called out, "Wait." The sixth junior brother stiffened and slowly turned back to look at Wen Qing, saying, "What? Do you intend to kill me to silence me?" Wen Qing sighed and shook her head, saying, "The Xiao Bamboo Peak is riddled with formidable formations. It is impossible for you to escape like this. Allow me to guide you out." The sixth junior brother coldly snorted in response. "A cat weeping for a mouse's misfortune is but a pretense of compassion. I suspect you would rather see me perish, wouldn't you? Your insincere sentiments are unnecessary. Since I have reached this point, I am fully capable of finding my own way out." With that, the sixth junior brother of the Divine Sword Peak immediately took off, sprinting back the way he had come. Wen Qing sighed again, wishing to pursue him and protect him in secret, but Xiao Yun hurriedly stopped her. "Sister, do not concern yourself with him. He will be fine. For now, we should focus on how to resolve this matter." Wen Qing turned to Xiao Yun and lamented, "Our Lingjian sect abhors infighting among its own. Zheng Shixiang perished on Xiao Bamboo Peak. Even if the error lies not entirely with us, we cannot absolve ourselves of responsibility. I shall personally seek atonement from Master. You, dear junior brother, remain here at Xiao Bamboo Peak and await my news." Chapter 76. A visit to the master. When Qing resolutely decided to shoulder the responsibility alone. However, Xiao Yun was unwilling to acquiesce. He obstructed Wen Qing's path and implored, "Senior sister, I shall accompany you to meet the master. You have just heard the words of that disciple from the Sword Peak. Even if you wish to bear the burden alone, they would not consent to it. Rather than face their approach later, it is better that I accompany you to see the master. While we may have erred, does that absolve the third senior brother from any fault? I firmly believe the master will grant us justice. You are gentle and not one for disputes, and going alone would surely disadvantage you. Therefore, I will join you." Wen Qing furrowed her delicate brows and pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding. "If you wish to accompany me, you must refrain from speaking out of turn when we meet the master. Rest assured, senior sister, I am not one lacking discernment. I know when to act appropriately." He replied, "Very well, let us proceed to Longzhou Peak to meet the master." Meanwhile, the sixth junior brother of the Sword Peak, clutching the lifeless body of Zheng Rui, ran back in a frenzy, soon reuniting with a group of miscellaneous disciples. He spotted his fifth senior brother leading the others in cutting green rock bamboo. With a heart-rending cry, the sixth junior brother lamented, "Brother, Cease this futile task, and return with me to the Sword Peak to seek the Master's intervention. Upon seeing his tear-streaked face and the charred remains he carried, the fifth senior brother felt a pang of confusion. What has happened, junior brother? Why are you crying? Did senior sister Wenqing from the Bamboo Peak bully you? Have you seen the third senior brother? He went inside looking for you. At the mention of his third senior brother, the sixth junior brother wept more violently. Brother, the third senior brother has been slain. We must hurry back to seek vengeance from the master. His words drew the attention of the surrounding miscellaneous disciples, who had sensed something was amiss upon his return. They eagerly leaned in to listen. Upon hearing that the third senior brother had been murdered, shock and fury rippled through the group. Who could have done such a thing? Who dares to kill the third senior brother? Junior brother, clarify your words. What exactly happened? Where is the third senior brother now? As questions flew from all directions, the sixth junior brother was at a loss as to whom to answer first. The fifth senior brother then bellowed, "Silence. Enough of this clamor. Junior brother, explain clearly what transpired. Who was responsible for the death of the third senior brother?" With a mournful tone, the sixth junior brother replied, "It was Wenqing from the Bamboo Peak and Xiao Yun. What I hold in my arms are the remains of our third senior brother." At this revelation, the crowd fell into stunned silence. The fifth senior brother could scarcely fathom that it was Wenqing and Xiao Yun who were culpable. The act of turning against one's own sect was a grave sin. How audacious could they be? Upon closer inspection of the remains cradled in the arms of the sixth junior disciple, it was evident that what lay there was not merely a corpse, but rather charred fragments resembling burnt coal. The actions of Xiaozhufeng had not only resulted in the demise of the third senior brother, but had been executed with a cruelty that was utterly appalling. Even the usually composed fifth senior brother found it difficult to contain his fury. The veins on his forehead throbbed as he gritted his teeth and spoke with intensity. "Wenqing, Xiao Yun, you possess tremendous audacity. Sixth junior brother, let us depart at once to report this to our master. This matter shall not be dismissed lightly." Summoning his sword, the fifth senior brother grasped the sixth junior brother and leapt onto the flying sword. Turning to address the gathered junior disciples, "Cease your work with the green rock bamboo and return to the divine sword peak. Await the summons from our master." With that, the fifth senior brother soared into the air, heading straight for the divine sword peak. At the sword pavilion of the divine sword peak, Xiaozhufeng listened with a solemn countenance to the reports from the fifth and sixth junior brothers. His gaze lingered on the dark, charred remains before him. After a prolonged silence, he slowly closed his eyes. The only sound that filled the pavilion was the intermittent sobs of the sixth junior brother. The atmosphere was oppressively tense, reminiscent of the calm that precedes a tempest. Suddenly, the 100 swords mounted around the pavilion quivered in unison, some even emitting melodious sword cries. Xiaozhufeng's eyes snapped open as a black-sheathed, long sword soared from its rack, landing in his grasp. Rising with deliberate calmness, he declared, "You too, accompany me to the great hall of Longzhou Peak. Furthermore, summon the heads of the 7 peaks to join us at Longzhou Peak to interrogate Wenqing and Xiao Yun. Rest assured, your senior brother Zheng will not have died in vain. Even if Wenqing is the sole disciple of Sister Yan, I shall ensure she pays for Zheng Rui's life." Yes, the fifth senior brother and sixth junior brother, who had remained kneeling, immediately responded with a salute. At the Liang Peak, in the plaza of the Jiang Formation, Zhong Tianyin was perspiring profusely while arranging the foundation of the formation. After a night of rest and recuperation, his physique had notably improved, appearing to weigh around 170 to 180 pounds. Suddenly, he caught sight of a streak of red light slicing through the sky above Liang Peak. Clapping his thigh in joyous recognition, he exclaimed, "Has the master ventured out? Splendid." With a sigh of relief, Zhong Tianyin promptly turned and dashed towards the training hall of the true disciples. Upon entering, he found several true disciples engaged in animated discussion. Without hesitation, he strode confidently into their midst and cleared his throat softly. Upon noticing Zhong Tianyin's arrival, the group promptly bowed. "Brother Zhong." "Brother Zhong." He nodded slightly and inquired, "What are you all discussing?" The other true disciples, uncertain of his intent, could only awkwardly smile in response. "Zhong Tianyin, not one to beat around the bush, directly stated. I am in need of a favor from you all. I wonder if you would be willing to assist? Brother, you are too polite. Feel free to ask for anything we can help with. With a grin, Zhong Tianyin replied, then I shall not be modest. I find myself somewhat short on resources lately. Could each of you lend me 2,000 spirit stones? That would suffice. Upon hearing that Zhong Tianyin sought to borrow spirit stones, the group of true disciples displayed expressions of discomfort. Zhong Tianyin's countenance darkened. What? Are you unwilling to assist your senior brother with such a trivial matter? One disciple offered a wry smile and replied, Senior brother, it is not that we do not wish to help. Rather, we simply lack sufficient spirit stones. The resources required for our cultivation each month barely suffice, leaving us unable to accumulate any surplus. You few lads, do not deceive me. You are known for your lax approach to training. How could you possibly have no spare spirit stones? Hurry, produce them. I have urgent needs, and I assure you, I will return them. The disciples exchanged glances, realizing that evasion was futile, and reluctantly retrieved spirit stones from their pockets one by one. Senior brother, what do you require such a quantity of spirit stones for? One of them casually inquired. Zhong Tianyin gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, lost in his own reverie. The magical artifact belonging to our junior sister, winching from Xiaozhu Peak, has been lost in the treasure pavilion. I intend to redeem it for her. Whenever she uses that artifact, she will remember that it was gifted to her by me. Over time, she will undoubtedly hold me in her thoughts. Upon hearing Zhong Tianyin's words, the true disciples exchanged another glance, then returned the spirit stones to their pockets. If that is your intention, then perhaps it is best to abandon the idea. What do you mean by that? Zhong Tianyin furrowed his brow, casting an angry glare at them. One disciple sighed. Sister Winching has killed Brother Zhengrui from the Divine Sword Peak, and Master Xie is furious. She may not survive this ordeal. Even if you retrieve that artifact, it will be of no use. What? Sister Winching killed Zhengrui? Zhong Tianyin was left utterly stunned. Chapter 77. Voluntary apology at Longzhou Peak. Xiao Yun and Wenqing arrived at the Grand Hall after reporting in. The headmaster had been waiting patiently in the seat of honor. Upon seeing Wenqing and Xiao Yun approach, the headmaster smiled and inquired, Wenqing, have you encountered any difficulties in guiding your junior brother's cultivation? It is quite normal for him, being of mixed spiritual roots, to progress slowly. There is no need for concern. Wenqing promptly bowed and replied, Master, I did not come here to discuss my junior brother's cultivation. I have committed a grave mistake and humbly request your punishment. The headmaster chuckled softly. My dear child, with your gentle disposition, how could you possibly cause such a calamity? Even if you were to err, it is your master who should discipline you. Why seek my judgment? Before Wenqing could respond, Xiao Yun interjected, Master, it was not my senior sister who caused the trouble. The fault lies entirely with me. Wenqing furrowed her brows and shot Xiao Yun a reproachful glance, admonishing, Junior brother, did you not promise me to refrain from speaking recklessly here? Disregarding Wenqing's admonition, Xiao Yun continued, Master, it is true that this matter should typically fall under our master's jurisdiction for punishment, but since our master is absent and the situation is quite serious, we must trouble you for your fair judgment. The headmaster smiled. Your willingness to admit fault is commendable, regardless of the gravity of your error. I shall grant you both an opportunity for redemption. Now, do tell me, what calamity have you encountered? The headmaster did not perceive Wenqing as one capable of causing significant trouble, hence he did not dwell on the matter. He casually took a sip of tea, preparing to hear about the supposed grave issue from Wenqing and Xiao Yun. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun declared, Senior brother Zhengrui from the Divine Sword Peak has perished on our Xiao Bamboo Peak. Cough. The headmaster nearly choked on his tea. He hastily set the cup down and asked, What did you say? Zhengrui died on your Xiao Bamboo Peak? How did it happen? Xiao Yun began recounting the establishment of the protective array on Xiao Bamboo Peak for the collection of spirit stones. The headmaster nodded, acknowledging, I am aware of this matter. It is understandable, given the lack of spirit stone resources on your peak. Then, Xiao Yun detailed how Zhengrui, disregarding warnings, intruded upon the protective array of Xiao Bamboo Peak and was ultimately struck down by the array after exhausting his strength. The headmaster listened in silence, deep in thought. After a prolonged pause, he asked, "Are you saying that Zheng Rui suddenly fell from the sky and was then struck by the array?" Xiao Yun nodded, "Indeed." The headmaster frowned slightly, sensing that the situation might be more peculiar than it appeared. Even in exhaustion, it seemed implausible that he would have run out of all spiritual energy required for sword flight. One moment, he was resisting the array with some strength, and the next he plummeted from the air. The transition felt too abrupt. As the headmaster pondered, a streak of light descended into the courtyard outside the grand hall. Moments later, Xie Jingfeng, the esteemed leader of the Divine Sword Peak, stormed in, accompanied by 2 disciples. Upon spotting Xiao Yun and Wen Qing in the hall, Xie Jingfeng's eyes flashed with fury. Xie Jingfeng coldly remarked, "I did not seek you out. Rather, you have come to me. This indeed saves me considerable effort." He bowed respectfully to the sect leader and stated solemnly, "Master, it has come to my attention that disciples Wen Qing and Xiao Yun of Xiaozhufeng Peak have utilized a formation to slay my disciple. Are you aware of this matter?" The sect leader nodded, replying, "I have heard the account from both of them, yet I cannot rely solely on one side's testimony. I wish to hear the perspective of your disciple, Xie Shidi." Xie Jingfeng slightly nodded and turned to his 6th disciple, instructing, "Please recount the events to the sect leader." The 6th disciple of Shunjian Peak placed Zheng Rui's remains upon the floor of the grand hall and narrated the sequence of events from beginning to end. His account mirrored Xiao Yun's closely, with one notable distinction. While Xiao Yun claimed Zheng Rui disregarded advice and forcefully breached the formation of Xiaozhufeng Peak, the 6th disciple asserted that Xiao Yun had stolen their spirit stones, prompting Zheng Rui to confront him and reclaim their possessions. As the narrative unfolded, discrepancies arose between Xiao Yun's and the 6th disciple's versions. Xiao Yun maintained that Zheng Rui had been overwhelmed by the formation's might and perished due to exhaustion, while the 6th disciple accused Wen Qing and Xiao Yun of deliberately manipulating the formation to execute Zheng Rui. As he concluded, the 6th disciple could no longer contain his grief and wept while clutching Zheng Rui's remains. "Master, my brother met a tragic end. You must not let these 2 murderers escape justice." Xiao Yun hastily interjected, "Master, that is not the case. My senior sister, I did not kill Zheng Shixiao. He refused to heed our warnings and recklessly entered the formation, leading to his demise." Xiao Yun, at this juncture, what further arguments can you present? "It was you and Wen Qing who killed my brother." The 6th disciple retorted angrily, "Do you think you could deceive me? When my brother was struggling against the formation, you did not intervene. The moment he fell, you 2 emerged. What a convenient coincidence. This indicates that you were both nearby. And it was you who orchestrated the formation to slay my brother." The sect leader turned to Wen Qing and inquired, "Were you and your disciple present at that time?" Wen Qing sighed and slowly nodded. "Indeed, my disciple and I were nearby, but at that moment," before she could finish, Xie Jingfeng, the first seat of Shunjian Peak, angrily interrupted, "What is there to discuss? Since you were nearby, why did you not assist when my disciple was ensnared by the formation? Even if you did not control the formation that killed Zheng Rui, your inaction while witnessing a fellow disciple fall to the very formation you set is sufficient to warrant the death penalty." Xie Jingfeng's furious exclamation silenced Wen Qing's forthcoming words. The sect leader turned to Xie Jingfeng, stating, "Shidi, temper your wrath. Let's first hear Wen Qing's explanation." Xie Jingfeng immediately responded, "Master, what explanation remains at this point? The facts are laid bare before us. Today, Wen Qing and Xiao Yun must pay with their lives for Zheng Rui." He continued, "If not, chaos will ensue among the 7 peaks of Lingjian's sect, as everyone will follow suit." The master spoke softly, "Junior brother, if that is the case, why not simply take action to eliminate Wen Qing and Xiao Yun? What purpose does it serve to discuss this with me?" Xie Jingfeng perceived the discontent in the master's words and recognized his own impatience had led to a rebuke. He turned his head away, seeking solace in a nearby chair, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The master continued, "Since it falls upon me to resolve this matter, I must first hear Wen Qing's explanation. Wen Qing, please elucidate why you stood idly by during Zheng Rui's peril." Wen Qing nodded slightly, on the verge of speaking, when suddenly, A flurry of footsteps echoed from beyond the hall. The other 5 peak leaders of the Lingjian sect, accompanied by Yang Shuhao, entered the great hall in unison. Chapter 78. The Whip of Thunder. As the 6 individuals stepped into the grand hall, Yang Tianhua, the esteemed leader of Qingmu Peak, immediately inquired with evident concern, "Brother Zhongmin, I have received reports from the disciples of Xinjian Peak that Wen Qing has slain our 3rd disciple, Zheng Ruwei. Is this true?" Yang Tianhua's inquiry prompted a reaction from Qin Wuyang, the head of Liang Peak, who could no longer contain himself. His fiery temperament flared up, and he exclaimed with impatience, "Even if there are disagreements among fellow disciples, taking a life is utterly unacceptable. If this is indeed the case, there shall be no leniency." Elder Gu Shi, the leader of Wuchen Peak, furrowed his brow and asked, "I am familiar with this disciple, Wen Qing. How could she commit such an act? Could there be some misunderstanding?" Sister Jingjin, the head of Shueiyue Peak, snorted derisively. "Misunderstanding? Could Brother Xie falsely accuse her? Clearly, a master reflects their disciple." Xie Jingfeng, the leader of Shunjian Peak, noticing the presence of elders from various peaks, promptly stood and stated, "Esteemed brothers and sisters, your arrival is timely. I implore you to seek justice for my fallen disciple. Just as my disciples informed you, my incompetent 3rd disciple, Zheng Ruwei, was trapped and killed by Wen Qing and Xiao Yun within the great formation of Xiaozhu Peak. His remains lie here." Xie Jingfeng pointed to the scattered blackened remains in the hall. As the assembly followed his gaze, their expressions turned grave. Qin Wuyang, with his fiery temperament, was incensed upon seeing the tragic remains of Zheng Ruwei. He bellowed, "Wen Qing, is this your doing? To harm a fellow disciple is a capital offense. What enmity could Zheng Ruwei have held against you that would drive you to this?" Wen Qing found herself at a loss for words, bowing her head in silence. Observing her demeanor, Qin Wuyang assumed her silence was an admission of guilt and thundered, "To harm a fellow disciple is unforgivable. Where are the members of the discipline hall?" Suddenly, the Zhongmin, the headmaster, spoke in a solemn tone, "Brother Qin, this matter is not as straightforward as you presume. Please calm yourself." Qin Wuyang, taken aback, retorted, "Brother Zhongmin, do you intend to shield the murderer?" The headmaster cast a stern glance at Qin Wuyang and replied, "Brother, this is not your Liang Peak." Though Qin Wuyang wished to protest further, the authoritative gaze of the headmaster silenced him, and he begrudgingly took a seat. The headmaster addressed the assembly, "Dear brothers and sisters, please take your seats. Let us first hear Wen Qing's explanation before reaching a conclusion. Wen Qing, explain why, when you were clearly nearby, you allowed Zheng Ruwei to perish under the assault of the formation." Wen Qing nodded slightly and responded, "At that moment, Brother Zheng was contending with the formation without showing signs of fatigue. He easily dispelled its attacks. I did not anticipate that he would suddenly lose his combat capability, and by the time I attempted to assist him, it was too late." The headmaster then turned to the 6th disciple of Shunjian Peak, inquiring, "Is what Wen Qing has said true?" After much hesitation, the 6th disciple finally nodded in agreement, stating, "At that time, Brother Zheng did appear to have sufficient strength. I do not know what caused him to suddenly fall from midair. According to the disciples' conjecture, it must certainly be the work of Wen Qing and Xiao Yun utilizing their formation. Otherwise, the senior brother would not have instantaneously lost his capacity for resistance." After hearing this, the sect leader pondered silently within. It appears that the individuals from Xiaozhu Peak were not lying. Zheng Ruwei, indeed, succumbed to a sudden inability to resist. "Bring forth Zheng Ruwei's remains for me to examine," the sect leader commanded. The 6th junior brother promptly arranged for Zheng Ruwei's remains to be presented. After inspecting them, the sect leader found nothing of value. Zheng Ruwei's remains had been completely reduced to charcoal by the fire-based spells, rendering any identification impossible. Yang Tianhua, the head of Qingmu Peak, rose and stated, "Sect leader, is there anything more to investigate? The facts are laid bare before us. Xiaozhu Peak's formation caused the demise of the 3rd disciple of Shunjian Peak. Even if it was unintentional, the crime of murder remains indisputable. When fellow disciples turn against one another, the death penalty is inevitable. I implore you to render judgment upon them, sect leader." The sect leader cast a glance towards the heads of Shueyue Peak and Wuchen Peak, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" Elder Gu Shi, the head of Wuchen Peak, sighed and remarked, "Wenqing is renowned for her amiable disposition within our Lingjian sect. This is common knowledge. I cannot believe she would deliberately take Zheng Rui's life. In my view, this must be an unfortunate accident. To impose the death penalty for an unintentional injury seems excessively harsh." Master Jingjin of Shueyue Peak snorted dismissively. To know a person's appearance but not their heart. What Elder Gu says is merely speculation. Elder Gu shook his head slightly, choosing not to engage in further debate, remaining silent. The sect leader sighed and, either intentionally or unintentionally, gazed towards the entrance of the hall. After a lengthy pause, he spoke slowly. The formation at Xiaozhu Peak had prior warnings indicating that intruders faced life-threatening dangers. Zheng Rui disregarded the admonitions and trespassed upon Xiaozhu Peak, resulting in his depletion of spiritual energy and subsequent harm by the formation. Upon hearing this, the head of Shunjian Peak slammed his hand on the table and rose, exclaiming, "Sect leader." The sect leader gestured for him to sit, then continued, "While Zheng Rui bears responsibility for his actions, Wenqing and Xiao Yun, as the manipulators of the formation, bear an undeniable duty for failing to intervene when a fellow disciple was in peril, leading to his death. Wenqing, Xiao Yun, do you acknowledge your guilt?" Wenqing promptly bowed, stating, "Sect leader, your judgment is clear. The failure to rescue senior brother Zheng was solely my fault, and my junior brother bears no responsibility. My junior brother has recently joined and possesses limited abilities. Even with the intention to assist, he lacked the capacity. As his senior sister, I am willing to accept all blame." The sect leader nodded slightly, about to speak, but Xiao Yun interjected hastily, "Sect leader, I have something to say." "What is it?" "Speak," the sect leader replied coolly. "The death of senior brother Zheng has nothing to do with my sister. The formation at Xiaozhu Peak was entirely my design. My sister lacks knowledge of formations and could not have aided senior brother Zheng. It is my inadequacy in perfecting the formation that led to this tragedy. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall solely upon me." The esteemed leader of the Sword Peak, Xie Jingfeng, let out a cold snort and remarked, "You two need not feign innocence here. You are both deeply implicated in this matter and must face your demise." The head of the Blazing Sun Peak, Qin Wuyong, nodded in agreement and added, "Indeed, do you believe you can evade responsibility through such tactics? It is nothing but a foolish dream." The sect leader sighed, intervening to halt the escalating dispute among the assembly. "Enough. I have reached a decision. Wenqing and Xiao Yun shall each receive 5 strikes of the Thunder Whip. Does anyone have any objections?" Upon hearing the punishment decreed by the sect leader, Xiao Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was merely 5 lashes. With his current physique, he should manage without issue. Turning to glance at Wenqing, he was taken aback to see her face ashen, her body trembling slightly. Observing the other peak leaders, he noted that Xie Jingfeng of Sword Peak and Qin Wuyong of Blazing Sun Peak remained silent, retreating to their seats. The leaders of Greenwood Peak, Yang Tianhua and his son Yang Xiuhao, wore sardonic smiles. The elder Gu Shi of Dustless Peak exhibited a look of compassion, while the head of Watermoon Peak, Master Jingjin, maintained a stern expression, concealing her thoughts. Xiao Yun quickly grasped that the punishment of the Thunder Whip was likely more severe than he had envisioned. Unable to contain himself, he turned to Wenqing and inquired, "Senior sister, what is this Thunder Whip punishment?" Before he could finish his question, Wenqing interjected, "Sect leader, my junior brother is of limited cultivation and cannot endure even 1 lash. I am willing to take on the remaining 4 lashes on his behalf." Chapter 79. Wait a moment. I have something to say. Upon hearing Wenqing's words, the headmaster's eyes glimmered with a hint of approval. "Wenqing, you must contemplate this carefully. You should understand what the 9 strikes of the Thunder Whip signify." Wenqing nodded slowly, affirming, "Disciple understands. I implore the headmaster to grant my request." The headmaster cast a glance over the other peak masters and inquired, "What say you?" Xie Jingfeng, the master of the Sword Peak, snorted disdainfully, "I have no objections. It is only right to honor my deceased disciple in this manner." Yang Tianhua, The master of the Greenwood Peak nodded in agreement. When Qing seeks compassion and shall receive it, let it be so. Xiao, the matriarch of the Water Moon Peak, maintained an impassive expression, remarking, "She is just as her master, adept at feigning pity, believing we would intercede on her behalf, since she has chosen this path of self-destruction. What more is there to discuss?" Gu Shi, the master of the Dustless Peak, sighed. "Do you truly intend to let Sister Yan's only disciple perish?" Qin Wuyong, the master of the Blazing Sun Peak, interjected. "What are you implying, Gu? It sounds as though you accuse us of driving Sister Yan's disciple to her death. Was it not when Qing and Xiao Yun who first committed murder, inflicting harm upon their fellow disciples? This alone warrants a death sentence." The headmaster had already shown extraordinary leniency, imposing merely 5 strikes of the Thunder Whip. If she were fortunate, she might yet preserve her life. Yet she insists on her own demise. Who could be blamed for that? Gu Shi, the elder of the Dustless Peak, let out a weary sigh and shook his head slightly, choosing to remain silent. The headmaster once more addressed Wen Qing. "Have you made your decision?" Wen Qing looked resolutely at the headmaster and nodded gravely. The headmaster sighed and waved his hand, opting not to speak further. "Sister," just as Xiao Yun was about to inquire about the nature of the Thunder Whip, Wen Qing suddenly flashed him a gentle smile, saying, "Junior brother, you need not worry for me. The Thunder Whip is nothing to me. However, if you cannot withstand even a single strike, do not claim to be a disciple of our Bamboo Peak in the future." "Sister," Xiao Yun was about to ask again when Qin Wuyong suddenly spoke. Elders Ning Hu and Ding Tian of the Discipline Hall. From the corner of the hall, 2 elderly figures clad in black emerged, responding here. "Take the Bamboo Peak disciples, Wen Qing and Xiao Yun, to the back mountain. The execution will take place at noon." "Understood," the 2 elders responded in unison. Just as Qin Wuyong finished his orders, a commotion arose outside the hall. "Wait a moment, I have something to say." Everyone turned to see a plump figure hurriedly entering the hall. It was none other than Zhong Tianyin, the eldest disciple of the Blazing Sun Peak. Upon recognizing his own disciple, Qin Wuyong's expression shifted, recalling that day when Zhong Tianyin had proudly informed him of his assistance in setting up the protective formation for the Bamboo Peak. Furious, Qin Wuyong exclaimed, "What are you doing here instead of fulfilling your assigned task at Blazing Sun Peak? Get back immediately." "Wait, master, I have something to say." Zhong Tianyin called out hastily. Without allowing Zhong Tianyin to finish, Qin Wuyong rose and delivered a kick to his chest, sending him sprawling out of the hall. Qin Wuyong thundered, "This is not a place for you to speak. Return to Liang Peak at once." After being kicked out of the Grand Hall, Zhong Tianyin did not leave. Instead, he swiftly returned. Casting a glance at his master, his expression was one of distress as he implored, "Master, forgive your disciple, but I cannot comply." He then turned to the sect leader, saying, "Respectfully, sect leader, I have something to convey." Silence. Qin Wuyong strode forward, delivering a resounding slap across Zhong Tianyin's face. "Aren't you supposed to return to Liang Peak?" Qin Wuyong glared fiercely at him, covering his face with one hand. Zhong Tianyin looked at Qin Wuyong with a face full of grievance. "Master, I cannot bear to watch Sister Wenqing perish. You wretched creature, are you disregarding my words?" Qin Wuyong retorted, raising his hand to strike again. Closing his eyes, Zhong Tianyin assumed a stance of defiance, prepared to endure the blows rather than leave. Suddenly, the sect leader interjected, "Junior brother Qin, if your disciple has something to say, let him speak. What is the meaning of your obstruction?" Qin Wuyong replied coolly, "I commanded this beast to set up formations at Liang Peak, and he disobeyed my orders to come here. Am I not entitled to discipline him?" The sect leader countered, "Since he dared to come here despite the risk of incurring your wrath, he must have something significant to communicate. Now that he is here, allow him to express his thoughts. Your punishment can wait for a moment." With the sect leader's words, Qin Wuyong could not further insist on sending Zhong Tianyin away. He shot a fierce glare at Zhong Tianyin and said, "Consider where you are before you speak." Zhong Tianyin, filled with remorse, bowed respectfully to Qin Wuyong. With a cold snort, Qin Wuyong flicked his sleeve and returned to his seat. The sect leader then encouraged, "Speak your mind now. Zhong Tunyin quickly knelt and addressed the sect leader. Respectfully, sect leader, I bear undeniable responsibility for the death of junior brother Zheng Rui, and I am willing to endure the punishment meant for Sister Wenqing. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Wuyong, who had just sat down, slammed his hand on the armrest and stood up. You beast! What nonsense are you spouting? Zheng Rui's death has nothing to do with you. Xie Jingfeng, the head of the Divine Sword Peak, also rose, a sardonic smile on his face as he regarded Qin Wuyong. Ah, so it seems there are indeed people from Liang Peak involved in this. Zhong Tianyin, clarify this matter at once. Qin Wuyong glared at Xie Jingfeng. Do not slander us. Your disciple's death has no connection to Liang Peak. Xie Jingfeng scoffed. Senior brother Qin, your disciple has admitted it himself, and yet you continue to defend him? Just as Qin Wuyong was about to retort, the sect leader interjected. Enough. Let us hear Zhong Tianyin's account in its entirety. Qin Wuyong and Xie Jingfeng exchanged fierce glares before retreating to their seats. Zhong Tianyin, this matter is of grave significance, and it could very well cost you your life. Speak with caution, the sect leader warned, gazing at Zhong Tianyin below. Zhong Tianyin nodded and said, I dare not speak recklessly. Junior brother Zheng Rui perished beneath the great formation of Xiaozhu Peak. Moreover, it was I who meticulously arranged this formation. This matter is entirely my fault, and I am willing to bear the primary responsibility. I implore the esteemed master to impose a lenient punishment on me and to be merciful towards junior sister Wenqing. The master spoke in a grave tone. Is this truly the case? The formation at Xiaozhu Peak was indeed devised by you? Zhong Tianyin affirmed. Indeed. The formation at Xiaozhu Peak is the Qi Hunyuan formation, consisting of a total of 360 foundation points. Had it not been for my intervention, even if given half a year, neither junior sister Wenqing nor junior brother Xiao Yun would have been able to complete the formation in just 5 days. Qin Wuyong, in utter disbelief, slumped back into his chair, never having anticipated that his eldest disciple would stand up at such a moment to make such a declaration. Was this not a path to self-destruction? Chapter 80. Is Zhong not a person afraid of death? Zhong Tianyin's willingness to step forward and bear the punishment on behalf of Wenqing brought immense satisfaction to the sect leader. Had both Zhong Tianyin and Wenqing shared the burden of the Thunder Whip punishment, perhaps they would both have a chance at survival. The sect leader nodded approvingly, saying, It is commendable that you choose to take responsibility at this moment. Your actions honor your master's teachings. You have just stated your intent to endure the Thunder Whip punishment for Wenqing. Pray tell, how many lashes do you intend to take on their behalf? Zhong Tianyin, breathing heavily, slowly replied, 6, no. 7. I am willing to endure 7 Thunder Whip lashes for Sister Wenqing. Qin Wuyong, slamming his hand on the chair, rose abruptly, exclaiming in fury, Have you lost your senses? 7 lashes will leave you lifeless. Zhong Tianyin managed a grim smile, responding, I can withstand it. Qin Wuyong trembled with rage, pointing at Zhong Tianyin. What do you intend to endure with? Do you think the Thunder Whip of the Discipline Hall is so easily borne? Not to mention 7 lashes, you wouldn't survive even 3. Lowering his head, Zhong Tianyin gritted his teeth, insisting, I can bear it. Yang Tianhua from Qingmu Peak suddenly interjected with a smile. Sect leader. This Zhong Tianyin is merely the creator of the formation. He does not control it. It is indeed unreasonable to have him take 7 thunder lashes for the people of Xiaozhufeng. Qin Wuyong cast a grateful glance at Yang Tianhua and continued. Brother Yang is correct. My disciple merely assisted in setting up the formation to address the charges concerning the green rock bamboo fees of Xiaozhufeng. Zheng Rui's death has nothing to do with this wayward disciple. Yang Tianhua nodded slightly and proposed, how about this? Let Zhong Tianyin take the 4 lashes that Xiao Yun could not endure. Qin Wuyong's expression changed drastically, glaring at Yang Tianhua. What? What are you scheming? Seeing Yang Tianhua smiling at him, Qin Wuyong felt an itch of resentment. He turned to the sect leader, stating, Why should my disciple bear the lashes meant for Xiao Yun? I do not agree. Sect leader, this matter has nothing to do with this wayward disciple. He must not receive even a single lash. Zhong Tianyin hastily interjected, Master, but was violently interrupted by Qin Wuyong. The latter glared at Zhong Tianyin, his voice seething with anger. If you still acknowledge me as your master, then be silent. Zhong Tianyin, witnessing his master's furious demeanor, swallowed the words he had intended to express. Wen Qing suddenly turned to Zhong Tianyin with a sorrowful smile. Brother Zhong, I appreciate your kindness, but this matter does not concern you. You need not take the punishment for me. The formation that led to Brother Zhang's death was not the primordial formation you set up. All blame lies with me. Wen Qing is willing to accept the punishment. Qin Weiyang glared at Zhong Tianyin, asserting, Did you hear that? This matter has nothing to do with you. Ignoring his master, Zhong Tianyin gazed at Wen Qing with concern, saying, Sister, you need not absolve me of responsibility. Without the primordial formation I established, the formations you later set would not have functioned. I will not allow you to suffer this thunder whip punishment. The esteemed master Xie Jingfeng of the Sacred Sword Peak stepped forward with a hint of impatience. Addressing Zhong Tianyin, have you finished your tirade? Since you wish to bear their burdens, let it be you who must endure the remaining 4 lashes of the thunder whip on behalf of Xiao Yun. Qin Weiyang immediately retorted with anger. I object. My disciple is innocent. Xiao Yun observed the commotion with a cold smile. In his mind, practitioners of the path should be detached, clear-minded, and devoid of greed. Yet, he was taken aback by their narrow-mindedness and selfishness. This was profoundly disappointing to him. After listening attentively, he realized that the punishment of the thunder whip was far beyond what he and his senior sister could endure. It was evidently a ploy to demand their lives in compensation for Zheng Rui. Master Xie Jingfeng, displeased by Xiao Yun's laughter, coldly inquired, Xiao Yun, what do you find amusing? At this juncture, Xiao Yun decided to speak his mind. He suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, I laugh at the illustrious Lingjian sect, which cannot discern right from wrong and lacks clarity in its judgments. Wen Qing, alarmed by Xiao Yun's audacity, quickly urged him, Junior brother, do not speak recklessly. Xiao Yun scoffed, Senior sister, can you not see? These people wish for our demise. Even now, you still speak on their behalf. Even if we were at fault, it would be unintentional, yet they demand our lives. How is that just? Furthermore, what wrong have we committed? Zheng Rui disregarded our warnings and recklessly intruded into the array at Xiaozhu Peak. His lack of strength led to his own demise. So how does that concern us? To claim we stood by and did nothing? Why should we have rescued him? He wreaked havoc at Xiaozhu Peak, relying on his superior cultivation. He brought this upon himself. Master Xie Jingfeng slammed the table, seething with rage. You have gone too far to utter such blasphemous words. It is indeed you who have brought calamity upon my poor disciple. Elder Ning Hu and Ding Tian from the discipline hall, seize Wen Qing and Xiao Yun immediately, and execute them on the spot. 2 cloaked elders who had been lurking in the shadows immediately advanced to apprehend Xiao Yun and Wen Qing. Xiao Yun, with a flick of his arm, declared arrogantly, There is no need for you to intervene. My senior sister and I will walk willingly. He gently grasped Wen Qing's hand and asked, Senior sister, are you afraid of death? Wen Qing sighed, shaking her head slightly. She had already taken on most of the responsibility. Xiao Yun merely needed to endure 1 lash of the thunder whip. With the yuan boosting pills obtained from Yang Shuhao, Xiao Yun could easily withstand that strike. Now, with Xiao Yun's outburst, it seemed both their lives were at stake. Wen Qing looked at Xiao Yun with a face full of regret, saying, Junior brother, I am sorry. It is my fault that you are entangled in this. You have just joined Xiaozhu Peak, and now I have brought you to the brink of death. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and replied, Senior sister, there is no need for apologies. I am not one to fear death. To perish alongside you is the greatest happiness of my life. As he spoke, his fingers swiftly traced a message in the palm of Wen Qing's hand. After we exit, let us run. Wen Qing, taken aback by the message inscribed in her palm, stared at Xiao Yun in astonishment. Run? Could it be that my junior brother intends for me to flee with him and abandon our sect? Wen Qing had never contemplated betraying the Lingjian sect. The sect had nurtured her. Her master had invested in her growth. She had always regarded the Lingjian sect as her home. Even if the sect demanded her life, she would not resist. In Wen Qing's heart, Xiao Yun's notions were utterly radical, shattering her worldview. Moreover, how could Xiao Yun harbor thoughts of treachery while solemnly proclaiming noble ideals. It was simply incredulous. What should she do? Should she escape with her junior brother? Upon discovering her betrayal, her master would surely be profoundly disappointed. Wen Qing had initially prepared herself for death. Yet Xiao Yun had unveiled the possibility of survival. Humans are inherently fearful of death. In that moment, Wen Qing's resolve wavered. Xiao Yun subtly nodded at Wen Qing, his heart already primed to summon the dragon-slaying sword. With the sword's swiftness, escaping the Lingjian sect with his senior sister was not beyond reach. Grasping Wen Qing's hand, Xiao Yun headed toward the Grand Hall's exit, and she, in a daze, followed closely behind. Nearby, Zhong Tianyin, stirred by Xiao Yun's impassioned words, felt a surge of fervor. If junior brother Xiao was prepared to face death alongside senior sister Wen Qing, why should he not do the same? What was there to fear in death? If senior sister Wen Qing perished, what meaning would life hold for him? He promptly rushed to Xiao Yun's side, grasping his hand, declaring, "Though my acquaintance with you is brief, it feels as if we have known each other forever. Such audacious and carefree actions shall also include me." Zhong Tianyin then turned his gaze to Wen Qing, stating, "Senior sister Wen Qing, while we may not share life, we can share death." Ah, how liberating! In this moment of life and death, Zhong Tianyin finally mustered the courage to reach for Wen Qing's hand. Just as his hand was about to touch hers, Xiao Yun kicked him aside. "Step away. My matters with my senior sister are of no concern to you." Zhong Tianyin, though knocked aside, felt no anger. Rather, he was touched. Could it be that Xiao Yun wished to spare him from entanglement? "Xiao Yun, you underestimate me. I am not one to cower in fear of death." Chapter 81. The dominant master Xiao Yun glared at Zhong Tianyin with a face full of fury. "Are you here to deceive us? Why do you come out now to stir up trouble? With the two of us, it's uncertain if we can escape, and your hopes of survival are even dimmer." Xiao Yun spoke earnestly to Zhong Tianyin. "Senior brother Zhong, you must live well. I entrust the care of our master, along with senior sister Wenqing, to you." After finishing his words, Xiao Yun grasped Wenqing's hand and moved towards the exit. Zhong Tianyin immediately attempted to follow, but was firmly seized by Qin Wuyang, who gripped his shoulder. "Enough! How long do you plan to act recklessly? They are willingly facing death, and they have not tarnished the reputation of Xiaozhu Peak. In the future, make sure to visit your master Yin more often at Xiaozhu Peak." Zhong Tianyin struggled slightly, but was held fast by Qin Wuyang, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Yun and Wenqing walked toward the door. Elders Ning Hu and Ding Tian from the discipline hall sighed softly and followed suit. The sect leader observed the resolute figures of Xiao Yun and Wenqing, glancing towards the entrance of the great hall as if awaiting something. The chief of the Divine Sword Peak sat contentedly in his chair, feeling that he had avenged his disciple. The leaders of Qingmu Peak and Yang Shuhao wore smiles, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. The chief of Wuchen Peak showed a look of sympathy, turning his head away. Master Jingjin of Shueiyue Peak remained expressionless, revealing no signs of joy or anger. At this moment, Xiao Yun felt his palms grow clammy with anxiety, his heart racing. As he drew nearer to the entrance of the hall, he was prepared to summon the dragon-slaying sword at any moment. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just as Xiao Yun was about to step out of the hall and call upon the sword, a figure suddenly blocked his path. The stranger reached out and grasped Wenqing's shoulder, pulling her aside. Xiao Yun was taken aback. Had their plan been exposed? Instinctively, he looked up to see a figure clad in dark, flowing robes, a wide-brimmed hat atop their head, and a veil obscuring their face. Xiao Yun, unwilling to see his escape plan disrupted, immediately reached for Wenqing's wrist, shouting, "Who are you? We share our fates together. You shall not separate us." The newcomer scoffed lightly, and with a gentle push of their palm, sent Xiao Yun hurtling aside with overwhelming force before even making contact. Xiao Yun braced himself, retreating a single step, yet managing to steady his stance. "Let go of my senior sister," he bellowed, charging forward once more, unleashing the technique of the soft water shattering rock fist. With the move waterfalls and stones penetrate, he transformed his fist into a pointed strike aimed directly at the stranger's chest. This was one of the most formidable techniques within the soft water shattering rock fist, capable of tremendous power. At this moment, Xiao Yun cared not whether he might harm someone from Lingjian's sect. Reclaiming his senior sister was of utmost importance. Once she was recovered, he would immediately summon the dragon-slaying sword, and they would flee together. The stranger let out a soft exclamation, seemingly surprised that Xiao Yun could still stand. Once again, they countered with a palm strike to meet Xiao Yun's finger. At that moment, Wen Qing suddenly exclaimed, "Master, please show mercy." As she spoke, she swiftly positioned herself in front of Xiao Yun. Both Xiao Yun and the stranger halted upon witnessing Wen Qing's intervention. Surprised by her shout, Xiao Yun gazed at the masked figure clad in dark robes. "Master, is that you?" Upon realizing her master had arrived, a flicker of joy graced Wen Qing's face. "Master, you have returned." Yin Qingwei, her face concealed by a black veil, remained inscrutable as she replied in a deep voice. "Yes, I have returned. Come, let us return to Xiaozhufeng." With that, Yin Qingwei took Wen Qing's hand and strode toward the hall's exit, leaving Xiao Yun standing there in a daze. "Wait, what is happening? Master, have you forgotten something? What about your disciple?" The assembly within the hall was equally taken aback by Yin Qinghui's sudden arrival, astonishment etched on every face. Xie Jingfeng was the first to regain composure. Abruptly rising from his seat and declaring loudly, "Halt!" Yin Qingwei paused, turning neither her head nor her gaze, and replied coolly, "What is it?" Xie Jingfeng continued, "Your disciple, Wen Qing, has manipulated the grand formation to kill my disciple, Zheng Rue, thereby violating the rules of the Lingjian sect. You cannot take her away." Yin Qingwei scoffed lightly, saying, "What if I insist on taking her?" Xie Jingfeng's expression hardened, his long sword now firmly in hand. "If you refuse to reason, we shall see if you possess the ability." "Humph, do you think I fear you?" Just as she finished speaking, an icy long sword materialized in Yin Qinghui's grasp. The hilt was forged from black mysterious iron, the blade 3 feet 2 inches long, exuding a translucent, pale blue icy appearance. The moment the sword appeared, an intense chill enveloped the hall, penetrating to the bone. This sword was the Ice Soul Blade, the weapon Yin Qingwei had sought for Wen Qing during her arduous 6-month journey. In the extreme northern lands, countless masters coveted this blade, and even a dozen nascent soul experts had sought it. Ultimately, it was Yin Qingwei who secured it. The dangers she faced were unimaginable. The moment the blade was drawn, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, all eyes fixated on the sword in Yin Qinghui's hand. The chill it emanated was palpable, felt even from several paces away. Such a weapon, if not divine, was scarcely less so. Thoughts raced through the minds of the onlookers as Xie Jingfeng gripped his sword, hesitating over whether to strike. The sect master, aware that if he did not intervene, a conflict would surely ensue, spoke up, "Xie Shidi, Yin Shimi, what place is this? What are you two planning?" Though unwilling, Xie Jingfeng had no choice but to sheath his sword at the sect master's command. Seizing the opportunity, he addressed the sect master, "Master brother, this is all due to Yin Shimi's unreasonable behavior." Observing Xie Jingfeng return his sword, Yin Qingwei too sheathed the Ice Soul Blade, giving a light huff as she prepared to leave with Wen Qing. Upon witnessing Yin Qinghui's intent to take someone away, Xie Jingfeng hastily interjected, "Master brother, do observe her demeanor." The master sighed and replied, "Sister Yin, having just returned, why the haste to depart? Please come in and sit for a spell. Your disciple Wen Qing has committed a grave error, and your return is timely for us to deliberate on this matter together." Yin Qingwei retorted coldly, "What is there to discuss? Have you not already resolved to impose the punishment of the Thunder Whip upon her?" Xie Jingfeng, seething with fury, exclaimed, "Since you are already aware, why persist in taking her away? How dare you conspire against my disciple in my absence? Had I not returned in time, will my disciple still be alive? I have heard it all outside. Your disciple recklessly stormed into my Xiaozhu Peak, deserving of her fate. What concern is that of my disciple? If you seek vengeance for your student, direct it at the Mountain Protection Array instead." Xie Jingfeng's face flushed with indignation. Cursing inwardly at such unreasonable behavior, he turned to the master and implored, "Master brother, do you hear the words she utters? Her disciple is a disciple, yet mine is not. Is it to be assumed that my disciple perished in vain?" The master gently sighed once more, saying, Sister Yin, let us discuss this matter further inside. Chapter 82. Am I to be sacrificed? The words of the master were notably persuasive. Yin Qingwei let out a cold huff, and, taking Wen Qing by the hand, entered the grand hall, settling into the last seat. Wen Qing stood respectfully beside her chair, while Xiao Yun, observing the scene, hastily took his place at his senior sister Wen Qing's side. From the moment she appeared, Yin Qingwei exuded an overwhelming aura of authority that left Xiao Yun dizzy, wishing fervently to cling to his master's leg and wail, Master, you have finally returned. I have suffered greatly at their hands. With such a formidable and unreasonable master, Xiao Yun felt an abundance of security. Once Yin Qingwei was seated, the master spoke. Sister Yin, it seems your recent outing has yielded considerable gains. You have worked hard. Yin Qingwei replied coolly, Thank you for your concern, master. If you called me here merely to say such things, I must excuse myself, as I am rather fatigued and shall return to Xiaozhu Peak. With that, she made to leave. At this moment, Xie Jingfeng, the head of the Divine Sword Peak, interjected. Wait, the matter concerning your disciple Wen Qing, who killed a fellow disciple using a formation, remains unresolved. Where do you think you're going, Sister Yin? Yin Qingwei responded coldly. Brother Xie, you are aware that it was the formation that caused your disciple's demise. Why then do you seek out my disciple Wen Qing? My disciple is unfamiliar with formations. How could she have killed a fellow disciple? This matter has nothing to do with my disciple. Brother Xie, please refrain from such insinuations. Xie Jingfeng, suppressing his anger, patiently explained, Your eldest disciple, Wen Qing, may not understand formations, but your second disciple Xiao Yun does. It was these two who together used a formation to kill my disciple Zheng Ruwei. Yin Qingwei let out a derisive laugh, saying, How could I be unaware that I have a second disciple? At this moment, the master suddenly smiled and said, Sister Yin, you may not know that recently, our Lingjian sect has been actively recruiting disciples. Xiao Yun is one of those chosen by the Xintian treasure mirror. I took the liberty of making the decision for you, allowing him to join Xiaozhu Peak. Xiao Yun realized it was his time to make his appearance. He promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Yin Qingwei, disciple Xiao Yun. Pays respects to master. Yin Qingwei did not acknowledge him. Instead, she addressed the master. It seems I have troubled you to take care of matters at Xiaozhu Peak. What kind of spirit root does this disciple possess that warrants such attention from you? The master looked slightly embarrassed and was about to respond when Shizhen from Shueiyue Peak suddenly interjected. Of course, the master is concerned for Sister Yin. He specifically brought in a disciple with a mixed spirit root to help her manage the affairs of Xiaozhu Peak. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Yin Qingwei remained silent for an extended period. Although separated by a veil, Xiao Yun could distinctly sense his master's anger. His bow remained frozen, as Yin Qingwei did not permit him to rise, and he dared not move. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it might come to a standstill. The revered master Zhongmen broke the awkward silence first, stating, Although this disciple possesses a mixed spirit root, he is quite clever. During Sister Yan's absence, he has arranged a formidable protective formation for Xiaozhufeng. Yin Qingwei scoffed. So it was he who set up this formation. Thank you, Brother Xie. Now you understand who is responsible for your disciple's demise, do you not? If you seek vengeance for your disciple, then please proceed. Xiao Yun, bewildered, exclaimed, What is happening? Master, I am also your disciple. Why am I treated differently from Sister Wenqing? Had I known this would be the outcome, it would have been better if you hadn't returned. Seeing this, Wenqing quickly spoke up, Master Xiao Shidi. However, before she could finish, Yin Qingwei turned to her sharply. Even through the veil, Wenqing sensed her master's displeasure at her interruption. Startled, she shrank back, standing obediently like a meek rabbit. Xiao Yun felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was he to be sacrificed? Fortunately, Xie Jingfeng did not grant Xiao Yun the opportunity for such a fate. He thundered, Xiao Yun is merely a novice disciple with a mixed spirit root. What capability does he possess to single-handedly establish a protective formation? Your disciple, Wenqing, is complicit as well. Yin Qingwei nodded in agreement. I almost forgot. I heard clearly outside that the protective formation was arranged by Brother Qin's disciple, that one surnamed Zhong. Thus, it appears this mixed spirit root is not the true culprit. If you seek revenge, then pursue the one named Zhong. Zhong Tianyin had initially felt elated that Yin Shishu's return would safeguard Sister Wenqing. But upon hearing Yin Qinghui's words, his countenance turned a deep shade of crimson, and he cast a pitiful glance at his master. Qin Weiyang shot a fierce glare at his rebellious disciple before asserting, "This matter has nothing to do with my disciple. Sister Yin must not evade the truth and wrongfully accuse the innocent." Yin Qinghui replied coolly, "Does Brother Qin imply that no one bears responsibility? Then the fault lies solely with Brother Xie's disciple. If that is the case, what are we still deliberating here? Unless there is anything further, I shall take my leave." With that, Yin Qinghui feigned to depart, prompting Xie Jingfeng to exclaim urgently, "Stop." He then turned to the Zhongmin, "Master, my disciple must not perish in vain. If you do not provide an explanation, I may have to test Sister Yan's methods today." The Zhongmin nodded, "Brother Xie, please remain calm. I have already made a decision regarding this matter, and it shall not be altered. Wenqing and Xiao Yun shall each receive 5 strikes of the Thunder Whip." Xie Jingfeng bowed respectfully to the Zhongmin, declaring, "Master, your judgment is clear. I implore Elders Ning Hu and Ding Tian to carry out the punishment as per your command." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun spun around in disbelief. Ultimately, it seemed the Thunder Whip was indeed his fate. He glanced up at Sister Wenqing, only to find her seemingly unperturbed, and when their eyes met, she even winked at him. Meanwhile, her master, Yin Qinghui, remained composed, sitting steadily in her chair. Xiao Yun's heart stirred. Could there still be a glimmer of hope? As this thought arose, he suddenly heard the master's voice proclaim, "Wait a moment." Upon hearing those 4 words, Xiao Yun felt a sense of reassurance. Although Wenqing and Xiao Yun had committed a grave error, it was ultimately a result of unintentional actions, stemming from specific circumstances. It would be prudent to postpone the execution of the Thunder Whip punishment for a year, thus affording both Wenqing and Xiao Yun an opportunity to atone through merit. If, within this year, they could contribute significantly to our Lingjian sect, it would serve as a means of redemption for their misdeeds. How do the esteemed brothers and sisters perceive this suggestion? Yin Qinghui remarked calmly, "My disciple is innocent by nature, yet since the master has spoken, I shall comply." Elder Gu Shi, the head of Wuchan Peak, nodded in agreement, stating, "The master displays great discernment. They should indeed be granted a chance for reform." Qin Weiyang, the head of Liang Peak, felt compelled to remain silent, fearing that Yin Qinghui would persist in holding onto the matter of Zhong Tianyin orchestrating the grand formation for Xiaozhu Peak. He could only acquiesce, saying, "I have no objections." Jing Zhen, the abbess of Shueiyue Peak, who never contradicted the master's decisions, immediately affirmed, "The master's judgment is undoubtedly the most prudent." Yang Tianhua, the head of Qingmu Peak, exchanged glances with his son Yang Shuhao, realizing that with Yin Qinghui's return, today's performance had reached its conclusion. Yang Tianhua reluctantly nodded, remarking with a hint of sarcasm, "The master has always acted with the utmost fairness. I admire that." Xie Jingfeng, the head of the Shenzhen Peak, looked incredulously at those present, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that my disciple has perished in vain? I cannot agree to such an outcome." Chapter 83. Overflowing malice. The leaders of the other peaks had already reached a consensus. Even if Xie Jingfeng disagreed, it bore no weight. However, the sect master felt it necessary to offer him some words of comfort. He began, "Disciple Xie, Zheng Rui did not perish in vain. The punishment of the Thunder Whip for Wenqing and Xiao Yun has merely been postponed by a year. Should they fail to achieve significant merit for the Lingjian sect within this year, they too shall face retribution. As disciples of the Lingjian sect, we must prioritize the well-being of our sect above all else. Imposing the Thunder Whip punishment upon Wenqing and Xiao Yun today would be detrimental to the Lingjian sect. By sparing their lives and granting them the opportunity to atone through merit, we achieve a dual benefit. The other disciples will not perceive our actions as excessively ruthless." Xie Jingfeng replied, "Sect Master, I cannot concur with your reasoning. Infighting among fellow disciples is a grave offense. If we spare Wenqing and Xiao Yun today, Will not every disciple feel emboldened to follow suit? The sect master shook his head slightly, saying, while infighting is indeed a serious crime, the circumstances surrounding Wenqing and Xiao Yun are exceptional. Their actions were unintentional. Otherwise, I would not have granted them this chance for atonement. With the sect master's words resonating, the other peak leaders expressed their agreement. Realizing that his continued insistence would be futile, Xie Jingfeng gritted his teeth and declared, very well. I shall grant them this opportunity. However, if they fail to make sufficient contributions within the year, I shall demand justice for my disciple, even if it means clashing with Sister Yen. The sect master nodded, assuring him, rest assured, disciple Xie. When the time comes, it will be my responsibility to advocate on your behalf. Yen Qingwei, having grown weary of the lengthy deliberations, decided it was time to depart. She stood and said, esteemed seniors, I beg your pardon. I'm feeling fatigued and shall take my leave. With that, she strode towards the hall's exit, with Wenqing hastily following behind. Xiao Yun remained, caught in the act of paying his respects, and found himself momentarily frozen as the master left. He was torn between following her or staying put. Just as he contemplated whether to muster the courage to accompany his sister, he suddenly heard a sharp rebuke. You, with the mixed spiritual roots. If you intend to remain kneeling, then do so. Recognizing the voice of his master, Yen Qingwei, Xiao Yun realized that she had acknowledged him as her disciple. His heart soared with joy as he promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Yun felt fortunate to have such a powerful ally. From a death sentence to a mere reprieve, was that not tantamount to being exonerated? He rose to follow his sister outside, when he was abruptly halted by Xie Jingfeng's stern voice. Wait a moment. Without turning, Yen Qingwei inquired, is there something else? Xie Jingfeng coldly stated, your disciple has taken our dragon-slaying sword from the divine sword peak. Return the sword before you leave. Raising an eyebrow, Yen Qingwei turned to Wenqing and asked, when did you acquire the dragon-slaying sword from the divine sword peak? Had I known, I would not have sought other weapons for you. Wenqing hurriedly clarified, Master, you have misunderstood. The dragon-slaying sword does not belong to me, but to junior brother Xiao Yun. Only then did Yen Qingwei turn around and scrutinize Xiao Yun from head to toe. Although separated by a veil, Xiao Yun felt as though he were being laid bare before her gaze. He was at a loss as to where to place his hands. After a prolonged examination, Yen Qingwei suddenly chuckled softly. I underestimated your mixed spiritual roots. Show me the dragon-slaying sword. Xiao Yun dared not disobey, and promptly summoned the dragon-slaying sword, presenting it before her. The long sword, encased in a blue-white sheath, appeared before everyone. Just as Yen Qingwei reached out to take it, she suddenly felt an invisible sword aura piercing toward her palm. Frowning slightly, she swiftly channeled her spiritual energy to shatter the sword's aura. Rather than taking the sword, she nodded slowly and remarked, indeed, it is the dragon-slaying sword. It recognizes you as its master. Treat it well henceforth. Divine weapons possess spirits and should not be taken lightly. Xiao Yun quickly nodded. Yes, I shall heed your teachings, master. Now put the sword away. Let us return to Xiao Bamboo Peak. The elders from various peaks were utterly astonished to see Xiao Yun wielding the dragon-slaying sword. Although they were aware that the sword had been taken, they had long believed it to be the doing of Wenqing. Only at that moment did they realize that it was this disciple of mixed spiritual roots who had claimed the sword. Instantly, the expressions of the peak leaders towards Xiao Yun grew peculiar. Xie Jingfeng was taken aback, not expecting Yen Qingwei to not only refuse to have Xiao Yun surrender the dragon-slaying sword, but to openly regard it as belonging to Xiao Bamboo Peak. He could not acquiesce to this and exclaimed loudly, Yen Junior Sister, what do you mean? Yen Qingwei replied coldly, since the dragon-slaying sword has acknowledged this mixed spiritual root as its master, it rightfully belongs to him. Is there a problem? Xiao Yun felt somewhat helpless, thinking to himself, could my master refrain from calling me mixed spiritual root at every turn? I have a name. Being addressed this way is rather embarrassing, you know? Xie Jingfeng scoffed disdainfully. The dragon-slaying sword can recognize a mixed spiritual root as its master? I find that hard to believe. Have him surrender the sword. I wish to communicate with the sword spirit. Yin Qingwei glanced at Xiao Yun and commanded, "Let him." Xiao Yun, feeling anxious, asked Master, "What if he takes my dragon-slaying sword and does not return it?" Yin Qingwei, with a hint of displeasure in her tone, replied, "Were you afraid of with me here?" With those words from his master, Xiao Yun felt reassured. He approached Xie Jingfeng, handing over the dragon-slaying sword. Xie Jingfeng snorted coldly, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yun before grasping the sword in his hand. He reverently cradled the dragon-slaying sword and slowly closed his eyes. After several seconds, his expression suddenly changed dramatically, filled with shock. When he opened his eyes again, the complexity of his gaze towards Xiao Yun was profound. Xiao Yun could not help but marvel at how a single person could convey such a multitude of emotions. His face was a tapestry of astonishment, resentment, confusion, jealousy, and a myriad of other negative sentiments. Xiao Yun even detected a hint of admiration within their gazes. Ultimately, Xie Jingfeng gritted his teeth and returned the dragon-slaying sword. Xiao Yun reached out to accept it, casually uttering, "Thank you." The act of killing also required striking at the heart. Xie Jingfeng's complexion immediately turned a shade reminiscent of liver, nearly spewing forth a mouthful of old blood. Yet, apart from attempting to annihilate Xiao Yun with a murderous glare, he was rendered powerless. Elated with the return of the dragon-slaying sword, Xiao Yun was about to depart when he was once again halted. Since Yin Qinghui's entrance, Shuiyue Peak's master Jingjin, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, "Junior Sister Yin, your disciple with the mixed spiritual roots is truly remarkable. Not only did he extort spirit stones from his peers, but he also assaulted our Shuiyue Peak disciples. Shouldn't you provide an explanation for this?" Hearing these words, Qian Wuyang, the master of Liang Peak, also stepped forward, stating, "I recently accepted a new female disciple who has reportedly been bullied by this mixed-root Xiao Yun. Although she has not mentioned this to me, the disciples of Liang Peak have been discussing it, and I inadvertently overheard some rather scandalous remarks regarding the matter." Yang Shuhao's eyes brightened as he eagerly stood up to echo, "Aunt Yin, nearly 20,000 spirit stones were taken from me by junior brother Xiao. I implore you to seek justice on my behalf." Elder Gu Shi, the master of Wuchen Peak, let out a slight sigh. He had initially wished to refrain from broaching this subject in such a setting. However, he feared that if he did not speak now, he might never have another opportunity. And so he slowly began, "Junior Sister Yin, it seems my disciple, Yusu, also had 5,000 spirit stones taken by Xiao Yun." After hearing this, Yin Qingwei scrutinized Xiao Yun once more, examining him thoroughly from head to toe. How could it be that the once peaceful Xiaozhu Peak has become embroiled in so many troubles due to the presence of a mixed-root disciple? Xiao Yun felt utterly dumbfounded, nearly losing his balance. What is happening? Why are these esteemed leaders targeting a mere novice like me? What have I done wrong? Could it truly be that my past transgressions have finally caught up with me, bringing about this retribution? Chapter 84. Return to Xiaozhu Peak. Yin Qingwei scrutinized Xiao Yun for a considerable time before slowly articulating, "What on earth is happening?" "Master, the story is rather lengthy." Xiao Yun was preparing to explain from the beginning when he heard Yin Qingwei coldly interject, "I have no interest in superfluous details. Please be succinct." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Yun quickly regained his composure and began to elucidate. Disciple observed a significant decline in the green bamboo on Xiaozhu Peak, while the other 6 peaks demonstrated no restraint in their harvesting. In an effort to preserve the environment of Xiaozhu Peak and to instill a sense of frugality among the disciples of the other peaks, I took the liberty of establishing a fee system for the green bamboo. However, instead of understanding my intentions, the other disciples blamed me and proceeded with their reckless cutting. Left with no alternative, I sought the assistance of Senior Brother Zhong to set up a protective array for Xiaozhu Peak. As for the matter of the spirit stones, I did not seize them. They were merely the expenses incurred by the other disciples within the protective array. Regarding the incident of the altercation, it was they who provoked me, forcing me to retaliate. Have you comprehended my explanation, Master? Xiao Yun smiled as he addressed Yin Qingwei. With a stern expression, Yin Qingwei retorted, "When I asked you to be brief, why did you ramble on so?" With that, she cast a sweeping glance at the heads of the various peaks present. finally resting her gaze upon Qin Wuyang of the Liang Peak and Master Jingjin of the Shueihua Peak. Senior brothers and sisters, your disciples could not even best a mere novice like me with a mixed spiritual root. Such inept disciples are better off dismissed to spare us the embarrassment of the Lingjian sect. Yin Qinghui then turned her attention to the others, stating indifferently, "Have all of you understood the explanation from this novice with a mixed spiritual root? The spirit stones were merely a fee for the harvesting of green bamboo at Xiaozhu Peak. Over the years, the amount charged has been quite reasonable. From now on, any harvesting of green bamboo at our Xiaozhu Peak will adhere to the fee system devised by this novice." With a flick of her sleeve, Yin Qinghui departed the main hall. Xiao Yun promptly followed her, his demeanor brimming with satisfaction. Yang Xiuhao, observing Xiao Yun's smug expression, felt an overwhelming urge to tear his smug grin apart. Once Yin Qinghui departed with Wenqing and Xiao Yun, the main hall erupted in chaos. Master Jingjin stood, her face ashen, and exclaimed to the sect leader, "Master, are you truly allowing her to leave like this? Does she not regard us, her seniors, at all?" Elder Gu Shi, head of the Wuchen Peak, looked helplessly at the sect leader. "Master, the spirit stones taken from my disciple, Yusu, were not due to harvesting green bamboo at Xiaozhu Peak." Qin Wuyang seethed internally, pondering, a group of useless disciples. Is it possible that my disciple Han Yin cannot even best a novice with a mixed spiritual root? With so many people at Liang Peak, are they all ineffectual? Are they simply going to stand by and watch my junior sister be bullied? This matter may not be as straightforward as it seems. Qin Wuyang, increasingly agitated, turned to observe his eldest disciple, Zhong Tianyin, who was lost in thought, gazing dreamily at the enchanting figure of Wenqing outside the grand hall, embodying a foolish demeanor. Qin Wuyang's ire intensified, and he delivered a swift kick to Zhong Tianyin's rear. "What are you still doing here? Get back to Liang Peak and arrange the gathering Yang formation." Stumbling from the unexpected blow, Zhong Tianyin felt no resentment. After all, today's matter had been satisfactorily resolved. He forced a smile towards Qin Wuyang and replied, "Yes, master, I shall return at once." At that moment, Yang Xiuhao stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the headmaster. "Esteemed headmaster, the green rock bamboo from Xiaozhu Peak, no matter how precious, should not cost the disciples nearly 20,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, their protective mountain formation is indeed perilous. I advise its dismantlement." The headmaster waved his hand dismissively. "Such trivial matters need not be discussed with me. Direct your concerns to Sister Yin. With the Seven Peaks Martial Conference imminent, you should all focus on urging your disciples to refine their skills. Everyone, please return." With that, the headmaster departed the hall without looking back. Shurjin Shurtai called after him repeatedly, Senior brother, headmaster." Yet, he appeared oblivious to her calls, hastening his pace instead. Outside the grand hall, Yin Qinghui was preparing to return to Xiaozhu Peak with Wenqing and Xiao Yun, just as they were about to take flight on their swords. Yin Qinghui suddenly noticed that her disciple, Wenqing, was sharing a flying sword with that boy of mixed spiritual roots. Moreover, the audacious boy was brazenly resting his hands on Wenqing's waist. Frowning in displeasure, Yin Qinghui felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Her disciple, having spent years in seclusion at Xiaozhu Peak, was being taken advantage of by this boy. Their actions suggested a familiarity that hinted this was not their first encounter. Although unsettled, Yin Qinghui refrained from reprimanding Wenqing in her presence, fearing it would reflect poorly on her own judgment. Instead, she said, "Qing'er, accompany me. It is a perfect opportunity to test the ice soul sword I procured for you." Wenqing hesitated, casting a worried glance at Yin Qinghui. "Master, my junior brother's cultivation is low. I fear he may not handle the Dragon Slayer sword properly." "Then let him fall off and perish," Yin Qinghui retorted. "The Dragon Slayer sword possesses spirit. There is no question of mishandling. It is clear that this boy of mixed roots has bewitched my beloved disciple. Were it not for his willingness to accompany Wenqing to death in the Grand Hall, I would hardly acknowledge him as my disciple." Her regard for Xiao Yun diminished further. Reluctantly obeying her master's command, Wenqing dismounted from the Dragon Slayer sword, reminding Xiao Yun, "Be cautious, junior brother. even if you cannot keep pace with Master and me. Prioritize your safety. Xiao Yun promptly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Sister. I understand." Yin Qingwei watched the two converse with a cold gaze, remaining silent. As Xiao Yun approached the Ice Soul Sword, Yin Qingwei suddenly noticed that the magical hairpin she had given Wenqing was missing. "Qing'er, where has your magical treasure gone?" Yin Qingwei inquired sternly. Upon hearing the question posed by her master, Wenqing instinctively recoiled, yet she could not evade the necessity of a response. Hesitantly, she stammered, "Well, I require spirit stones for my cultivation, and my junior brother does as well. I have temporarily pawned the flower rope at the treasure pavilion." Yin Qingwei nodded slightly, refraining from reproaching Wenqing, and merely stated in a calm tone, "Let us return to the bamboo peak." After uttering these words, Yin Qingwei cast a fleeting glance toward Xiao Yun. A chill immediately enveloped Xiao Yun, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Turning her gaze toward the source of the icy sensation, she discovered that Master Yin Qingwei was looking in her direction. Through the veil, Xiao Yun could not discern the expression on Yin Qinghui's face. Yet, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her, as if her master harbored some intentions toward her. Surely, it must be a misperception. After all, her master treated her senior sister with such kindness. It would be inconceivable for her to be any less gracious toward herself. Xiao Yun reassured herself in her thoughts. Chapter 85. The acquisition of the Ice Soul Sword at the Sword Hidden Pavilion on Sword Peak. The surrounding disciples gazed in astonishment at the fierce sword aura emanating from within. None could fathom the cause of their master's uncharacteristic fury. When Xie Jingfeng returned from Longzhou Peak, his countenance was notably grim. Upon entering the Sword Hidden Pavilion, terrifying waves of sword energy erupted intermittently. The disciples murmured amongst themselves, questioning the unusual behavior of their master, who had never displayed such rage before. Could it be related to the death of senior brother, Zheng Rui? One suggested. It is highly probable. Did not the sect leader decree that when Qing and Xiao Yun from Xiaozhu Peak must wait a year to face the punishment of the Thunder Whip? Perhaps our master is distressed by this, another speculated. Who would have thought our master held such deep feelings for senior brother Zheng? We misjudged him, came a voice. Enough. Our master cares for each of us deeply. It is merely that his demeanor is rather aloof, making it difficult to discern, replied another disciple. Inside the sword-hidden pavilion, the once orderly array of 100 long swords now lay scattered across the floor. Xie Jingfeng wielded the Jinghong sword, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp sword energy that marred the very walls of the pavilion. After venting his frustrations, he collapsed on the ground, muttering, "Why? Why did the Dragon Slayer sword recognize a mixed spiritual root as its master? How could one with such an inferior root cultivate the sword energy required for the Dragon Slayer sword? Why?" It was only after communicating with the Dragon Slayer sword in the hall of Longzhou Peak that Xie Jingfeng understood the truth. The sword had not been seized through any underhanded means by Xiao Yun. Rather, it had willingly chosen to follow him. The sword spirit revealed to Xie Jingfeng that it had discovered within Xiao Yun's body a sword energy that could aid in its restoration. The pure yang force within Xiao Yun surpassed even the sword aura Xie Jingfeng had cultivated. This bore a striking resemblance to his father, the previous master of the Dragon Slayer sword and the former head of Sword Peak. Xie Jingfeng struggled to accept this reality, yet acceptance was unavoidable. The Dragon Slayer sword possessed sentience. Unless it willingly acknowledged a master, no one could force it. Even if he forcibly claimed the sword, it would not accompany him. Consumed by resentment, Xie Jingfeng could not fathom why the Dragon Slayer sword would choose a mixed spiritual root over him, the son of the former head of Longzhou Peak, who was also a Yuan-ing expert with a naturally golden spiritual root. The fury and bitterness of having his father's treasured weapon taken by an outsider was a burden he bore alone. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun glided leisurely through the air, commanding the Dragon Slayer sword towards Xiaozhu Peak. In the blink of an eye, both Senior Sister Wenqing and his master vanished from his sight. It was not that Xiao Yun lacked the ability to pursue them on his sword. Rather, he felt an inexplicable trepidation. For some reason, he sensed that his master might harbor a certain animosity towards him, leaving him in a quandary as he pondered how to navigate his relationship with this formidable figure. Suddenly, A faint blue streak of light appeared on the horizon. In but a few breaths, she had arrived before Xiao Yun. Upon closer inspection, he recognized his senior sister, Wen Qing, soaring towards him on her sword. As Wen Qing traced a long, graceful arc through the air, she flew alongside Xiao Yun. "Junior brother, I have returned." She greeted him with a beaming smile, clearly delighted by their master's return. Xiao Yun forced a strained smile in response. "Senior sister, what brings you here? Where's master?" Wen Qing replied with a grin. "Master wishes to test the protective formation of our Xiaozhu Peak. I was concerned that you might encounter trouble flying alone on your sword, so I came to check on you. Is master also skilled in formations?" Xiao Yun felt a flicker of unease. If the protective formation were to harm their master, his days at Xiaozhu Peak would certainly become more challenging. "I'm not sure about that," Wen Qing admitted. "Master has never mentioned it. However, since she has expressed the desire to test it, she must have confidence. You needn't worry. Come here, mount my ice soul sword. Let me show you its speed." Wen Qing invited, her face radiant with enthusiasm. Seeing her so delighted, Xiao Yun did not wish to dampen her spirits. He nodded slightly and gently took her delicate hand, leaping onto the ice soul sword while securing his dragon-slaying sword. Wen Qing, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Junior brother, you must hold on tight. The speed of this ice soul sword, procured by master, rivals that of your dragon-slaying sword." Xiao Yun quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, chuckling. "Master would not have chosen a lackluster weapon for you, after being away for so long." Wen Qing smiled coyly, proud of her choice. "Indeed, let us go." As soon as her words fell, the ice soul sword transformed into a streak of pale blue light, soaring towards the heavens. The scenery around them blurred as they sped forward, the wind whipping against their faces with such force that Xiao Yun felt a sting. Pressing his face against Wen Qing's back, he shouted, "Senior sister, this is too fast. Slow down." Wen Qing smiled gently, and the ice soul sword suddenly radiated a soft blue glow. An invisible shield of spiritual energy enveloped both Xiao Yun and Wen Qing. With this protective barrier, no matter how swiftly the ice soul sword flew, Xiao Yun felt no wind against him. He hesitated briefly before reluctantly moving his face away from Wen Qing's back. "Senior sister, this ice soul sword is truly remarkable. I dare say the dragon-slaying sword cannot compete," Xiao Yun remarked, keen to flatter his sister, seeing her joy.